Chapter 1, New Love and Old Flame. In the cinema, Jiang Qingyan's phone rang. Wen Ruan tilted her head to glance at it, and upon seeing the name Yao Man, she knew their movie outing was doomed. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qingyan's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. "Don't cry, I'll be there shortly." His tone was gentle, low, and resonant, with a metallic texture that soothed. After ending the call, Jiang Qingyan turned to Wen Ruan. "Something came up with Yao Man. We'll watch the movie together next time." With that, he stood up to leave, but Wen Ruan grasped his hand firmly. "Let's finish the movie first." Logically, she shouldn't have stopped him after all. Who was Yao Man? The daughter of the chairman of Ronli Group, the boss' cherished child, someone not to be trifled with or offended. Yet, disregarding reason, Wen Ruan was utterly exasperated and fed up. This was the third time they had attempted to watch this film. The first time, halfway through, Yao Man had a headache. The second time, just 30 minutes in, she complained of a stomach ache. On both occasions, Jiang Qingyan had abandoned her for Yao Man's calls. "Director Yao asked me to take good care of her. It's hard to refuse." That line always left Wen Ruan speechless. Indeed, who could blame someone for having a good father? Who could fault them for drawing a salary from Ronli? After Jiang Qingyan left the first two times, Wen Ruan had also walked out. Today, she had chosen this film again, not because it was particularly captivating, but because she felt they hadn't yet reached the conclusion it deserved a proper ending. But alas, it remained unfinished, still unfinished. As the lights dimmed and the movie was about to begin, faint glimmers flickered across the screen, illuminating Wen Ruan's resolute profile. One was trying to pull away, while the other held on tightly. They were at an impasse. A young man seated behind them could no longer contain himself and kicked Jiang Qingyan's chair. "Hey, are you leaving or not? You're blocking my girlfriend's view." Jiang Qingyan bent down, his gaze fixed on Wen Ruan, his inky black eyes filled with intensity. He ceased to struggle, allowing her to grip his hand. Ruan, this isn't the time for a temper tantrum. We can watch the movie anytime. Let go." His tone was even gentle, yet Wen Ruan knew he was angry. He was a master at controlling his emotions. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. When Ruan released her grip, a faint smile tugging at her lips, "Jiang Qingyan, don't get too immersed in your role. Is your concern for her truly just because of her status?" Jiang Qingyan paused, but said nothing, turning on his heel and striding away. Wen Ruan resolved to finish the movie alone. This film had been out for quite a while. It was likely to leave theaters soon. Waiting for Jiang Qingyan's next opportunity would mean it would never be completed. The horror film was steeped in a chilling atmosphere, with a bloodied ghostly figure that seemed poised to crawl out of the screen. The immersive sound effects amplified the sinister laughter that echoed in her ears. When Ruan momentarily lost her focus, the ghost's face morphed into Yao Man's, which was repulsive. The popcorn lost its allure, and she found no desire to continue watching. Her phone vibrated. Her friend Zhang Tongtong was messaging her. "Zhang Tongtong, did Jiang Qingyan leave again? Finally, you two can finish this movie. That's quite a feat." Wen Ruan, he left. A few seconds after sending the message, Zhang Tongtong called her directly. It was 5:30, with 40 minutes remaining in the film, but Wen Ruan had lost all interest and decided to leave. As she stepped outside and answered the phone, Zhang Tongtong exclaimed, her voice shrill and agitated. "Jiang Qingyan left again? I am utterly speechless. Is it Yao Man again? What's her issue this time? Is she limping or has she broken an arm? Why does she have to be such a drama queen? I can't even. What was it this time?" Wen Ruan truly had no idea. Previously, Jiang Qingyan would explain the situation to her before leaving, but this time, he didn't even have the chance. After New Year's, Haicheng was hit by a cold wave, with temperatures plummeting. It was still raining, and the howling northern wind whipped through the city, mingling with the fine droplets of rain, saturating the air with a biting chill. As Wen Ruan reached the entrance on the first floor, she shivered. Once Zhang Tongtong finished her tirade, she added, Ruan, I think you should just quit. Although Ronli is a large company, it's just too stifling." When Ruan adjusted her coat, wrapping herself tightly, in planning to resign. "Really? What about Jiang Qingyan? Will he resign too?" When Ruan reflected on her years with Jiang Qingyan and considered his recent shift in attitude towards Yao Man, offering a moderately honest answer. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, it's hard to say. Her tone carried a hint of laughter, yet her words dripped with self-mockery, which didn't sit well with Zhang Tongtong. Wen Ruan, you've been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years, while Yao Man has only been back for 3 months. 3 months cannot compare to 3 years, so your odds are considerably better. Wen Ruan glanced up at the darkening sky. 3 years, indeed she and Jiang Qingyan had been together for 3 years, during which he had been an exceedingly competent boyfriend, devoting his heart to her without a single flaw. And Yao Man, who had gone abroad right after high school, had just returned 3 months ago. Jiang Qingyan had only interacted with her for 3 months. 3 years versus 3 months by mere time, her chances seemed greater. Yet love, at times, doesn't adhere to the principle of arrival. When Yao Man first attached herself to Jiang Qingyan, his demeanor towards her was distant, his words and actions clearly indicating avoidance and rejection. But at some point, his attitude gradually shifted. While he maintained a measured distance, he had begun to share a portion of his patience and tenderness with Yao Man, unrelated to her identity. By the time Wen Ruan returned home, it was nearly 7 o'clock. She opened the door to a pitch-black room, fumbling to turn on the lights as she kicked off her high heels. Huatang Bay, the residence she shared with Jiang Qingyan. They had purchased the apartment 2 years prior, spacious 160-square-meter flat, with both of them contributing half the cost, and their names jointly inscribed on the deed. There had been disagreements during the purchase. Jiang Qingyan had insisted she shouldn't pay, suggesting that the house be in her name as a gift from him. She had refused, leading to a few days of cold war until he finally relented. Their relationship was always aimed towards marriage. At least, it was at that time. When Ruan entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. After finishing her meal, she went to the study to read. When she emerged at 11, Jiang Qingyan still hadn't returned. She decided not to wait any longer, putting down her book to take a shower. After soaking for an hour, she emerged from the bathroom. The heating was on high, and as she toweled her hair, she felt parched, so she resolved to pour herself a glass of water. As she stepped into the living room, her footsteps suddenly halted. Jiang Qingyan was back. He had been drinking, leaning heavily against the sofa, his coat discarded, clad only in a gray sweater. His eyes were closed, and his handsome features were slightly furrowed in discomfort, clearly having consumed quite a bit. When Ruan turned and entered the kitchen, first pouring herself a glass of water, then preparing a bowl of hangover soup. When she returned, Jiang Qingyan was in the same position. Yet he was now awake. Their eyes met, and when Ruan momentarily lost her focus. Jiang Qingyan possessed a pair of deep, captivating eyes that seemed to radiate affection towards anyone, and over the years, she had become hopelessly ensnared in their depths. When Ruan approached, extending the white porcelain bowl to him. "Drink this." Jiang Qingyan looked up at her under the warm light. The silk slip dress she wore accentuated her figure, her shoulders pale, freshly bathed, her cheeks flushed, exuding an alluring charm. He accepted the bowl of hangover soup, drinking it down, before handing it back to her. Just as when Ruan placed the bowl on the coffee table, her wrist was seized. Jiang Qingyan exerted a slight force, pulling her onto his lap as his lips descended upon hers. Caught off guard, when Ruan, after regaining her senses, instinctively resisted, attempting to push him away. The proximity allowed the scent of his cologne to invade her senses, a fragrance she found distinctly unpleasant. It was the same perfume Yao Man often wore, a heavy rose scent. Jiang Qingyan was displeased by her resistance, gripping the back of her head, his kisses growing more fervent. When Ruan struggled, her hand slipping to his waist, slipping beneath his shirt to grasp the firm flesh there, slowly twisting. Just a pinch of flesh, but with enough strength to elicit a gasp from him as he parted from her lips, capturing her still gripping hand, wincing in pain. "Quite fierce, aren't you?" When Ruan withdrew her hand and moved to sit beside him, distaste and concern evident on her face. "You smell like her perfume, it's truly nauseating." Jiang Qingyan remained silent for a moment before explaining. She was at the airport to pick up a friend, and her car broke down on the way. I took her to the airport, and her friend insisted on treating me to dinner. I was constantly being poured drinks, and I ended up drinking too much. When I left, she helped me into the car. That's probably when the scent got on me. When Ruan let out a slow "oh," her expression unreadable, betraying neither belief nor disbelief. Jiang Qingyan quickly changed the subject. "Did you finish the movie? What was the ending?" Wen Ruan clicked her tongue in disappointment, shaking her head. I don't know. After you left, I lost my focus, my mind kept pondering one thing. What was it? Wen Ruan leaned back, brushing her half-dried hair aside, her slender waist and long legs striking, her unadorned face possessing a captivating impact. In planning to resign. Jiang Qingyan paused. Resign? Wen Ruan smiled lightly. Yes, for these years, I've worked tirelessly at Ronli, yet the moment the young lady returns, she snatches my man. How brazen. Both she and Jiang Qingyan were employed at Ronli Capital, the most profitable subsidiary under Ronli Group. Wen Ruan looked at Jiang Qingyan. What about you? Will you stay or go? While they were ostensibly discussing the matter of resigning, both understood that it was a question of love. He chose to leave, which meant he selected Wen Ruan. Staying implied he opted for Yao Man. New love and old affection must be chosen singularly. The rain outside was torrential, occasionally accompanied by the rumble of thunder, yet the living room was engulfed in a heavy silence, punctuated only by Jiang Qingyan's brooding stillness. It was not until his phone, resting on the coffee table, rang that the stillness was broken. When Ruan cast a glance downward, her heart sinking once again, it was that persistent specter of a woman. Jiang Qingyan's thoughts were still ensnared by her earlier question, and by the time he regained his senses, Wen Ruan had already taken the phone. Qingyan, there's thunder outside, and I'm frightened. I dare not sleep alone. Yao Man's feigned whimpering and affected coquetry wafted through the line. Wen Ruan shivered involuntarily, her voice soothing as she suggested, if you fear sleeping alone, shall I come over to keep you company? I could hold you as you sleep. Wen Ruan? Upon recognizing her voice, Yao Man's tone shifted abruptly, her irritation flaring even more after hearing Wen Ruan's words. Who invited you to accompany me? Are you out of your mind? Then you wish for Jiang Qingyan to accompany you? Wen Ruan chuckled, I fear that is not feasible. He has been rather wild in bed, exhausting himself to the point of slumber in my embrace. Jiang Qingyan looked up at her, his deep features suffused with resignation. On the other end, Yao Man was incensed, her voice dripping with jealousy. Wen Ruan, what are you so pleased about? He does not love you, he is with you merely because. Wen Ruan did not catch the reason behind the ellipsis. Jiang Qingyan took the phone from her, ending the call with a soft sigh. She has a volatile temper, why incite her? You are still in the limelight, Wen Ruan. Do not perpetually provoke her. His tone was mild, yet it resonated with a hint of reproach, rebuking her for lying and agitating Yao Man. As the clock neared 1, Wen Ruan wished to avoid a quarrel at such an hour and returned to her earlier query. I am resigning, what about you? Will you leave or stay? Jiang Qingyan retrieved a cigarette box from the coffee table, placing one between his lips while igniting it with a lighter. As the smoke spiraled, he took a slow drag before speaking. If I do not leave, does that mean we truly part ways? Wen Ruan picked up his lighter, pressing the button and watching the flame flicker to life. If you do not depart, Yao Man will continue to entangle you. She released the lighter, extinguishing the flame, her finger pressing against the area over his heart. Things here have already begun to unravel. Given time, I will be unable to keep you. Jiang Qingyan remained seated, unmoving, allowing her to poke at him. Wen Ruan pressed harder. Thus, while there is still a place for me here, while my odds remain favorable, I must distance you from her. I will not force you, rather, I implore you to reflect deeply. If, in the end, you choose to stay, then let us part amicably. I wish you a brilliant future, and may I encounter another worthy soul.
Chapter 2, Leaving Again. Regarding the matter of resignation, Jiang Qingyan expressed that he would contemplate it thoroughly when Wen set a deadline for him, with only a month remaining until the new year. She awaited his decision. After the new year, she planned to leave Ronli, and at that point, it would either be a solitary departure or a joint exit. The subsequent week passed rather pleasantly for Wen Ruan. Yao Man seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation, refraining from her usual antics and not seeking trouble with her. However, the glances she cast towards Wen Ruan were filled with provocation and smugness. As if she were certain of victory, Wen Ruan chose to ignore her, content as long as Yao Man did not instigate any issues. On that Friday, He Zheng was once again graced with rain. The fine droplets falling incessantly without any sign of cessation. At 3 in the afternoon, at Ronli Capital, as the meeting concluded and Wen Ruan organized her documents, Lingyu, the director of the investment department, shifted her chair closer and placed a hand on Wen Ruan's shoulder. Wen Ruan, do you think Bainua will fail? Today marked the day of Bainua International's merger and restructuring with Fuji Technology. With a staggering 20 billion at stake, Wen Ruan had dedicated her efforts to this matter throughout the year. If successful, it would sustain the entire company for several years, and everyone awaited the outcome. Recently, a position for vice president had opened up at the Investment Management Center, and the message from the upper management during the meeting was crystal clear: if Bai Nuo succeeded today, the vice president position would be awarded to Wen Ruan. Asa competitor Lin Yu naturally hoped for Bai Nuo's failure. 6 hours had passed since the meeting, yet there was still no news. The other attendees had departed, leaving only the two of them, and Lin Yu did not conceal her schadenfreude. It's bound to fail, I'm sure it's going to fail, before Wen Ruan could respond. Her phone rang, she brushed Lin Yu's hand off her shoulder and swiped her fingertip across the screen. It's done. As soon as the call connected, a jubilant uproar erupted from the other end. It's done, it's done. It was the celebratory call from Bai Nuo's representative. Bai Nuo had succeeded, smoothly passing the meeting. After hanging up, Wen Ruan turned to Lin Yu, mimicking her earlier tone of delight. I am sorry to disappoint you again. The word again unleashed a torrent of frustration and jealousy within Lin Yu, who felt she would be overshadowed once more, her moment stolen away. How infuriating. In truth, when Wen Ruan first arrived, Lin Yu did not perceive her as a threat. Wen Ruan was a graduate of a prestigious university, holding dual master's degrees in mathematics and economics, a truly impressive resume. However, Ronli Capital was backed by Ronli Group, a leading enterprise in Haicheng, and held the top position in the industry. A high level of education was merely a prerequisite, with many highly educated individuals around. And given Wen Ruan's striking beauty, fair skin and graceful legs, she initially came across more as a decorative vase. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly silent vase would become the most remarkable presence? Ronli's promotion system was notoriously harsh and unforgiving, with the average age of investment directors being 35. Lin Yu, despite her strong qualifications, abilities, and connections within the upper echelons of the group, achieved her position as director at 30. In contrast, Wen Ruan, without any background, had risen to a comparable status at the age of 27. Many harbored resentment, particularly Lin Yu, but there was no recourse. After all, Wen Ruan was a prodigious talent, from her beginnings as an assistant analyst to her current role as director of the second investment department. Her department had consistently ranked first in performance, shattering company records year after year. With her keen insight, every project she handled ultimately yielded remarkable returns, including successful investments in unicorn projects, though she was reticent. Her abilities were undeniable, leading to her exceptional rise. Over the years, only two individuals had been promoted in such a manner: Jiang Qingyan, the general manager of the Investment Management Center, and Wen Ruan herself. Remembering Jiang Qingyan, Lin Yu recalled something and playfully nudged Wen Ruan's chair with her foot, a peculiar smile on her face. Tell me, between career and love, which do you think Jiang Qingyan would choose? Wen Ruan sensed the underlying implications in her words and urged her to speak plainly. Without that creepy grin, Lin Yu's smile faltered, nearly causing her to suffer an internal injury from vexation. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Do you believe Jiang Qingyan will remain steadfast in your meager love, or will he marry Yao Man, becoming a prince, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Ha! What does it matter if Bai Nuo succeeded? Your man is on the verge of slipping away. Who was Yao Man, the daughter of the chairman of Ronli Group, the beloved princess of the big boss? From her observations, Yao Man seemed intent on winning Jiang Qingyan's heart. How could a mere commoner like Wen Ruan compete with the princess of the group? If these two were to clash over Jiang Qingyan, Lin Yu would relish the spectacle. Oh, how delightful it would be if they fought. Wen Ruan chose not to engage. As her phone rang once more, the senior executives upstairs had caught wind of Bai Nuo's success and called her over for tea. Showering her with praise and subtly hinting at her likely promotion to vice president of the Investment Management Center. To avoid traffic, Wen Ruan left work half an hour early, taking the elevated road from the second intersection. Taxiangju was a private dining establishment renowned for its elegance and warmth. The decor exuded the wisdom and culture of the East, with window paper cuttings, book-like light fixtures, and the gentle sounds of a guzheng. Each detail transporting one far from the clamor of the city. Wen Ruan had reserved a private room 2 days in advance. Today marked the third anniversary of her relationship with Jiang Qingyan. Coinciding perfectly with Bai Nuo's successful meeting, a double celebration. Upon entering the room, Wen Ruan found Jiang Qingyan already present, standing by the window on a phone call, dressed in a sharply tailored suit. He possessed an elegant and tall stature, with thin gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined sophistication that was unforgettable. Wen Ruan overheard him say, "You have a weak stomach. So don't drink tonight." His tone was not overly gentle, yet concern was evident. Whatever was said on the other end seemed frustrating. Jiang Qingyan sighed, "Please stop causing a scene, I really can't leave right now." "Hello." After the call ended, he frowned and instinctively put his phone away upon noticing Wen Ruan. "That you're here?" "Yes." Wen Ruan inquired, "When did you arrive?" 5 minutes before you." Jiang Qingyan had attended a meeting at the bank that afternoon and came directly from there. The room was warmly heated, and after removing her coat, Wen Ruan revealed a flowing red dress paired with black knee-high boots, the hem swaying alluringly. While waiting for their meal, she recalled the earlier phone call. Who had a weak stomach? Who called just now? Jiang Qingyan sat across from her, absorbed in his phone, casually responding, a friend. This evening's private room was different from the usual. At Wen Ruan's request, the owner had adorned it with flowers, decorative lights, and other embellishments, with warm yellow lighting suspended from the ceiling, creating a romantic and elegant atmosphere. At that moment, Wen Ruan felt that all this effort was somewhat wasted, for the man before her seemed oblivious to it all. His attention solely focused on his phone, repeatedly locking and unlocking the screen, clearly waiting for someone's message. A friend? Was it Yao Man who called you? She bluntly pointed out, and Jiang Qingyan's gaze finally lifted from his phone. Just as another call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered. After finishing the call, his expression darkened, and he quickly rose to leave. Wen Ruan poured herself a glass of red wine and glanced at him. Leaving again, she had seen the caller ID. Yao Man. Jiang Qingyan's face reflected urgency and regret. I'll try to return as soon as I can. With that, he departed hastily. Wen Ruan made no attempt to stop him. Swirling her glass and taking a sip, only to detect a hint of bitterness in the wine, the soft strains of Guzheng music wafted through the gaps, resonating like rain upon banana leaves. Lost in thought, she recalled past anniversaries, 1 year, 2 years, her birthday, Valentine's Day. It was always Jiang Qingyan who orchestrated the surprises. He would meticulously plan everything, selecting gifts, reserving restaurants, and taking her wherever she wished to go. His tenderness flowing like water and his love profound. This year, however, he had forgotten the date. Just days prior, when she had asked about the restaurant reservation, he had looked utterly bewildered. Today's restaurant was her doing. The flowers were her purchase, and now, with the food yet to arrive, the leading man had already exited the scene. When Ruan dined alone by candlelight, leaving the restaurant at 8:30. Jiang Qingyan had not responded to her messages. Nor did he answer her calls. She bought a ticket to a movie, the same one she and Jiang Qingyan had attempted to watch 3 times without success. The conclusion of their love story was already discernible, and the film deserved a proper ending. The ride-sharing service took a bit longer than expected, and she arrived 10 minutes late for the 9 o'clock showing. The lights had dimmed, and the visibility was low as she searched for her seat. Having seen the earlier scenes 3 times, her mind wandered during the latter part, and the female ghost on screen morphed into Yao Man's face, an unsettling image gritting her teeth. When Ruan forced herself to endure until the end. Suddenly, her chair was nudged from behind, not too hard, but enough to distract her. She initially thought it was an accidental bump from someone, but then it happened again. 2 more nudges followed. Not content with that, she felt a gentle thump on the back of her head. It didn't hurt, and as she glanced at the popcorn that had fallen onto the adjacent seat, Wen Ruan turned around with a cold expression. Just then, the film transitioned to its closing credits, and the lights gradually illuminated the theater. She spotted the culprit. A man in a black turtleneck and a navy overcoat, with an alluringly mischievous visage. His slanted eyes fixated on her, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Propped up casually, he held a piece of popcorn he had yet to throw her. Upon noticing her gaze, his smile widened. He was He Zheng, the founder of Mingyi Capital. When Ruan was taken aback, she hadn't expected to encounter this infuriating man at the movies. Had she known, she would have chosen a different cinema. She held a grudge against He Zheng. In her youth, she had inadvertently wronged him and had since apologized, believing the matter was not as severe as he perceived. Yet, He Zheng felt utterly humiliated, harboring resentment towards her to this day. Just how deep was that resentment? 2 individuals embarked on a journey together. However, as she began to independently undertake projects, he seemed determined to thwart her at every turn, regardless of the endeavors she pursued or expressed interest in. He would invariably intrude, competing fiercely for her opportunities. After several exchanges filled with tension, the initial pangs of guilt she felt dissipated in the wake of his relentless provocations, and she retaliated without mercy. Their animosity deepened, and it became common knowledge within their circle that they were bitter adversaries. Over the years, neither had gained an advantage over the other, nor had either suffered loss. The sole significant benefit she reaped was from the project known as Baijun. Although He Zheng initially attempted to seize it, he seemingly encountered personal issues and voluntarily relinquished his claim. 6 months prior, he traveled abroad to investigate projects, and his return date remained unknown. As the film concluded, the audience began to disperse. It was then that Wen Ruan noticed a long-haired woman seated beside He Zheng, her face obscured by a mask, dressed in a form-fitting black deep V gown. Braving the chill without an outer layer, the glance directed at her was laced with wariness and hostility. Wen Ruan felt a surge of indignation and contemplated confronting He Zheng to vent her frustration. But upon seeing his girlfriend, she suppressed her irritation. He Zheng bore a vengeful spirit. He had harbored a grudge over a trivial incident for many years. If, during their ensuing quarrel, his girlfriend were to flee in fright, it would only serve to add another tally to her grievances against him. With calculations swirling in her mind, Wen Ruan turned her gaze to He Zheng and smiled at Mr. He. I find myself in good spirits today. So I shall refrain from holding you accountable this time. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her cool demeanor exuded an indescribable allure, immediately triggering a sense of crisis within the woman beside He Zheng. Something was amiss. Who was this woman that He Zheng recognized merely by the back of her head? Instincts honed by her femininity warned her that this was a perilous individual, He Zheng. Who is she? The woman inquired. He Zheng disregarded her question, taking a couple of steps forward, leaning slightly towards Wen Ruan, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her reddened gaze. I in good spirits. Then why the tears? Wen Ruan hesitated, instinctively reaching to touch her face, confirming the presence of tears. She wiped them away and casually replied, I was startled watching the film. I am rather timid. You timid? He Zheng responded as if he had heard a jest. His elongated eyes narrowing slightly. Weren't you quite bold back when you played with me? Wen Ruan retorted, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. I asked that how it is? Her spirits dampened. She added, Mr. He, I have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. After exchanging pleasantries she hurried away. He Zheng contemplated pursuing her, yet the woman beside him entwined her arm with his. He Zheng, who is she? He Zheng withdrew his arm, gazing in the direction of Wen Ruan's departure, his brow lazily arched. Just a heartless little deceiver. As Wen Ruan returned to Huadang Bay, it was nearing midnight. The living room lights were illuminated, indicating that Jiang Qingyan had returned. She set down her car keys, changed into slippers, and turned to walk further inside. However, after a couple of steps, she abruptly halted. The emotional turmoil of the entire evening plummeted within her. Sinking into an abyss, Jiang Qingyan had evidently drunk too much, his neck flushed red. Leaning against the sofa, Yao Man sat beside him, her arms wrapped around his neck, nestled against his chest, slowly kissing him. Jiang Qingyan had his eyes closed, his hands dangling at his sides, seemingly asleep, completely unresponsive to her advances. As Wen Ruan exited the vehicle, she inadvertently stepped into 2 puddles, soaking her shoes. A chill crept up from her feet, leaving her feeling nearly numb, and she trembled slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. After standing frozen for several seconds, she approached, grasped Yao Man by the back of her collar, and forcefully pulled her away. Once Yao Man was removed, Jiang Qingyan lacked support and slumped against the sofa, his brow furrowed as if in discomfort. With a swift motion, Wen Ruan raised her hand and struck Yao Man. Ah! Yao Man gasped, her face stinging from the slap, staring at Wen Ruan in disbelief. You dare hit me? She was the daughter of the Ronli group, having grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth, accustomed to being the center of attention, and no one had ever dared to offend her. At 30 years old, this was her first experience of being slapped. Wen Ruan shook her slightly numb hand. You come to my home in the dead of night, dishonoring my man, and you think I shouldn't strike you? Yao Man's voice turned sharp. Dishonor? Jiang Qingyan loves me. Our feelings are mutual. I doubt this isn't a matter of love. Wen Ruan interrupted, it's a matter of morality and decency. Tell me, did Jiang Qingyan ever declare to you that I am his girlfriend? Yao Man frowned. He did mention it, but that was soon forgotten. Wen Ruan rolled up her sleeves, her emotions now under control, and smiled gently. Forgotten so soon? So you acknowledge that we are still together, yet you dare to come to my home to provoke me. Why shouldn't I hit you? She pointed at Jiang Qingyan, who was still intoxicated. You took advantage of my boyfriend's drunken state to come here and behave inappropriately. I could report you to the authorities. Yao Man covered her face, glaring at her with resentment. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Having never been slapped before, the pain on her face fueled her anger, and her eyes glinted with a reckless determination. Wen Ruan, do you think of me as the interloper in your relationship with Jiang Qingyan? Wen Ruan found the question baffling. You have a keen sense of your own position, Yao Man sneered. Wen Ruan, you are the true third party. Wen Ruan felt insulted, regarding her with a look that conveyed, if you think you're crazy, you should seek help. Yao Man continued, Jiang Qingyan hasn't mentioned our past. Has he? The truth is, we have known each other since childhood. Wen Ruan was ready to chase her out with a broom, but paused at the revelation. Known since childhood? No one had ever told her that. She truly had no idea. Yao Man did not lie. She indeed had known Jiang Qingyan since they were young. Jiang Qingyan's mother had hired Yao Man's mother as a dance instructor, teaching her from elementary through high school until Yao Man went abroad. She had a natural talent for dance, but her academic performance was lacking. Jiang Qingyan excelled academically, consistently topping the class, prompting his grandfather to have the dance teacher tutor him. They had studied together from middle school through high school. And while Yao Man's grades had improved, she ultimately faltered in the college entrance examination due to early romantic entanglements. She had become involved with a ne'er-do-well from the neighboring class, who had no interest in studying. The day before the exam, he had taken her out for a night of revelry, leading her to a hotel instead. She awoke late the next day, missing the exam, fearing that she would continue to be entangled with him. Her family sent her abroad, and she had not returned home for many years out of spite. Yao Man was wise enough not to divulge this disgraceful first love story to Wen Ruan. What she intended to reveal was far more cruel, capable of piercing Wen Ruan's heart. Jiang Qingyan has always loved me, dressed in a brown cashmere coat, adorned in ostentatious designer labels with diamonds glinting on her earrings. Yao Man approached the sofa, bent down to retrieve her bag, and produced a letter from it, turning to present it to Wen Ruan. This is a love letter Jiang Qingyan wrote to me the day before I left for abroad. At that time, she had not been fond of Jiang Qingyan. He had been nothing more than a studious bookworm, lacking charm or humor, unlike the delinquent who wooed her with sweet words, leading her into a life of thrill-seeking. Moreover, she had no interest in academics, and Jiang Qingyan's scholarly demeanor had irritated her. Thus, receiving a love letter the day before her departure, she had mocked him, claiming he was a frog wishing to eat swan meat, and had tossed the letter away without reading it. Only last weekend had she discovered its contents. On that day, she learned that Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan were going to see a movie. But she could not think of a suitable reason to disrupt them, so she sought out Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had always held affection for her, and she hoped to have him lure Jiang Qingyan back home. In doing so, she inadvertently discovered the love letter. Teacher Jiang revealed that after she left, Jiang Qingyan retrieved the letter. He remarked, Man Hian has never forgotten you, he has always been waiting for you. Wen Ruan did not catch all of Yao Man's subsequent words. Her attention fixated on the thin piece of paper before her, her expression dazed. The years had yellowed the paper, yet it was well preserved, the handwriting legible. The study was filled with many of Jiang Qingyan's old books, each adorned with annotations from his high school days, all of which Wen Ruan had perused. She had seen his handwriting back then, neat and orderly, unlike the current sharp and steady strokes that concealed a profound strength. Only after discerning the handwriting did she dare to examine the content. Familiar with love letters, her own backpack and desk had often been filled with them in the past. This letter was no different. Adorned with flowery language expressing affection, yet, this was penned by Jiang Qingyan, directed at Yao Man. He professed, If you choose to leave, I will wait for you at Ronli, as long as I remain at Ronli. I will wait for you forever. I in the living room, Yao Man observed Wen Ruan's pallid countenance, her previous fury from being slapped dissipating somewhat, yet, that was not enough, she had more cutting words to provoke Wen Ruan. I heard that you pursued Jiang Qingyan first, but he rejected you. It wasn't until 3 years ago today that he suddenly agreed to date you. Do you know why? As anticipated, Wen Ruan remained silent. And Yao Man continued unperturbed, because 3 years ago today was my wedding day. She had married her first love. At that time, her father had intended to match her with a suitable partner. But she had already clandestinely connected with the delinquent, who had sweet-talked her into secretly obtaining a marriage certificate. Believing she was marrying for love, she soon discovered she had been deceived. The man, lacking ambition, was caught in the act of infidelity with a young model, indulging in all manner of vices, drinking, gambling, and debauchery, merely marrying her because his family required the support of the Yao family. She wished to divorce him, yet he staunchly opposed the idea, leaving her fearful of public shame and unwilling to pursue legal action. Thus she remained in limbo. 6 months prior, Jiang Qingyan had traveled there on business, and his father implored him to mediate. Astonishingly, he succeeded in persuading that scoundrel without any cost, rescuing her from her torment. It had been many years since she had last seen Jiang Qingyan, and upon their reunion, she was utterly captivated. The once rigid and dull youth, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses, had matured into a poised and strikingly handsome man. The sheer perfection of his features, his tall and elegant stature, and the glance he cast her way ensnared her heart. She yearned to possess this man. Thus she returned, spending 2 months resolving matters abroad, and upon her return, she joined Ronli capital. She presumed winning Jiang Qingyan's affection would be effortless, especially since he had once sent her love letters. However, to her dismay, Jiang Qingyan had been in a relationship for 3 years. She believed that the passage of time had truly eroded his feelings for her, leading her to exploit her social standing to undermine their relationship, until last weekend, when she discovered that love letter at the Jiang residence. Unveiling its contents, it turned out that Jiang Qingyan had entered Ronli for her sake. His continued presence there indicated that he was still waiting for her. He still harbored feelings for her. His heart had always belonged to her, Yao Man. Thus Wen Ruan was merely an interloper. After reading the letter, she immediately called Jiang Qingyan, who indeed rushed out of the cinema to find her. However, when she threw herself into his embrace, professing her emotions, he pushed her away. These past few years, Wen Ruan has been by my side. I cannot betray her. He gently declined her, yet she could see the hesitation and conflict within him. He still held her in his heart, he simply did not know how to navigate his relationship with Wen Ruan. Yao Man had initially planned to confront Wen Ruan directly, but Jiang Qingyan forbade her from mentioning the love letter to her. She cannot bear the truth. It is I who have wronged her. After the new year, she will resign, and once she does, we will part ways quietly. Is that acceptable? Yao Man feared inciting his anger, thus she remained silent, and aware that today marked their 3rd anniversary. She did not wish for Jiang Qingyan to be with Wen Ruan. Hence she fabricated a story, claiming that her father had arranged a date with a wealthy heir, a superficial gentleman who secretly indulged in debauchery, and implored him to accompany her. He stated he would be with Wen Ruan for their anniversary, prompting her to call him and feign that the man had made inappropriate advances. Ultimately, he acquiesced. He truly loved her. That evening, Jiang Qingyan became inebriated at her friend's behest. The intoxication was intended to facilitate her ambitions. She initially planned to take him to her place, but he insisted on returning to apologize to Wen Ruan. In truth, they had only returned 5 minutes before Wen Ruan, just as she helped Jiang Qingyan onto the sofa. When Ruan arrived, and upon hearing the door open she impulsively kissed him. Initially, Yao Man had no intention of discussing the love letter, yet this woman dared to strike her. No one had ever laid a hand on her before. 3 years ago today was my wedding day. When Ruan recalled the night she and Jiang Qingyan had come together, she had pursued him first, confessing her feelings, but he had declined, citing a lack of romantic intentions at that moment. Until 3 years ago today, when Jiang Qingyan had actively called her, inviting her to meet him at ABAR.by the time she arrived, he was already intoxicated. That night, he had continuously poured alcohol into his mouth. Upon seeing her, he embraced her, his voice husky from the liquor. When Ruan, let us be together, she had assumed he was merely drunk and would forget by the next day, even coaxing him into repeating it while recording it on her phone. However, the next day, he did not forget. He proactively picked her up for work, bringing her breakfast, and on the first snowfall, he took her hand without hesitation. Later, she had asked why he had consumed so much alcohol that night. He replied that he had quarreled with his mother, thus, his sorrow that evening had actually stemmed from Yao Man's marriage. As long as I remain at Rongley, I will wait for you. He had graduated and joined Rongley. And he still remained there. If he had been waiting for Yao Man all along, then what was she? The sofa creaked, and when Ruan looked up to find Jiang Qingyan, unbeknownst to her, had awakened. Propping himself up on the couch, leaning back, his eyes, clouded by drink, gazing at her, their eyes locked, when Ruan's throat tightened as she heard her own voice tremble. Jiang Qingyan, what have I been to you these past 3 years? Chapter 4, Breakup. When Ruan's sudden outburst jolted Yao Man into realizing that Jiang Qingyan had already regained consciousness. As her anger from being slapped subsided, she found herself calm. Once composed, she feared Jiang Qingyan's ire. Feeling flustered, yet upon seeing Wen Ruan's pale and shattered expression, she felt no remorse. After all, the truth was the truth. She had merely stated the facts. Jiang Qingyan loved her, even if he were angry. It would not last forever. She could easily placate him later. Moreover, Wen Ruan's current appearance resembled that of a defeated hen or a drowned dog, which brought her immense satisfaction, with the truth already laid bare. Yao Man felt no need to restrain herself further. Noticing Jiang Qingyan's silence, she kindly elucidated for Wen Ruan, what are you in his eyes? I married him, and Qingyan was in great pain, needing someone to alleviate that suffering. You presented yourself on a silver platter, with your looks and figure, so he turned back to you. So, what is it? Yao Man's words felt like a blade wielded by an executioner. To put it nicely. You are my substitute, but in truth, we bear no resemblance whatsoever. Thus, to speak bluntly, you are merely a tool for alleviating pain, a clandestine mistress. She deliberately emphasized the term mistress. You two have been together for 3 years. Yet you have never gone public. Why? Because he has always been waiting for me. When Ruan opened her mouth, struggling to form words, indeed, she and Jiang Qingyan had been together for 3 years, yet their relationship remained undisclosed at the company. It had always been a secret affair. Jiang Qingyan had proposed this arrangement, claiming he preferred to maintain a low profile, cherishing a relationship free from public scrutiny. She had agreed, as she too leaned toward discretion. From the moment she joined the company until now, Jiang Qingyan had always been her superior, and office romances were fraught with complications. For 3 years, they had hidden their relationship well. No one in the company knew they were together. Aside from Yao Man and Lin Yu, Yao Man had been the first to discover their secret. After joining Rongley, she had leveraged her father's name to incessantly pursue Jiang Qingyan, monopolizing his attention by day and night. Knowing Jiang Qingyan resided at Huadang Bay, she had drunkenly knocked on his door one evening. That day, they had coincidentally returned home from a walk, and Jiang Qingyan had been holding her hand, which Yao Man had witnessed. Naturally, Yao Man would not be foolish enough to help them go public. Lin Yu had learned of it a month ago. On that day, Yao Man had gone out with Jiang Qingyan for business. Wearing revealing attire, Jiang Qingyan had offered her his coat, and upon returning to the company, she had deliberately donned it to flaunt and provoke. When Lin Yu happened to have business nearby and overheard their exchange. Lin Yu was entertained by the drama and happy to keep the secret. Thus, the reason Jiang Qingyan wished to remain discreet was not due to his preference for tranquility. He simply wanted to reserve the public space for Yao Man. Her hands itched. She longed to strike something. Wen Ruan, who had always prided herself on reason, offering explanations and justifications, looked at Jiang Qingyan, her voice steadied. A tool for alleviating pain, a clandestine mistress. Jiang Qingyan, do you accept the label bestowed upon me by Miss Xiao? She awaited his explanation, a desperate struggle before the abyss of despair. Yet Jiang Qingyan remained silent. The deafening silence served as an unspoken acknowledgement. The living room fell into a terrifying quiet, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Finally, when Ruan approached, summoning all her strength, and slapped him across the face, neither the assailant nor the victim reacted. While the onlookers gasped, "Ah, Wen Ruan, you madwoman!" Yao Man rushed to Jiang Qingyan's side, bending down in concern, her hand reaching toward his face, but he turned away, grasping her wrist, his voice as gentle as ever. You should go home. Yao Man could predict what would transpire next. Wen Ruan would certainly cause a scene and threaten to break up, while she was tempted to stay and enjoy the spectacle. She understood that it was wise to leave while the going was good. Tonight's drama had been orchestrated by her. If she added chaos to the mix, Jiang Qingyan would genuinely become angry. Thus she departed, shooting Wen Ruan a fierce glare as she passed. I will remember this slap. Just wait and see. The living room fell silent. Jiang Qingyan said, I'm sorry. Wen Ruan did not respond. She turned and fetched a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Returning to sit on the single sofa beside Jiang Qingyan, twisting the corkscrew to uncork the bottle, overwhelmed by the influx of information, her head spun, and her nerves felt as if they were being pricked by needles. With no time to sober up, she poured herself a glass and drank it down. The empty glass was set down with a heavy thud. Suddenly she laughed. After holding in so much, you only offer me an apology? Is this your response to my earlier inquiry? So you concur with Yao Man's words? Everything she said is true. Jiang Qingyan fell silent. After a pause, he spoke again. I'm sorry. Wen Ruan poured herself another glass of wine, downing two in quick succession. So you have loved her for over a decade, and I am merely a pawn in your love story, an unworthy supporting character. Jiang Qingyan, you are remarkable. Your love is truly grand. You love her so deeply, you have remained chaste for her, or perhaps you should become her lover, her mistress. If that fails, you could die for love. Go ahead and die if it pains you so much. Why take it out on me? Why not just die? Wen Ruan suddenly broke down, pouring another glass of wine, not drinking it but splashing it across Jiang Qingyan's face. Feeling unsatisfied, she slammed the glass onto the floor, shattering it into pieces, much like the fragments of their years together. Jiang Qingyan remained motionless, eyes closed, allowing the wine to cascade down his head. Upon witnessing his disheveled yet remorseful expression, Wen Ruan felt an even greater disdain. Jiang Qingyan, I met you at the age of 18 and developed feelings for you by 20. You said you weren't interested in a relationship at the moment, and I respected that, choosing not to disturb you while you pursued your dreams. As I too endeavored to forge my own path, you ascended in your career, and so did I. As an intern, achieving the top score allowed me to choose my department, and I strive to excel in every task to secure a position in yours. They say I am an eternally efficient machine, and they warn that a woman who works too hard might find it difficult to marry, yet I toil on, aspiring to be as remarkable as you, who have consistently defied expectations. Of course, my dedication is not solely for you, half of it is for my own future. Thus, I do not demand all your affections, but since you promise to be with me, you cannot treat me this way. I simply wish to have a heartfelt romance with the man I adore. How dare you transform me into a mere tool for alleviating your pain without my knowledge? I poured my heart and soul into securing the Baidu project. Why did I exert myself so? Because I yearn for marriage with you and dream of having a child. Coughing, Jiang Qingyan lit a cigarette, only to be momentarily choked by the smoke. Setting it aside for a while, the tip glowing crimson, I leaned despondently against the sofa, my gaze fixed on the shattered wineglass on the floor. I had everything planned. If Baidu succeeded, we would marry. With the savings I've accumulated over the years, complemented by the bonuses from Baidu, I could afford to take a 2-year respite. Both of us come from single-parent families. Our relationships with our mothers strained. We both longed for a complete family. Before Yao Man appeared, you treated me with kindness, and I believed you, like me, desired marriage. But Jiang Qingyan, while I was envisioning our future, what were you contemplating? You were fixated on when Yao Man would return, on your hopes of reuniting with your true love. I even pressed you to choose between resigning or staying, foolishly suggesting that while there was still a place for me in your heart, and while my chances remained high, I was truly overstepping my bounds. During this time, I had hoped you would reflect on our years together and give serious thought to resigning, yet your mind was preoccupied with how to rid yourself of me. Your tool. Once Yao Man returned, it must have been quite a burden for you to maintain this charade for so long. But Jiang Qingyan, what gives you the right to treat me this way? White honey wrapped around arsenic, sweetness dissipates, but the consequences can be fatal. I sat on the sofa for a moment, waiting for my limbs to regain their warmth, before retrieving 2 wine glasses, filling both and handing one to Jiang Qingyan. He reached out, and we clinked our glasses. For the first toast, I declared to the great romantic, may you lock down your true love and never harm another. My tone was nonchalant, yet laced with sarcasm, particularly with the phrase great romantic. After downing the first glass, Jiang Qingyan observed me for a moment before finishing his drink. For the second toast, I raised my glass again, saying, let us discuss the matter of our breakup. After we drank, I placed my glass down. With less than a month until the new year, I will conclude my affairs before the holiday, ensuring a smooth handover. Just bear with me a little longer. After the new year, you won't have to see me again. Ruan. Upon hearing my name, Jiang Qingyan furrowed his brow, seemingly about to speak, but I interrupted him. Just call me Wen Ruan, after all. Yao Man is your true love, and I am merely a shadowy tool. There is no need for such familiarity. Jiang Qingyan opened his mouth, letting out a sigh. I don't want to avoid you. You needn't say that. I chose not to respond. Setting aside matters of the heart, our compatibility in work was remarkable. We understood each other well, shared similar interests, and had almost identical tastes in food. We both loved sports, running marathons together, hiking, climbing, and cycling. Our study adorned with numerous trophies. The photos displayed in the hallway and on the TV cabinet captured the breathtaking landscapes we traversed together over the years. What once felt romantic and warm now only evoked disgust. Given our high compatibility, was I merely a convenient choice for Jiang Qingyan? I surveyed the room, recalling that Yao Man had been here. I had deemed it unclean and left, and I suspected Yao Man felt the same. Therefore, you should sell it quickly and transfer half the proceeds to me. Jiang Qingyan suggested that I take the house. I could move out, and he would sell it if he wished, keeping all the money. I offered a self-deprecating smile. No, in your pursuit of love, you have cast me aside as collateral damage, using money to humiliate me. If I accept, it would mean I acknowledge that identity. I'm truly sorry, but I am not so cheap. I only take what is mine. Jiang Qingyan attempted to explain. I did not mean it that way. His voice was filled with remorse. After a moment, he continued, over these 3 years, my feelings for you were not entirely false. If Yao Man hadn't returned, I would have married you. I smiled coldly. Thank you for elevating my status from tool to backup. Jiang Qingyan's face bore remnants of spilled wine as he gazed at me, his eyes deepening with emotion. After a long pause, his tone softened. Ruan, please don't cry. Looking into his alluring, gentle gaze, I felt for the first time that gentleness could be more hurtful than a blade, sharp yet dull, inflicting wounds that were deep yet lethal. Suddenly agitated, I shouted, who was crying? To prove my point, I reached up to touch my face, only to find tears streaming down. When had I cried? What a pathetic display. The truth laid bare. I was the one falling apart. Drowning in despair, while he remained calm, offering only a few apologies. Reflecting on it, it made sense. He did not love me, which allowed him to remain composed. I poured more wine into our glasses. Do you remember? Jiang Qingyan, on our anniversary, we traveled to Finland to see the aurora. You vowed not to let me down, or else you would grow old alone. A promise must be fulfilled. I raised my glass for a third toast. To you, Jiang Qingyan, may your future be bright, and may you grow old alone. Chapter 5. Is this how you concede? After finishing the 3 glasses, I could no longer remain. I picked up my bag from the floor. But then paused, turning back to Jiang Qingyan. Actually, you were awake all along, weren't you? Earlier, when my mind felt like it might explode, I had been too preoccupied to think clearly, and now, having vented my emotions, I realized that he propped himself up from the sofa, his gaze fixed on me, clearly alert and devoid of any hint of panic. There was only one possibility: he had been awake for some time. He had heard everything Yao Man said but chose not to interrupt, waiting for her to finish. In truth, he had wanted to break up long before but was uncertain how to tell me. Seeking to avoid moral condemnation, thus, he planned to wait until I resigned, allowing for a natural separation, only to be caught off guard when Yao Man inadvertently revealed it. Correct. Jiang Qingyan swallowed hard, turning his head away from my somber gaze. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Wen Ruan, you mean heed Yao Man's words. I admit that I was with you because she was married. I never imagined she would divorce, so for these 3 years, I genuinely dated you. You mustn't see yourself as a mere tool. I do have feelings for you, but she holds a greater significance in my heart, now that she is divorced and needs me. I can only apologize to you. I comprehended his words. Essentially, his first love was married, and now that she had returned, he had chosen me, the convenient backup, believing he had invested genuine feelings over the past 3 years. Yet, with the return of his first love, those feelings paled in comparison. After a brief internal struggle, he had decided to follow his heart and reunite with her. He claimed he had been sincere during our time together. Only a fool would believe that. With a third of the wine left in the bottle, I bent down and grabbed it, hurling it forcefully against the TV cabinet. The sharp crack echoed twice as the bottle shattered into countless pieces. And a glass photo frame was also sent crashing to the floor, splintering on impact. Jiang Qingyan looked up, utterly still. That photo captured our first official date after we became a couple. He had taken me to the Forbidden City to admire the snow. The snowfall was heavy that day. I wore a white knitted long dress and a long red cloak, my delicate face framed against the backdrop of crimson walls and white snow, an enchanting scene. He had kept his camera raised the entire time. I had suggested we take a picture together, asking a nearby tourist for assistance. He wrapped his arm around my slender waist while I leaned my head against his shoulder. Our smiles radiant, his delight evident. I had cherished that photo, having printed it with a heartfelt inscription on the back. Today, amidst the white snow, I shall not betray the years, nor the youth. I had loved him fervently. Yet now my favorite photo lay in ruins, the frame shattered, the picture falling onto the pool of red wine. The heavy sound of the door slamming echoed alongside my declaration. Jiang Qingyan, you truly disgust me. Jiang Qingyan's gaze remained fixed on the destroyed photograph, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, his phone rang. It was Yao Man calling. Qingyan, how did your conversation go? Have you broken up? Her voice was urgent. Filled with palpable anticipation, Jiang Qingyan continued to stare at the wine-soaked photo, his voice slow as he replied, We've broken up. Yao Man's excitement and joy were unmistakable. What about Wen Ruan? Has she left? Yao Man, Jiang Qingyan gently interrupted, it's late. You should get some rest and stop staying up late. He glanced at the living room, which resembled a disaster site, before hanging up a good night. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Wen Ruan was jolted awake by the vibration of her phone. Groggily, she fished her phone from beneath her pillow and answered the call. It was Zhang Tongtong. Ruan, I can't accompany you today. Guoguo's grandmother collapsed and was hospitalized last night. Pan Rue and I need to rush back to our hometown. They had planned to go shopping together, and just as Zhang Tongtong was about to leave, She received an urgent call from home informing her that the elderly lady had fallen and lost consciousness. She had already been taken to the hospital, and the situation appeared quite serious when Wen, still groggy and utterly fatigued, had momentarily forgotten about their shopping plans until now. Indeed, it was true. Last night at the restaurant, Zhang Tongtong had texted her, inquiring about how their 3-year anniversary candlelight dinner had gone. She had also mentioned that Jiang Qingyan had left again and that she intended to accompany her. At that time, when Wen had already purchased movie tickets, intending to watch alone, and had declined Zhang Tongtong's invitation to go out shopping today. "Alright, be careful on the road," she replied, after hanging up when Wen turned over and attempted to return to sleep, but this time, she did not slumber for long. Barely half an hour later, she awoke in agony. Her stomach in unbearable pain. Last night, lacking a place to stay, she had checked into a hotel, and unable to sleep, she had ventured to a convenience store to buy alcohol. She had lost track of how much she drank, only remembering that it was nearly 3 o'clock when she finally lay down. Pressing her hand against her stomach, she initially thought she could endure the discomfort, but after rubbing it for a while, the burning sensation within showed no signs of abating, and she broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Ultimately, she resolved to go to the hospital. Her car was still at Huadang Bay. She had been unable to drive last night and had been too lazy to wait for a ride service, opting instead to take a taxi to the hotel driver. "Please take me to the nearest hospital." When Wen hailed a taxi at the entrance, and the driver, familiar with the area, swiftly turned around. Noticing her ashen complexion, he drove quickly, reaching their destination in 10 minutes. After paying, when Wen opened the door to exit, but as soon as her foot touched the ground, she found herself sitting back inside. "Driver, let's go to a different hospital." The driver turned to her, utterly perplexed. "Huh, you said the nearest hospital, and this is it? We've already arrived. What are you changing for? Besides, Sunli Hospital is the best tertiary hospital in Haicheng. Why not go there?" Noticing her forehead glistening with sweat and her eyes swollen as if she had been crying, the driver restrained himself from voicing his thoughts and instead advised, "Young lady, your health is paramount. The next closest hospital is still 20 minutes away, provided there is no traffic." When Wen was indeed in excruciating pain, and upon hearing the 20-minute estimate, she ceased her struggle, thanked him, and exited the cab. It was the weekend. Her mother might be resting, and there was no guarantee she would be available. Nevertheless, seeking medical attention took precedence. She was suffering terribly. On this Saturday, the hospital was teeming with people, and the line for registration was exceedingly long. While waiting in line, Lin Yu sent her a WeChat message. "Did you see Yao Man's moments?" Wen Ruan replied, "No, I don't have her WeChat." Previously, she had connected with Yao Man the day before her entry into Ronli capital, when the big boss had called her in, stating that Yao Man lacked experience and should be properly mentored. Yao Man had served as her assistant for just 1 day, yet had managed to stir up considerable trouble. She had caused a significant mess. Shifting the blame onto an investment manager from her department, the manager possessed evidence to clear his name but was hesitant to offend the young lady, leaving him to seek her assistance. Initially, she had intended to resolve the matter privately, but the young lady had preemptively lodged a complaint during a responsibility meeting, demanding the manager's dismissal in front of numerous witnesses. She had defended the manager, thus incurring the young lady's ire. Perhaps that was the moment she had offended Yao Man. At the time, she had contemplated inviting Yao Man out for a meal to apologize and mend their relationship. But the following day, Yao Man had gone to serve as Jiang Qingyan's assistant. She had not deleted Yao Man from her contacts then. It was later, when Yao Man would frequently post on social media every time Jiang Qingyan left with her. Whether it was a photo of Jiang Qingyan's profile, or Yao Man sharing how Jiang Qingyan bought her milk tea, or how Jiang Qingyan helped her with her bag or jacket, or even accompanying her to the hospital to help with registration and 4 drips. Eventually, when Wen discovered that Yao Man had configured her posts so that only Wen could see them, while others were oblivious, she had no desire to view them, so she promptly blocked and deleted her. When Wen had already surmised that since Lin Yu was asking, Yao Man must have posted something, she felt indifferent. After enduring the most humiliating moment the previous night, what more could there be? However, when she saw the screenshot Lin Yu sent, her heart ached. Yao Man had posted 10 minutes prior, ecstatic about finally enjoying breakfast prepared by Mr. Jiang. The accompanying image depicted a meticulously arranged breakfast: vegetables, fruits, eggs, milk, youtiao, fried dough sticks, and coffee, diverse and nutritionally balanced. After Lin Yu sent the screenshot, her messages flooded in. "Lin Yu, what is going on? Lin Yu, that Mr. Jiang must be Jiang Qingyan, right? This dining table in background, the moment you see it. You know it's at home. Jiang Qingyan made breakfast for Yao Man early this morning. Did they spend the night together? Lin Yu, Wen Ruan, don't tell me you've already lost? I was looking forward to the drama. Lin Yu, you and Jiang Qingyan have been together for 3 years, while Yao Man has only been around for 3 months. You truly have a remarkable talent for losing." Losing 3 years to 3 months was indeed disheartening, yet, it was not merely 3 months. They had known each other since childhood, nearly 30 years. When Wen refrained from responding to Lin Yu's messages, Scrolling up to enlarge the screenshot, her anger intensifying the pain in her stomach. The dining table and background were unmistakably hers. Indeed, the table was chosen by her, the tablecloth was changed by her, and the dinnerware was purchased by her. The ornate, gilded coffee cup in Yao Man's hand was something she had bought 2 months ago while traversing half a street in Italy. She had intended to gift it. That scoundrel Jiang Qingyan, while she was writhing in agony at the hospital, he brought his white moonlight home and prepared a heartfelt breakfast for her, and even took her belongings without permission. Were it not for the excruciating pain in her stomach, she would have certainly stormed over to confront him. Wen Ruan promptly called Jiang Qingyan. The call connected, but Yao Man answered Wen Ruan at that moment. Jiang Qingyan was not in the dining room. His phone lay on the table. Seeing that it was Wen Ruan calling, Yao Man picked it up without hesitation. "Why are you calling Qingyan? Didn't you break up last night?" Aware of their breakup, Yao Man had rushed to Huadangbei the moment she woke up that morning. Jiang Qingyan looked disheveled, wearing the same clothes as the previous day, as if he had spent the night on the sofa without sleep. The ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. She found his disheartened demeanor unappealing. "You love me. Now that I'm back, you can finally rid yourself of her. You should be happy. Why the long face? Do you still have feelings for her?" Jiang Qingyan regarded her for a moment before chuckling. "I do have some feelings. After all, she has been with me for 3 years. Even if one adopts a pet, there is bound to be some attachment." He likened Wen Ruan to a pet, which amused her. Yao Man relayed Jiang Qingyan's words to Wen Ruan verbatim, believing it would provoke her, yet all she did was laugh. "What are you so pleased about? You re a pet too?" Fearing Yao Man might not comprehend, she kindly elaborated. "You discarded Jiang Qingyan's love letter years ago, married then divorced, yet he waited for you all this time. That kind of person is a quintessential puppy love type. You can't expect to have an interspecies romance unless you're a pet as well." Yao Man was taken aback by her twisted logic and ground her teeth. Wen Ruan, overwhelmed by the intensity of her stomach pain, had no time for further banter. "Put Jiang Qingyan on the phone." "He can't take the call." Yao Man, recalling the thunderstorm last weekend when she had called Jiang Qingyan for company, only to have Wen Ruan answer, now deliberately aimed to provoke her. Qingyan just worked up a sweat. "He is in the shower." Jiang Qingyan was indeed in the shower. After a sleepless night, he had first prepared breakfast for her before finally taking a shower and changing clothes. Wen Ruan pressed her hand against her churning stomach, inhaling deeply. "Fine, if he can't take the call, then listen closely. The coffee cup you're using is my personal property, not something your puppy love brother bought for you. You've used it. It's as good as being thrown in the toilet. I don't want it anymore. Consider it a gift. It's a collector's item. There is nothing exactly like it. The cup costs 20,000. You owe me that much in compensation. Additionally, please tell Jiang Qingyan that I contributed half the cost of that house. My name is on the household registration booklet. And from now on, he is not permitted to bring any pets inside without my consent." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Ruan hung up the phone. Having finally managed to register, she turned to head toward the elevator. But halfway there, the pain became unbearable, causing her to bend over, her legs weak and nearly collapsing. Just as she was about to kneel on the ground, a hand caught her arm. "Hey, Director Wen, who are you planning to bow down to this early in the morning? It is not even New Year yet, and I don't have any red envelopes for you." The teasing voice was all too familiar, and when Wen Ruan looked up, she was indeed met with He Zheng. Chapter 6. Treat me to dinner. Wen Ruan had not anticipated encountering He Zheng at the hospital. President He Zheng leaned closer, a strong scent of alcohol wafting from him. "How much did you drink to smell this strong?" The proximity was too much for Wen Ruan, causing her to take a step back. "Not much." He Zheng's gaze swept across her face before, in the next instant, he snatched the registration slip from her hand, glanced at it, and effortlessly lifted her off the ground in a horizontal carry. "Hey!" Wen Ruan gasped in surprise, her body suddenly suspended in midair, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" He Zheng carried her forward. "With your turtle pace, by the time you crawl up to the 3rd floor, the doctors will have already left for the day." Though she was moving slowly, it was hardly slow enough for the doctors to finish their shifts. Wen Ruan had intended to retort, but the free ride was undeniably convenient. "Thank you." Just as she began to speak, a sharp pain twisted in her stomach, causing her to grip his collar tightly. He Zheng felt the pressure on his neck and glanced down at her pale face, scoffing. "Are you treating alcohol like water? Are you trying to kill yourself?" While he teased her, his pace quickened. The elevator had yet to reach the 4th floor, and with the crowd waiting, He Zheng opted to carry Wen Ruan up the stairs instead. At Huadangbei, Jiang Qingyan had just finished his shower when he heard a loud bang. He followed the sound and saw a coffee cup forcefully smashed onto the ground, coffee splattering across the floor. Shards of the cup strewn everywhere. "Why would someone throw a cup?" Yao Man, infuriated by several disparaging remarks from Wen Ruan, struggled to catch her breath. Upon hearing the noise, she looked up to see Jiang Qingyan emerging and immediately reported. "Qingyan, Wen Ruan called me a dog. I merely borrowed one of her cups, and she compared me to a toilet, humiliating me over a mere cup." Jiang Qingyan walked over and bent down to pick up a piece of the broken cup. He recognized it immediately. This was the cup Wen Ruan had brought back from Italy 2 months ago. She had been so excited, saying she had finally found the perfect gift after scouring half a street. It was a gift for her mother. Wen Ruan's relationship with her mother had been strained, and for the past 2 years she had been making efforts to mend it. Her mother had a singular interest in collecting coffee cups, and Wen Ruan made it a point to gift her one each year. The very cup that Yao Man had shattered was one Wen Ruan had said her mother had seen in a magazine and had been searching for. She had been thrilled to finally find it. Jiang Qingyan, when the new year comes, if you come home with me, my mom will surely like you for giving her this cup. She had intended to take him home for the new year. Jiang Qingyan's gaze fixed on the fragment in his hand, his grip tightening, his fingertips beginning to ache. They had already broken up. He would not be going home with her, nor could he personally present the cup to her mother. But this cup. Jiang Qingyan looked towards Yao Man, his tone involuntarily tinged with reproach. Isn't there another cup available? Why use this one, next to the coffee machine, aside from the couple's cups that he and Wen Ruan usually used? There were several left for guests, all openly displayed. He distinctly remembered Wen Ruan taking this cup out and placing it in the cabinet of the TV stand. Those cups had all been used. And Yao Man's reasoning was rather presumptuous. Of course I would find a new one. Jiang Qingyan had not slept all night. Yao Man had thought to brew him a cup of coffee while enjoying one herself. The couple's cups were clearly meant for him and Wen Ruan. She could hardly use Wen Ruan's cup. The few set aside for guests had undoubtedly been used as well, so she wandered the house until she stumbled upon a new one, a collectible. Quite rare, and Wen Ruan had an eye for such things. Such a cup was worthy of her, and so when she posted on social media, she not only included the breakfast Jiang Qingyan had prepared but also gave the coffee cup a close-up shot. To her surprise, she was scolded by Wen Ruan. In all her life, Wen Ruan was the first person to dare strike and berate her, and in a fit of anger, she had smashed the cup. Yao Man walked over, snatched the fragment from Jiang Qingyan's hand, disdainfully tossed it to the ground, and linked her arm with his, saying, I really like that cup. I was planning to buy it myself. I would have paid double, but she hit me last night, and today, she berated and humiliated me over a broken cup. She's gone too far. Jiang Qingyan explained that the cup was a gift for Wen Ruan's mother. Understanding her anger, acknowledging that he had wronged her, and thus she was taking it out on Yao Man, he placed his palm gently atop Yao Man's head, slowly rubbing it. You need not concern yourself with the cup. I will compensate her later. Yao Man, previously furious, found herself momentarily distracted by Jiang Qingyan's tender tone and affectionate gesture. The shards on the floor needed tending to, and as Jiang Qingyan went to fetch a broom, Yao Man suddenly remembered something, following him. I can overlook the cup, but there's one thing I cannot abide. Wen Ruan said she contributed half the money for this house. Qingyan, you should not keep this house. Let Wen Ruan reimburse you at market price, or have her sell the house. Caught up in her words, she failed to notice the shards beneath her feet. Yao Man stepped on a piece of the coffee cup, slipping and falling to the ground, her wrist striking another shard, leaving a shallow cut that oozed blood. That hurts. Having someone to help was indeed a blessing. From the moment Wen Ruan registered to the time she sat in the infusion hall, she had not moved a step. It was all He Zheng who was busying himself. When the needle was inserted, He Zheng stepped away for a moment, returning with breakfast in hand. Wen Ruan had the needle in her left arm, and He Zheng sat beside her on the right, lifting the lid off a bowl of millet porridge, cradling it in his palm, and offering her a spoon. You haven't eaten breakfast, have you? You can't take this medication on an empty stomach. It might irritate your stomach. Have something to settle your stomach. Wen Ruan had little appetite, but the emptiness in her stomach was indeed uncomfortable, and she accepted the spoon. Thank you. Consider it a favor owed. He Zheng followed along. I only helped because I want a favor in return. Otherwise, with our relationship, I would take advantage of you while you're ill and snatch 2 projects from you. To facilitate her eating the porridge. He raised his hand a bit higher. Wen Ruan took a spoonful and, swallowing slowly, replied, I won't compete with you anymore. After resigning, she planned to move to another city and likely change the direction of her life. She had saved some money and intended to open a homestay in a slow-paced city, spending her days playing with cats and walking dogs, living freely. Wen Ruan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, and He Zheng looked up at the 4 drip to check the flow, not quite catching what she said. What? Wen Ruan swallowed the porridge and said, I said thank you. He Zheng felt that her earlier words were not merely a thank you. But he did not press further, reaching out to poke her forehead. Why do you keep your head down? Have you done something shameful? Wen Ruan swatted his hand away. I'm afraid my mom will see. Years ago, when she had secretly changed her college application to distance herself from Haicheng, abandoning medicine for finance, her mother had erupted in fury. Later, when she began dating Jiang Qingyan, her mother had hoped she would find a doctor. But she did not listen, and their relationship had remained strained. Her mother had said, your future and your love are your choices, just don't regret them. It was her own choice, and thus she had no regrets. Even if she had chosen wrongly, even if she were bloodied and battered, she must bear the consequences herself. Yet, she did not wish for her mother to see her in such a disheveled state. Your mom, oh my, how could I forget about that? He Zheng reacted strongly, quickly putting on his hat. Today he wore a woolen black hooded coat. Wen Ruan's mother was a doctor at this very hospital. Because her mother worked at Songli Hospital, He Zheng had previously avoided coming here, opting for other hospitals instead. After leaving Haicheng for half a year, he had just returned a few days ago. And the thought had slipped his mind seeing him donning a hat, when Ruan chuckled in disbelief. What are you doing? Are you still afraid of my mom? Of course, back when we were reported for early dating. Your mom said I led you astray, chasing me down 3 streets, scolding me so fiercely I couldn't lift my head. That memory is quite vivid. Early dating. When Ruan's gaze momentarily froze, He Zheng was referring to their senior year in high school when she had tutored him. And they had grown closer, only to be anonymously reported to the head teacher for their supposed early relationship. They were called in with their parents. He Zheng's parents did not come, but her mother did. In front of many people, she slapped her. That wasn't enough. Her mother believed she was indeed dating early, and in front of everyone, one slap was insufficient. Upon returning home, she began rifling through her diary. And when Ruan discovered this, she had an emotional outburst. Her mother had merely replied lightly, "I'm doing this for your own good." Her memories from high school were not pleasant. Seeing Wen Ruan lost in thought. He Zheng recalled that slap, feeling a twinge of regret for having spoken too hastily and bringing up the moment that had wounded her pride. He cleared his throat, the prominent Adam's apple bobbing. Quickly changing the subject, "Is your stomach feeling any better now?" When Ruan regained her focus, replying, "Yes, a little better." Suddenly recalling something, she set down the spoon and took out her phone from her pocket. "Right, I'll transfer the money to you." Earlier, He Zheng had gone to pay the fees after they left the doctor's office. When Ruan opened WeChat, He Zheng snatched the phone from her. "What, do I look like I lack money? This amount isn't even enough for a single meal. Why don't you offer to treat me instead?" When Ruan replied politely, "Then shall I treat you to a meal?" He Zheng shoved the phone into her pocket again and handed her the spoon. "A meal, huh? Alright, I suppose that shows you have a bit of conscience. I want to go to number 10 Jingwan Road." Wen Ruan, "That you're really not being polite." Number 10 Jingwan Road was the most expensive restaurant in Haicheng. Requiring reservations 3 months in advance, they only served 10 tables a night, with a minimum per person of 5,000. He Zheng, "Do you still remember that in our first year of high school? You were beaten to the brink of death, and I took you to the hospital, registered you, paid for you, and even bought you food. I never took advantage of you back then." In their first year of high school. When Ruan and He Zheng had been deskmates, she had been too focused on her studies while He Zheng slept through class, the two of them like two ships passing in the night. That all changed in the 4th week of school. That day, it was their turn to be on duty together. He Zheng went out to wash the mop and never returned. She finished the remaining tasks alone. And by the time she was done, it was already very late. Since she didn't stay in the school dorms, she took a shortcut home and passed through a narrow alley, where she found He Zheng lying there. Covered in blood, she busied herself helping him, and she certainly did not take advantage of him then. "So, He Zheng, consider this your debt of gratitude repaid." He Zheng chuckled, his deep voice laced with a charming weariness. "Alright, let's just say it's settled." He shifted the conversation, "But if you're going to bring up past events, then we need to settle accounts." Wen Ruan, "What accounts?" "The accounts for the feelings you toyed with back then." Chapter 7 Wen Ruan is here. "I am scheduled to travel on business tomorrow and will return next Friday, so let us plan for Saturday. The doctor mentioned you have 2 bottles left for tomorrow, which gives you a perfect opportunity to nurture your stomach over the next few days." Saturday, Wen Ruan expressed doubt, questioning whether you could secure a reservation. That restaurant requires advance bookings, even for members. He Zheng found it rather peculiar to wear a hat indoors and removed it, stating, "I am a major shareholder with a private booth, no need for a reservation." Wen Ruan replied, "Alright then," after taking a sip of porridge. She added, "Since you are a major shareholder, may I treat you to a meal? Will there be a discount?" He Zheng's stern expression broke into a teasing smile. "Of course, the 10 discount." Wen Ruan responded with a soft chuckle. Dressed in the same attire from yesterday, having chosen a more delicate outfit for their anniversary, she felt a chill today, which was even colder than the previous day. The warm porridge had soothed her stomach. Yet she still felt somewhat cold and instinctively huddled into her clothing. He Zheng had been observing her, and upon noticing her shiver, he placed the porridge on the nearby chair and draped his coat over her shoulders. "Hey," Wen Ruan exclaimed, turning to him, "you don't need to do that." As she attempted to remove the coat, He Zheng gently took her hand away. "I fear you might renege on our Saturday plan. Once your stomach feels better, I wouldn't want you to catch a cold or fall ill again, and endure a week of distress." Wen Ruan replied, "There is no need to curse me like that." Relenting, she said, "Thank you, Mr. He. I'll return it after I wash it." Alright. Having consumed half of her porridge, Wen Ruan found herself unable to continue and set down her spoon. "Mystery, I can manage alone. Are you here to see the doctor or the patient? Please attend to your own matters and do not let me delay you." Attend to his own matters. He Zheng paused, momentarily recalling why he was at the hospital. He remembered, after leaving the cinema last night, he had taken Shen Yining home, and upon departure, Shen Yifan insisted on accompanying him, claiming he was in a bad mood after a quarrel with his girlfriend and needed to drink and sleep in his car. They had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol that night. Early this morning, Shen Yining had called, sobbing and gasping for breath, stating she had been in a car accident. Shen Yifan, who had drunk until 2 in the morning, was dead to the world and could not be roused, leaving He Zheng to go to her aid. Shen Yining had recently obtained her driver's license and, due to her inexperience, panicked while trying to avoid an oncoming vehicle. turning the steering wheel too sharply and crashing into a tree. Fortunately, she had managed to brake in time, resulting in only minor damage to the front of the car, Shen Yining nursing her left wrist in pain. Had He Zheng called for assistance to handle the accident before taking her to the hospital? As Sungli Hospital was the closest to the accident site, they had gone there. The waiting area was crowded, and he instructed Shen Yining to queue while he, still suffering from a hangover, prepared to step outside for a cigarette. It was then he spotted Wen Ruan. As he pondered whether Shen Yining had finished her registration, a series of rapid footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a woman in a dark green coat and mask standing before him. He Zheng, you have gone too far. In the infusion hall, Shen Yining stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at He Zheng, her eyes filled with indignation. Upon hearing he had been drinking with his cousin the previous night, she had risen at 6 to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for him, only to end up in an accident on the way. Startled and nursing her wrist, which was now only mildly painful, she had decided to feign discomfort, hoping He Zheng would take care of her for a few days. Instead, he had left her to fend for herself in the queue and was now seen embracing another woman. He had claimed he was stepping out for a smoke, and yet, she had already finished her registration while he had yet to return. His phone continuously unanswered. Thankfully, his handsome face and tall stature made him stand out in the crowd, and someone had recognized him and directed her to the infusion hall on the 3rd floor, stating they had seen him holding another woman. A woman. Shen Yining's anger flared as she glared at He Zheng, then turned to scrutinize the woman beside him. Upon recognizing her, her eyes widened in surprise. You were the one from the cinema last night. A surge of urgency coursed through her, especially upon noticing He Zheng still holding a bowl of porridge. Shen Yining was furious. She had yet to eat breakfast. Wen Ruan, initially unaware of who Shen Yining was, recalled the encounter from the cinema. Realizing the misunderstanding, she was about to interject, but He Zheng had already dialed a number. Come to Songli Hospital, your sister is injured. Shen Yining abruptly turned to He Zheng. You're here. Why are you calling my brother? Shen Yifan, still groggy from sleep, answered the call, his mind still hazy. Upon hearing injured, he became slightly more alert, but upon hearing Shen Yining's voice, he rolled over, intending to go back to sleep. Her loud voice suggested all was well, and besides, she was right there, so he instructed her to keep an eye on things while he went back to sleep. Just as he was about to hang up, He Zheng added, Wen Ruan is here. Wen Ruan is here. Shen Yifan's interest peaked. No wonder He Zheng had called him 3 times in a row. Fully awake now, he sat up, vigorously rubbing his face. Give the phone to Yining. Once the phone reached Shen Yining, Shen Yifan instructed, your brother He Zheng has something to attend to. Do not disturb him. Go wait for me in the lobby on the 1st floor. I will be there in 20 minutes. Shen Yining was dissatisfied and took the opportunity to complain. I'm not bothering him. He brought me to the hospital, yet he is here embracing another woman while I'm getting 4 drips. 4 drips. When Ruan is ill, Shen Yifan dashed towards the bathroom, disappearing from He Zheng's view within a minute. Do not delay your matters. If you do, I will call your mother to come pick you up. Shen Yining had sneaked out without permission, and if her mother found out, she would undoubtedly come to bind her with ropes. Gritting her teeth, she stamped her foot in frustration. Shen Yifan, you are ruthless. Throwing the phone back to He Zheng, Shen Yining pointed at Wen Ruan, declaring, Wen Ruan, I shall remember you. Hey, Wen Ruan attempted to speak, but Shen Yining had already dashed away, leaving her uncertain about the situation. Suspecting there had been an argument, she turned to urge He Zheng, aren't you going to chase after her? Your girlfriend has run off. You should go explain. Girlfriend? He Zheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what makes you think she is my girlfriend? When Ruan remained silent. He Zheng had undergone significant changes over the years. Back in high school, he was known as the school bully, a title born from his frequent fights, whether one-on-one or in groups. With few defeats, rumors circulated that he was a love child of a prominent family in Haicheng, likely true, as the school turned a blind eye to his altercations, although he was once arrogant. His demeanor was that of youthful mischief, and he would blush easily when teased. They had shared a close friendship, but after the college entrance examination, she secretly enrolled in a university far away in Rongcheng while He Zheng remained in Haicheng. She had ended their relationship, and they had lost touch. Years later, they met again in Haicheng, and he had changed drastically. Haicheng was rife with enterprises that would not tolerate the rise of newcomers. He had started his own business, a love child of a wealthy family with no background or support, and initially faced skepticism. However, within 4 years, he had firmly established Mingdi capital in Haicheng, commanding respect and fear from his competitors. After stabilizing the company, he began to enjoy life, and perhaps her foolish actions from years ago had spurred him into becoming a charming rogue, though Wen Ruan had not paid much attention to his personal affairs. She occasionally heard whispers at gatherings, describing him as someone who flitted from one relationship to another, notorious for his lack of commitment, having witnessed him take a young woman to the cinema last night and then deny her as his girlfriend today. She couldn't help but think he was indeed rather callous. He Zheng studied Wen Ruan's doe-like eyes, suspecting she harbored disdain for him. Wen Ruan, are you secretly condemning me as a scoundrel in your heart? Wen Ruan would never admit it. No, He Zheng interrupted. Her name is Shen Yining, Shen Yifan's cousin, and she is still in college. I do not engage with someone so much younger. Shen Yifan. Wen Ruan recognized the name. The three of them, He Zheng, Shen Yining, and herself, had been high school classmates. Over the 3 years of high school, He Zheng and Shen Yifan had been the closest of friends, later attending the same university, sharing the same major and dormitory. After graduation, Shen Yifan joined He Zheng in his entrepreneurial endeavors and is now the second in command at Mingyi Capital, their bond unbreakable. As she pondered this, He Zheng began recounting the events of the previous night's movie. The ghostly female character in the film had been played by Shen Yining, who had reserved an entire row for their group, intending for everyone to attend. In the end, they all had other commitments. Leaving him to face the awkwardness alone, Shen Yifan had been unable to resist his cousin's insistence to support her film, resulting in He Zheng confronting him afterward. Shen Yifan had sheepishly explained that his mother had tasked him with ensuring Shen Yining was taken care of, leading him to buy a row of tickets instead of the entire auditorium. The ghostly character in the movie, Wen Ruan, realized with a start, understanding now that the girl was indeed an actress, which explained her mask. He Zheng discreetly observed her. Her porcelain skin was untouched by makeup, radiating a natural beauty that was both clean and striking. Her eyes, still puffy from crying, conveyed a fragile allure. "Did you argue with Jiang Qingyan?" When Ruan, momentarily slow to process, instinctively replied, "Yes," and then, after a beat, questioned, "Why did you suddenly mention Jiang Qingyan?" He Zheng glanced up at the four-drip, nonchalantly remarking, "Yesterday marked the 3rd anniversary of your relationship with Jiang Qingyan. Yet you chose to watch a movie alone, and today you find yourself back at the hospital, still clad in yesterday's attire, without a change of clothes." When Ruan was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "How do you know about my relationship with Jiang Qingyan?" Their relationship had remained undisclosed at the company, unbeknownst to outsiders. How could He Zheng be privy to such information, even the details of their anniversary? He Zheng replied, "I happened to be dining at a friend's restaurant during your 2nd anniversary celebration. I spotted you both as I left. Who would have thought that Jiang Qingyan, that insipid blockhead, could be so romantic? Roses, red wine, a violin, and a cake adorned with your portrait. It all seemed rather fitting for a celebration. 2 years. When Ruan recalled last year's anniversary, indeed prior to Yao Man's return, Jiang Qingyan had been quite the romantic, booking restaurants in advance, selecting gifts, and providing her with the grandest surprises. Before Yao Man's return, he had been a commendable boyfriend, thus she had been blissfully oblivious, unaware that the sweetness of the candy was merely a facade concealing poison. Chapter 8, Mr. Zhang's generosity. "So, you had a quarrel?" He Zheng returned to the previous topic. "Yes, we broke up." When Ruan found it difficult to articulate, feeling embarrassed for having been a mere tool for 3 years. If He Zheng were to learn of this, he would surely find it amusing, probably even uttering, "You deserve it. Karma has a way of returning." "Yes, we quarreled." When Ruan casually mentioned over work-related matters, differing opinions, she inquired, "Besides you, who else knows?" Before resigning, it was best that as few people as possible were aware. Otherwise, if Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man announced their relationship, she would become the subject of ridicule. When Ruan, "Are you blaming me?" He Zhen's sharp gaze pierced through her. "Don't place the blame on me indiscriminately. Do I seem like someone who has nothing better to do than gossip?" He Zheng could surmise their reasons for keeping their relationship under wraps. An office romance between a superior and a subordinate left ample room for speculation, and in a workplace rife with jealousy, she, being so exceptional, would undoubtedly have made enemies. If word of her relationship with Jiang Qingyan got out, she would face a barrage of disdain behind her back. Keeping it private was indeed prudent. Suddenly recalling something, He Zheng slapped his forehead. "Shen Yifan also knows, but it's not because I blurted it out. I was dining with him at the time, and he saw it too, but rest assured, he is as trustworthy as I am." "Thank you." It had been a year without any leaks. Indeed, these two were quite reliable. Upon mentioning Jiang Qingyan, an unexpressed emotion swelled within Wen Ruan, suffocating her. She regretted not having slapped him more last night. She should have struck him a few more times, perhaps even to the point of hospitalization. This way, Yao Man Wen Ti have gone to Huadang Bay for breakfast and Wen Ti have used her coffee cup. Suddenly, her phone buzzed, and indeed, it was as if her thoughts had conjured it. Jiang Qingyan was calling. Given the timing, she could guess the reason. Yao Man must have reported her, and he was calling to discuss the coffee cup incident. He Zheng cast a glance at her phone screen, his demeanor growing distant as he lifted the half bowl of congealed porridge and stood up. "You stay here. I'll check on Shen Yining." When Ruan replied, "All right." Once his figure disappeared around the corner, she answered the call, and just as anticipated, he was calling to apologize regarding the coffee cup. It has nothing to do with Yao Man. There were no clean cups at home, so I lent her mine. I apologize. Jiang Qingyan took full responsibility, broaching the topic of compensation. "The cup broke, and I can't return it to you. I recall you mentioning it was a collectible. A gift from your boss, and there isn't an identical one. How about I compensate you?" When Ruan felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. "You remember I said it was a collectible. But do you also remember it was a gift I bought for my mother? I searched for it for a long time." There was a moment of silence from Jiang Qingyan's end. "I am sorry, I forgot. You remember everything else, yet you conveniently forget that." She knew he had a good memory, yet he understood her temperament. The truth was that her upbringing and the ensuing embarrassment had led her to temporarily hold her ground. She had pursued him, attributing her misfortune to herself, but if they continued to push her, she would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Jiang Qingyan was a clever man, and it was unnecessary for him to provoke her over a coffee cup. Especially now when she was still reeling from the shock, thus, he was merely shielding Yao Man from blame. Compensate? Wen Ruan scoffed. I refuse to accept your offer, don't treat me as a fool. It was Yao Man who took it without my consent, she stole it, I will report it, 1,000 allows for a case to be filed, the value of my cup is 20,000. And I have the receipt, I'm not trying to swindle you. Jiang Qingyan sighed, it's just a cup. Wen Ruan, don't make a scene. Wen Ruan was furious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice icily resolute, I will make a scene, the ones in the wrong are you, not me, you have no right to accuse me. Jiang Qingyan remained silent for a long while, just as Wen Ruan was about to hang up in frustration. He finally spoke. Wen Ruan, you're not a child, don't act impulsively, consider the consequences. You can confront Yao Man if you wish, but she has the entire Rongli group backing her, what do you have? I know you're not afraid, you have that. Better to be shattered jade than to be complete tile attitude. You can disregard everything for a fleeting moment of satisfaction, but your mother and friends are in Haicheng. You understand the Yao family's standing in Haicheng. If you wish to ruin your mother and friends' careers, then by all means, continue your antics. His voice remained gentle, yet each word was laden with a threat. Wen Ruan longed to retort, yet she sadly realized he was correct. She couldn't even afford to make a scene. Jiang Qingyan, she uttered, her voice cracking, knowing you has truly brought misfortune. Jiang Qingyan fell silent. Wen Ruan didn't wish to engage further. Refined compensation then, how much do you intend to offer? Jiang Qingyan responded, I'll give you the apartment at Huadang Bay. If you wish to sell it. Keep all the money, just notify me during the transfer, and I'll cooperate with the signing. Wen Ruan looked up at the four drip, pondering for a moment before sneering. Mr. Jiang, how generous, alright, I'll give you 2 days. Vacate by Monday. He Zheng emerged from the elevator and immediately spotted Jiang Qingyan in the first floor lobby on the phone. Jiang Qingyan noticed him too. Just as Wen Ruan hung up, he pocketed his phone and strode over to He Zheng, greeting him with the usual pleasantries. Mr. Eid, spare me the formalities, He Zheng interrupted, his gaze icy as it met Jiang Qingyan's, dripping with disdain. Do not speak to me, get lost, what kind of man leaves his girlfriend to watch a movie alone? Drink alone, and come to the hospital alone. His girlfriend was in such pain, and he still had time to chat, truly despicable. He Zheng harbored a deep disdain for Jiang Qingyan, wishing to exchange not a single word with him. With a dismissive remark, he turned on his heel and walked away. Jiang Qingyan was left speechless. Having been abroad for 6 months, he questioned what he had done to provoke such ire from He Zheng. As there had been no interactions or conflicts between them during that time, it was utterly baffling. He turned to watch He Zheng's retreating figure, furrowing his brow slightly when his phone rang. Yao Man was calling. Qingyan, have you arrived? The hospital's parking spaces were limited, so Jiang Qingyan had parked his car at the entrance, allowing Yao Man to enter and find a doctor for treatment. He had to circle around before finding a parking spot. On the way over, he had called Wen Ruan, only to run into He Zheng. As He Zheng's figure disappeared at the door, Jiang Qingyan paid him no further mind, speaking softly into the phone. I am in the lobby, just walk left, alright. He Zheng did not seek out Shen Yifan. Instead, he found a quiet spot outside to smoke. After finishing, he called Shen Yifan. Have you arrived? We were just about to leave. Where are you? I'll join you. Following Shen Yifan's instructions, He Zheng located the black Bentley in the hospital parking lot, opened the passenger door, and slid in. Glancing back, where's your little princess? She left. Her hand is fine, she was just pretending. Shen Yifan fastened his seatbelt. She didn't want me to give her a ride. She hailed a taxi and ran off to complain to my mother, saying I was being uncooperative. Mentioning this cousin gave Shen Yifan a headache. That he was the only child. All 3 of his uncles had sons, leaving only his little uncle with a daughter. Shen Yifan was the sole girl of their generation. The elders doted on her excessively, treating her like their most precious jewel. During high school, she became infatuated with a male star and, eager to pursue her idol, joined a talent show immediately after the college entrance exams. The Shen family had never ventured into the entertainment industry, and they opposed her decision vehemently. The girl, however, was so headstrong that she ran away from home. Eventually, the family, realizing they couldn't dissuade her and worried about her hardships, had to relent. Fearing she would be taken advantage of, they discreetly arranged for someone to look after her, while simultaneously curbing her opportunities, allowing her only to shoot a few commercials or play minor roles, hoping she would tire of it and return to a normal life. Yet, the girl had shown remarkable perseverance. Nearly 3 years in the industry, although she remained relatively unknown, she showed no sign of giving up and even entertained the thought of continuing her career. This predicament had led to a confrontation with his aunt last month. She wanted to send Shen Yifan abroad for studies, but the girl refused vehemently, resulting in a fierce argument. Terrified of returning home, she would often come to him when there were no classes or engagements. It wasn't that she particularly favored her cousin, it was mainly because of He Zheng. To say that Shen Yifan was infatuated with He Zheng would be an understatement. She was a massive fan of his looks, utterly captivated by his appearance. There was ample evidence to support this. Initially, she embarked on her career to chase after a star. After her debut, upon witnessing the male celebrity's true self away from the camera, she found his barefaced appearance unappealing and shifted her affections to a more refined young heartthrob. Later, upon encountering He Zheng, she promptly forgot the young lad, becoming infatuated with the mature male lead while playing a supporting role last year. Only to find He Zheng lacking in charm. He even offered a sigh of relief for He Zheng, yet this girl returned 6 months ago, declaring that He Zheng was the most handsome of all. Should another handsome fellow surpass He Zheng in allure, she would undoubtedly flee once more. Shen Yifan, having been friends with He Zheng for many years, understood him well. He Zheng merely refrained from speaking too harshly out of respect for him. He Zheng had no fondness for girls like Shen Yifan. No, to be precise, it could be said that he disliked women of any temperament. More accurately still, he had eyes only for one woman in the entire world. Regardless of her disposition, whom he adored immensely. Alas, the affections were unrequited. As the car departed from the hospital parking lot, Shen Yifan glanced at He Zheng in the passenger seat. Wen Ruan should be there for a while longer. Are you not going to keep her company? It's quite pitiful to be alone receiving in 4 drip. He Zheng fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Qingyan has come. If anyone should accompany her, it would be her boyfriend. What role do I play in that? Jiang Qingyan's arrival at this moment surely meant Wen Ruan had summoned him. Since Wen Ruan had invited him, it seemed they had reconciled. At a red light, Shen Yifan halted the car, and after a brief silence, he let out a soft sigh. Are you truly leaving? Have you thought it through? The company planned to establish an office in Singapore, and He Zheng had spent the last 6 months preparing for this venture. Originally, he was not required to go there, but he yearned to depart from Haicheng. He stated that there was no longer any significance in remaining in this city. In the future, he would reside abroad for an extended period, returning only occasionally. The initial plan was to leave after the new year, but a pressing project at the new company necessitated an earlier departure, as securing it would mark a prosperous beginning. He was set to fly out tomorrow night, uncertain when he would return next. He Zheng had lent his jacket to Wen Ruan, feeling cold after being outside for a while, and he reached to increase the air conditioning. I'll be back next Friday. He Zheng's mention of his agreement with Wen Ruan elicited a chuckle from him. Next Saturday, she insists on treating me to a meal at number 10 Jingwan Road. Her earnest invitation is hard to refuse, so I must show my respect. Shen Yifan shot him a sidelong glance. Hard to refuse? Isn't that meal something you shamelessly bargained for? He Zheng beamed with pride. What of it? I earn my meals through my own merits. Fine, through your merits, Shen Yifan drawled. Does Wen Ruan know you'll be spending a long time abroad? Have you informed her? No, why not? What if she tries to persuade you to stay? He Zheng leaned languidly against the seat, his eyes fixated on the dim sky outside, his gaze shrouded in an impenetrable mist. After a long pause, he chuckled softly. Not a chance. Once I leave, she will reign supreme in Haicheng. That heartless little trickster will be delighted. Chapter 9. She was soaked in the rain when Ruan exited the infusion hall after finishing her drip, and it was nearly 11 o'clock while waiting for the elevator. Her WeChat was bombarded with messages from Linyu, who sent her a screenshot of Yao Man's moments. In the photo, a slender wrist was wrapped in gauze, with the location tagged as Sangli Hospital. Posted an hour ago with the caption, a minor injury. Mr. Jiang was distressed and insisted on coming to the hospital. Linyu, have they started showing off their affection? Are they officially together? Linyu, wow, this young lady is impressive. She captured him in just 3 months? Linyu, Jiang Qingyan isn't one to be fickle. Has he truly become a consort for power? Linyu, Wen Ruan, are you really conceding this easily? Don't fight back. If you two don't clash, I'll have no drama to watch. Wen Ruan read the messages but chose not to respond. After hailing a cab back to the hotel, she handed her clothes to the staff for cleaning and drying. Wen Ruan slept soundly until 7 in the evening, awakened once more by her phone ringing. Zhang Tongtong's call. Ruan, I need your help with something. The curtains were drawn, and the room was pitch black. When Ruan reached for the bedside lamp. What is it? After a tiring day without food, Zhang Tongtong spoke weakly. The doctor said my mother-in-law's condition is quite serious. She requires surgery. Zhang Tongtong had hesitated to trouble Wen Ruan, as she seldom spoke of her mother, and their relationship was strained, not wanting to impose. She felt she had no other option. The elderly lady had coronary heart disease, and the doctor insisted on placing a stent, but given her current health status, the surgical risks were substantial. Pan Rue wanted to bring the elderly lady to Haicheng. Wen Ruan's mother was the head of the cardiology department at Songli Hospital in Haicheng, with a readily available expert at hand and no other connections. Pan Rue urged her several times to contact Wen Ruan. Ruan, how is your relationship with your mother recently? Have you quarreled? No, we haven't quarreled. In truth, they hadn't quarreled lately. It had simply been a long time since they had seen each other. The last time was during the Double Ninth Festival, which was also her mother's birthday. They had quarreled that day. Her mother had expressed her intention to marry Jiang Qingyan, but Wen Ruan's mother disapproved. Asserting that they were incompatible and that marrying under duress would lead to regret instead, she suggested a doctor she knew. Words clashed, both stubborn, and they parted on unpleasant terms. After that day, neither reached out to the other until New Year's Day when her mother sent a message inviting her home for dinner. Coincidentally, she was on a business trip and could not return. When Ruan agreed to Jiang Qingyan's request, lives were at stake, and if she could help, she would. Most importantly, this was an opportunity to mend the strained relationship between her and her mother-in-law. "Send me your mother-in-law's medical report. I'll have my mom take a look." "Okay, Ruan, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I get back." After hanging up, Wen Ruan forwarded the medical report to her mother. When Huyan. No sooner had she sent the message than her mother called directly within half a minute. "Who is Li Sufan?" A rather cold voice came through. Wen Ruan had long grown accustomed to this tone. She no longer aspired for a close mother-daughter relationship, finding this distance quite sufficient. "She is Jiang Qingyan's mother-in-law." After explaining who Jiang Qingyan was, her college classmate and a close friend whom her mother had met in the hospital last year, Wen Ruan recalled that she had not taken Jiang Qingyan home. Since childhood, her mother had exercised a strong controlling influence over her, dictating her studies and interfering with her social life. Before college, she had no friends, as her mother's dominance drove them away. Jiang Qingyan was her college classmate. During university, she broke free from her mother's control, shielding her social circle from her mother, thus acquiring several good friends. As she was only close to Jiang Qingyan and He Zheng. Their bond was particularly strong. Her mother had met Jiang Qingyan once last year. At that time, Jiang Qingyan's daughter, Guagua, had been suffering from persistent headaches, with no diagnosis after examinations, and they couldn't secure an appointment with a pediatric specialist. So she had taken Jiang Qingyan to Sungli Hospital for her mother's assistance. When Huyan remained silent for a few seconds after Wen Ruan finished speaking, her voice icy. "You seem to care about others' affairs. Yet you brush off your own." Earlier that morning, when Wen Ruan was getting her injection, He Zheng had coincidentally passed by the infusion hall while buying porridge. He had seen Wen Ruan, but at that moment, he was pressed for time due to surgery, so he did not linger. He had spent the entire day in the operating room and had just come out half an hour ago. He intended to check on Wen Ruan's condition and was about to call her when she had sent a message first. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Wen Ruan paused, realizing that her condition had been exposed today. She did not inquire how it had been revealed but responded to the question. "It doesn't hurt anymore. You need to come back to the hospital tomorrow. There are still 2 bottles left." "I understand, I'll be busy tomorrow, so I won't have time to take care of you. It's alright, you're busy." When it came to health matters, Wen Huyan could not help but nag. "Dr. Zhang said your ailment lies in your spleen and stomach. Your spleen and stomach are too weak. You must maintain stable emotions and have a regular diet. Drink less alcohol. I know, clear half a day next week for a checkup." "No need. The company conducts annual health checkups. The company's checkup is not the same as mine. Really no need. If you don't come for a checkup, don't come to me regarding Jiang Qingyan's matter." "Fine." After hanging up, when Ruan messaged Jiang Qingyan informing her that they could bring the elderly lady over, Jiang Qingyan replied with gratitude and a hug emoji. After a brief nap, when Ruan felt considerably more refreshed. Her diet needed to be light, and her appetite was poor. She ordered only a bowl of millet porridge. While waiting for her porridge, she began clearing her phone, permanently deleting all traces of her relationship with Jiang Qingyan. Keeping them was detrimental and distasteful. As she sipped her porridge, when Ruan turned on the television to watch a top-rated comedy show, which proved to be genuinely amusing, drawing laughter and tears from her. She went to bed at 11, but insomnia plagued her, and it was only at 3 in the morning that she finally fell asleep. Thus, the day passed in a haze. The following day, she slept until noon. Ordered room service, and after eating, returned to the hospital for 2 more 4 bags. The weather was dreadful, with torrential rain pouring down. Upon leaving the hospital, when Ruan hailed a cab directly to Huadang Bay. She was uncertain if Jiang Qingyan had finished moving his belongings, but she needed to return to Huadang Bay. In her moment of emotional instability, she had left with just her bag, forgetting her toiletries, a change of clothes, and her computer, and with Monday approaching, she had no choice but to go back. Upon arriving at Huadang Bay, she found that the car could not enter the building's level. So she exited by the roadside, holding an umbrella. She turned around only to be met by a biting cold wind. When Ruan paused, shivering involuntarily, Jiang Qingyan's car was parked a few steps away, through the rain and glass. Visibility was not particularly clear, yet perhaps it was her familiarity with the 2 individuals in the car, or perhaps her keen eyesight that allowed her to discern them. Yao Man sat in the passenger seat, her entire body leaning toward the driver, her arms wrapped around Jiang Qingyan's neck as she tilted her head to kiss him. Jiang Qingyan, seated behind the wheel, leaned slightly in her direction, his hands hanging limply at his sides. He did not touch her, yet neither did he push her away. Amidst the torrential downpour, a fierce gust of wind swept through, toppling the umbrella from Wen Ruan's grasp. Instinctively, she reached for it but failed to secure it. The umbrella was whisked away by the wind, rolling several times on the ground. She found herself drenched in the rain. Jiang Qingyan, sensing something amiss from within the car, turned his head to glance in her direction. His gaze momentarily shaken when Ruan exchanged a fleeting look with him, her vision obscured by the curtain of rain rendering his expression indistinct, and she had no desire to delve deeper. The umbrella was blown to the roadside, and she hastened over to retrieve it, holding it aloft as she deliberately averted her gaze and walked away from his car. Yao Man also spotted Wen Ruan. She had noticed her first. Today was Jiang Qingyan's moving day. All his belongings had been taken away by noon, and he returned to clean up, at which point she had come to lend a hand, just finishing up and preparing to leave. As the taxi halted, she caught a glimpse of Wen Ruan, and it was this sight that prompted her to embrace Jiang Qingyan. Upon witnessing Wen Ruan departing with the umbrella, Jiang Qingyan instinctively reached for the door to exit the vehicle. Yao Man grasped his arm, preventing him from leaving. "Where are you going? You two have broken up." "Qingyan, I understand you might feel a twinge of guilt, but for the past 3 years, she has brought this upon herself. She has willingly demeaned herself and has gained plenty from you. You owe her nothing." Yao Man had previously inquired about Wen Ruan's accolades at Romley Capital, expressing disbelief that a woman without connections could achieve such remarkable success through her own efforts. Even if she hadn't used her body to climb the ranks, Yao Man was certain that those advantageous projects were gifts from Jiang Qingyan. Perhaps Wen Ruan's relentless pursuit of Jiang Qingyan was merely a strategic move for her career advancement. Yao Man was almost convinced of this, yet Jiang Qingyan insisted that Wen Ruan had discovered those projects on her own, truly a rare talent. A rare talent. Yao Man found this claim hard to swallow. Not only did she disbelieve it, but soon she would ensure that everyone knew Wen Ruan was merely a name-dropper seeking fame. Ultimately, Jiang Qingyan did not exit the car. Instead, he gently squeezed Yao Man's hand, soothing her with a soft voice. "I only wanted to discuss the house with her. If it displeases you, I shall refrain from going." Wen Ruan entered her apartment and immediately raced to the bedroom. Taking a hot shower after drying her hair, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginger soup, which she downed in one go. After this flurry of activity, she finally felt warm throughout. Emerging from the kitchen with a teacup in hand, she wandered through the apartment, and as she completed a full circuit, her heart swelled with emotion. If Jiang Qingyan were to become unemployed in the future, he could certainly pursue a career in cleaning. He was thorough in tidying up, packing, and disposing of everything. All traces of their shared life together had vanished. To be precise, his presence in this home had been entirely erased. It was as if she had always lived here alone, quite satisfactory indeed. When Ruan had no intention of remaining in this place, she gathered her belongings, dragged her suitcase, and drove back to the hotel. By 8 in the evening, she instructed the hotel staff to deliver dinner to her room. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, Jiang Qingyan's call came through. "A friend of mine is interested in purchasing a property at Huadang Bay. If you are certain about selling, I can help you make the connection." When Ruan placed a piece of stir-fried yam into her mouth, chewing slowly before swallowing and then smiling as she responded, "You've handled the property so meticulously, and now you're in such a hurry to assist me in selling it. You, the great romantic, are displaying quite the subservient eagerness to pledge your loyalty to your white moonlight." Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Jiang Qingyan understood her tone. The shared photographs, the remnants of their relationship, had all been obliterated by Yao Man. She had smashed the pictures and tossed them into the trash. Even discarding the couple's chopsticks from the cabinet, everything of his was disposed of with precision. He had seen it all, had acquiesced, and had enabled it, thus rendering him incapable of rebuttal at this moment. "Wen Ruan, I merely wish to offer assistance. If you are unwilling, I shall respect that." "Please," Wen Ruan replied calmly, "let us proceed at the current market price. No negotiations. Ask your friend. If he is agreeable, he can finalize the paperwork whenever he wishes. The sooner it sells, the better." She cared not for the identity of the buyer. After concluding the conversation, she hung up the phone. That night, she slept uneasily, plagued by nightmares. In her dream, she stumbled and fell into the abyss of the ocean, an endless darkness engulfing her, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming her until the alarm at 7 the following morning jolted her back to reality. After a light breakfast, she arrived at the office just as the clock struck 8:30. Stepping in precisely on time, it was Monday. A regular meeting was scheduled for 9, and at 10, she was to sign an agreement for a project, with half an hour remaining until the meeting. She opened her computer and began drafting her resignation letter, utilizing a cold, formulaic tone devoid of emotion. She completed it in a matter of minutes. Just as she saved the document, a knock sounded at her door. "President Wen, we have a situation." Chapter 10, Confrontation with Jiang Qingyan. The visitor was Zhao Xinghui, an investment manager from the second department, the very manager who had offended Yao Man on Yao Man's first day at Romley Capital. She had caused a significant blunder. At that time, there was an AI project of great importance to the company's strategic planning for the following year, which Wen Ruan had been negotiating with Zhao Xinghui. They had reached an agreement, and the revised proposal was to be presented one last time. If all was in order, the contract could be signed that very day. However, Wen Ruan had been unexpectedly dispatched to attend an industry summit, leaving the contract signing in Zhao Xinghui's hands. What should have been a mere formality turned into an unforeseen complication when, at the moment of signing, the founder received a phone call, and his vice president intervened at the last second. Consequently, the project was ultimately snatched away by Mingyi Capital. The founder, apologizing profusely, ultimately stated that Mingyi Capital had offered better terms. The opportunity that had seemed so certain slipped from their grasp, leaving Wen Ruan furious. At the time, He Zheng was abroad, and all matters concerning Mingyi were being handled by Shen Yifan. She promptly called Shen Yifan. At 9:30, the vice president from Chaowangshan called me, claiming to have your finalized contract in hand. He was leveraging your bottom line to negotiate terms with me. The terms proposed were reasonable and within Mingyi's acceptance range. It was a prime opportunity that had been wrested from Ronglie's grasp, and they had no grounds to refuse. When Ruan's immediate reaction was disbelief. The final version of Ronglie's contract had been delivered directly by Zhao Xinghui to the founder, who had been under his watchful eye throughout the process. The founder had neither taken photos nor documented the signing, yet the image Shen Yifan sent her was undoubtedly the finalized contract from Ronglie. There was no need for her to investigate further. Shen Yifan had already clarified the situation. He Zheng stated that it was unsporting to take food from someone's mouth, hence he had done her a personal favor. I had lunch with Chaowangshan. I purposefully got him drunk to extract information. He revealed that their vice president had accompanied him to Ronglie to finalize the agreement. As the vice president exited the elevator, he received a phone call and, after finishing, sought out the meeting room, where he encountered one of Ronglie's employees. Initially intending to ask for directions, the employee mistakenly recognized him as one of their own, promptly handing him the contract with instructions to deliver it to Zhao Xinghui. That vice president was notoriously cunning. Upon seeing the contract, he secretly took a photo before sending it to Zhao Xinghui, using Ronglie's contract to drive up the price and force them to reveal their hand. The moment I relented, he quickly intercepted Chaowangshan, offering a higher bid for the same terms. Chaowangshan is no fool. That employee mistook him for a Ronglie employee and directly handed him the contract. Who made such a blunder? Perhaps finding the situation too comical, He Zheng motions away, called to mock her. Ronglie truly produces talent. Who on earth is so foolish? Wen Ruan, let me know once you figure it out. I might just bribe them to act as a mole for Mingyi. In a fit of frustration, she retorted, you laugh it up. Later, Zhao Xinghui obtained the surveillance footage. It was Yaoman. The footage showed Yaoman printing the contract and walking toward Zhao Xinghui. Midway, she spotted Jiang Qingyan leaving his office with his bag and promptly handed the contract to a nearby individual. Give this to Zhao Xinghui. With that brief instruction, she darted off after Jiang Qingyan. The person next to her was the notoriously cunning vice president, who, upon returning from his phone call, sought to inquire about the meeting room and happened to ask Yaoman, having just returned from abroad. Yaoman, new to the company, was understandably mistaken. The failure to secure the contract caused considerable frustration at the top. This was a serious error, yet the one responsible was none other than the esteemed Yaoman. Which could have been downplayed. However, Yaoman was exceedingly concerned with her reputation, and on her first day, she had created a significant debacle she could not afford to bear. Thus, during the meeting to assign blame, she preemptively accused Zhao Xinghui, claiming he had lost the contract. Yaoman demanded Zhao Xinghui resign, and though he was furious, he dared not protest, secretly sending her the video. Zhao Xinghui was in her pocket. Consequently, she entered the meeting room, played the video, and saved Zhao Xinghui's position. Thus, on her very first day at Ronglie, Yaoman had thoroughly alienated herself. Wen Ruan, we have a situation. Zhao Xinghui entered, shutting the door behind him, and sat down on the chair opposite her, handing her his phone. It was a video. In the dimly lit corridor adjacent to the bar's restroom, a man in a floral shirt leaned against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while a short-haired woman in a snug mini-skirt clung to him. The lighting was dim, their posture intimate. The woman seemed to melt against him, while the man's hand wandered unceremoniously along her waist. Wen Ruan did not recognize the woman, but she was well aware of the man. Yao Tianyu, Yaoman's biological brother, the young CEO of Ronglie Group, and the executive president of Ronglie Capital. Beyond this glamorous title, he bore two rather notorious labels: a chaotic personal life and a notorious womanizer. Although Wen Ruan feigned indifference towards his private life, Zhao Xinghui found the situation too tedious to ignore. Thus she persevered in watching the video until its conclusion. In the restroom, the music was not overly loud. The angle and distance of the clandestine recording were just right, allowing the faint echoes of their conversation to be discerned. The woman nestled against Yao Tianyu, playfully asserting, you just said that on my birthday you would gift Jiaosu to my father as a birthday present. You mustn't deceive me. Yao Tianyu responded with a playful squeeze at her waist. Of course, their flirtation transformed when Ruan's expression entirely. Ye Jiaosu was her project. 2 years prior, Zheng Tongtong's husband, Pan Rui, alongside several friends, established the Yanhua studio, and Jiaosu was their newly developed game. Wen Ruan had played the beta version of their game, finding both the content and user experience commendable, believing it to hold promising prospects and investment value. The signing ceremony for the Jiaosu project was scheduled for 10 o'clock that day. After their breakup, the reason she had not simply walked away was to see the Jiaosu project through to completion. Pan Rui and his team were in dire need of this investment. And for the sake of Jiang Qingyan, she could not allow Pan Rui's dreams and efforts to come to naught, and now an unexpected complication had arisen. In the video, the scene turned risky, the couple engaged in a passionate kiss. While Yao Tianyu's hand slowly ventured beneath the woman's skirt, the video abruptly ceased when Wan set her phone down and turned to Zhao Xinghui, inquiring about the source of the video. Zhao Xinghui, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "I filmed it secretly." After the brief awkwardness, annoyance crept into his tone. My niece is just a freshman this year. Last month she went to a bar with classmates and caught Yao Tianyu's eye. The poor girl, having never been in a relationship, was completely bewitched by him, and no matter how I tried to advise her, she wouldn't listen. Last night, while visiting a friend at the bar, I happened to run into Yao Tianyu, who was with a woman. I intended to record it to show my niece, hoping to dissuade her, but it turned out fortuitously. After his explanation, he returned to the matter at hand. The woman in the video is Yang Lu, the daughter of Yang Shang, the founder of Ling Yi Technology, and Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend. When I conducted due diligence at Yanhua Studio, I researched their founder Dong Chao, who was previously the operations director at Ling Yi Technology. He left 2 years ago to establish Yanhua with friends. Ling Yi Technology was once an industry leader but has been on a decline over the past 2 years due to poor management and significant talent loss. Yanhua Studio possesses formidable technology, and Yang Shang has long desired their Resolute. As the entire situation unraveled, when Ruan grasped the implications, Yao Tianyu was willing to sacrifice Yanhua Studio to please his girlfriend. Should she finalize the contract with Yanhua today, Ronli would, as the controlling party, seize all materials and development rights of Jiaosu to hand over to Ling Yi Technology. However, Yao Tianyu was no fool. He could lavish gifts upon women, yet he would never jeopardize company interests for one. Investing in a rival company was something his father would never tolerate, unless she glanced at the contract scheduled for signing at 10 o'clock. Reached for it, and instructed Zhao Xinghui, "Contact Dong Chao immediately and inform him that today's agreement cannot proceed. Tell him to await my call." Zhao Xinghui promptly acknowledged, understood. Wen Ruan then made her way to Jiang Qingyan's office. Jiang Qingyan was engrossed in reviewing documents when he looked up at the sound of footsteps. Wen Ruan had already closed the door and approached him. He scrutinized her troubled countenance in silence before setting down his pen. "Is something the matter?" Wen Ruan halted before his desk, tossing her phone at him. Jiang Qingyan opened the video, his expression shifting subtly before quickly regaining composure. Once he finished viewing, Wen Ruan queried, "Ronli has also invested in Ling Yi Technology?" "Correct." Her tone was not one of inquiry but rather conviction. Yao Tianyu would not be foolish enough to fund a competitor unless Ronli had also invested in Ling Yi. With both firms invested, they could leverage the core technology of Jiaosu to bolster Ling Yi, enabling it to eliminate competition and thrive, while Ronli could integrate both companies for greater profit, ultimately allowing Yao Tianyu to win his girlfriend's favor. A trifecta of advantages. In this game, only Pan Rui and his Yanhua Studio would suffer, their efforts rendered futile, destined to labor tirelessly for others' gain. By the end, not just Jiaosu, but the entirety of Yanhua Studio could be lost. While she remained unaware of these machinations, Jiang Qingyan certainly did. As the general manager of the entire investment management center, he was privy to investment decisions and agreements. It was inconceivable he would be oblivious. Indeed, when Ruan's inquiries were met with silence, Jiang Qingyan had known from the outset simultaneous investments in 2 gaming companies could only indicate either foolishness or complicity. Clearly, he was not a fool. Jiang Qingyan, "I have told you before that Jiaosu is of utmost importance to Pan Rui. It represents his dream, the dream of everyone at Yanhua Studio. Setting aside others, consider Pan Rui. He is Zhang Tongtong's husband. And Zhang Tongtong is my closest friend. If you through your actions destroy Jiaosu and Yanhua, how am I to face Zhang Tongtong in the future?" While Wen Ruan spoke, Jiang Qingyan kept his gaze lowered, obscuring his expression. Once she finished, he raised his eyes to meet hers, his tone icy. "Firstly, the investment in Ling Yi Technology was indeed proposed by Yao Tianyu, and the agreement did originate from me. After you sign with Yanhua today, Ling Yi will be here to sign tomorrow. Secondly, investing in both Yanhua and Ling Yi is a strategic decision for the company's benefit, although Ling Yi is on the decline. It retains its foundation and reputation as a major company, while Yanhua is merely starting out, still operating from a warehouse. Investing in Jiaosu is not misguided, but waiting for them to grow would take too long. If we provide Ling Yi with the core technology of Jiaosu and integrate both companies, we can achieve the fastest benefits. Thirdly, I kept this from you because I was aware of your relationship with Pan Rui and feared you would react emotionally. Wen Ruan, I have taught you that in the workplace, one must separate emotions from interests." After his explanation, Jiang Qingyan's gaze remained fixed on her. "Director Wen, do you still have any confusion? Would you like me to elucidate further?" Chapter 11, His White Moonlight has returned. "Director Wen, do you still have any confusion? Would you like me to elucidate further?" The question was both merciless and shameless. Wen Ruan was so incensed that she struggled to articulate a response. It was evident that when she first presented Jiaosu at the investment decision meeting, they all opposed it. She had to work tirelessly overnight to produce a proposal that satisfied everyone. thus securing today's signing ceremony. And now, with Pan Rue having upgraded the technology and the contract ready to be signed, they suddenly wished to take it all away without a word simply because they had recognized Zhao Su as a potential asset. Their brazen attitude suggested she was in the wrong. In the office, when Ruan gripped the agreement tightly, her hand clenched so forcefully that the veins beneath her skin were starkly visible. The bruise from yesterday's injection was evident. A stark mark against her delicate skin. Jiang Qingyan's gaze fell upon her left hand, noting the faint marks that resembled those left by Infora. He recalled the rainstorm she had endured yesterday. Had it made her ill? I understood what you said, Manager Jiang. When Ruan interrupted, lifting her hand and tearing the contract in two. I understand, but I refuse to facilitate your schemes. A noise at the door caught her attention. Jiang Qingyan, facing the entrance, glanced up just as Yao Man entered, having arrived just as when Ruan began to tear the agreement. It's for my sake. Qingyan is merely fulfilling my wishes, Yao Man stated. Stepping in after hearing Wen Ruan's inquiry. Given my position, I cannot remain as Qingyan's assistant indefinitely. I am preparing to manage my own projects. She approached Jiang Qingyan, linking her arm with his, looking pleased as she turned to Wen Ruan. Lingyi technology will be my first project. Director Wen's capabilities are widely recognized, and I plan to leverage your achievements to ensure my success. This way, I can gain everyone's respect, and Qingyan is merely supporting me. When Ruan froze, her gaze shifting to Jiang Qingyan, meeting his evasive eyes, her once fiery gaze gradually cooled, resembling a dead sea. Jiang Qingyan released her wrist, his eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, betraying a chilling detachment. When Ruan on the first day Yao Man joined, she sabotaged a project. Although the staff feared to voice their opinions due to her status, whispers circulated behind her back. She has always been sensitive to such matters. You once went to great lengths to protect Zhao Xinghui at her expense, thus it is only fitting that you now facilitate her. Yao Man requires Zhao Su, and I wish for her happiness, he remarked. Adding, after all, you intend to resign. When Ruan forced a smile, almost wanting to applaud them. How clever. It was not a trifecta of benefits, but a quintet. Sacrificing Zhao Su, Lingyi technology could eliminate a competitor. Rongli Capital could reap maximum profits, Yao Tianyu could win his girlfriend's affection, Yao Man could validate herself using her achievements, and Jiang Qingyan, the great romantic, could profess his loyalty to his white moonlight. What an exquisite calculation, but on what grounds? Why must their happiness come at her expense? What wrong has she committed? Had she not seen the video, the signing would have proceeded as planned, and she would have become the executioner of the fireworks. Unable to face Zhang Tongtong again, Jiang Qingyan has shattered her love and threatens to sever her friendships. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, Wen Ruan nearly succumbed to tears before swiftly turning away. Her mother once told her that in the presence of those who do not love you, tears are the least valuable currency, for no one will empathize, and to vent in a fit of despair only deepens one's own humiliation. As no one loves you, they will only relish your disarray. Wen Ruan stifled her tears, inhaled deeply, adjusted her demeanor slightly, and turned back to Jiang Qingyan. I am the person in charge of Chaozi. According to company policy, I have the authority to halt the project at any time. If I say no signing, then there shall be no signing. If Mr. Jiang truly possesses the capability, he should seek out Dong Chao himself for the signing. Given the deteriorating relationship between Dong Chao and Yang Shang. Mr. Jiang, can you guess what would happen if Dong Chao were to learn that you proceeded with signing Lingyi technology? Would he still sign? Jiang Qingyan's deep gaze fell upon her, and he spoke in a grave tone. Are you threatening me? When Ruan's eyes sparkled with clarity. If Mr. Jiang perceives it as a threat, then so be it. I am not like you, Mr. Jiang. You are a faithless sycophant. While I am a person of conscience, I cannot destroy others' dreams merely to ascend. She boldly insulted him, yet Jiang Qingyan remained expressionless, while Yao Man could no longer contain herself. Wen Ruan, whom are you calling a dog? Without so much as a glance in her direction, Wen Ruan hurled the torn agreement at Jiang Qingyan's face and turned to leave, only to pause momentarily as another thought crossed her mind. By the way, Mr. Jiang just reminded me. Indeed, I shall resign immediately. I just recalled that I have yet to take my annual leave this year. It would be a waste not to. She cast a detached smile at Jiang Qingyan. I will be taking a week of annual leave. The leave request will be sent to your email shortly. Additionally, thanks to you, Mr. Jiang, I must go to the fireworks studio to offer my apologies. I will not attend the meeting at 9. She merely informed him, not waiting for his reaction before walking away. Behind her, Yao Man was still mulling over the earlier insult, shouting for her to wait. But Jiang Qingyan restrained her, soothing her gently. She has her temperament. There is no need to be angry. You didn't eat breakfast this morning, did you? I brought you some upon seeing the breakfast bag on the table. Yao Man's voice brightened. Chinji's buns, did you specially go to East Street to buy these? Yes, I heard it takes half an hour to drive there, plus a long wait in line. You must have worked hard. You like them, so it's no trouble. As the door closed, it completely severed the intimate atmosphere inside. When Wen Ruan returned to the office, Zhao Xinghui had not yet left. Upon seeing her enter, he hurriedly stood up. Dong Chao has already been notified. He has been pressing for the reason. I told him I would call him back once you were done. Wen Ruan attempted to call Dong Chao, but after 2 attempts, The line was constantly busy. She then called Pan Rui, who answered almost immediately. Wen Ruan, I was just about to call you. Dong Chao just said the signing is off. Why is that? Have you returned to Haicheng? Yes, we arrived last night. My mother has been transferred to Sunli Hospital. She had a slight fever and Guagua caught a cold. Tongtong and I were busy until midnight and forgot to inform you. They had arrived late due to heavy rain, not reaching home until 7 in the evening. With both mother and daughter unwell, Pan Rui had hardly slept the entire night and had just returned home to catch a nap when Dong Chao called. Distressed about the halted signing, Wen Ruan, what on earth is happening? Why is it not signed? Dong Chao was venting his frustrations over the phone, accusing Wen Ruan of playing games with him. However, Pan Rui had known Wen Ruan for many years. They had met when he was dating Zhang Tongtong in college, and he believed she would not deceive him. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. It was difficult to convey everything in a few words over the phone. So when Ruan asked where he was, I just got home. Is Tongtong there? Yes, alright, then wait for me at home. I will come to see you and we can discuss this in person. After hanging up, when Ruan opened the file cabinet behind her, retrieved several file boxes, and placed them on the desk, pushing them toward Zhao Xinghui. Please help me organize these materials. You can select the projects you are interested in to keep for yourself. And arrange the others as well. As Zhao Xinghui flipped through the documents, he quickly realized something was amiss. These were all projects that Wen Ruan had managed, the culmination of her efforts during her years at Ronli Capital. President Wen, what are you doing? Wen Ruan put on her coat from the hanger, grabbed her bag and car keys, and headed for the door. I am taking a week of annual leave. Please sort through these documents as quickly as you can and have everything ready for me by the weekend. Noticing that he seemed hesitant to speak, Wen Ruan paused to pat him on the shoulder. Delete the video from WeChat. This matter has nothing to do with you. I want to be at the office this afternoon. So call me if anything comes up. Zhao Xinghui watched her leave, and once her figure had completely disappeared, he lowered his head and slowly clenched the documents in his hands. Zhang Tongtong and Pan Rui bought a house last year. Located near the outskirts, when Ruan drove onto the elevated road, arriving at 11 o'clock, Zhang Tongtong took the 2 boxes of cherries from her hands, glaring at her. You could have just come without bringing anything. When Ruan changed into slippers, I didn't buy these for you, they are for Guagua. Pan Rui, who had not slept all night, was resting on the sofa when he heard Wen Ruan's voice and got up to greet her. When Ruan settled into the nearby armchair and first inquired about the elderly lady's condition, Pan Rui sighed. It has dragged on for too long. The situation is not looking good. Do you need me to call my mother again? When Ruan asked, Pan Rui quickly shook his head. No need. My aunt visited last night and said she would arrange for surgery as soon as possible, likely this week. Wen Ruan, thank you so much for this. After discussing this matter, Wen Ruan got straight to the point. I only learned today that Ronli intends to sign with Lingi Technology. Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend is the daughter of Yang Shang, the founder of Lingi Technology. He plans to package your core technology and hand it over to Lingi, which is why I halted the signing. Pan Rui had heard of Yao Tianyu, the heir of Ronli Group, known for his numerous scandals, and was surprised to learn he was dating Yang Shang's daughter. Given Yao Tianyu's status, if he wanted to sign with Lingi, Wen Ruan would indeed be unable to stop it. Pan Rui's expression turned grave. What should we do now? The fireworks studio had been established for 2 years and was still operating out of a warehouse lacking recognition, while being secretly undermined by Lingi Technology, making it difficult to attract investment. The Chaozi project had consumed all their efforts, and they were at a critical juncture. Just as Wen Ruan was willing to help them, yet another obstacle arose. Dong Chao had left Lingi Technology under strained circumstances and was now keeping a close watch on the fireworks studio, fearing its growth. If Yang Sheng truly managed to ally with Yao Tianyu, it would not be beyond his capabilities to have Ronli swallow the fireworks studio. Zhang Tongtong brought over tea, handing a cup to Wen Ruan and another to Pan Rui before sitting closely next to him. She had overheard their earlier conversation. Wen Ruan, Ronli is investing in Lingi. Jiang Qingyan should be aware of this, didn't he? He mentioned it to you. Pan Rui, knowing about Wen Ruan's relationship with Jiang Qingyan, also looked at her. Indeed, Jiang Qingyan was the general manager of Ronli Capital's investment management center, so he should have known about it long ago. Wen Ruan took a sip of water and replied indifferently. We broke up. His white moonlight has returned. White moonlight? When did he have a white moonlight? Who is it? Zheng Tongtong asked, confused. Yaoman Pan Rui. Zheng Tongtong. When Ruan's phone chimed with a message. Shen Yifan, I just ran into Dong Chao from the fireworks studio, and I heard him on the phone saying you halted the signing of Chaozi? Wen Ruan, yes. Shen Yifan, why, what happened? In a street CAF, Shen Yifan stared at his phone screen, waiting for nearly half an hour without a reply from Wen Ruan. After pondering, he decided to call He Zheng, who was far away in Singapore. Wen Ruan suddenly called off the signing of Chaozi. I feel something is off. Chapter 12. Why don't you give it a try? Shen Yifan had arranged business meetings in a street CAF that morning, while waiting for his companions to arrive. He spotted Dong Chao, the founder of the fireworks studio. Dong Chao slammed the door open, wearing an irritable expression as he ordered an iced Americano, his demeanor quite volatile that he was on the phone. Cursing profusely, how the hell would I know what's going on? Wen Ruan had one of her underlings call me. She herself didn't utter a word, just called it off. I told you, women can't get things done. She is just messing with me. He had just called Pan Rui, who was equally clueless about the situation. As Dong Chao left with his coffee, Shen Yifan's associates arrived. During their discussion, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, prompting him to send Wen Ruan a message. So she really did halt the signing. After concluding their meeting and seeing off the guests, Wen Ruan still hadn't replied. Before leaving, He Zheng instructed him to keep a close watch on Wen Ruan's situation, advising him to refrain from disturbing her unless necessary. Shen Yifan believed that halting Chaozi was no trivial matter and felt it necessary to inform He Zheng, knowing that Wen Ruan intended to invest in Chaozi. He had indeed looked into the fireworks studio, whose founder Dong Chao was previously the operations director at Lingyi Technology and had a falling out with Yang Sheng 2 years ago before starting his own venture. The most critical project for the fireworks studio this year was Chaozi, having invested heavily into it, yet they faced constant obstruction from Yang Sheng. Wen Ruan was their last hope, just as they were on the cusp of success. Wen Ruan suddenly called it off. It is indeed improbable to assert that there are issues with the Chaokai project. Had there been any problems with the items reviewed by Wen Ruan, they should have been detected long before the signing day. Moreover, Pan Rui, the technical director of Yanhua, is married to Zhang Tongtong, a university classmate and close friend of Wen Ruan. Pan Rui has a stake in Yanhua, which he is responsible for developing. Given his wife's connection, Wen Ruan would have no reason to deceive him. The sudden halt of the signing is perplexing. Jiang Qingyan's first love has returned. This first love is Yao Man. Zhang Tongtong is taken aback, and before she can inquire further, Wen Ruan speaks to Pan Rui. I have decided to halt the signing due to personal reasons. Now that I have calmed down, I realize that I should not be the one making decisions for you. The situation stands as it is. You should discuss it with Dong Chao. You have two options: either proceed to sign with Rongli, which may result in losing both Chaokai and even Yanhua, yet your shares could be sold for a substantial amount, or you could wait a while longer, and I will assist you in seeking other investments. Pan Rui, recovering from his shock, shakes his head with a sigh. I do not need to ask. Dong Chao will undoubtedly choose the latter option. The public narrative suggests that Dong Chao left Lingyi Technology due to Yang Sheng replacing the management with his relatives, which he could not tolerate in a family business. However, that is only part of the truth. Dong Chao's departure was precipitated by discovering Yang Sheng in an affair with his wife, a humiliation no man could endure, prompting him to resign and start anew, vowing to surpass Lingyi Technology. Unfortunately, his foundation was not robust enough, and Yang Sheng actively undermined Yanhua, denying it any opportunities for advancement. Dong Chao harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him. There is no way he would hand Chaokai over to him, regardless of the financial incentive. Pan Rui is aware of the circumstances surrounding Wen Ruan's breakup and recognizing that Zhang Tongtong has many questions, he feels it inappropriate to remain. I will call Dong Chao. You two can discuss this. Once he leaves, Zhang Tongtong can no longer contain herself and pulls Wen Ruan close. You must tell me how Yao Man became Jiang Qingyan's first love. Wasn't Jiang Qingyan's first love you? On the first birthday after Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan got together, Zhang Tongtong used a game of truth or dare to ask Jiang Qingyan 2 questions. Who was your first kiss? Jiang Qingyan replied, Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan your first love? Yes, the responses echo in her mind. How could another first love suddenly emerge? Wen Ruan explains, a first love is a first love, and a white moonlight is a different matter altogether. A first love offers emotional solace, while the white moonlight is his destiny. She recounts the story of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, beginning with the humiliating letter, which she can nearly recite verbatim. Upon hearing the entire ordeal, Zhang Tongtong erupts in fury. Jiang Qingyan is truly despicable. What a scoundrel! What is wrong with him? If he cares for Yao Man, he should pursue her instead of ruining your life. Over the past 3 years, he has acted so convincingly. His performance was remarkable. Do not think that you, as the one involved, were misled. Even I, as an observer, was deceived. I often told Pan Rui to learn from Jiang Qingyan how to cherish a partner. Zhang Tongtong calculates the timeline and realizes that she had already uncovered the truth on their 3rd anniversary. How has she managed to endure these past few days? Zhang Tongtong embraces Wen Ruan, crying for a long while, her voice filled with compassion. It's all right, Ruan. He is not worth it. It is better to part ways sooner. Wen Ruan sometimes contemplates the peculiar nature of people. When alone, she seems capable of digesting any emotion. Even if the sky were to fall, she would merely think that it is better to perish early and be reborn. Yet, when someone expresses concern for her, she finds it unbearable. The pain from that love letter is too acute, piercing through her very being, drawing blood with every memory. Leaning against Zhang Tongtong, she allows her tears to flow, momentarily releasing her emotions, though only briefly. The elderly lady remains in the hospital. Pan Rui has returned to catch up on sleep, and Zhang Tongtong, taking advantage of her daughter's slumber, must prepare soup to take to the hospital. Knowing how busy she is, Wen Ruan does not linger, leaving without having eaten lunch. The house in Huadang Bay needs to be sold, and there are still things to pack. Feeling utterly exhausted, Wen Ruan resolves to attend to it the following day and heads back to the hotel for some rest. Just as the car starts, her phone rings unexpectedly. It is He Zheng calling, and she answers casually. Director He Zheng, currently in Singapore, had spent the previous night drinking and playing cards with several executives from the local office. Finally crashing at 7 this morning, he was awakened half an hour ago by a call from Shen Yifan. Suffering from a hangover, he stumbled to the fridge, downing a bottle of ice water to fully regain his senses. I heard you halted the signing with Chao Kai. What is going on? Chao Kai completed its technical upgrade and has more allure than Ling Yi technology. Why would you suddenly back out? This isn't like you. His voice is hoarse, suggesting he has just awoken. When Ruan turns off the car and takes her time responding, Director He seems to be quite well informed. Leaning back on the hotel sofa, He Zheng crosses his legs lazily, a cigarette in hand to rouse himself. He chuckles, continuing her line of thought in jest. Of course, I have my eyes on the projects you fancy, waiting to swoop in. So why the decision to halt Chao Kai? At this point, there is little left unsaid. Yang Sheng's daughter is Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend, and Yao Tianyu intends to invest in Ling Yi technology. In an instant, He Zheng comprehends the implications, investing in Dong Chao's Chao Kai while also investing in Yang Sheng's Ling Yi. Two competing products. Yao Tianyu's intentions are glaringly clear. This is an attempt to sacrifice Chao Kai to Ling Yi technology, merging the two entities for greater gain. From a business standpoint, Yao Tianyu's strategy makes sense, as the consolidation would maximize benefits for Rongli, yet it is profoundly unethical, as it undermines Yanhua Studio. No wonder when Ruan chose to halt the signing. After a brief silence, He Zheng chuckles. If Dong Chao were to find out, he would surely refuse to sign with Rongli. Are you not concerned I might take advantage of the chaos and seize Chao Kai? When Ruan laughs in response, I would only fear you not seizing it. It seems Mingyi Capital has not invested in any gaming projects this year. She is uncertain about their plans for next year, yet, the only person she trusts is He Zheng, for he is the only one capable of rescuing Chao Kai. Knowing Yao Tianyu's character, if Rongli cannot secure Chao Kai, they will undoubtedly obstruct it from signing with any other company. Throughout Haicheng, only He Zheng remains unafraid of Rongli or the Yao family. When Ruan rolls down the car window for some fresh air, where are you now, Director He? Overseas. When will you return? When would you like me to come back? His words imply that he would return at her beck and call. Why not test it? If you say, He Zheng, I need you now, return immediately, I will book a ticket right away. When Ruan dismisses his banter, recalling their previous agreement, she would treat him to dinner this Saturday. And he should be in Haicheng then. Yes, I will definitely be there. Shall we meet on Saturday to discuss further? Certainly. After hanging up, He Zheng calls Shen Yifan to prepare the materials for Chao Kai and get the contract ready. Shen Yifan is taken aback. You intend to sign with Chao Kai? No, brother, let us not jest. I thought the deal with Rongli was a done deal. I have been working hard to find a company with even more potential to rival them. And we were nearly there this morning. He Zheng, feeling helpless, replies, what can I do? The young lady has requested my assistance. If I disregard Chao Kai, it will perish. Shen Yifan skeptical questions. When Ruan asked for your help, are you certain she did? He Zheng responds, not yet. She invited me to dinner on Saturday. Who knows, she may plead for assistance then. Shen Yifan retorts, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Ruan sits in the hotel restaurant, having taken only a couple of bites when someone sits down across from her. Glancing up, she immediately loses her appetite for the shrimp, feeling slightly nauseated. Clad in a custom sapphire blue suit, with slick back hair and an air of superiority, the piercing gaze belongs to none other than Yao Tianyu. When Ruan rises to leave, but Yao Tianyu speaks first. Why did you halt the signing with Chao Kai? His tone is agitated, as if seeking to reprimand her. When Ruan replies, did Chairman Jiang not inform you? The head of Chao Kai, Pan Rui, is my best friend's husband. You are exploiting me to ruin his career. Should I not stop this? Yao Tianyu disregards her statement and retorts, where did you obtain the video you showed Jiang Qingyan? When Ruan meets his scrutinizing gaze without flinching, her voice calmed. Someone sent it to me anonymously. The sender is unimportant, however. It would be wise for you, young Master Yao, to be mindful of the occasion when flaunting your affection next time. Yao Tianyu, both infuriated and amused, questions, are you blaming me? When Ruan smiles, I wouldn't dare. Yao Tianyu studies her face for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. When Ruan, why do you cling to Jiang Qingyan? He does not love you. If you truly need a man, you could be with me. My conditions surpass those of Jiang Qingyan. However, there is one caveat. I can only offer a relationship, not marriage. You must not be too greedy. When Ruan picks up a piece of vegetable and chews slowly, seemingly oblivious to his words, seeing her glass empty, Yao Tianyu leans over to refill it, continuing his monologue. I never shortchange my women. Aside from not being able to provide you with a wife's status, houses, cars, and jewelry are all at your disposal. Moreover, if you follow me, you could rise in your career or even join the headquarters. As long as you are obedient, I can fulfill your desires. After a lengthy monologue from Yao Tianyu, he receives no response, his gaze landing on Wen Ruan's unusually tranquil face, and he begins to admire her restraint. It is no wonder that Yao Man has captured Jiang Qingyan's heart while deliberately humiliating Wen Ruan. This girl possesses remarkable fortitude. He had been seated for nearly half an hour, hurling a barrage of derogatory remarks. Initially, his words were harsh, laced with suggestive innuendos, each syllable capable of stripping her of her dignity. Gradually, his aggression began to wane. It was inevitable. Wen Ruan's countenance was a potent enchantment, with a full forehead, delicate skin, and a fair oval face that appeared almost delectable, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her malachite earrings shimmering brilliantly. She exuded an air of both elegance and aloofness. She was a beauty of exceptional exterior and extraordinary bone structure. He truly desired to possess her, beautiful and capable of matching He Zheng, a detestable rival. She would surely provide an exhilarating challenge to. He was tantalized not only by her visage but also by her form. Previously, he had refrained from overstepping, as Wen Ruan was a talented individual greatly valued by his father. However, with his father absent from Haicheng and Wen Ruan on the brink of destruction at the hands of Yao Man, he felt free to entertain wicked thoughts. Yao Tianyu leaned forward slightly, fixating on Wen Ruan, his gaze tinged with a hint of pity. Wen Ruan, your good days are coming to an end. If you agree to be my mistress now, I can save and protect you. With a measured thud, Wen Ruan placed her chopsticks onto her plate, drew a napkin to wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth, and lifted her gaze to meet his. Are you finished? Yao Tianyu replied. I am. Wen Ruan's eyes remained tranquil and unyielding, dark and hollow, as if she were staring at a lifeless object. Finish speaking and then leave. Yao Tianyu felt she was ungrateful and sneered in response. So resolute, tomorrow you shall weep, do not regret it. Chapter 13, calling He Zheng such defiance, tomorrow you shall lament, do not harbor regrets. With that, Yao Tianyu left, having kicked over a chair in his departure. Wen Ruan dismissed his words. But by the next afternoon, she found herself sighing, realizing it was unwise to speak prematurely. When Yao Tianyu called, she was in Huadang Bay, packing her belongings. Wen Ruan, I told you, today is your day to weep. During the call, Yao Tianyu relayed two pieces of news. The first was regarding Dong Chao, the founder of the Yanhua studio, who had met with representatives from Mingyi Capital the previous night. Their discussion had gone exceedingly well, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, a contract would be signed this week. Hearing this, Wen Ruan was taken aback. She had intended to persuade He Zheng to invest in Chaokai during their dinner on Saturday, but it appeared things were already set in motion. Before she could celebrate, Yao Tianyu divulged his second piece of news. Wen Ruan, you need to come to the office immediately. Someone has reported you, claiming you have been bribed by Mingyi Capital to intentionally hand over Chaokai. Wen Ruan was taken aback. She thought she had misheard due to her sleepless night. Reported me. Yao Tianyu deliberately left the details vague, urging her to rush to the office, stating she must be in the conference room within half an hour, or face the consequences. After hanging up, Wen Ruan attempted to call Jiang Qingyan, hoping to ascertain his knowledge regarding the situation. But his phone was off. She suddenly recalled that an internet company under Ronli Group was set to be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange that Thursday. Jiang Qingyan had recently gained Yao Wei's favor and was invited to accompany the group's higher-ups for the event. Yao Wei had asked him to arrive early, claiming it was to introduce him to some important contacts. This had been arranged long ago, and he should currently be on a plane. At 2:30 p.m. When Ruan arrived at Ronli Capital, the expansive conference room was filled with people, led by Yao Tianyu and Yao Man. Aside from Jiang Qingyan, who was absent, nearly all those with general in their titles were present, leaving no empty seats. The last time there had been such a significant gathering for a court hearing was a year ago, when the vice president of the finance department leaked company secrets, resulting in a loss of over 100 million. Wen Ruan was escorted into the conference room by Yao Tianyu's assistant, but there were no chairs available, so she had to stand. All eyes were upon her. Yao Man was the first to speak. Wen Ruan, you truly are an ingrate. Over the years, the only ones who have been exceptionally promoted at Ronli Capital are you and Qingyan. The company has treated you so well, yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Wen Ruan calmly corrected her. The promotions were due to my capabilities. If the company's policies are clear, and I have generated sufficient value to merit advancement, it is not a matter of your kindness towards me. Furthermore, may I ask how I have betrayed the company? Yao Man retorted. Someone has reported that you accepted money from Mingyi Capital to deliberately halt the Chaokai project and hand it over to them. Who reported this? Zhao Xinghui. As soon as Yao Man finished speaking, the door to the conference room opened, and Zhao Xinghui entered. Wen Ruan stood frozen, astonished, as Zhao Xinghui quickly averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. The accuser had arrived, and the trial was about to commence in earnest. Under Yao Man's direction, Zhao Xinghui lowered his head and began. I encountered little Yao at a bar and recorded a video. I showed it to Wen Ruan yesterday morning. Upon learning that little Yao intended to hand Chaokai over to Ling Yi, she became extremely agitated. After he spoke, Yao Tianyu's assistant played the video on the projector. It was unedited, and the audience glanced at the screen before shifting their gaze back to Yao Tianyu, unable to bear the sight. Yao Tianyu, however, appeared indifferent, even smiling as he focused on the screen, as if the man in the video who was caressing a woman's thigh was not him. Once the video concluded, Zhao Xinghui hung his head, his voice trembling slightly. Of the head of Chaokai, Pan Roy is the husband of Wen Ruan's close friend. Wen Ruan, not wishing to harm him, intended to halt the contract. However, without that investment at such a critical moment, Chaokai might not survive. Wen Ruan stated that given little Yao's character If Rongli could not secure the contract with Chao Kai, he would only seek to obliterate it. In Haicheng, only He Zheng is unafraid of little Yao or Rongli. I am an alumnus of Mingyi's investment director, Chen Wei, and Wen Ruan asked me to call Chen Wei, stating that she could transfer Chao Kai to Mingyi, but not without a price of 100,000. With a sudden crash, Lin Yu, the director of the investment department, slammed her pen on the table, casting a fierce glance at Zhao Xinghui. If the video is authentic, I can believe that Wen Ruan halted the contract, as Rongli has wronged her friend's husband. If I were in her position, I would have done the same, but to suggest she would scheme for 100,000 is utterly absurd, setting aside the fact that she could easily earn several hundred thousand at the conference. She is not so petty, nor is she that kind of person. I suspect it is you who has ulterior motives. Perhaps you are the one who accepted the 100,000 to frame her. No one expected Lin Yu to defend Wen Ruan, especially since they had always been rivals, clashing frequently. Zhao Xinghui claimed to possess evidence. The company's surveillance indicated that at 8:30 a.m. the previous day, Wen Ruan entered her office. 8 minutes later, Zhao Xinghui followed her in. At 8:50, Wen Ruan left her office and proceeded to Jiang Qingyan's. During this time, Zhao Xinghui had spoken on the phone with Chen Wei, with a recorded call lasting 5 minutes and 40 seconds, confirming that Zhao Xinghui had called Chen Wei in her presence. As various piercing gazes scrutinized her, Wen Ruan chose to ignore them. Reflecting on the previous day, when had Zhao Xinghui made the call to Chen Wei, she had no recollection. How could he have executed such a silent maneuver? More importantly, did he not fear her confronting Chen Wei and exposing his deception? Given the grand scale of this attack against her, it was evident that Yao Man and her brother felt no trepidation, suggesting only one possibility: Chen Wei was an accomplice. This thought crossed her mind. Zhao Xinghui produced new evidence: his chat history with Chen Wei. Wen Ruan said that as long as you inform Dong Chao that you've invested in Lingyi technology, he will certainly sign with us. As expected, I leveraged this and reduced the valuation by 10%. Thank you, Zhao Xinghui. Did you reach an agreement, Chen Wei? Yes, we will sign this week. Wen Ruan's 100,000 will need to wait. He Zheng is currently out of the country and will sign upon his return. The sequence of evidence presented, from the video to the phone call logs to the chat history, was overwhelming, transforming falsehoods into apparent truths. Moreover, it was well known that Zhao Xinghui was Wen Ruan's confidant. As for why he would report his superior, Zhao Xinghui explained, Wen Ruan is preparing to resign. I had previously offended the young lady, and I wanted Wen Ruan to take me with her. When she refused, saying it would hinder my prospects, I acted out of spite and sought out little Yao. As soon as he finished, the projector displayed a resignation letter. Indeed, it was the one Wen Ruan had written but had not yet delivered to Jiang Qingyan. This served as damning proof. After all, with the upcoming promotion to vice president of the investment management center imminent, who would be foolish enough to resign at such a critical juncture unless they had something to hide? All eyes in the conference room turned towards Wen Ruan, their gazes filled with disappointment, confusion, mockery, schadenfreude, and disdain. The atmosphere was chaotic, with murmurs and whispers echoing around the room. Even those who sensed something amiss remained silent, for the two leading the charge were the heirs of the group as president, Rongli as prince and princess. It was clear that this brother and sister duo aimed to destroy Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan became the target of scorn, pinned to an imaginary pillar of shame, as if she were indeed a treacherous villain guilty of heinous crimes. Yao Tianyu clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Once the room quieted, he turned his gaze towards Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, do you have anything to say? Under the scrutiny of all, Wen Ruan retrieved her phone from her coat pocket, dialed a number, and waited as the ringing nearly subsided before the call was answered. Wen Ruan, why are you silent? Hello? A low, magnetic voice resonated from the other end, initially laced with a hint of laughter. But as silence stretched, the tone sharpened slightly. This voice was recognized by many in the conference room. He Zheng, the president of Mingyi Capital. Upon realizing who was on the line, the audience was taken aback. While Yao Tianyu's expression darkened, what do you need to call He Zheng for? What was the purpose of the call? Naturally, it was to clarify her position. Over the years, although Wen Ruan has often competed with He Zheng for projects, she still trusts He Zheng's character. No matter how excessive this man may be, he will always seize opportunities openly and will not resort to underhanded tactics. Just now, Chen Wei mentioned, President, he is currently abroad, but he said he would return to sign. That is a lie. He Zheng may set traps for her in the project, but he would never harm her. It is rather amusing, her longtime employer, after years of hard work, has now betrayed her, and her trusted subordinates have stabbed her in the back. The only person she can rely on is her sworn enemy. Wen Ruan looked at Yao Tianyu and said, of course, I must clear my name. Young Master Yao cannot solely rely on Zhao Xinghui's words to convict me. Since it involves Mingyi, we must hear what the owner of Mingyi has to say. At this moment, He Zheng was still in Singapore, playing golf at a club with a local vice president, while his phone was with his assistant, Yu Yang. When the phone rang, Yu Yang was on a call with Xin Yifan. Noticing it was Wen Ruan, he had no intention of answering. As president, he was currently engaged in an important discussion with the vice president. It was Xin Yifan who heard He Zheng's phone ringing and casually inquired, Who is it? Yu Yang replied, it's Director Wen from Wrongly Capital. Upon hearing this, Shen Yifan's tone rose. Wen Ruan, then why are you still dawdling? Hurry and give the phone to He Zheng, or else you'll be the one to suffer. Yu Yang then hurriedly rushed to deliver the phone. Just as He Zheng was about to swing his club, upon hearing it was Wen Ruan calling, he tossed the club to Yu Yang, greeted the vice president briefly, and walked away from the crowd. Wen Ruan rarely calls him unless there is something urgent. When the call connected, there was silence on the other end, concerned that she might be in a hurry. He Zheng did not hang up after calling her name a third time. She finally spoke. He Zheng, from her calm tone, He Zheng detected a hint of grievance. He paused momentarily, then quickly furrowed his brow. Addressing him as He Zheng instead of president, he indicated that this was serious. He moved to a quieter spot, softening his tone. I'm here. Wen Ruan briefly explained the situation on her end and then asked, Qianwei's implication is that you are aware of this matter. He Zheng, do you know? Standing on the terrace, a breeze picked up, and He Zheng had removed his jacket indoors, now clad only in a fitted black tracksuit. Tall and elegant, he appeared somewhat fragile. Yu Yang had followed him, unsure how long the call would last, worried he might be cold, and was about to go inside for a jacket when He Zheng suddenly waved him over. Yu Yang hurriedly approached. He Zheng moved the phone away and whispered a few words in his ear. Yu Yang's face turned to one of shock, seeing He Zheng's serious expression and intense demeanor. He dared not ask further questions, quickly agreeing to He Zheng's request and hurriedly left with the phone. During the minute He Zheng delayed, the meeting room at Wrongly had already erupted into chaos. His prolonged silence was interpreted by the others as tacit approval, and they began to attack Wen Ruan, led by Yao Man, discussing how to convict her. Wen Ruan, noticing He Zheng's ongoing silence, was uncertain of his intentions. He surely had not participated in this matter, which meant he intended to protect Qianwei. That seemed reasonable. After all, Qianwei was under his employ. Just as Wen Ruan contemplated hanging up, He Zheng's voice suddenly came through the phone. Wen Ruan, you're in the meeting room, right? Yes. He Zheng continued, put the speaker on and turn the volume to the maximum. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Ruan felt he would not harm her, with the speaker now activated. She raised the volume. All right. He Zheng took a deep breath and raised his voice. All right, then I'll start berating. Wen Ruan responded. Chapter 14. Return to support her at 3 in the afternoon, at Wrongly Capital. The spacious conference room was filled with He Zheng's furious and exasperated tirades directed at Wen Ruan. You ask if I know about Qianwei's matter. What do I know? I know nothing. I, He Zheng, have always been forthright and honorable. Would I resort to underhanded tactics for that pathetic project of Cao Kai, to tarnish my own reputation? Wen Ruan, you fool, do you have any sense? This is clearly a setup against you. You still have time to call me, but where has your usual defiance gone, being bullied like this, and you don't even report it to the police? 100,000, damn, last year I wanted to poach you with an 8-figure annual salary. And you wouldn't even look at me. Now 100,000 can make you yield an 8-figure salary. Wen Ruan was taken aback. There was no such offer. He Zheng had jokingly mentioned it years ago, suggesting she join Mingyi, but she had declined, and he never brought it up again. She realized He Zheng was deliberately exaggerating. Her reaction was muted, yet the others were clearly astonished. An 8-figure salary, and she didn't take it? How foolish. As discussions ensued, He Zheng's voice rose again. Who the hell set this trap? Can't anyone use their brains? Are there really fools who would believe this? Oh, so only a bunch of idiots did believe it. A bunch of fools. Where's Jiang Qingyan? Aren't you his right-hand man? Is this how he protects his subordinates? The Yao siblings are bullying you like this, and he doesn't say a word? Is he unable to breathe? So he is dead. Wen Ruan, I've said it before, there is not a single good person at Wrongly, just a bunch of fools. You still insist on staying there, after spending too long in a pigsty. You've turned foolish yourself. Just a moment ago, this group of useless people turned against you, and you still loyally serve them. What do you gain from it? Their stupidity, their disgusting nature, their bear-like appearances. The imminent bankruptcy of Wrongly. The conference room fell silent. Every word He Zheng uttered seemed to be a critique veiled in an attack on Wen Ruan, yet it was directed at them. Fools, pigsty, bears, bankruptcy. His words were indeed scathing. With a crash, Yao Tianyu could no longer restrain himself. He slammed his pen down and marched over to snatch Wen Ruan's phone away. He Zheng, stop spewing nonsense. Your company as Qianwei colluded with Wen Ruan, causing Wrongly severe losses. Just tell me how we should settle this. Settle my ass. He Zheng's voice thundered louder than Yao Tianyu's. You think you can just spew a couple of lies and throw dirt on me? Wen Ruan may be foolish, but I'm no idiot. Yao Tianyu, who do you think you are? I know you better than your own father. Qianwei colluded with Wen Ruan. Why not just say I colluded with Wen Ruan? Qianwei violated company policy last month and has already been dismissed. What right does he have to represent the company in signing contracts, even if I wanted to take over Cao Kai? Would I really use someone who has been dismissed? Are you out of your mind? Qianwei has been dismissed. Yao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. Qianwei is still at Mingyi. He is merely transitioning work. The paperwork will be completed today. He Zheng retorted. Do I know my company's affairs better, or do you? Yao Tianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He Zheng clenched his jaw tightly. Yao Tianyu, you heartless wretches are persecuting loyal contributors. If you want to drag me into this, fine. This matter is related to me, and it won't end here, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I will bring Qianwei to Rongli Wen Ruan, that fool, and Zhao Xinghui, that beast, must be present. No one related to this matter can escape. We'll discuss it face to face, no tricks, or I'll make you regret it. Yao Tianyu laughed in anger. Make me regret? I'll see how you make me regret it. If you have the guts, come over now. He Zheng's cold voice suddenly dropped to a chilling tone. You should be grateful I'm abroad and cannot appear immediately, otherwise, with my current rage, I could truly kill you. His words were laced with menace, causing the temperature in the entire conference room to plummet. Yao Tianyu's face turned from green to white. He felt as if he might explode, wanting to curse, yet unable to act out in front of so many subordinates. Finally, he hung up the call. Pointing a finger at Wen Ruan, glaring at her with malice, this is all you're doing. Wen Ruan was aware of some of the enmity between He Zheng and Yao Tianyu when school first began in their freshman year. She encountered He Zheng in a bloody state, having been beaten by Yao Tianyu and his gang. Now if she hadn't passed by, He Zheng would have been too late to reach the hospital, and his life might have been in jeopardy. Aside from that incident, He Zheng had fought many battles, most of which were related to Yao Tianyu. Either Yao Tianyu led others to ambush and beat him, or he instigated others to bully him. Initially, He Zheng suffered greatly, but over time, he gained experience and honed his skills. As for the root of their animosity, there were rumors that He Zheng was the illegitimate son of a wealthy family, specifically the Yao family of Haicheng, claiming He Zheng was the illegitimate child of Yao Tianyu's father, Yao Wei. However, both Yao Tianyu and He Zheng denied it, and the rumor gradually faded. Later, it was said that their feud stemmed from a woman. Though the truth of that was uncertain, their enmity was significant. They would fight at the drop of a hat. Yao Tianyu, after failing his college entrance exams, went abroad for a while, which calmed things down for a few years. Eventually, Yao Tianyu entered the family business, while He Zheng established Mingyi capital. In the same city and circle, their rivalry reignited, becoming a life-and-death struggle. In the conference room, Wen Ruan did not rush to speak. She first reached for her phone, as Yao Tianyu seemed ready to smash it at any moment. Yao Tianyu was indeed furious and wanted to throw the phone, but just as he raised his hand, the phone was snatched away. He glared at Wen Ruan with a fierce expression. Unfazed by his glare, Wen Ruan slowly spoke. Young Master Yao, if you insist on convicting me, you must provide me with solid evidence. I do not accept Zhao Xinghui's call records and chat logs. As for what actually happened, He Zheng said he would bring Qianwei tomorrow morning. If you can't wait. She paused, then handed the phone back, her gaze clear. If 10,000 yuan is enough to leak company secrets and sell projects to competitors, then I must have committed a crime. Either we end this meeting now and wait for He Zheng to bring Qianwei for questioning, or you call the police to help investigate who was lying between Zhao Xinghui and me. The situation suddenly took a turn, and Yao Man, anxious and furious, was about to speak when Ling Yu interjected first. Since General Manager He of Mingyi has mentioned that Qianwei will come tomorrow, let us defer the discussion until then. We must not alert the authorities. That would be tantamount to creating a scandal. Without concrete evidence, it would be reckless to rush to judgment, and if word got out, it would undoubtedly lead to accusations of dishonorable conduct against us. We would be mercilessly criticized online, and I certainly do not wish to be drowned in a deluge of disparagement. Upon exiting the conference room, Wen Ruan glanced at her phone and noticed a message from He Zheng sent just moments ago. He Zheng, call me back when no one is around. Wen Ruan retreated to her office, shut the door, and dialed He Zheng, as she was currently alone. After the call in the conference room, He Zheng had not left, lingering on the terrace in anticipation of Wen Ruan's response. His mood evidently irritable as he requested a cigarette from a passing staff member. Hearing her relatively composed tone provided him with a modicum of relief. He jested, are you alright? You're not hiding away in tears, are you? Wen Ruan approached the window to look down, crying. How could that be? It was merely a trivial matter. The Rongli building stood at the heart of Financial Street, with her office on the 29th floor, offering a sweeping view of the city's most bustling thoroughfare. Cars flowed incessantly and crowds surged, creating a lively scene. However, this vibrancy no longer held any relevance for her, regardless of the outcome tomorrow. She would be departing. Within her phone, He Zheng's puzzled voice resonated. By Ying just finished the meeting. The celebration banquet hasn't commenced yet. Why is Yao Tianyu making things difficult for you at this moment? Did you offend him? Wen Ruan had not recently crossed paths with Yao Tianyu, rather, it was Yao Man she had clashed with. Yao Tianyu was likely assisting his sister in bullying her. How fortunate it is to have a brother and a powerful father who can act with impunity and easily ruin a person's life. It is a lengthy story that cannot be succinctly conveyed over the phone. We shall discuss it upon your return. He Zheng did not press further, allowing a moment of silence to settle before his tone softened. I apologize. Hearing his apology, Wen Ruan replied, what are you apologizing for? I should be thanking you. Although you were scolding me just now, it felt rather gratifying. In line with his usual demeanor, Wen Ruan anticipated He Zheng would retort. You find pleasure in my scolding, Wen Ruan, do you have a penchant for masochism? To her surprise, he was unusually serious, his deep voice revealing genuine contrition, although I was unaware of the situation before your call. Chen Wei is indeed my Mingyi employee. I am truly sorry for the distress you have endured. Wen Ruan smiled slightly. It was indeed a rarity to hear an apology from General Manager He Zheng stated, tomorrow, I will provide you with a resolution. Very well. When Lin Yu entered, Wen Ruan remained by the window. Hearing the commotion, she turned to see Lin Yu and immediately urged her to leave. What brings you here? Hurry and go. I am still a suspect. If that pair of siblings sees you here, they'll surely retaliate against you. Lin Yu approached after closing the door, huffing, your words echo those of my uncle. He just lectured me for ages, warning me to maintain my distance from you for fear of being implicated. Wen Ruan nodded in agreement, acknowledging her gratitude for Lin Yu's defense in the conference room earlier. Lin Yu, with an air of superiority, replied, who is helping you? I merely spoke the truth. Wen Ruan elongated her tone in response, prompting Lin Yu to glare at her while indicating the time on her wristwatch. A mere verbal thank you was insufficient. She demanded a meal as recompense, insisting they go immediately as work hours were nearly over. After He Zheng ended the call, he lingered momentarily, finishing the remaining half of his cigarette. He had numerous questions he wished to pose to Wen Ruan. For instance, Ronli intended to invest in Lingyi technology. Jiang Qingyan should be aware of this. Why had he not informed Wen Ruan sooner? Additionally, why had Jiang Qingyan failed to support Wen Ruan when she was facing such significant adversity today? What was the status of her relationship with Jiang Qingyan? Had they indeed broken up? Yet, this was not the opportune moment for inquiries, so he chose to suppress his curiosity for now. Yu Yang rushed over with his phone in hand, addressing He Zheng, General Manager. The HR department has prepared Chen Wei's resignation contract. And General Manager Shin has already detained him. We await your review. Yu Yang was filled with confusion. Chen Wei had been performing admirably, demonstrating strong dedication and competence, so why had He Zheng suddenly decided to dismiss him and instructed Shin to prevent any external communication? What had transpired? Not daring to voice his questions, Yu Yang remained silent. He Zheng extinguished his cigarette, his dark, intense gaze still simmering with agitation. Have the plane tickets been purchased? Yes, the earliest flight is at 6:30. Arriving in Haicheng at 11 tonight. We must head to the airport now. Very well. Observing He Zheng's demeanor, Yu Yang cautiously inquired, General Manager Shin asked me to ask you once more. He said he could assist you with matters in Haicheng. Would you prefer to depart tomorrow instead? He Zheng had come to discuss a collaboration which was nearly finalized. Tonight, he planned to dine with the CEO upon his return from a business trip. At which point they could essentially sign the contract. Leaving now might not be appropriate. He Zheng disregarded Yu Yang's suggestion and turned to seek out the vice president upon learning of He Zheng's intent to leave. The vice president expressed surprise and confusion, questioning the necessity of his departure. He Zheng stood tall and resolute. The woman I admire has been wronged and is feeling deeply aggrieved. I must return to support her. Yu Yang, the woman he admires, was He Zheng referring to Wen Ruan? Had he always been at odds with her? Every time he mentioned her, it was with evident irritation. How could he possibly have feelings for Wen Ruan? Surely he must be mistaken. The vice president, unaware of the underlying dynamics, was merely curious. Was this woman he admired his girlfriend? He Zheng's expression dimmed momentarily as he sighed. No, it's unrequited love. This revelation left the vice president astounded. Struggling to comprehend the situation, how could a woman who was not even his girlfriend hold more worth than a contract worth hundreds of billions? General Manager, have you considered this thoroughly? Is it truly worth it? He Zheng shrugged nonchalantly. Money can be earned again. I simply cannot bear to see her suffer. Chapter 15. He Zheng is the son of Yao Wei. After the meeting concluded, Yao Man followed Yao Tianyu to his office. Once the door closed, she erupted in anger. This is all your fault. You knew very well that He Zheng is a ticking time bomb, yet you insisted on involving him. The entire spectacle had indeed been orchestrated by the siblings. From the moment she stepped into Ronli capital, Wen Ruan had publicly humiliated her to protect Zhao Xinghui, igniting a deep-seated resentment within Yao Man. Later, upon discovering Wen Ruan's relationship with Jiang Qingyan, her irritation intensified. Their father had entrusted Yao Tianyu with the management of Ronli capital, prompting her to seek him out to find a pretext to dismiss Wen Ruan. Yao Tianyu had initially refused, stating, do you have any idea how much revenue Wen Ruan generates for Ronli? Dismissing such a profitable asset would not only meet my disapproval but also my father's. After a prolonged argument, Yao Tianyu eventually relented. This plan had been in motion long before she laid eyes on the love letter. At that time, her sole intention was to oust Wen Ruan and win over Jiang Qingyan. Had she known from the start that Jiang Qingyan's affections lay with her, she would not have expended such effort. Now that she was aware of his feelings for her, the plan was well underway. And she had no desire to halt at this point, regardless of the outcome. Ruining Wen Ruan would ensure her complete removal from their lives. Initially, everything had proceeded smoothly, but now the unexpected involvement of He Zheng had disrupted her plans. In the office, Yao Tianyu slouched in his executive chair, loosening his tie dismissively. I acknowledge my mistake, sister. You should contemplate how to explain this to father. today's incident cannot be kept under wraps. Yao Man stormed out in a huff. A secretary knocked and entered, presenting Yao Tianyu with a soothing tea. Noticing his grim expression, she spoke cautiously. I just tried contacting Qianwei, but his phone is off. Would you like me to go to Ronli to find him? Yao Tianyu drained the cup in one go, the anger ignited by He Zheng not abating in the slightest. No need, regardless of how things unfold tomorrow. Wen Ruan will be dismissed. Yao Man had only recently joined the company, yet she was already clamoring for him to find a reason to terminate Wen Ruan. Initially, he had resisted her demands. As the head of Ronli Capital, his primary concern was profitability. Who would be foolish enough to dismiss an asset that brought in substantial revenue, despite his desire for Wen Ruan, who had proven both capable and lucrative? He had managed to suppress his urges. After all, beautiful women were plentiful, but those who could also contribute to his wealth were rare, and he had yet to exhaust his options outside with other women. Leaving him no rush to conquer Wen Ruan, he had resisted the idea of dismissing Wen Ruan, yet Yao Man's persistent pressure had worn him down. Ultimately, he agreed not out of annoyance, but rather to gauge his father's threshold for tolerating Yao Man's behavior. If their father were to discover that Yao Man had jeopardized company interests by orchestrating the dismissal of a talent like Wen Ruan for the sake of a man, perhaps he would come to realize that Yao Man was indeed unsuited for the company. And only he, as the son, was capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. While the thought of dismissing Wen Ruan was regrettable, the city of Haichang was not lacking in talent. In the grand scheme of things, Wen Ruan was inconsequential compared to the entirety of Ronli Group. The founder of Lingyi Technology, Yang Shang, has been sought after since the beginning of the year, yet he has chosen to ignore the advances. The management model of Lingyi over the past 2 years has proven ineffective, resulting in a severe loss of talent within the research and development department. The investment has become a veritable pitfall. How fortuitous it is, Wen Ruan has set her sights on Jiaosu. After Pan Ruwei upgrades Jiaosu, if Lingyi acquires the technology, there may yet be hope. He plans to invest in both, subsequently merging them, thus elevating Lingyi to its peak market value for a lucrative sale. This strategy would allow him to dismiss Wen Ruan, aiding Yao Man in resolving her issues, while simultaneously enabling his father to see Yao Man's true nature. All while reaping a substantial financial gain. A trifecta of benefits. Indeed, should Wen Ruan find herself desperate enough to seek his assistance post-dismissal, he could seize the opportunity to seduce her, achieving a remarkable fourfold advantage. The video from the bar was sent to Zhao Xinghui by him, instructing Zhao to pass it on to Wen Ruan, ensuring she remains unsuspecting. Why choose Qianwei? Because Qianwei had frequented his establishment for illicit encounters. Providing him with leverage over him, Qianwei, cowed like a child, willingly submitted. He intends to utilize Qianwei. Firstly, with the leverage in hand, Qianwei can be easily manipulated. Once Wen Ruan is dismissed today, Qianwei will inform Dong Qiaoming that the deal is off. As long as he leaks the news of a falling out with Lingyi, Dong Qiaoming will inevitably seek him out, and Jiaosu will still belong to him. Secondly, it would irk He Zheng. If he were to discover that such a grand scheme was orchestrated right under his nose, it would infuriate him. He Zheng would be displeased, and that would delight him. Initially, He Zheng would not learn of this so quickly, as Qianwei had been privately liaising with Dong Qiaoming on behalf of Mingyi. After today's events, it would be too late for He Zheng to react. However, in an unforeseen turn, Wen Ruan called He Zheng on the spot. He did not intervene during the call, as Wen Ruan's arguments were sound. With so many witnesses present, it would have been inappropriate to stop her. Furthermore, he believed that He Zheng had always been at odds with Wen Ruan. Even if He Zheng were to be enraged by Qianwei's clandestine actions, it was unlikely he would publicly defend Wen Ruan in front of everyone. As a result, Qianwei has already been dismissed. With the situation escalating to this extent, Yao Tianyu harbored no worries. Even if his father were to find out, it would be evident that Yao Man had coerced him. And Yao Man would shoulder the blame. Even if Qianwei were to change his stance tomorrow and reveal the truth, he would have nothing to fear, as he could deflect all responsibility onto Zhao Xinghui. After all, he had a scapegoat in front and an escape route behind. Whom should he fear? His anger stemmed from being publicly berated by He Zheng, losing face in front of so many. Tomorrow he would ensure He Zheng could not harm him. In a private dining room of a Chinese restaurant on East Street, Wen Ruan felt her scalp prickle under Lin Yu's scrutiny, prompting her to hastily inquire. Lin Yu had been holding back, waiting for this very moment. What exactly is going on between you and Jiang Qingyan? The dishes had already been served. Wen Ruan took a bite of the shrimp ball. Her voice flat. We have broken up. I should be announcing it with Yao Man soon. Lin Yu was taken aback. So it's true, you really broke up. She calculated the timeline, recalling that on the day of Baijian, Wen Ruan had left work early to celebrate their 3rd anniversary. Yao Man had posted on social media early Saturday morning, thus they must have parted ways the previous Friday night. Yes, things had been going well. So what happened that night? Wen Ruan pursed her lips and smiled faintly, unwilling to elaborate. Though she smiled, her eyes were distinctly red. Lin Yu could even detect a hint of humiliation and shame within them. Lin Yu refrained from pressing further, pouring wine for Wen Ruan and swiftly changing the subject. Drink more. A drunken stupor can ease countless sorrows. Wen Ruan's stomach had only just begun to heal. And she couldn't indulge excessively. Lin Yu had heard of her gastric distress on Saturday. Assuming that her breakup with Jiang Qingyan must have been tumultuous, she ceased her attempts to persuade her, saying, "Just watch me drink." From there, Lin Yu primarily drank on her own, becoming increasingly verbose with each sip. "Wen Ruan, do you know why I find you so bothersome? Before you arrived, I was the youngest, most beautiful and most capable woman in the entire investment department, basking in the adoration of all, but then you came and usurped my status, stealing my spotlight. I truly find you irksome, yet I swear, despite our rivalry over the years, I have never schemed against you in the shadows." Wen Ruan had never doubted her sincerity. Lin Yu's uncle was the vice president at the group headquarters. Had she whispered ill tidings in her uncle's ear, Wen Ruan's life would have been far from pleasant. Their relationship had always been one of healthy competition, both adversaries and friends. Lin Yu brought up the events of that afternoon. "You needn't thank me. In your second year at Rowley, you shielded me from a blow. Today, consider it my way of repaying that life-saving grace." Reflecting on the past, Lin Yu filled her glass to the brim, drinking recklessly and without regard. "That day was the most humiliating of my life. The general manager of the Risk Control Center, Li Mingrui, resigned in your second year. I wonder if you remember him. He was my first boyfriend. To be precise, he was my first love. He pursued me earnestly when I first joined Rowley as an intern. He treated me exceptionally well, and I believed it was true love. However, he was merely after my uncle's influence. Back then, I was quite infatuated with him. My uncle doted on me and helped him climb from a group leader to the position of general manager, all while he promised to marry me. Yet, as I joyfully prepared my wedding attire, I discovered he had been seeing someone else, and worse, he was already married back in his hometown. What a farce. I initially intended to confront the woman who destroyed my relationship, only to find myself cast in the role of the other woman, a true thunderbolt from the blue. Upon learning he had a wife, I immediately ended things. He was unwilling to lose my uncle's support and continually urged his wife to divorce him. Later, his wife's two brothers came to confront me. I remember it vividly. It was during a high school reunion. They stormed into the private room, accusing me of being the mistress and even splattering paint on me. One man shouted that he held sulfuric acid, demanding I call Li Mingrui over, or else he would throw it on me. "No one dared approach me until you dashed in, snatching the item from the man's hand. I received a blow to the head from behind, but you shielded me." Wen Ruan recalled that day vividly. She had suffered a bruise on her back that ached for nearly half a month. She had been dining with Zhang Tongtong when they stumbled upon the ruckus at the private room. She had no intention of getting involved but was drawn in when she heard Lin Yu's name. Certain she could neutralize the threat, she rushed forward to seize the bottle. When the police arrived, it turned out the supposed sulfuric acid was merely a ruse to intimidate Lin Yu. She had only intervened to ensure her own safety, feeling confident enough to assist. Had she not felt secure, she would not have acted thus. She never anticipated that Lin Yu would owe her a life debt. Inside the private room, Lin Yu continued to drink, swaying unsteadily. "I have always remembered your kindness to me. Thus, over these years, even though you overshadowed me, I have never plotted against you. However, starting tomorrow, you must fend for yourself. My uncle and I are deeply entrenched in Rowley. My brother's company is an investment of Rowley, and my cousin is soon to marry Yao Tianyu's cousin. Now we are too entangled with the Yao family to act impulsively any longer. So Wen Ruan, if tomorrow you find yourself in dire straits at their hands, I will not come to your aid. However, do not be too despondent. The president of Mingyi Capital. He Zheng, is he not set to arrive? Let me tell you, He Zheng will absolutely assist you tomorrow. He harbors animosity towards Yao Tianyu." Lin Yu leaned forward suddenly, conspiratorially whispering, "I must share a secret with you, but promise me to keep it under wraps, or I will be doomed." He Zheng, he is actually the son of Yao Wei. Chapter 16, Qingyan, do not show weakness. Yao Wei, the chairman of Rowley Group, is the biological father of Yao Man and Yao Tianyu. The rumor that He Zheng is Yao Wei's illegitimate son had circulated since high school. Yet both parties denied it. Wen Ruan assumed Lin Yu was merely repeating hearsay and paid it no mind. As a message arrived on her phone, she glanced at it. "Jiang Qingyan, regarding this afternoon's incident, I was unaware until just now. I had no part in it." Wen Ruan replied, "So what? Now that you are aware, what do you intend to do? Will you assist your white moonlight in attacking me? Or do you pity me as a mere tool and wish to offer a token of sympathy?" Jiang Qingyan, "I'm sorry, Wen Ruan, not accepted." Wen Ruan, "Jiang Qingyan, you have chosen your white moonlight, so be steadfast in your role as her loyal follower. I find you utterly repugnant right now. Weren't your friends looking to purchase a house? Hurry up and finalize the sale. Once you do, let's mutually delete each other." With a loud slap, Lin Yu observed Wen Ruan's calm demeanor, mistaking her skepticism for disbelief. Under the influence of alcohol, her temper flared, and she slammed the table, her voice sharp. "Indeed, my uncle has been with Rowley for nearly 30 years. He even served as Yao Wei's assistant in the beginning. He knows many of Yao Wei's affairs, and I assure you, He Zheng is truly Yao Wei's son." Lin Yu's revelations poured forth uncontrollably that Yao Wei is a complete scoundrel. He was unfaithful to his wife while she was pregnant with Yao Man. After their child was born, his wife fell into depression. He lay low for a time, but when she became pregnant with Yao Tianyu, he strayed again. His wife was merely 2 months along when she caught him in the act. He had the audacity to engage with 2 women simultaneously. The shock drove her to demand a divorce. After the divorce, her family hoped for reconciliation, insisting she keep the child. Meanwhile, Yao Wei, undeterred, swiftly turned his affections to He Zheng's mother, who was just a freshman at the time. In his youth, Yao Wei was undeniably handsome, wealthy, and charmingly gentlemanly, ensnaring her heart. She, being infatuated, believed he would marry her. However, Yao Wei merely viewed her as a temporary dalliance, pressuring her to terminate the pregnancy. At that time, Yao Wei was also preparing to reconcile with his ex-wife. She had a falling out with him, left He Zheng after taking a break from her studies, claiming to be utterly heartbroken, but in truth, she had returned to her hometown to give birth. After disappearing for more than a year, she returned to He Zheng following her departure. Yao Wei indeed remarried his ex-wife, however, she tragically passed away during childbirth when she had Yao Tianyu. Upon hearing this, He Zheng's mother sought out Yao Wei again. It must be said that He Zheng's plight was truly lamentable. The Yao family disowned him, and his biological mother abandoned him, leaving him with his grandmother right after his birth. His mother, unwilling to be tied down, chose to follow Yao Wei, bestowing all her maternal affection upon Yao Man and her brother, while remaining indifferent to He Zheng. Eventually she triumphed. Yao Wei married her, and she became the current mistress of the Yao household. My uncle mentioned that after assuming her position, she contemplated bringing He Zheng back, and Yao Wei intended to acknowledge him as well, but Yao Tianyu and her brother opposed the idea, and He Zheng himself was reluctant to return. Wen Ruan was momentarily taken aback. So He Zheng is truly Yao Wei's son. As she pondered this, she heard Lin Yu say, He Zheng's relationship with Yao Tianyu is exceedingly hostile, they detest each other to the core. Now that he is dragged into this matter, he will undoubtedly retaliate. Therefore, Wen Ruan, there's no need for you to worry, as long as He Zheng can prove that today's incident is unrelated to Mingyi. Your innocence will be assured. At that moment, Jiang Qingyan had just come down from a dinner gathering, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. His stomach burned fiercely, so upon returning to the hotel, he retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and downed it in one go. Feeling somewhat relieved, he crumpled the bottle and tossed it into the trash, then heavily flopped onto the sofa. Slightly irritated as he loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his wine-stained, alluring collarbone, he sat on the sofa for a long time, holding his phone, which displayed a chat interface with Wen Ruan. He knew he shouldn't message her, yet he pressed send, uncertain of why he did so. Perhaps subconsciously he wished to prevent her from thinking he was involved in this situation. In truth, he had no part in it. He was already aware that Yao Tianyu planned to invest in Lingyi technology and intended to package Jiaosu for Lingyi. Jiang Qingyan had known this for quite some time. He did not oppose it, reasoning that the merger between the 2 companies would indeed maximize benefits, and as the general manager of the investment management center, he had no justification to object. He refrained from informing Wen Ruan because Jiaosu belonged to Zhang Tongtong's husband, and she would undoubtedly oppose sacrificing Jiaosu. Yao Man aspired to manage the project and take charge of Lingyi technology. If she desired it, he would have to support her, especially since this was Yao Tianyu's decision. Making any opposition futile, Jiang Qingyan was only aware of these matters. He was oblivious to the fact that Yao Tianyu and Yao Man had dug such a substantial pit for Wen Ruan. Having only learned about the events in the conference room an hour prior. At that time, he was still at the dinner, receiving calls from several vice presidents of Ronli Capital, inquiring whether he knew about Wen Ruan selling Jiaosu to Mingyi. After listening to the entire process, he understood that Wen Ruan was being wronged. Having known her for nearly a decade, he was well aware of her character. She would never engage in such actions. Perhaps after resigning, she might seek He Zheng's assistance to save Jiaosu, but she would never accept money for it, nor would she approach Qianwei. She would unreservedly discuss matters with He Zheng, as she held disdain for such base tactics. He understood her grievances, yet he could not assist her in clearing her name. After hearing about the incident, his first instinct was to call Yao Man and urge her to cease this farce. But before he could dial, Yao Wei summoned him outside. The news of the Ronli conference room incident had reached Yao Wei, who had already spoken with Yao Man and her brother, learning the reasons and truths behind the matter. Yao Wei patted his shoulder and spoke extensively. Qingyan Man mentioned that she has feelings for you, but at that time, you were dating Wen Ruan, which made her jealous. In a fit of irrationality, she resorted to the most extreme methods. Alas, this child has been spoiled by us. She acts according to her whims, and I am quite furious. I have scolded her thoroughly. I have been touched and reassured by your genuine feelings for Man. And I have always believed in you. It is unfortunate that Man previously had poor judgment, being enamored with her inept ex-husband. Now however she is divorced, and you are both in love. It seems a fortuitous match. Yet, to speak candidly, you have indeed wronged Wen Ruan, but what can be done? The events have unfolded, reaching this extent. Even if I were to apologize to Wen Ruan, it would likely be of no use, for she must harbor deep resentment towards you both. She is a talent, and I have always held her in high regard. While it is a shame Ronli cannot retain her any longer, tomorrow, He Zheng will be going to Ronli. That troublesome lad. Sigh, once you and man marry, you will all be family. I will not hide it from you, He Zheng is indeed my son, but that troublesome boy is inherently rebellious, stubborn as a mule. And neither his mother nor I can control him. He and Tianyu are like oil and water. This time, Tianyu provoked him first, and he will certainly cause a scene at Rongli. I just called him. But his phone is off, he is probably already on a plane. It is too late now, you should take the earliest flight back tomorrow. They are both impulsive siblings, and only you can manage this situation to ease my concerns. In the hotel, Jiang Qingyan leaned against the sofa for a long time, feeling the dull ache of a hangover, his brow furrowed as he stared at the messages from Wen Ruan. His palm ached from the pressure of the phone. You have chosen your white moonlight, just resolutely be her devoted admirer. I find you utterly repulsive now. Outside, the rain fell heavily, the sound amplifying Jiang Qingyan's irritation, and suddenly he hurled his phone onto the ground in frustration. After Yao Wei had finished speaking, he cautioned Jiang Qingyan once more before leaving. Having made your decision, do not regret it. Tomorrow, have a proper conversation with Wen Ruan. I have but one request, Qingyan, do not be soft-hearted. At Haicheng, Mingyi capital, He Zheng arrived just before 1 in the morning, and the entire company was shrouded in darkness except for the light in Shen Yifan's office. He Zheng removed his outer coat, rolled up his sleeves, and inquired, "Where is he?" Shen Yifan glanced at Yu Yang and pointed to the break room behind him. Yu Yang turned and walked toward the break room, emerging moments later, dragging someone along. It was none other than Chen Wei. Yu Yang pushed him forward, causing Qian Wei to stagger a few steps before regaining his balance, the frustration still evident on his face. This afternoon, Mr. Shin had summoned him to the office, and the moment he entered, he was knocked unconscious. The speed was so swift that he didn't even have time to see who it was. Upon waking, he found himself lying on a floor resembling a break room, his hands and feet bound. The room was remarkably soundproof. He could not hear the commotion outside, and even after screaming hoarsely, no one came in. His phone had been taken away, and he had no idea how long he had been confined. Just moments ago, someone had entered to untie him. It was Assistant Yu Yang. He asked several questions, but Yu Yang disregarded him entirely, leaving him filled with frustration and confusion. As he emerged, still unable to see clearly, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. His stomach was violently kicked. He let out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground, grimacing, only to see that the person throwing punches was He Zheng, leaving him utterly bewildered. He Zheng, the torment was far from over. His collar was seized again, and he received another heavy blow to the face, the wind from the punch grazing his ear, causing it to ring. Who allowed you to touch her? He Zheng's narrow eyes were dark and menacing, his cold visage emanating an icy chill, his voice laced with fury. Who gave you permission to lay a hand on her? Are you tired of living? Do you want to die? I'll grant you that today. Qian Wei's ears rang, rendering him unable to comprehend anything being said. As he attempted to plead for mercy, He Zheng showed no signs of relenting, delivering blow after blow, each strike landing with brutal force. Yu Yang watched in horror, wanting to intervene yet too intimidated to do so. He leaned toward Shen Yifan, whispering, "Mr. Shen, should we intervene?" Shen Yifan completed his final tasks, saved his work, and shut down his computer. Deciding to let He Zheng vent his frustrations for a while longer, it wasn't until Qian Wei appeared to be on the brink of collapse that Shen Yifan called for Yu Yang to restrain him. The two of them each seized one of He Zheng's arms. Yu Yang urged, "Mr. He, if you continue, you'll kill him." But He Zheng seemed oblivious to the world around him, his fists still flying until Shen Yifan interjected. "If you kill him, what will Wen Ruan do tomorrow?" The mention of Wen Ruan acted as a switch, instantly dousing He Zheng's rage. He released his grip, and Qian Wei collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. He Zheng, still unsatisfied, kicked him one last time. "I wouldn't even dare let her suffer, and yet you have the audacity to plot against her." Shen Yifan, observing Qian Wei on the ground, lifted his leg to deliver a kick of his own. "Hurry up, confess and receive leniency, resist and face dire consequences. Tell us, what do you have on Yao Tianyu?" Chapter 17. He Zheng confronts Yao Man in the office. Qian Wei had just endured a brutal beating, followed by 2 kicks, his head colliding with the floor, stars dancing before his eyes. The ringing in his ears drowned out everything He Zheng said. He could only faintly hear Shen Yifan mention, "Confess and receive leniency, resist and face dire consequences. What do you have on Yao Tianyu?" Upon hearing Yao Tianyu's name, Qian Wei froze, his eyelids twitching and his scalp prickling. Why were they suddenly mentioning Yao Tianyu? Did they discover the matter regarding Jiaosu? He was uncertain whether they knew, and if so, how much they knew. Thus, he stifled the pain in his mouth and cautiously responded, "What do you mean?" Shen Yifan shot him a glance before turning to pull He Zheng down onto the sofa. He poured him a glass of water. "Drink some water to calm down." He Zheng gulped down the entire glass. Yet the anger still simmered violently within him. Noticing He Zheng's furrowed brow, Shen Yifan understood that his patience was wearing thin, fearing that he might truly kill Qian Wei in his fury. He spoke first. "Qian Wei, we are aware of your dealings with Rongli, including your collusion with Xia Xinghui to set a trap for Wen Ruan." The mention of this matter ignited anger not only in He Zheng but also in Shen Yifan. He received a call from Yu Yang in the afternoon, who informed him that He Zheng had instructed him to immediately restrain Qian Wei and confiscate his phone to prevent any communication with the outside world. He was filled with questions. At that time, Yu Yang was also unaware of the reasons behind this directive, so he could only confine Chen Wei to the later on his way to the airport. He Zheng called, and upon hearing about Wen Ruan's dire situation, he browsed through Chen Wei's phone and discovered the call logs and chat records that Wen Ruan had mentioned, all aligning perfectly. Based solely on the evidence, it was indeed impossible for Wen Ruan to defend herself. Moreover, Shen Yifan had a rather favorable impression of Chen Wei. He was diligent, capable, and rarely caused trouble, to the point that Shen Yifan almost believed him. However, Chen Wei's statement, He Zheng said he would come back to sign, was utterly implausible. That He Zheng could not possibly be aware of the situation, and even if he were, he would never engage in anything that could harm Wen Ruan. Noticing that Chen Wei remained silent, his head bowed, Shen Yifan contemplated speaking further, but He Zheng's patience had completely worn thin. With a resounding crash, a teacup was smashed at Chen Wei's feet, startling him so much that he shuddered and, still in shock, was met with a punch to the face. The searing pain left his mind blank for a few seconds, and as he began to regain his senses, he received a kick to his abdomen. To speak or not to speak, He Zheng recalled Wen Ruan's plight earlier that afternoon, his voice low and laced with a chilling fury as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each harder than the last. Chen Wei was thrown to the ground and pulled back up repeatedly until his face and abdomen were numb with pain, feeling as though he might perish, trembling on the ground as he begged for mercy. "Stop hitting me, I will tell you. Was that not enough?" Mingyi and Rongli had always been at odds, and he never wished to wade into these murky waters, yet he found himself trapped. He had been diligent and studious in his youth, conscientious at work, dutiful to his parents, and had never committed any egregious acts, save for his rather lascivious tendencies. Half a year ago, his girlfriend had moved on to someone else, leaving him single and desperate after 6 months of celibacy, leading him to seek the services of a woman for relief. Little did he know, a moment of indulgence would bring him lifelong misfortune. The hotel was invested in by Rongli, and upon exiting, he encountered Yao Tianyu. At the time, Yao Tianyu was flanked by a group of people, such a cursed twist of fate. Among them were clients who had also engaged with the woman he had just been with. Instantly recognizing her, regret was futile now. He could not allow this matter to come to light. Detention and fines were tolerable, but he was the sole college graduate in his village, and his family took immense pride in him. If this were to be reported, he would face severe consequences from his father. Yao Tianyu had promised that if the plan succeeded, he would destroy the evidence and let him go, compelling him to comply. Stuttering through his confession, Chen Wei was met with Shen Yifan's inquiry. "He Zheng despises traitors. If you fear Yao Tianyu, should you not fear He Zheng discovering this and eliminating you?" Chen Wei, feeling utterly broken, was taken aback by the question, feeling a wave of unjust grievance wash over him. For years, He Zheng had been at odds with Rongli, and among the most formidable figures there were two, Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan. Although he had assisted Yao Tianyu this time, he had also undermined Wen Ruan. Causing Rongli to lose a valuable asset could be seen as a merit, couldn't it? He had dared to agree with Yao Tianyu, considering that if the truth were to surface, He Zheng would hardly take drastic measures against him. He might even receive a promotion, yet now He Zheng seemed poised to kill him, as if he had wronged his wife. Wen Ruan struggled with insomnia, relying on melatonin to force herself into slumber. Upon waking the next day, her complexion was far from radiant, so she applied an energetic makeup look. During breakfast, Lin Yu called, asking, "I didn't say anything out of line last night, did I?" Wen Ruan took a sip of yam porridge, muttering, "I was just cursing your ex-boyfriend." Lin Yu, with a hint of pride, remarked, "You mean my ex-boyfriend? I switch men like I change clothes. The fastest was within a month, the slowest a year." Wen Ruan responded, impressive. After exchanging some casual banter, Lin Yu's tone turned slightly serious. "When I woke up this morning, my WeChat was nearly exploding with messages from colleagues asking if the rumors about you betraying the company and selling out to Mingyi were true. During yesterday's meeting, Yao Tianyu had instructed that the matter should not be disclosed." Leaving her puzzled as to who leaked the information so quickly, after inquiring, she traced it back to Yao Man. Yao Man had approached HR just before the end of the workday, claiming that Wen Ruan would be dismissed and that they should prepare the contract. The gossip within the company had originated from HR. Lin Yu's words dripped with sarcasm. "Yao Man is ruthless. First she steals your boyfriend, then she digs a massive pit to ruin your reputation. You can't mess with the children of capitalists." The meeting was set for 9 o'clock, and when Wan arrived punctually at the door of the Rongli Capital conference room, upon cracking the door open, she overheard a conversation inside. Yao Man's voice was laced with impatience. "Why hasn't Wen Ruan arrived yet? Making everyone wait for her. What an ego!" Responding to her was He Zheng, his tone cool and nonchalant, tinged with sarcasm. "What's the rush? Are you dying soon, eager to be reborn? No need to hurry. You've committed enough sins in this life that you'll surely reincarnate as a beast. No one will contest that." Yao Man was furious, glaring at him, while He Zheng appeared even more disdainful. "What are you staring at? Wipe the sleep from your eyes. Didn't you look in the mirror before leaving? Go take a look. Your face is unfit for viewing." Yao Man instinctively reached for her eyes, then quickly grabbed her phone to check her reflection in the front camera. Soon enough, she exclaimed, "He Zheng, are you out of your mind?" Wen Ruan pushed the door open and entered, surveying the room. There were noticeably fewer people than the previous afternoon. Yao Man sat with the Rongli contingent on one side, while He Zheng, Chen Yifan, and Xianwei occupied the opposite side. Yao Tianyu was conspicuously absent. That was unexpected. After He Zheng had berated him yesterday, given Yao Tianyu's vengeful nature, one would assume he would seek to reclaim his dignity today, yet he had not shown up. There were no available seats on the Rongli side. He Zheng pulled out the chair next to him and beckoned to her. Director Wen, in the eyes of these dogs from Rongli, you are a suspect, and I am merely an accomplice. We are in this together. So take a seat beside me. Wen Ruan accepted without hesitation. Sitting down beside him, her gaze lingered on Qianwei, who bore the marks of a severe beating, his eyes swollen like a frog's. TSK, it was evident he had been brutally assaulted. She silently questioned He Zheng about his involvement, but he feigned ignorance and pushed a cup of coffee towards her. Buy 2, get 1 free, you get the leftover. Indeed, there were 3 cups of coffee on the table, one for him, one for Shen Yifan, and the last one he had pushed towards her. Since it was complimentary, Wen Ruan took it, feeling the warmth of the cup against her palm. Thank you, Mr. He. No need for thanks, Shen Yifan interjected. Buy 2, get 1 free, you paid for all 3 cups. The atmosphere was quite pleasant on their side, while the faces of the Rongli group appeared rather grim. Moments ago, He Zheng had insulted them, and now he was openly confronting them again, prompting everyone to glance at Yao Man, who had been visibly agitated by He Zheng's earlier remarks. He Zheng, who do you think you're calling a dog? He began, but He Zheng interrupted her, turning his gaze to Qianwei to explain. Why did you involve yourself in Rongli's affairs? Qianwei, still feeling the pain in his mouth, stammered, I was bribed. By whom? He raised his head to look across the table. Pointing a finger at Yao Man, her, Miss Yao. Yao Man's eyes widened in shock as she realized Qianwei was implicating her. Qianwei had been recruited by Yao Tianyu, and today was their first encounter. She had never interacted with him before, so how could he suddenly turn against her? Instinctively she sought out her brother but found him absent, only then recalling that Yao Tianyu had been advised by their father not to attend today. Their father had warned him that should he cross paths with He Zheng, a violent confrontation could ensue, and it would not reflect well on their family. She was ill-equipped to handle He Zheng on her own. Their father had assured her that Jiang Qingyan would come to her aid that morning, while all she needed to do was delay matters. Yao Man took a deep breath and asked Qianwei, do you have evidence to support your claim that I instructed you? Qianwei replied, on the 20th of last month, you suddenly approached me, stating that Wen Ruan had offended you and that you wanted to expel her from Rongli. However, Wen Ruan is a key investor for Rongli, and dismissing her without cause could incite widespread discontent. Therefore, you sought me out to frame her as a traitor collaborating with external enemies. I agreed because you promised me a position at Chaokai upon success. In fact, I had already been dismissed last month for violating company policy, but I had not yet left due to the ongoing handover of my work. He produced a resignation letter from his bag as proof of his dismissal. I thought that if I secured the position at Chaokai, perhaps I could redeem myself and convince Mr. He to retain me. So, I consented to cooperate with you. This was all orchestrated by He Zheng. Initially aimed at Yao Tianyu, his absence today had prompted He Zheng to shift the blame entirely onto Yao Man, fearing he might forget his lines. Qianwei rushed through his explanation, leaving no time for anyone to interject. Having clarified his motives, he continued by detailing the damning call logs and chat records that nearly implicated Wen Ruan, and Zhao Xinghui was indeed calling me while in Director Wen's office. However, I did not respond. He merely put his phone in his pocket and muted the microphone, so Director Wen was completely unaware of our conversation. This was the truth, and he spoke with newfound confidence. The WeChat messages were also fabricated to frame her. Those words had been pre-arranged. After finishing, he stood and bowed deeply towards Wen Ruan and Director Wen. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 18. Jiang Qingyan arrives after Qianwei's confession. The entire conference room fell silent once Yao Man regained her composure. She pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, nonsense, nonsense. The individual speaking is He Zheng, who reclines casually, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Today, he is dressed rather formally, though his black shirt is unbuttoned 2 buttons, leaving it somewhat open, which imparts a hint of frivolity and dissipation. He inquires of Yao Man, pray tell, which of Qianwei's statements is incorrect? He claims it was my directive, yet I have never encountered him before. Do you dare to swear an oath? Dare you? Very well, since it was not your instruction, you must be oblivious to the call logs and chat records, and the entire affair must surely have no connection to you. He Zheng squints slightly, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, then swear your oath, declaring that all of this is unrelated to you. If a single word of yours is false, Rongli Group will inevitably face bankruptcy next year, and the Yao family shall perish within 2 years. Upon utterance of these words, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Wen Ruan could not resist casting a sidelong glance at He Zheng, internally marveling at his audacity. Although he does not bear the Yao surname, he is indeed the son of Yao Wei, and he dares to curse even himself when enraged. Yao Man, too, was momentarily taken aback. The complete annihilation of the Yao family. He Zheng is indeed a madman. Though reluctant to admit it, he undeniably possesses the blood of the Yao family, and he truly dares to curse. Naturally, Yao Man was unwilling to swear an oath. For aside from the matter concerning Qianwei's directives, she was privy to all else, leaving her in a rather precarious position, her complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. He Zheng continues his relentless interrogation. What, are you hesitant now? Were you not quite formidable just a moment ago? Go ahead, swear your oath. If you do not dare, then Qianwei has not wronged you. Yao Man retorts, it's not that I'm afraid. It is a matter of reason. Why should I swear an oath at your behest? She points accusingly at Qianwei's face, asserting, his statements are undoubtedly your teachings. You coerced him into confessing to absolve Wen Ruan. Look at his expression. He Zheng does not deny it. Indeed, the injuries sustained by Qianwei were inflicted by me. He was fully aware of my distaste for you and yet clandestinely engaged in dealings with you. Should I not have struck him? He gazes at Yao Man as one might regard a fool. As for your claim that I acted to absolve Wen Ruan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Over these years, how many projects has Wen Ruan snatched from me, who is unaware that we clash whenever we meet? He Zheng's long affair fingers idly tap on the table. As for my reasoning behind having Qianwei confess. Firstly, to prove my own innocence. Secondly, he pauses, a languid and somewhat mischievous smile gracing his lips. Once Qianwei reveals the truth, Wen Ruan will undoubtedly be disappointed in you, and should she resign, Ronli would lose a crucial asset, which would be a tremendous boon for Mingyi. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking executives of Ronli seated across from him suddenly wore grim expressions, their gazes toward Yao Man tinged with a hint of incredulity. Those present were not fools. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, they had surmised that the eldest lady was targeting Wen Ruan, yet no one dared to speak up in her defense. The entirety of Ronli belonged to the Yao family, and it was said that Chairman Yao held his daughter Yao Man in particularly high regard. They were mere employees, certainly not inclined to offend the eldest lady. Amidst the pervasive silence, Wen Ruan finally broke her silence. Miss Yao, has my name been cleared? Jiang Qingyan had yet to arrive, and Yao Man needed to buy more time to know Qianwei is affiliated with Mingyi. His words lack credibility unless you possess further evidence to substantiate your innocence. Wen Ruan smiled slightly. Miss Yao, your logic is flawed. Allow me to clarify. The origin of this matter lies in Zhao Xinghui's accusation against me, with Qianwei serving as his accomplice and witness. Now that Qianwei has come forward, asserting my innocence, it is I who has triumphed. If you still believe this matter is unresolved, first, you must provide new evidence proving my guilt, only then shall I present evidence to refute you. Yao Man was nearly rendered speechless by her intricate reasoning. When Ruan turned her gaze to Zhao Xinghui. Manager Zhao, do you possess any evidence that could condemn me? Hurry and present it. Look how agitated your lady is. Her face contorted. Zhao Xinghui kept his head down, unable to meet her gaze, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Yao Man had just sent a message to Jiang Qingyan, updating him on the current situation and inquiring about his arrival. But he had yet to respond. As the situation deteriorated, she grew increasingly anxious when suddenly a commotion arose at the entrance. Everyone turned their attention to the sound. Entering was none other than Jiang Qingyan. He pushed open the door and first glanced at the row of Ronli executives seated with Yao Man. The meeting concludes here for today. You may all leave. The crowd exchanged glances, yet no one uttered a word. Rising to vacate the room, Jiang Qingyan had returned early after flying to Hong Kong to accompany Chairman Yao the previous day, clearly under the chairman's directive. In other words, he returned bearing a royal edict. His instructions conveyed the chairman's intent. Thus, as he spoke, the executives of Ronli complied without question. Within a minute, the conference room was left with only Jiang Qingyan, Wen Ruan, He Zheng, Yao Man, Qianwei, and Zhao Xinghui. Yao Man pulled out a chair beside her and beckoned Qingyan. Please take a seat here. Jiang Qingyan approached and sat beside her, directly across from Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan cast a cool glance in his direction before quickly averting her gaze. Slowly sipping the coffee He Zheng had provided. As Jiang Qingyan caught her gaze, he swiftly turned his attention to He Zheng. Mr. He, you have come today to compel Qianwei to reveal the truth. And now that all has been said, both sides bear responsibility. We will address Zhao Xinghui's actions, and you may take Qianwei with you. If you feel unsatisfied, Chairman Yao has stated that upon his return, he will personally extend his apologies. The hour grows late, and I shan't keep you any longer. We shall arrange to dine together another day. His tone was polite, yet his words carried an unmistakable undertone of dismissal. He Zheng regarded him, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. After taking his seat, Yao Man leaned in closer, pulling her chair nearer and wrapping her arm around his, leaving no space between them, almost as if they were conjoined. Notably, Jiang Qingyan did not push her away. Meanwhile, Wen Ruan remained unfazed, appearing oblivious to the scene unfolding before her. So Jiang Qingyan has been unfaithful. For He Zheng, this should be good news, as it meant Wen Ruan was now single. Yet he found himself unable to feel any joy. He suddenly recalled seeing Wen Ruan at the cinema the previous Friday. So she was crying not because of the film. Perhaps their issues had already begun to surface by then. How vile, indeed. He Zheng felt quite disgusted. He had once resided in the Yao household for a time during his childhood, and Yao Man had always been cruel, tormenting cats, dogs, and servants alike. When she went mad, she exhibited no humanity, and such a person was scarcely different from a beast. How could Jiang Qingyan, a seemingly decent person, be unfaithful to such a creature? He Zheng discreetly cast another glance at Wen Ruan. his gaze lingering on her delicate, fair hands, studying the clearly visible veins beneath her skin for a moment before redirecting his attention to the two seated opposite him. TSK, Miss Yao is practically nestled in President Zhang's lap. Only a beast would be so indiscriminate, yet there are still people present. You might want to retain a semblance of dignity. Yao Man, having endured his humiliation repeatedly, was on the verge of losing her composure. Were it not for her father's admonition to avoid provoking He Zheng and the pressing need to resolve matters with Wen Ruan, she would have already slapped him. He Zheng ignored her murderous glare. Shifting his gaze back to Jiang Qingyan, is President Jiang preparing to become a son-in-law of the Yao family? TSK, what a pity, old Shin has a cousin sister and has mentioned wanting to introduce you too. But I didn't expect you already have a girlfriend. Shin Yifan, who had remained silent since entering, was merely there to observe the spectacle. When he heard He Zheng mention him, he was momentarily taken aback. His cousin sister, he had only one cousin sister, Shin Yinin. When did he ever express a desire to introduce Yinin to Jiang Qingyan? As Shin Yifan pondered He Zheng's intentions, he suddenly caught on. Oh, this is merely a means to convey a message to someone else. Fine, he was just a tool. Jiang Qingyan, despite being directly insulted, remained calm, while Yao Man's anger flared, and when she attempted to stand, he restrained her. Jiang Qingyan addressed He Zheng. Mr. Yi, I am unaware of how I have offended you, but you have vented your frustrations. That if it has brought you solace, may I take my leave? It is still working hours, and we have matters to attend to. His tone was exceedingly composed, and as He Zheng opened his mouth to retort, Wen Ruan placed a gentle hand on his arm. Mr. Yi, thank you for today. You may leave first. Jiang Qingyan's meaning was clear. He wished to speak with her privately, and she too was eager to depart from wrongly, wishing not to linger a moment longer, seeking to confront and conclude matters swiftly. He Zheng's gaze lingered on her face for quite some time, trying to glean her thoughts from her penetrating, ink-like eyes. Lowering his crossed legs, he stood very well, since President Jiang has requested it multiple times. To remain would be to display a lack of gratitude. Pulling out a chair, he suddenly seemed to recall something, casting a glance at Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man across from him. Do not forget to have your chairman Yao personally apologize to me. If not, I shall hang a banner at the entrance of Ronli proclaiming, Yao Tianyu harms the loyal. Yao Man is a heartless beast. Jiang Qingyan has a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. All are trash. Yao Man, why didn't my father strangle him when he was a child? He Zheng departed with Shin Yifan and Shanwei, leaving only Wen Ruan, Jiang Qingyan, Yao Man, and Zhao Xinghui in the conference room. Jiang Qingyan instructed Zhao Xinghui to step outside. You go wait for me in my office. Before Zhao Xinghui departed, Zhao Wenran cast a complex and guilt-laden glance at him, yet ultimately said nothing. As the door closed, the conference room was left with only Wenran, Jiang Qingyan, and Yao Man. Chapter 19. Wenran is dismissed. Wenran believed she had been vindicated, that they would at least act with some semblance of fairness. Alas, there was no fairness, and the situation was even shameless. Regarding the claims made by Qianwei, Yao Man had orchestrated the entire affair. Jiang Qingyan conveyed this to her. Yao Man intended to oust you from wrongly employing extreme measures. While that was wrong, you bear some responsibility as well. Initially, you humiliated her in your efforts to protect Zhao Xinghui. She, having grown up in privilege, had never faced such indignity, thus her desire for revenge is somewhat understandable. As for the resolution of this matter, he stated, you made one mistake, she made another, and thus we shall turn the page. Turn the page? Wenran nearly laughed in anger, after such a tumultuous affair. To simply turn the page with ease? What if she refused? What could she do if she disagreed? Step outside and proclaim her innocence to everyone? Let us be realistic, she was merely a discarded employee of Ronli. Devoid of connections or backing, any rational individual would not jeopardize their standing with the heiress of Ronli for her sake. Even if she shouted until her throat was raw, it would only serve to humiliate herself further. She could certainly create a scene. After all, she intended to relocate to another city for her career, but what would happen after that? The Yao family had deep roots and significant influence in Haichang, and her relatives and friends were all tied to this place. If her recklessness affected her mother's job or the lives of Zhang Tongtong and Pan Rue, she would be guilty of an unforgivable sin. Jiang Qingyan's gaze at this moment conveyed precisely that message. She could make a fuss, but the consequences would be hers alone to bear. Wenran finished the remaining coffee, crumpled the cup, and tossed it into the corner trash bin with a sharp clatter, landing precisely as intended. She turned to Jiang Qingyan, urging him to speak his mind in one go. Jiang Qingyan withdrew his gaze from the trash can and pushed the documents he had been holding since entering toward her, the papers sliding to rest before her. Termination of employment agreement. Little Yao intended to integrate Lingyi technology with Yanhua Studio. Wenran, as the investment director, should understand that this proposal holds greater value than merely investing in Jiaosu. Jiang Qingyan observed her pallid, intense countenance, paused, lowered his gaze, and spoke in a cold, serious tone. Regardless of the reasons, halting Jiaosu on the day of signing constituted a significant decision-making error. Under company policy, this warrants dismissal. I am merely conducting business as usual. What a fine display of business decorum. Wen threw the contract onto the table, her hands forming fists. And if I refuse? Yao Man's face was filled with scorn and mockery. Refuse, that is not your prerogative. From her triumphant and arrogant expression, Wen Ruan discerned 8 words, the weaker preyed upon, face the reality. After a brief silence, Wen Ruan picked up the contract once more. You wish to placate me with money. Fine. Point 2 conditions. First, the termination of the non-compete agreement. Second, she flipped to the last page of the contract, double the compensation listed here. Yao Man, who had perused the electronic version of the contract the previous night, glared at her. You truly dare to make such outrageous demands. Jiang Qingyan had remarked that Wen Ruan was a difficult individual, necessitating a satisfactory offer to appease her, treating it as a necessary expenditure to avert disaster. It had already multiplied several times, doubling it again would lead to a 9-figure sum. This woman was audacious. She was about to refuse and issue further warnings when Wen Ruan suddenly laughed. Not willing? Then you are truly forcing me into a corner. Tell me, if I were to leap from the top floor, would I die? Jiang Qingyan abruptly lifted his gaze to her, his eyes behind the lenses sharp and profound. Momentarily trembling, Yao Man stared at her in shock. What do you mean? Are you threatening us? Wen Ruan sneered. Were you not the ones who threatened me first? If you wish to silence me with money, then by all means bring forth more. Bury me with wealth. Yao Man did not believe she would dare to jump. If you truly dare, then go ahead. Who are you trying to intimidate? Wen Ruan looked at Jiang Qingyan. I have known General Manager Jiang for a decade. He should know the type of person I am. I come from a single-parent family, having lost my father at a young age, and my mother never cared for me. If I were to die, no one would grieve, thus I have no reservations. My boyfriend of 3 years, whom I envisioned marrying and having children with, turned out to be another devoted lapdog, aiding in my humiliation and manipulation. Familial bonds have grown distant, love has betrayed me, and as for my career, I, a mere ant, have likely ruined my prospects by offending the heiress of Romlida. I now possess nothing. The barefooted have no fear of the shod. My current resentment is immense, and only money can soothe me. If you cannot meet my expectations, then I shall resort to bloodshed at Romley, thereby repulsing you with my demise. Yao Man's expression shifted dramatically, her words faltering as Wen Ruan denied her the opportunity to speak. Just a moment ago, I was still somewhat renowned in the circle. If I, the great benefactor of Romley, were to perish due to your coercion, can General Manager Jiang guarantee that Romley's stock prices will remain unaffected? Jiang Qingyan remained silent. Wen Ruan then turned her attention back to Yao Man. In truth, I owe a debt of gratitude to the foolish heiress for choosing this moment to target me. Your father is in Hong Kong, is he not? What is he doing there, waiting for the company to go public? Tomorrow is the listing. If I were to die today, would that have any impact? What if it does? How much would you lose if the listing fails? So, am I asking for too much money? Not at all. It is a trivial sum, merely a drop in the ocean. If the heiress desires a man yet refuses to use money to silence me, fearing I might leap from Romley, then why not take decisive action? You could just eliminate me now and conceal the body. Yao Man was so taken aback she could barely speak. You are utterly ridiculous, you have lost your mind. With a resounding thud, Wen Ruan slammed the contract onto the table, reclining back with a languid demeanor, crossing her legs as if embracing a reckless abandon. My patience is limited. Either you comply with my demands and prepare a new contract swiftly, and I will sign and take my leave, ensuring we part ways for good. Or you can eliminate me, or I shall jump, and I can only hope to reincarnate in the next life to emerge as your offspring. Wen Ruan, you fine. Jiang Qingyan suppressed the irate Yao Man, his deep-set gaze fixed intently upon Wen Ruan, his tone grave. Very well. Wen Ruan emerged from the conference room at precisely noon. She returned to her office to gather her belongings. Midway through, someone knocked and entered. It was 6 members from the investment department, all present except Zhao Xinghui. Wen Ruan, the newcomers, studied her expression, hesitating to speak. Since last night, the company chat had exploded. Of course, in all the smaller groups where the higher-ups were absent, rumors ran rampant, with accusations that Wen Ruan had halted Zhao Su in exchange for benefits from Mingyi, that the company intended to dismiss her, and that she was undermining the company from within. This morning, the conference room door had remained shut, with General He from Mingyi present and Jiang Qingyan suddenly returning from Hong Kong, igniting a flurry of speculation. Various conjectures and gossip swirled. Even betting pools were set up regarding Jiang Qingyan's return and whether Wen Ruan would depart. While everyone engaged in discussions, the members of the investment department sat in anxious silence, their hearts heavy. Seeing their downcast expressions resembling those attending a funeral, Wen Ruan attempted to lighten the mood. Don't look so glum. I haven't died. You all appear as if you're mourning. Wen Ruan had intended to leave them with some materials. With everyone gathered, it was unnecessary to make phone calls. She distributed her notes from the past few years, marked reference books, unopened tea leaves, and decorative items she had purchased for her desk. Anything that belonged to her, she shared. In the end, she only took a computer bag and a box with her. Regarding the recent upheaval, Wen Ruan did not offer explanations. She embraced each person, bidding farewell with a smile, assuring them they could reach her via WeChat and expressing hopes for future reunions. As they watched her retreating figure, several members felt tears welling in their eyes, with a recently arrived intern breaking down in sobs. Regardless of what others said, Wen Ruan had been the finest leader at Romley Capital. Her capabilities were exceptional. And being under her wing brought them prestige. She was approachable, emotionally stable, devoid of any airs of superiority, fiercely protective of her team, and generous in promoting them, offering the highest project shares in the entire company. Everyone envied their department and wished to join them. Now she was leaving. Ronly would no longer have such a leader, and their futures appeared bleak. A Wen Ruan's car was parked in the underground garage. As she exited the elevator and walked forward for about a minute, she halted. General He Zheng had not yet departed, leaning against her car, his long legs crossed, fingers holding an unlit cigarette, engrossed in his phone. Hearing her voice, he looked up, his gaze sweeping over the items in her hands as he stood, his tone laced with clear reproach. "Why did you take so long to come down? I'm starving." "If you're hungry, go eat," Wen Ruan replied, then suddenly considered a possibility. "Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" He Zheng stared at her incredulously. My time is incredibly valuable. I wasted my entire morning helping you prove your innocence. So you expect me to not worry about lunch? Wen Ruan, "Of course I do." As Wen Ruan grasped the key to unlock the car, He Zheng snatched the items from her hands. "You resigned?" "No, I was dismissed." Just as He Zheng placed the belongings into the back seat, Wen Ruan paused in her movement to close the door, retorting with a sardonic tone, "Indeed, how very characteristic of the Yao family, ungrateful and merciless." He gestured towards the back seat. "Is this all you have? Is there nothing else?" Wen Ruan replied, "These are all inconsequential items. I've already distributed everything of value to them." She pulled open the driver's door to enter. But He Zheng seized her arm. "Your complexion is ghastly, more akin to a specter. My life is precious. I cannot afford any mishaps. I shall drive." Coincidentally, Wen Ruan had no desire to drive, so she circumvented the front of the car and took her place in the passenger seat. Just as she opened the door, someone called out to her from behind. President Wen, turning to see Zhao Xinghui, who stood with his hands clasped before him. His tone was deferential. "President Wen, may I have a word with you?" Wen Ruan regarded him for a moment before decisively shutting the car door and turning to He Zheng. "He Zheng, could you wait for me for 10 minutes? Sure." Following Zhao Xinghui to a more secluded area, He Zheng settled into the driver's seat, rolling down the window. The conversation between the two was inaudible, yet the visual spoke volumes. Zhao Xinghui appeared slightly hunched, seemingly apologetic, while Wen Ruan maintained an impassive expression. Betraying no emotions, He Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Wen Ruan, captivated by her presence. Today, she donned a black A-line dress paired with a white blouse, complemented by a black cashmere coat that accentuated her tall, elegant figure. She looked exquisite in anything. Her makeup was meticulously applied, with bold brows and striking eyes, yet tempered slightly by her current mood, creating a captivating contrast of intensity and subtlety. In high school, Wen Ruan was adorned with two labels, the campus beauty and the top of her class. In the professional realm, she bore similar accolades, an impressive resume, striking beauty, and remarkable performance. She was a coveted talent in the industry. Such a person deserved to be cherished. How could so many people dare to mistreat her in just half a year? Chapter 20. She was crying when Ruan understood that Zhao Xinghui was there to apologize. During dinner the previous night, Lin Yu posed a question to her. On the first day Yao Man arrived at Ronly, you offended her to protect Zhao Xinghui. Now, regretting your decision, I wonder how you feel about helping him? Did she regret it? Not really. She aided Zhao Xinghui because he had once supported her when she first joined the company. At the welcome dinner, the department manager had relentlessly pressured her to drink, and Zhao Xinghui intervened, protecting her. After the meal, that manager insisted on driving her home, but Zhao Xinghui guided her to the vehicle of a female colleague. Subsequently, Zhao Xinghui faced repercussions from that manager, who had ingratiated himself with a vice president and thus had backing, resulting in Zhao Xinghui being sidelined from projects. She felt guilty about that. However, Zhao Xinghui had assured her, he has a bad reputation. If you align yourself with him, your career will be jeopardized. As for me, I can endure some hardship. It's a trivial matter. Wen Ruan had always remembered his kindness as Zhao Xinghui, in his youth, had been a formidable talent, excelling in various domains, yet unfortunate circumstances had led him to encounter unsupportive superiors, leaving him to bear the brunt of misfortune. When he joined Ronly, his new boss was equally incompetent, undermining him and appropriating his achievements, gradually eroding his confidence. By the time when Ruan entered the company, he was 30, a minor supervisor lacking recognition and too fearful to resign due to overwhelming life pressures, with 3 sons to support, mortgage and car loans to repay, and elderly parents reliant on medication. While his wife had resigned to care for their children, the burden rested solely on him. Life was indeed arduous. After Wen Ruan was promoted to the head of the second department, she assigned him several promising projects and submitted a recommendation for his promotion to manager, which improved his circumstances slightly. For at least the 2 years they worked together, Zhao Xinghui had never betrayed her. Thus she felt no remorse for offending Yao Man to protect him. As for why he betrayed her this time, Wen Ruan surmised that Yao Man had been far more generous than expected. Yao Man approached me twice, and I refused her. Who would have thought she would go directly to my wife? My wife accepted $1 million. When I discovered this, I was furious, but she had already spent the money. She had cleared their mortgage and car loans, procured imported medication for his parents, and assisted his sister, whose daughter had been diagnosed with leukemia and faced substantial debts. She even helped with the debts incurred by her mother, who suffered from uremia, and her brother, who had incurred massive debts due to a failed business venture. $1 million was an overwhelming temptation for her. Honestly, I was angry that she accepted the money. But I cannot blame her. She has 3 children to care for, 2 elderly parents with disabilities, and my salary barely covers the mortgage and living expenses. She succumbed to temptation. I failed to provide her with sufficient security. I let her down. I did not provide her with a good life. To be fair, $1 million truly alleviated many of our problems. I've already resigned and plan to sell the house, leaving He Zheng to return to my hometown for a different path. I have no intention of remaining in this field, so you need not worry about encountering this ungrateful ingrate again. Jiang Qingyan still hoped for forgiveness. President Wen, I am truly sorry. Will you forgive me? The parking lot was devoid of wind yet cast a cool shadow. When Ruan tightened her clothing and turned towards the car, her voice was soft yet resolute. You have indeed wronged me. On the day we halted the project, I was in Jiang Qingyan's office, and I wanted to walk out. I held back because I feared that if I left, the projects in my hands would be appropriated by other departments. I wanted to share the most important ones with you, thinking of your difficult situation at the company, yet you stabbed me in the back. Jiang Qingyan, your struggles are not my doing, therefore, I cannot accept nor forgive you for harming me for that reason. As for the future, that will depend on how my life unfolds. If I fare worse than now, you shall forever remain a sinner in my eyes. If I fare better, I will thank you for the wound you inflicted today. Jiang Qingyan watched her retreating figure, his eyes reddening. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Once in the car, when Ruan fell silent, fastening her seatbelt, slightly turning her body, resting her head against the seat, her gaze fixed outside. Making no effort to engage in conversation, He Zheng stole glances at her but refrained from disturbing her as he slowly drove away from the parking lot. The car was unnaturally quiet until when Ruan's phone rang. It was Pan Rui calling. Wen Ruan, I apologize. My mother underwent surgery this morning and I've been at the hospital. Dong Chao didn't inform me about the situation with Mingy. I had no idea it had escalated so dramatically. Pan Rui had just learned of the events. A department manager from the fireworks studio had contacted him. I just heard some internal news that Wen Ruan was dismissed for halting the project. Someone saw her leaving with a box. Rui Gu, your wife is best friends with Wen Ruan. Is this true? The manager had been too loose-lipped, unable to keep the gossip to himself, and had also shared details about Dong Chao's private dealings with Mingy. Dong Zong was too anxious, thinking he had secured a connection with Mingy, but he ended up being a target. He just tried to visit Mingy, but they wouldn't let him in, saying Qianwei had already been dismissed and advised him to find Qianwei. With no contract signed, so Mingy wouldn't recognize him. Pan Rui pieced the entire situation together and immediately called Dong Chao, who was even angrier than he was. You know the situation with Chao best. We are on the brink of overcoming the final technical hurdle, and we're about to launch to the market. This is a matter of life and death. My dream is within reach. And I'm so close to winning against Yang Sheng. This funding is all that stands in my way. I have no choice. That old fox Yang Sheng has blocked all our avenues. Initially, I thought I could leverage your relationship with Wen Ruan to get her assistance, but now she has halted it. If you can guarantee that your technology will always remain market-leading, I'll bow and apologize. If not, you have no right to criticize me. Pan Rui understood Dong Chao's desperation. The fireworks studio was his everything. He had gambled his entire fortune on it. Losing meant losing everything, and losing to Yang Sheng was something he could not accept. Hence his anxiety was palpable. However, it came at Wen Ruan's expense. Pan Rui felt immense guilt and kept apologizing. When Ruan interrupted, was the surgery successful? It was the only piece of good news. And Pan Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it was successful. My mother performed the surgery herself. She said once she is discharged, she'll definitely come over to thank you personally. No need for that. I helped for Tong Tong's sake. Taking good care of her is enough gratitude for me. When Ruan redirected the conversation, as for my dismissal, it has nothing to do with you, so you need not feel guilty. Pan Rui was a technical partner at Fireworks Studio. The authority lay with Dong Chao. Even if Pan Rui had known beforehand, he could not alter Dong Chao's decision. How can it have nothing to do with me? When Zhang Tongtong arrived at the hospital, she overheard Pan Rui questioning Dong Chao on the phone. After grasping the situation, she was left speechless with anger. At that moment, she seized the phone, her voice choking with emotion. It is all your fault, Pan Rui. I told you Dong Chao is impulsive and hasty. I suggested he meet with Dong Chao yesterday to talk it over, but he refused, insisting on staying here with his mother. Today was the surgery. He had no issues yesterday. It's all his fault. If he had listened to me, you wouldn't have been dismissed. When Ruan sensed the shift in her tone and intended to console her. But the next moment, Tongtong completely broke down. I said to hire a nurse, but Pan Rui insisted on staying at the hospital himself, worrying about his mother all day. It's driving me insane. With his mother hospitalized, no one is looking after the children at his sister's home, and it all falls on me. Pan Rui's sister divorced just 2 years after her marriage, as her husband had an affair and fathered twins. He left their son with her, but she handed the child over to an elderly lady and took a job in another city, not returning home for several years, only occasionally making a phone call. The child was raised by the elderly woman, following her wherever she went. Now that the elderly lady is hospitalized, Pan Rui is at the doctor's side, and the responsibility for the child has fallen upon Jiang Qingyan. The boy has been spoiled by his grandmother, exhibiting selfishness and a propensity for trouble. Just as Guogua has been unwell these past few days, requiring her attention, the boy remains a source of disturbance. He throws bowls when the food does not suit his taste, scribbles with a paintbrush on the walls and sofa, invades Guogua's room, and even breaks the neighbor's window with a slingshot when reprimanded. He spits into her cup and replaces her lotion with water. She feels on the verge of losing her sanity. Jiang Qingyan has been enduring this for days, but now her frustration has reached a breaking point. As Pan Rui tends to the elderly lady in the hospital room, Jiang Qingyan takes a seat on the staircase with her phone, pouring out her grievances to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan listens quietly. Choosing not to hang up after nearly half an hour of venting, Jiang Qingyan shifts the topic back, blaming Pan Rui that if only he had listened to me sooner, if he had stopped Dong Chao, you wouldn't have been dismissed. Tongtong. Wen Ruan interjects, it's truly not Pan Rui's fault. I had already informed you of my decision to resign before this situation arose. It was only a matter of time. That is not the same, Jiang Qingyan responds tearfully. Voluntarily resigning is not the same as being fired. Wen Ruan smiles gently. It is different. They compensated me handsomely. I now have more money than I know how to spend. Ruan, Jiang Qingyan exclaims. Wen Ruan sighs. My situation has nothing to do with Pan Rui. The fireworks studio was beyond his control. Please do not let this cause a rift between you two. But I know you're worried about me, but I assure you, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. I'm going to grab a bite to eat. The two exchange a few more words before ending the call. Wen Ruan puts her phone away, only to realize the car has come to a stop. Glancing outside, she sees it parked by the roadside with no nearby restaurants. She turns to the driver's seat. Why have we stopped here? He Zheng has been watching her intently, his gaze as deep as ink. When she meets his eyes, he suddenly averts his gaze. He unbuckles his seatbelt. I need a smoke. Wait for me for 20 minutes. Wen Ruan observes him cross the street and enter a convenience store. Once his figure disappears, she lowers her back and covers her face with her hands. 5 minutes later, He Zheng emerges from the store, standing 3 steps away from the front of the car beneath the shade of a tree, a cigarette pinched between his long fingers. He allows the crimson ember to ignite without taking a puff. Wen Ruan has endured considerable distress today, absorbing her friend's negative energy along the way. She requires solitude to process her emotions, and he must grant her the space to vent. He Zheng stands at a vantage point. Through the windshield, observing Wen Ruan, she is crying, with her hands covering her face. Her shoulders tremble, maintaining that position for about 5 minutes before lowering her hands, revealing tear-stained cheeks. Clutching a tissue box, she hastily wipes her tears at first, then gradually slows down, drying her face before retrieving a makeup mirror from her bag. She applies makeup, lowers the car window to let in fresh air, and adjusts her clothing and hair, her complexion steadily regaining composure. As if she had not just been crying, after her cigarette burns down, He Zheng waits a little longer until she is completely relaxed before circling around the car to open the door. Buckling his seatbelt, he does not rush to start the engine, instead pulling out 2 lollipops from his pocket. I bought these while getting the cigarettes. I don't eat these things. Wen Ruan takes the lollipops, glancing at the orange and grape flavors in her palm, managing a faint smile. These are exactly the 2 flavors I like. The shopkeeper is quite thoughtful. He Zheng starts the car, releasing a soft sigh. What do you mean the shopkeeper is thoughtful? I chose the flavors, okay? You're difficult to please, only eating these 2 kinds of candy. Wen Ruan unwraps the orange-flavored lollipop and casually remarks, you remember, huh? He Zheng keeps an eye on the vehicles behind them. Of course, I'm not as heartless as you. Back when we were dating, I remembered your preferences clearly, yet you can't even recall what I like. Back when we were dating, this phrase catches them both off guard. Chapter 21. He Zheng is her first love. Back when we were dating, He Zheng had been focused on the passing cars outside, responding instinctively without thinking, but upon realizing the implications, he wishes to retract his words, yet it is too late. When Ruan falls silent. To say they dated is accurate, albeit briefly. It was a relationship that hardly qualifies as such. During their senior year of high school, they were reported for being involved in a romantic relationship, and her mother believed it, slapping her in front of many people and later rifling through her diary. She was infuriated, her rebellious spirit reaching its peak. Accused of early romance, she decided to truly engage in it. Reflecting on that time now, she realizes how juvenile it all was, yet she approached He Zheng, asking if he wanted to date. He agreed. She recalls his exact words, you like me, fine, let us date, but we have 4 months until the college entrance exam, so you can't cling to me too much, our studies come first. Thus, they secretly dated for 4 months. Because their relationship was clandestine, they focused on their studies at school, only slipping out on weekends while her mother was busy at the hospital. They would hike, rock climb, or ride bikes, activities that were physically exhausting yet liberating. She felt grateful to He Zheng, during the intense period leading up to the exams, her relationship with her mother had soured to an extreme. Leaving her stifled. Had it not been for He Zheng, she might have succumbed to depression. When it came time to choose her university, she deceived everyone. Her mother, a doctor, pushed her to pursue medicine, having instilled the idea of staying in Haicheng since middle school. She had always pretended to want to remain in Haicheng, but in truth, she had no intention of doing so. She longed to escape her mother's suffocating control. When He Zheng received his acceptance letter from Haicheng University, he was overjoyed and came to find her. "I told you we'd get into the same university." He was ecstatic until he saw her acceptance letter. Rongqing was 1,000 miles away from Haicheng. He nearly gritted his teeth in anger. "Wen Ruan, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to go to Haicheng University together? Are you playing with me?" She candidly confessed that her initial desire to date stemmed from rebellion. His eyes turned red with anger. "So you never liked me. You just wanted to get back at your mother." At that time, He Zheng was only 18, radiating youthful exuberance, his expression resembling that of a wronged puppy. In his fury, the unshed tears in his eyes seemed ready to spill over as he shouted, "Wen Ruan, so you were just toying with me? How clever of you." Their breakup was tumultuous, and they lost contact thereafter. He Zheng stayed in Haicheng while she went to Rongqing, until she returned to work for Jiang Qingyan, leading to their reunion in the workplace. After reuniting, both felt embarrassed, tacitly agreeing to avoid mentioning their immature past. No one knew they had once shared a fleeting, naive romance, yet, in moments alone, He Zheng would occasionally bring it up in a teasing manner. And now, with the topic resurfaced, Wen Ruan does not feel awkward but rather reflects on how immature they were back then. The car turns a corner and stops in front of a noodle shop. While waiting for their food, Wen Ruan leans forward, preparing to settle old scores and clarify matters. "Although I was in the wrong back then. You needn't hold on to it for so many years. After all, you didn't really like me. We were just using each other." "Wait a moment." He Zheng places a teacup in front of her, his sharply defined face betraying a hint of disbelief. "How do you know I didn't like you? If I didn't like you, would I have dated you? Am I out of my mind?" Wen Ruan finds herself at a loss for words. "You said so yourself." "When did I say that?" "Just 5 days before the college entrance exam, I ran into you at the entrance of Yucai supermarket buying drinks with Shin Yifan. You were discussing me, and your exact words were..." She pauses, recalling his phrasing. "You said Wen Ruan and TSK, who likes her? She is a boring bookworm, not my type." Wen Ruan mimics his tone perfectly. He Zheng thinks for a moment before finally recalling that day. Those words indeed came from him, but they were insincere, as there had been a sycophant of Yao Tianyu lurking in the supermarket. When Shin Yifan asked about his relationship with Wen Ruan, he noticed that sycophant eavesdropping from behind a snack shelf. He was fond of Wen Ruan, but Yao Tianyu would always swoop in to steal his interests. Had Yao Tianyu known about his feelings for Wen Ruan, he would have made a move on her. Thus, He Zheng uttered those insincere words to mislead the sycophant. Little did he know, Wen Ruan overheard him. He hadn't even seen her. How could a few careless words lead to such dire consequences? Was it unjust? So why didn't you just ask me directly afterward? Upon hearing those words, shouldn't you have been furious? We were still dating then. Weren't you supposed to slap me? Wen Ruan looks at him in confusion. Do I not care about my pride? Shin Yifan is your best friend, right? The words you exchanged with him were surely heartfelt. I knew you didn't like me. Why would I ask? Am I insane? He Zheng's brows twitch, his chest rising and falling dramatically. So you broke up with me for that reason, not because you didn't like me. If she admits it, he would immediately go confront Yao Tianyu. Wen Ruan shook her head, recalling that she had indeed held a fondness for him back then, albeit a platonic one. Not when it came to love, he simply was not her type at that time. Her initial foray into romance had been a momentary impulse, yet after they had secretly started dating, He Zheng had treated her quite well. She pondered that if He Zheng truly developed feelings for her, she couldn't be too cruel. Perhaps she should give it a chance, continuing their relationship through college, even if it meant enduring long distance. However, her musings proved to be unfounded. He Zheng did not harbor any affection for her. His initial agreement had likely stemmed from a reluctance to decline her, especially since she had tutored him, propelling him from the brink of failure to the top 10 in his class. He did not like her, and she was not his type either. With the conclusion of the college entrance examinations, they parted ways, and a breakup seemed rather agreeable. After listening to her, He Zheng feigned a jest. Back then, I wasn't your type. What about now? Wen Ruan looked at him and smiled. Now, still not, and even if I were, I wouldn't pursue it. Love is a treacherous affair. Whoever gets involved ends up in misfortune. He Zheng, that stings my pride. No more romance. Curse you. Jiang Qingyan. 2 bowls of beef noodles were placed before them. They ate separately, engaging in light conversation until the topic shifted to Zhao Xinghui. When Ruan remarked, he just came to apologize, saying that Yao Man offered his wife 10 million. I didn't realize I was still quite valuable in Yao Man's eyes. He Zheng shot her a glance. That's a bit self-important. 10 million was Zhao Xinghui's negotiation figure after the fact. When Ruan raised an eyebrow, He Zheng pulled out his phone, locating a video and handing it to her. After receiving your call yesterday afternoon, I had someone keep watch on Zhao Xinghui. I initially intended to confront him to extract some information, but I stumbled upon him meeting Yao Man last night. From their conversation it was clear that Yao Man sought him out first, but he declined. She then approached his wife, offering only 1 million, and by the time he found out, his wife had already spent the money. Zhao Xinghui is far more astute than his wife. He knows how to negotiate. Last night, he met with Yao Man again and raised the offer to 10 million. If she refused, he planned to backtrack this morning. Armed with recordings of his conversations with both Yao Man and Yao Tianyu, fully confident that Yao Man would yield. He Zheng had obtained this video the previous night. His original plan was to wait for Qianwei to finish speaking, allowing Rongli to counter, and when the argument reached its peak, unveil the video to embarrass Yao Man. However, Jiang Qingyan's arrival changed things. Her words implied acknowledgement of Qianwei's claims, rendering the video less impactful. He waited for Wen Ruan in the parking lot to take her home and to discuss the video, leaving it to her discretion to handle it. If you want to expose it, I can assist in publishing it online. The video was recorded covertly, aligning with He Zheng's account. After viewing it, Wen Ruan returned the phone, her expression unperturbed. No need. From Zhao Xinghui's perspective, he is pragmatic, and not entirely in the wrong. If Yao Man aims to undermine me, I will inevitably leave Rongli once I depart. Zhao Xinghui's situation at Rongli will also deteriorate. He is not young, and leaving without better prospects is bleak. If there is an opportunity to profit, he might as well seize it. He Zheng filled her cup with tea. So you're letting him off the hook? Wen Ruan replied with a simple thank you, clarifying, it's not about letting him off, it's about freeing myself. Even if the video were exposed, what difference would it make? They have an entire public relations team behind them. I am but an ordinary person, unable to stir the waters. If this escalates, I will be the one to suffer, and I would not even consider myself at a loss. They are quite generous, having compensated me adequately. She had not anticipated their willingness to be so generous. Unbeknownst to Wen Ruan, Yao Man was grappling with her own dilemmas. In the office of the general manager of Rongli Capital's Investment Management Center, after leaving the conference room, Jiang Qingyan had lunch with Yao Man and returned to his office without venturing out again. Yao Man had accompanied him, still in a state of agitation. I will not agree to that contract from last night. The compensation you've offered her is already more than sufficient. Now you want to multiply it several times? You claim we are at fault, and she is not easy to placate, unless the money is adequate. She won compromise. You say you wish to distance yourself from her, but I have not opposed that. And now, she wants to double it. She dared to slap me before, and now she still threatens me. She is so arrogant. I don't want to give her a single cent if she wants to perish. Let her do so. Why did you agree to her demands? Jiang Qingyan, do you have feelings for her? The compensation was calculated by you. I consulted finance, and you are offering her the maximum amount. Are you feeling sympathetic towards her? Jiang Qingyan, after enduring her accusations, pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation. Once she had finished venting, he spoke softly to clarify. The compensation offered to her, including the hush money, is from Wen Ruan's perspective. Even if I viewed her as a substitute or a tool, we have been involved for 3 years. Before our breakup, I was ambiguous with you, which makes me the one at fault, and you the interloper. If she reveals this, your reputation will be tarnished. Moreover, if she discloses the reasons behind the cessation of the project, it would severely impact Rongli Capital. This matter has been discussed with Director Yao and is documented in the contract. Director Yao acknowledged that we indeed owe Wen Ruan an apology. Rongli is currently at a critical juncture. Issues that can be resolved with money should avoid unnecessary conflict. What I can offer Wen Ruan is fully sanctioned by Director Yao. Yao Man, still fuming, retorted, but that is far too much. Jiang Qingyan smiled, acknowledging that it did seem excessive. However, Director Yao had stated that the initiative behind this was from Xiao Yao, who bears the primary responsibility for the expenditure. He gently reassured her. Xiao Yao purchased a standalone villa last year. Director Yao's implication is that in the worst-case scenario, Xiao Yao would sacrifice that villa for compensation. I even assisted in negotiating a lower price. There is no favoritism towards Wen Ruan. Upon hearing this, Yao Man's anger subsided somewhat. She too owned a villa given to her by her father for her birthday, having seen her acquire one. Yao Tianyu bought another for himself, worth 300 million. Wen Ruan only received a third, which would not even suffice to purchase a single villa there, and the funds came from Yao Tianyu. With this in mind, she felt considerably more at ease. However, she nearly forgot. A lingering concern remained. What if Wen Ruan began indiscriminately spreading rumors? Hence, she must take preemptive action to ensure that Wen Ruan would have no face left to remain in Haicheng. Chapter 22. A sleepless night. Yao Tianyu had received a stern order from his father, prohibiting him from going to Rongli Capital that morning. He felt humiliated, certain that He Zheng would think him cowardly, and was unsure how he would mock him. Burning with indignation, he had partied all night with friends, waking up at home for some rest. Upon awakening, he received a call from the financial director, informing him that Wen Ruan had been dismissed and that he would need to reimburse nearly 100 million from his personal account. Yao Tianyu thought there must be an issue with his hearing. Is it really that much for compensation? Are they insane? No, if they are giving it, why should I foot the bill personally? On the line, the financial director was hesitant to breathe. Jiang Zong said this is Director Yao's directive. Yao Tianyu immediately called his father. Dad, this mess was created by my sister. I was merely giving her advice. Why should I bear the financial burden alone? He assumed his father would at least offer some words of comfort. But instead, he received a scolding. I authorized Jiang Qingyan to take charge. Your sister sought your assistance. You should help her. You didn't discuss such a significant issue with me beforehand, and now we find ourselves in this predicament. Your responsibility is paramount. There were better ways to resolve this, yet you chose the most foolish one. Not be why doing this. When Ruan leaves with a heavy grievance, will she not seek revenge? I haven't even reprimanded you yet. What are you complaining about, Yao Tianyu? So biased. Now that the situation has escalated, he blames him. But if he hadn't helped Yao Man, she would have returned home in tears, and he would still face criticism. No matter what he did, it seemed wrong. Not daring to express his anger towards his father, Yao Tianyu called Jiang Qingyan instead. Jiang Qingyan, my father despises being coerced. How could he possibly agree to such a high compensation for Wen Ruan? What on earth is going on? Has he lost his mind? When Jiang Qingyan received the call, he had just seen Yao Man out. He settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Lost his mind? Yao Wei is no fool. He is a cunning old fox. When I left the hotel in Hong Kong, Yao Wei accompanied me downstairs, patting my shoulder, amiable as ever. Qingyan, if Wen Ruan demands exorbitant compensation, do your utmost to satisfy her. Whatever she asks, give it to her. Worst case, it's just Tianyu's villa. Why am I willing to spend so much? Because while you were still with her, Man intervened. If this gets out, it won't look good. Man suffered greatly in her previous marriage. I hope your relationship with her remains untainted, free of any threats. Wen Ruan cannot be linked to you. She would tarnish your image of unwavering devotion to Man Qingyan. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Qingyan grasped the implication. Yao Wei's willingness to pay a fortune was not merely for Wen Ruan's compensation. It also served to sever ties with her for good. Yao Wei was sending a warning. Since it was never made public before, it must remain that way forever. The compensation owed to Wen Ruan was being settled in this roundabout manner, ensuring she received enough to last a lifetime, freeing him from any lingering guilt towards her. Yao Wei was effectively buying out Wen Ruan's status in his life. From now on, he would have no ex-girlfriend. Yao Man would be his white moonlight, his first love. Aside from Yao Man, he had never dated anyone else. Jiang Qingyan refrained from explaining anything to Yao Tianyu, simply stating that he was acting on orders. While Yao Tianyu hung up in a huff, putting down his phone, Jiang Qingyan removed his glasses and began to wipe the lenses slowly with a cloth, neglecting to spray any cleaning solution. The more he rubbed, the blurrier they became. His patience exhausted, he forcefully discarded the glasses, pinched the weary bridge of his nose, and after a prolonged moment, picked up his phone once more, opening the chat window with Wen Ruan. He typed and deleted message after message, ultimately managing to compose a single sentence. As the message was dispatched, it vanished into the void. Upon exiting the noodle shop, Wen Ruan indicated that she would first escort He Zheng home. He Zheng inquired about her destination, stating that if it wasn't he on his way, he would take a taxi himself to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Wen Ruan replied that she was headed to Huadang Bay. Rather than returning to the hotel to lie idle, she preferred to go to Huadang Bay to gather her belongings, expedite the move, and swiftly sell the house. Upon hearing her mention Huadang Bay, He Zheng clapped his hands together. What a coincidence! I happen to be heading near Huadang Bay as I have a basketball game planned with friends. Noticing Wen Ruan's pale complexion, he reached out for her car keys. You barely ate any noodles. I'm worried you won't be able to steady the accelerator. My life is precious. I'll drive. Wen Ruan. At the first traffic light, He Zheng messaged his assistant. Yu Yang, pick me up at Huadang Bay. Wen Ruan, seated in the passenger seat, hesitated before finally asking, are you really not considering investing in Jiaosu? I played their game's beta version, and it truly holds significant investment potential. Having sent the message, He Zheng pocketed his phone. I'm not investing. Initially, he had intended to, even having had Xin Yifan prepare materials for Jiaosu and draft a contract. Yet he had now changed his mind. He turned to Wen Ruan, clicking his tongue. Though Dongqiao didn't intentionally harm you, he is an accomplice in this entire affair. You've suffered enough. Why still contemplate helping him? Wen Ruan didn't wish to assist, yet she couldn't help but worry. Whether Dongqiao lives or dies is of no concern to me, but Pan Rui's efforts must not go to waste. His career setbacks directly affect the quality of life for Zhang Tongtong and her mother. He Zheng jestingly remarked, I'd consider investing if you come to Mingyi and take charge of Jiaosu. Wen Ruan turned her gaze to the window, observing the fleeting scenery. Let us forget about that. I wish to take a break for a while and not think about work. For now, she still desired to change cities. As the light turned green, He Zheng maneuvered the steering wheel, making a left turn as if suddenly recalling something. I have a friend who is quite interested in investing in gaming projects. I'll help you make a connection when we return. Ultimately, whether it materializes depends on them. Wen Ruan's furrowed brow eased somewhat. Thank you, she messaged Pan Rui, who quickly replied, Wen Ruan, truly, thank you. Just as Wen Ruan was about to exit WeChat, she noticed a message from Jiang Qingyan. 7 o'clock tonight, the usual place. Let us talk. Wen Ruan read it but did not respond. Just a little longer. Once the house is sold, I'll block and delete. He Zheng parked the car at the entrance of Huadang Bay. After she drove in, he stood at the entrance for a moment when a sleek black Bentley pulled up. Yu Yang waited for him to settle into the back seat before cautiously glancing at his expression through the rearview mirror and daring to speak. Mrs. Yao mentioned that you've blocked her. She has been calling me incessantly. Mrs. Yao Wei's current wife, and He Zheng's biological mother. He Miaisu. Spoke. Yu Yang's phone rang again. It was He Meizhu. Yu Yang cautiously looked at He Zheng, who maintained a stoic expression but remained silent, before reluctantly answering the call. The moment the call connected, He Meizhu's voice erupted like a storm. Where is He Zheng? Is he too cowardly to answer his phone? Yu Yang, tell him if he doesn't answer, I will bring his grandmother to Haicheng to keep an eye on him. Yu Yang remained silent, merely inching the phone towards He Zheng. He Zheng did not take the call but spoke up. If you dare disturb my grandmother, I will immediately expose my relationship with the Yao family. He Meizhu fell silent. The conditions under which Yao Tianyu and his sister accepted her as their stepmother were contingent upon keeping her relationship with He Zheng a secret. If their connection were to be revealed, her life within the Yao family would become untenable. Although Yao Wei now wished to acknowledge He Zheng, the siblings were far more formidable, especially Yao Man, who could become reckless, with Yao Wei being particularly indulgent toward her. Understanding her son's temperament, He Meizhu softened her tone in an attempt to persuade him. Zhang Man said you helped an outsider bully her this morning. She is, after all, your sister. You can't side with outsiders. After a lengthy monologue, He Zheng grasped the situation. So it was Yao Man who had reported back that those two siblings had always been relentless, often complaining to He Meizhu about him, and regardless of who was right or wrong, she would invariably scold him. On the other end of the line, He Meizhu continued, what is Wen Ruan to you? How could you help her bully your sister? Upon hearing her mention Wen Ruan, He Zheng lost all patience. He Meizhu, what I do is none of your concern. Beyond being my biological mother, you are nothing else to me. Please refrain from bothering me, if you truly provoke me, I won't hesitate to take action against you. He Meizhu, unfilial son. The weather forecast indicated no rain today, yet the skies unexpectedly darkened. A fierce wind and torrential rain descended, turning the night into a tempestuous deluge. When Ruan hurriedly packed her belongings, having not ventured outside since entering Huadang Bay, she ordered takeout for dinner, finishing her meal and continuing to sort through her things, planning to stay up all night. The sound of the rain was disheartening, and when Jiang Qingyan's call arrived, it was accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, causing the power to trip. When Ruan thought to herself, just as I suspected, Jiang Qingyan brings misfortune. Ignoring the call, she waited for the property management to restore the electricity before shutting her phone off entirely. Jiang Qingyan had arrived at the restaurant at 6 and waited until 11 when the establishment closed. This private dining venue, located near the outskirts of the city, was aptly named the Old Place. Though small and hard to find, Wen Ruan enjoyed the flavors here, having been brought by Jiang Qingyan on numerous occasions. As they frequented the restaurant, the owner, a middle-aged man, recognized them. Mr. Jiang, seems you had a quarrel with Miss Wen. In any relationship, conflicts are inevitable. The girls need to be pampered. Miss Wen has a good temperament and is easy to please. Jiang Qingyan paused at the entrance, glancing up at the darkening sky. Indeed, Wen Ruan was easily soothed. During her moments of distress, a hug or a lollipop, be it orange or grape-flavored, could lift her spirits. Alas, those days were behind him. We've broken up. As those words mingled with the sound of rain, the owner thought he misheard, but by the time he realized it, Jiang Qingyan had already departed under his umbrella. He shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, unsure whether to lament their lost love or regret the impending loss of two loyal patrons. The rain intensified, and the thunder grew louder. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Pan Rui conveyed Wen Ruan's words to Dong Chao, who in a fit of excitement, called for a company gathering. Pan Rui, with elderly family members and children to care for, declined, leaving Dong Chao to celebrate with other colleagues. After dining out, the group transitioned to a bar where Dong Chao, having had too much to drink, encountered Yao Tianyu in the restroom. The young master was evidently inebriated, flanked by two other young men who supported him. Having just vomited, he swayed unsteadily, arms flailing, cursing, that Yao Man is shameless, stealing Wen Ruan's man. Why should I be the one footing the bill? What did I do to deserve this? The old man is so biased. I am his biological son too. Why doesn't he care for me? Well, now that Yao Man has snagged the man of her dreams, fulfilling her desires, I'm left with losses, including a valuable ally. Damn. And what about Jiang Qingyan? What does he see in Yao Man? He must be after the Yao family's fortune, and then there is that blind fool, Wen Ruan, who could have been with me for 3 years. I could have gifted her a standalone villa in the new district. As others entered the restroom, the two young men quickly covered Yao Tianyu's mouth, coaxing him out. Dong Chao regretted not bringing his phone, but he had overheard enough. Pan Rui mentioned that Wen Ruan had halted Jiaosu because Ronli intended to sign him and Ling Yi technology. Upon hearing this, Dong Chao was furious. If Yang Sheng really took Jiaosu, he might as well be dead. Though Rongli's scheme had failed, what if Wen Ruan hadn't halted it? He didn't dare confront the Yao family openly. Yet now, the opportunity had landed right in his lap. That night, a post quietly surfaced online. The arrogant mistress, the chairman's daughter of Ronli Group interferes in employee romance, forcing employee to resign. Chapter 23, they are about to go public. Jiang Qingyan, originally in Hong Kong, had been hurriedly dispatched to address Wen Ruan's matters, having delayed his return last night due to unforeseen circumstances. Yao Wei requested he come over that afternoon, followed by an invitation to a celebratory banquet that evening, where he would be introduced to esteemed guests. Rushing to the airport, he received a call from Yao Man en route. I told you, Wen Ruan is cunning and malicious. She is already causing trouble after just receiving the money. This is too much. Didn't you say that after giving her the money, she'd keep her mouth shut? Now, so many people online are criticizing me, Jiang Qingyan. If you continue to protect her and allow her to run rampant, I will genuinely be angry. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan opened the link Yao Man had sent. Someone had posted on the forum last night titled, "The Arrogant Mistress. The chairman's daughter of Ronli Group interferes in employee romance, forcing employee to resign." The poster claimed to be an internal employee of Ronli Capital. The post was a brief 400-word expose. Here's the scoop. I'm an employee at Ronli Capital in He Zheng, and today a significant event occurred at the company. An investment director was fired. You might think that in such a large company, firing a director isn't surprising, right? I would like to discuss a matter. This director has consistently achieved the highest performance in our company year after year. Having previously invested in a unicorn last Friday, she successfully passed a significant project worth 200 billion and immediately received a promotion to vice president. It is akin to your company's most outstanding sales champion, who just generated an amount of money that would take years to spend, only to be abruptly dismissed the following week. The company's justification for this decision was that she halted a minor project, one that pales in comparison to her previous endeavors. The truth, however, is that this director has been in a clandestine relationship with a general manager surnamed Zhang for 3 years. The group's heiress took a liking to Mr. Zhang, leveraging her status to intrude upon their relationship. After usurping the man, she could not tolerate the presence of his former girlfriend, using her influence to concoct a flimsy excuse to dismiss this director. Initially unwilling to voice this online, I am now incensed that the heiress would dismiss a valuable contributor over a man, and that the boss would support her in such a decision is disheartening. I am profoundly disappointed in such a company and contemplate resigning. Let us observe and cherish this situation, as I suspect this post will soon vanish under the pressure of influence. The implications within this brief essay are glaringly obvious. Anyone associated with the esteemed company would easily identify themselves, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a direct naming. The post garnered numerous comments, likes, and shares, igniting a small fire of attention around 12:30, just after Jiang Qingyan finished reading the post. A call from Yao Wei came through. Qingyan, have you seen the post online? I just finished reading it. Man just called me, claiming that Wen Ruan had someone publish the post. She has been crying and wants to deal with Wen Ruan. What do you think? Jiang Qingyan was almost certain that it could not be Wen Ruan. Her demand for a substantial compensation indicated her awareness that resistance was futile, and she had chosen to acquiesce, opting not to stir trouble again. I also doubt it was Wen Ruan, Yao Wei replied. She is an astute individual and wouldn't engage in such foolishness. He then shifted his tone, however, despite it not being Wen Ruan who leaked the information. You must see that she remains a potential threat. As long as she is present, man cannot feel secure. This indicates a need to deal with Wen Ruan. The internet company under the group had already been listed on the main board of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange 3 hours prior. Unaffected by events across the sea, Yao Wei had ample time to address the issue with Wen Ruan. After a brief silence, Jiang Qingyan spoke. Director Yao, may I take charge of this matter? I assure you that I will turn public opinion around, ensuring satisfaction for both you and Yao Man. Yao Wei's voice carried an incisive clarity. Very well, you need not come to Hong Kong. You have full authority to handle Wen Ruan's situation. I shall not inquire how you will reverse public sentiment. Simply proceed as you see fit, and I will ensure everyone cooperates. However, I expect to see results by tomorrow at the latest. Can you manage that? Certainly. After ending the call, Jiang Qingyan leaned back, removed his glasses, and pressed his fingers against his temples, his expression dark and foreboding. An oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle. The driver cautiously glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Director Jiang, shall we return to the office? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingyan responded with a subdued Wen Ruan had once believed she would marry Jiang Qingyan, which led her to acquire numerous items for their home. Now she was faced with the task of sorting through her belongings alone, a process that took her the entire night and the following morning to complete. By 11 o'clock, she returned to her hotel for a much-needed rest. Sleeping soundly until 8 in the evening, with her phone on silent, she picked it up to check the time, only for a call from Lin Yu to come through. Oh my god, sister, you finally answered. Wen Ruan, still groggy and leaning against her headboard, replied, so excited to hear from me. Missed me, huh? Lin Yu, realizing she had just woken up, paused for a moment before exclaiming, so you've been asleep this whole time? The outside world has nearly turned upside down, and you're just sleeping. After this banter, Lin Yu informed her about the post, which had since been deleted, though she promised to send screenshots via WeChat later. Wen Ruan activated the speakerphone and opened WeChat to find the screenshots Lin Yu had mentioned. As she perused the content, Lin Yu continued to speak. The poster claimed to be an employee of the company, but they had posted anonymously. The cybersecurity expert Old Lin mentioned that the individual was highly skilled and untraceable, and as of now, their identity remained undiscovered. Although the post had been deleted, the fervor surrounding it had dissipated, leaving the online atmosphere tranquil as if nothing had transpired. However, it had been burdensome for them. That lunatic Yao Man now suspects everyone of being the poster, dragging each person into the conference room for questioning. As if she were interrogating criminals, the posteress claims weren't entirely unfounded. They had the audacity to act as the third party yet refused to acknowledge it. But who could that poster possibly be? Knowing about your 3-year relationship with Jiang Qingyan, at this point, Lin Yu swore an oath. Aside from the 3 of you involved, it seems I'm the only one aware of this. I swear. I haven't breathed a word to anyone, not even to my uncle. When Ruan was confident it wasn't her, Lin Yu was straightforward and would never deny her actions, nor would she admit to things she hadn't done. The identity of the poster was irrelevant to her. The matter surrounding the post had subsided. Lin Yu's primary reason for calling was not to discuss this. By the way, the celebration banquet for Bai Ling has been moved up. It was originally scheduled for next week, but now it's tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening? Yes, it's quite absurd. They informed us this afternoon, and I was out shopping in Hong Kong when I was called back to help. Lin Yu had traveled to Hong Kong the previous day. Her uncle was now a trusted aide of Yao Wei, accompanying him to support the listed company. Many significant figures were present, and her uncle arranged for her to attend, introducing her to influential people to expose her to grand occasions. After a night of socializing and drinking, she had hoped to enjoy the afternoon, but instead, she was summoned back due to the advanced banquet. Now, with a multitude of tasks awaiting her, it was already 8 o'clock and all departments were required to stay late. The physical fatigue was one thing, but being scrutinized like a criminal by the heiress added to the mounting resentment within the company. When Ruan stepped barefoot from her bed into the bathroom, setting her phone on the sink, she splashed cold water on her face. Fully awakening, the post had been deleted, and the discussions among internet users had ceased. Yet the heat of that brief essay within the high-city investment circle would not diminish. The decision to advance the celebration banquet likely indicated that Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man intended to make their relationship public. With Yao Man facing backlash as a third party, Jiang Qingyan would undoubtedly step forward to give her a formal title, as he loved her and would not allow her to suffer indignities. Lin Yu scoffed. You've hit the nail on the head. When Lin Yu had returned from Hong Kong, her uncle had taken her to the airport, and after much coaxing, she gleaned some internal news. I heard from my uncle that at tomorrow's celebration banquet, Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man will make their relationship public, and Yao Man will announce her assumption of your position, taking over the second department and seizing Bai Ling's credit. All the limelight will be on her. The heiress is truly ruthless. She snatched the boyfriend you've been with for 3 years in just 3 months. All the hard work you put into securing Bai Ling will be overshadowed as she steps up to accept the award. How can she so brazenly take credit for your accomplishments? When Ruan felt a slight stiffness in her neck and tilted her head, pressing her hand against it. Perhaps we were fated to be enemies in a past life. Not wishing to dwell on this topic further, when Ruan prepared to hang up, is there anything else? I haven't eaten all day and need to go get something to eat. Yes, Yao Man asked me to deliver the invitation for the celebration banquet. This topic irked Lin Yu considerably. What a stroke of bad luck. I just returned to the company, intending to find Jiang Qingyan, only to discover Yao Man in there. I leaned against the door to eavesdrop, and the door was ajar, so I stumbled in and fell flat on my face. She had never felt so humiliated. Yao Man insisted Jiang Qingyan deliver the invitation to you, but he said he wouldn't come if he was the one delivering it. So she shoved the invitation into my hands. When Ruan tied her hair back with a rubber band, well aware that the invitation was merely a ploy to provoke her, Lin Yu agreed. I feel the same. Regardless, I'll leave the invitation with the security guard tomorrow. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. I've delivered the message. Consider it task accomplished. After hanging up, when Ruan finished her grooming and sought out a noodle shop. While waiting for her food, she sent Jiang Qingyan a message. 89 in the evening, Ronli Capital was ablaze with lights. In the office of the Investment Management Center, Jiang Qingyan sat behind a mahogany desk. Flipping through documents, across from him sat Xue Xiao, the public relations manager of Ronli Capital. Xue Xiao had been in the room for half an hour, his expression subtly strained. Who could have imagined that the usually serious and aloof Director Jiang was, in fact, a romantic? He had only come to realize this once he accepted the assignment to manage the situation. Jiang Qingyan had harbored feelings for Yao Man for many years, hiding it deeply. Now that the heiress was ready to give him a title, he was on the verge of becoming the son-in-law of the Yao family. Henceforth, he would need to flatter her more. Having finished reviewing the documents, Jiang Qingyan handed them over to Xue Xiao. You may begin preparing. Xue Xiao accepted the documents, responding respectfully. Understood. As he stood to leave, he hesitated for a moment before offering a cautionary reminder. Director Jiang, Should this information be released, Wen Ruan would be utterly ruined. Chapter 24. Wen Ruan faces online bullying. Director Jiang. Should this information be released, Wen Ruan would be utterly ruined. Upon hearing this, the office fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Jiang Qingyan fixed his dark gaze upon him, his eyes deep behind thin glasses, revealing nothing, yet a slight smile played on his lips. Director Yao's intention is to reverse public sentiment. Unless you have a better plan or a proposal to present. Shueishao fell silent. He had no desire to become entangled in this affair. He merely found Wen Ruan to be quite pitiful. Despite having done nothing wrong, she was being unjustly burdened with blame. Once this statement was released, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Jiang Qingyan was indeed a ruthless man. Despite his sympathy, he truly found himself powerless to assist. For he was bound by the salary he received from the company. The young lady had proclaimed that should he perform well, he would receive a raise, with his salary being elevated to a new tier. And he would also be considered for the title of outstanding employee at the year's end. Who could resist such temptation? Thus he could only extend his apologies to Wen Ruan. Alas, it is a challenge to balance financial gain with one's conscience. As the office door closed, Jiang Qingyan's phone chimed. Wen Ruan, does your friend still want the house in Huadang Bay? Jiang Qingyan, yes. After a 5-minute pause, Wen Ruan replied, can we proceed with the transfer next Monday? Jiang Qingyan stared at the screen for 10 minutes before responding. I just inquired, and it can be done. Wen Ruan continued, then let's meet at the real estate transaction center at 10 o'clock next Monday to sign the papers. If you're unavailable, you may delegate a lawyer, but please do not be late. Jiang Qingyan, understood. Just as Wen Ruan concluded her message to Jiang Qingyan, her mother's call came through. You haven't forgotten about the health checkup tomorrow, have you, Wen Ruan? I haven't forgotten. And satisfied with her response, Wen Huiyan continued, I have 2 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow morning and won't have time to accompany you. I've arranged all the necessary tests for you. Just head to the health center. Alright. The mother and daughter were not particularly close, and their topics of conversation were limited. Wen Ruan awaited her mother to hang up first, after a brief silence on the line. She heard her mother inquire, are you coming home for dinner tomorrow night? Yes. Wen Ruan had intended to return home the next day, as it was her mother's birthday, and she had already ordered a birthday cake earlier in the day on her way back to the hotel from Huadang Bay. After hanging up, Wen Ruan did not rush back to the hotel. Instead, she strolled along a small path, taking her time to digest her meal. After walking for a short while, her phone rang again. This time it was He Zheng calling, his voice deep and resonant, laced with a hint of weariness. I just heard about the post. Wen Ruan, you seem to be quite popular. There are people unafraid of the Yao family's retaliation speaking up for you online. He Zheng was currently in Lin City, having arrived that morning for a day full of meetings, and after they concluded, he headed straight to an evening banquet. He had only just learned about the post while at the dinner table. Have they found the person who posted it? I don't know, Wen Ruan replied, lacking interest in the matter, as it was something for Yao Man and her associates to worry about. He Zheng had already sent someone to investigate. But there were no results yet. Yao Man is a madwoman. She tends to lash out when things go awry. Has she caused you any trouble? Wen Ruan, no. Tomorrow is the celebration banquet for Rongli, and she and Jiang Qingyan will be making a public announcement. They are preoccupied and have no time to bother me. He Zheng had also heard about the Rongli celebration banquet. He jested. It is a perfect opportunity. Should I accompany you to the banquet and publicly expose them? Wen Ruan chuckled and replied, I would love to, but unfortunately tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I must celebrate with her. Standing under a streetlight, the warm orange glow illuminated He Zheng's handsome features. His brow was sharply defined, and he softened his tone. Mingyi has invested in a resort here, which will have a trial opening tomorrow. Would you like to bring your mother along for a visit? It's free for you, considering it's your mother's birthday. After celebrating her birthday, I must move the day after. I won't have time this week. Please reserve the free offer for me. I will definitely visit before the new year. After the new year, she would leave Haicheng, and she hoped to take a short break to take her mother out for a little excursion. That is perfectly fine. You can come anytime. He Zheng had a dinner engagement with local government officials and could not be away for too long, so he urged Wen Ruan to return home early. I am heading back to Haicheng the day after tomorrow. Don't forget, you still owe me a meal on Saturday night. I haven't forgotten. I'll make sure you get it. After ending the call, Wen Ruan retraced her steps. Surrounded by towering buildings and flickering neon lights, the city buzzed with life. Cars moved in an orderly fashion, pedestrians hurried about with smiles, and vendors exhibited a blend of enthusiasm and fatigue. It was a lively scene, yet from now on the vibrancy of Haicheng would no longer concern her. On Friday, when Ruan arose early, the health center was bustling with people, and her mother had scheduled numerous tests for her. She arrived at the health center at 8 and did not emerge until noon. After having lunch nearby, she sought a real estate agency and rented a 2-bedroom apartment, primarily for storage. She had minimal requirements. And after viewing a property at 2 o'clock, she signed the contract by 2:30 for a 6-month lease. Upon leaving the rented apartment, she called a moving company, which informed her that the earliest they could send a truck would be the following afternoon. She was not particularly anxious about moving before Monday, so she set a time and drove to the mall. She still needed to purchase a birthday gift for her mother. After browsing for a while, she selected a cashmere coat. Just as she completed her payment, her phone rang. It was Zhang Tongtong, her voice urgent. Wen Ruan, are you alright? Are you at the hotel? I'm coming over now, don't be scared. Wen Ruan was bewildered. I'm not at the hotel, what is going on? Why would I be scared? Didn't you check your phone? The internet is filled with people criticizing you, prompted by her. When Ruan opened Weibo, and the top trending topic read, a love letter, 12 years of waiting, she clicked in and scrolled through. The post had originated from an anonymous user on a forum last night at 10. Claiming to have found a love letter at the company, the letter's content was captured in photographs. It was a heartfelt confession from an 18-year-old boy to his beloved, beautifully written and full of delicate emotions. The key point was the last line of the letter: if you choose to leave, I will wait for you at Ronli. As long as I remain at Ronli, I will wait for you forever. The letter began with to Yao Man and concluded with signed Jiang Qingyan. Unacquainted with the individuals involved, the onlooking internet users merely viewed it as entertainment, and the post initially gained little traction. However, the situation escalated when employees from Ronli Capital began to comment, expressing shock and excitement, and soon more employees joined. In.by noon, a marketing account with millions of followers shared the post, causing it to go viral. Initially, it sparked mild interest, but as users began to dig deeper, they uncovered that Jiang Qingyan was a strikingly handsome individual, a high-achieving student in school and a financial elite in the workplace, who, remarkably, was also a hopeless romantic. Internet users were thrilled. As the investigation continued, a heated debate erupted online. Female users declared Jiang Qingyan a true romantic warrior, noting that he had written the love letter at 18 and had not dated anyone since, remaining devoted to his unattainable love. Meanwhile, male users insisted it was impossible for a man of such caliber to remain single for over a decade, speculating various reasons for his status. The arguments intensified, drawing in a growing number of participants, and the post gained significant attention. It also spurred a new topic: do handsome, wealthy, romantic men truly exist? Following this, more individuals began to investigate Jiang Qingyan, inadvertently bringing Wen Ruan into the spotlight as well. As Jiang Qingyan's right-hand woman, known for her capabilities and striking looks, coupled with the fact that she had never been linked to a romantic relationship, many had previously speculated about their chemistry. Some began to insinuate that there was indeed something between Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan. Just as the situation was calming down, new revelations surfaced, stating that Wen Ruan had been terminated from Ronli due to personal reasons that severely harmed the company's interests. Consequently, numerous users flocked to the official Ronli Capital Weibo account to demand a statement. While Ronli Capital remained silent, observant users noted that both Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan had liked a marketing account's post. This post included a photograph and a video. The photograph depicted Wen Ruan embracing Jiang Qingyan from behind, his expression grave and intimidating. The video showcased a torrential downpour, where Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan shared a kiss inside a car. While Wen Ruan stood outside, holding an umbrella, her gaze fixed on the couple within. A fierce gust of wind overturned her umbrella, leaving her drenched. The image and video, especially at this critical moment, easily led to speculation about the complicated relationships among the three. The marketing account implied that Wen Ruan's dismissal from Ronli was not solely due to work-related issues, but rather because of her affection for Jiang Qingyan, who was in love with Yao Man. With Yao Man's return, Jiang Qingyan's desires were fulfilled, while Wen Ruan's unrequited love led her to sabotage a project, ultimately resulting in her exposure and termination. The photograph and video attracted a significant crowd, and the likes from Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan unequivocally signaled their endorsement of the marketing account's narrative. Consequently, discussions surrounding Wen Ruan escalated, leaving little room for positive commentary. I just left Ronli last year, and their promotion system is quite absurd. It's understandable for Jiang Qingyan to become a director at 27, but how did Wen Ruan, a woman, also achieve the same at 27? One can only assume she possesses considerable talent. Can someone explain why she is considered so talented? Is it in bed? I've heard she has had improper relationships with numerous men and has even been warned by the wife of a married financial mogul. It is no wonder Jiang Qingyan has never shown interest in her. He probably knows she isn't clean. Is the circle truly this chaotic? That said, Wen Ruan is undeniably beautiful. If I were Jiang, I would have pursued her, even if just for fun. I heard she comes from a single-parent household. Her mother was also a mistress and has been with numerous men. She's a love child. Chapter 25, The Celebration Banquet. Wen Ruan has arrived. The online buzz regarding the love letter continued to escalate, reaching the top of the trending topics just half an hour ago. Wen Ruan's pale fingertips repeatedly tapped on the photos and videos within the marketing account's short essay. The video was from the weekend prior, likely captured by the community's surveillance cameras, while the photographs were taken last year. Since her promotion to director, rumors about her had surged unexpectedly. During routine social gatherings, she would toast with wine, only for it to be twisted into tales of her casting flirtatious glances and engaging in indecent liaisons to secure contracts through her beauty. Last year, she dined with the general manager of the asset management department at the bank, accompanied by the company's vice president. Among the group, she was the only one subjected to rumors as someone maliciously claimed she was the mistress of the bank's asset management chief. And unfortunately, the chief's wife believed it. Arriving with two burly nephews to confront her, in the ensuing scuffle, she was pushed against the wall, injuring her forehead. Fortunately, Zheng Tongtong was present. Upon hearing the commotion, she emerged wielding two kitchen knives. Scaring the assailants away, Jiang Qingyan rushed over from the company, and upon seeing her injury, turned to confront the asset management chief, but she intervened, embracing him from behind. At that moment, she considered the implications for Rongley. Confronting the bank personnel would harm the company's interests, and if Jiang Qingyan offended them, it would not bode well for him either, so she urged him to remain calm. Subsequently, the asset management chief, feeling guilt and not wishing to foster enmity, revealed the identity of his actual mistress and personally accompanied his wife to Rongley to apologize, aiding in her vindication. Of course, his revelation was not his original intention. Jiang Qingyan had discreetly uncovered the identity of the true mistress and covertly provided evidence to the chief's wife, leading to a scandal that could no longer be concealed. The photo disseminated by the marketing account was surreptitiously taken by Zheng Tongtong. You should have seen Jiang Qingyan's expression at that moment. It was as if he were about to devour someone. Had she not restrained him, he likely would have confronted the chief with fury. I had never witnessed him in such a rage and found it curious enough to capture the moment. Wen Ruan deemed the photograph quite commendable and decided to keep it, even sharing it with Jiang Qingyan. He certainly had an eye for selection. It was almost a pity for him to have chosen such a timely photo. Observing his countenance at this moment, it increasingly appeared one of disdain. After closing the photos and videos, Wen Ruan's gaze drifted back and forth over two sentences. Both Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan's prominent Weibo accounts had liked this short essay. It was said that she came from a single-parent family, with her mother having been a mistress, involved with several men. She was a love child of the nearby sales assistant. Gently touched Wen Ruan's arm. Concern etched on her face. Miss, are you all right? Would you like assistance to sit for a moment? Her face was excessively pale, devoid of color. Wen Ruan replied, I'm fine. Indeed, she was unscathed. The ones in trouble were them. A mere love letter could make the trending topics, and for a minor character like her to become a hot topic was a clear indication that money was at play even after she had departed. They still wouldn't let her be it was bad enough to bully her. Now, even her mother was being slandered. Such egregious behavior was unforgivable. The celebration banquet for Rongley Capital was held at the Juanrong Hotel, a property under the Rongley Group. The event was grand in scale. Internally, it included employees from Rongley Capital and personnel from the headquarters. Externally, it invited enterprises with close ties to Rongley, affluent families connected to the Yao family, and even notable figures from the fashion world and local media received invitations. Though time was tight, many attendees arrived. As the banquet commenced, the host began, followed by Yao Tianyu delivering a 10-minute speech, wherein he addressed three matters. Firstly, the celebration of Bai Ling's successful listing. Secondly, lamenting the misfortune of the great contributor Wen Ruan, who had ensnared herself and severed her future. And thirdly, announcing that Yao Man would succeed Wen Ruan as the investment director of the second department. After Yao Tianyu stepped down, Yao Man took the stage, speaking for 20 minutes and addressing 3 points: her commitment to leading the second department well, accepting the honor of Bai Ling's successful listing on behalf of Wen Ruan, and announcing her relationship with Jiang Qingyan. Indeed, Jiang Qingyan and I are dating. The trending topic arose from events of that day, and she responded accordingly. The veracity of the online rumors was difficult to discern, but what I can assert is that the love letter is genuine. Jiang Qingyan has remained single for years, and he has indeed awaited me at Rongley. For me, that is sufficient. Jiang Qingyan stood in silence at the foot of the stage, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, his expression one of indulgent affection. It was the most eloquent response. Yao Tianyu, standing nearby, instigated applause, and soon the atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter and blessings, creating a lively scene. The evening saw a considerable turnout, with some mingling for fun and others retreating to corners to gossip. Lin Yu returned late after running errands and had missed dinner. Now she was merely there to grab a piece of cake. Yet she was reluctantly subjected to a barrage of lewd remarks. Though President Jian loves the young lady, he has indeed treated Wen Ruan exceptionally well over the years. Tell me, could they really have never been intimate? I suspect there's something more between the two. A man's affection and his body can be separated. President Jiang is 30 now, with needs of his own, and Wen Ruan is renowned in the circle for her beauty. Her face and figure are simply irresistible. I find it hard to believe President Jiang can resist temptation. She has a face that lures men. I heard she's a habitual mistress. I mentioned before that all of Wen Ruan's projects were obtained through her bed. But you didn't believe me. How about now? This time it's been confirmed, hasn't it? Lin Yu could no longer tolerate it. The vilification of women through slander was abhorrent. Clad in high heels, she strode over, her sharp gaze directed at the last speaker. Confirmed? Confirmed what? Did you witness Wen Ruan in someone else's bed? The gossips were junior employees of Rongley Capital who recognized Lin Yu and dared not offend her. The woman named was left embarrassed and flustered, shaking her head. Lin Yu sneered, so, since you haven't seen with your own eyes, does that imply all beautiful and capable women have achieved their status through seduction? I, too, am young, beautiful, and competent. Are you suggesting I have obtained my position through the same means? The speaker, flustered, replied. Lin, that's not what I meant. Then silence yourself. Lin Yu interrupted, simultaneously warning the others, don't speak without evidence. The group dispersed fearfully. And Lin Yu scanned the crowd. At that moment, Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, amidst the crowd's encouragement, held hands and walked to the center of the hall. As the music began, Jiang Qingyan's hand rested on Yao Man's waist, and Yao Man tiptoed to embrace his neck. The two danced gracefully to the rhythm, an admirable display of beauty and talent. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered that day. She had always believed Yao Man had overtaken Wen Ruan to claim Jiang Qingyan. Yet that love letter left her dumbfounded. So Jiang Qingyan had indeed loved Yao Man all along, but he had been in a relationship with Wen Ruan for 3 years. How was it that Yao Man's words and Jiang Qingyan's demeanor tonight suggested those 3 years were non-existent? Instinctively, Lin Yu felt that Wen Ruan had likely been unaware of the love letter's existence, for with her character, she would never pursue a man who had someone else in his heart. Taking out her phone, Lin Yu opened Wen Ruan's chat window, editing and deleting her message repeatedly, ultimately deciding against sending anything. She was uncertain what to say. It seemed that any message of comfort would come across as mockery. As she sighed, a commotion erupted at the entrance, with muffled exclamations of disbelief. Following the sound, Lin Yu gasped as well. The entrance astir was considerable, drawing the attention of everyone in the spacious banquet hall. At first glance, wow, a beauty, the newcomer possessed a classically exquisite oval-faced, cascading waves of hair, and a light makeup that was stunning at first sight. She wore a long black coat over a light-colored sweater. Paired with jeans and ankle boots, her simple attire, combined with her tall stature, exuded an air of elegance and poise. Upon a second glance, what the hell, it's Wen Ruan, as the crowd recognized her face. Disbelief swept over them. Wen Ruan had actually arrived. Amidst the mixed gasps of astonishment, Wen Ruan approached Jiang Qingyan. The music faded, and the dance came to a halt. Jiang Qingyan stood still, his gaze behind glasses deep and cold, yet laced with complexity. Their eyes met briefly before Wen Ruan spoke icily. Jiang Qingyan, from our breakup until yesterday, I had preserved your dignity, but since you insist on allowing her to humiliate and insult me, then so be it. You needn't maintain your own pretense any longer. In full view of the audience, Wen Ruan ascended the stage, seizing the microphone from the host, her gaze sweeping across all in attendance. I trust everyone has seen the trending topic. I am Wen Ruan. Regarding my relationship with Jiang Qingyan, you need not pry further. I shall clarify it for you. The crowd was taken aback, yet they leaned in, eager to listen. Yao Man furrowed her brow, attempting to intervene. Wen Ruan, I extended the invitation because your contributions were significant to Bai Ling's success. I welcomed you to celebrate, not to disrupt the event. She had not anticipated Wen Ruan would dare to come, yet now that she had, Wen Ruan disregarded her, amplifying the microphone's volume to its maximum. The first time I met Jiang Qingyan was during the summer after the college entrance exams. Upon receiving my acceptance letter from Rongqing University, I had arrived early in Rongqing and took a part-time job at a Chinese restaurant, where Jiang Qingyan also worked as a part-timer. He was a student at Rongqing University, 2 years my senior, and we both studied finance, sharing common interests, thus becoming good friends. At that time, I had not yet developed feelings for him. It was not until my junior year that I encountered a malicious kidnapping, and Jiang Qingyan rescued me, shielding me beneath him and nearly injuring his hand in the process. In gratitude for saving my life, I tended to him for 2 months, during which I fell for him. He joined Rongli after moving to Haicheng, and I followed suit after graduation, becoming his most loyal subordinate. I confessed my feelings to him, but he expressed a desire to remain single for the time being. I accepted and waited for him. 3 years ago, he proposed we be together. It was his initiative, and he mentioned that office romances could be troublesome, thus we chose to keep our relationship private. I believed we were mutually affectionate in pursuing one another until Yao Man appeared. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, when Ruan looked down at Jiang Qingyan from her elevated position, her emotions unstable, her hand trembling as she held the microphone. Last Friday marked the 3rd anniversary of our union. Prior to this, I was oblivious to the existence of love letters and unaware of your past with Yao Man, as you had never mentioned her to me. On our anniversary, while we were enjoying a candlelit dinner, a phone call summoned you away, leaving me to dine and watch a movie alone. Upon returning home, I found you and her kissing on the sofa. Jiang Qingyan, regardless of how deeply you loved Yao Man, you have not been together for years. Your girlfriend is me. At the time, we had not yet parted ways. Thus you were the one who strayed. She pursued you while we were still together. The fault lies with her, not with me. That night, when she produced the love letter, I realized you were her most devoted admirer. I felt utterly disgusted and promptly initiated a breakup. Without clinging to you, you deceived me for 3 years. Yao Man did not want you, yet you chose to be with me. Now that Yao Man has returned, you eagerly rush back to her. This betrayal is your wrongdoing. Now I have repeatedly stated my intent to distance myself from both of you. Why can you not let me be? Chapter 26. How could you hit someone? Last Friday, we celebrated our third anniversary. I dined alone, watched a film, and upon returning home, I found you and her kissing on the sofa. Jiang Qingyan, we had not yet separated, thus you were the one who was unfaithful. The banquet hall erupted in murmurs. Gradually whispers began to emerge from the crowd. How intriguing, Miss Yao had just claimed that Jiang Qingyan had been single all these years, waiting for her, yet now Wen Ruan states that she and Jiang Qingyan have been in a relationship for 3 years. Who was lying? Did you see the post that was circulated online yesterday, the one by the employee of Wrongly that has since been deleted? It claimed that Yao Man had taken Wen Ruan's man. And Wen Ruan has substantiated her claims. I genuinely believe Wen Ruan. Dear heavens, she appears so heartbroken. The words she spoke did not seem fabricated. Truly, she hasn't cried yet, but her sorrow has moved me to tears. She is genuinely devastated, trembling as if she might shatter. A woman's intuition leads me to believe that Wen Ruan is not lying. These fragmented words reached Yao Man's ears. She had been restrained by Jiang Qingyan earlier, preventing her from seizing the microphone, but now she was growing anxious. She tugged at Jiang Qingyan's arm. Qingyan, say something. Before the banquet began, he had assured her that regardless of what transpired that night, he would stand by her side. He promised that after this evening, no one would dare to criticize her. If there were to be blame, it would be directed at him. He vowed that, following this night, he would ensure everyone envied her and that he would completely distance Wen Ruan from him. The gazes of others began to converge upon Jiang Qingyan. 2 women, each holding a different narrative because of him, now awaited his declaration, eager to see whom he would favor. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Qingyan placed his hand over Yao Man's, slowly intertwining their fingers. His deep ink-like eyes, however, were fixed upon Wen Ruan. His voice low and rich like fine wine, yet his words were laced with poison. Wen Ruan, do not create a scene. He appeared helpless, letting out a soft sigh. We agreed to seek mutual needs, not to discuss love or affection. Why are you now counting the costs? Mutual needs, devoid of affection or love. To put it bluntly, our relationship could be that of bed partners, friends with benefits, lovers, but never that of a couple, never that of romantic partners. He disavowed those 3 years, refusing to acknowledge them. With a single statement, he sided with Yao Man, simultaneously striking Wen Ruan's pride, nailing her to the pillar of shame, rendering her a mere jester. Wen Ruan stood on the stage, dazed, gazing at Jiang Qingyan, her vision blurring gradually. For the first time in her life, regret washed over her. She should never have acted in defiance of her mother. Never should have gone to Rome City. Had she not gone, she would never have met Jiang Qingyan. The first time Wen Ruan encountered Jiang Qingyan was at a Chinese restaurant in Rome City. His features were strikingly handsome, with a tall and imposing stature, and even clad in an ordinary waiter's uniform, he exuded an air of elegance. Her first impression of him was simply that he was exceptionally handsome. However, that was all. He Zheng's looks were no less appealing, and she was not one to be swayed by appearances. Moreover, she was in a foul mood, having quarreled with her mother prior to her early arrival in Rome City. After receiving her admission notice, her mother discovered she had been deceived and flew into a rage, demanding that she repeat the year. Defiant, she packed her suitcase and left. Her emotional state inevitably affected her work. On her first day, she caused a scene while delivering dishes to a private room, where a drunken older man grabbed her hand and refused to let go, his hand attempting to touch her inappropriately. In a fit of anger, she retaliated by dumping a plate of cold dishes on his head. When he threatened to strike her, Jiang Qingyan stepped in, shielding her. The manager threatened to fire her, but Jiang Qingyan pleaded on her behalf. That night dragged on until nearly dawn, and with no meal consumed, she felt grateful and invited him for a late-night snack. During their conversation, they discovered a remarkable connection. They were from the same school, shared numerous common interests, and their lists of favorite books and songs were strikingly similar. They became friends. In the restaurant, he helped her evade lecherous patrons, and once school commenced, he, as the student council president, introduced her to the council, assisted her with her studies, and reserved spots for her in the library. She developed a fondness for him, although it did not evolve into love. It wasn't until their 3rd year that she was kidnapped. The kidnapper, Li Hai, a middle-aged man in his 40s, sought revenge against her mother, blaming her for the death of his sick daughter, who had come to Hai City for treatment too late. Li Hai had planned to extort money before disposing of her. At that time, Jiang Qingyan had already joined the Wrongly branch in Rome City, and the abandoned factory where she was held captive happened to be near one of Wrongly's brand project departments. On that day, it was Li Hai's daughter's birthday. In a drunken state, he became increasingly despondent and furious, nearly killing her that night. Taking advantage of a moment when Li Hai and his 2 accomplices were distracted playing cards, she mustered the strength to escape through a window. After running for an indeterminate time, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Qingyan, who was arriving for a project inspection. She collapsed into his arms. Li Hai and his men were in pursuit, 3 robust adult men wielding clubs. As the club swung towards her, Jiang Qingyan instinctively shielded her. His face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, yet he smiled at her, softly comforting her. Do not be afraid. Help will arrive soon. The beating was brief yet felt interminable. Wen Ruan was able to imprint Jiang Qingyan's face in her memory, like a brand. Indeed, help arrived. Jiang Qingyan had arranged to meet with colleagues for drinks. When they noticed his prolonged absence and attempted to call him without success, they came looking for him. Jiang Qingyan had been using his arm to shield her head when several blows landed on his left hand, nearly incapacitating it. He lived alone in an apartment he rented. She felt guilty and often visited him. For 2 months, he was unable to use his left hand, and she cared for him during that time. Over those 2 months, her fondness for him blossomed into love, and his gaze towards her was anything but innocent. Thus, she believed that he too harbored feelings for her. However, when she confessed her feelings, he rejected her, stating he was not ready for a relationship that was acceptable. After all, he was single, and she continued to pursue him. By the time she graduated, he had transferred to Ronli capital in High City. Initially, she had escaped High City through the college entrance examination, reluctant to return, yet she wished to fight for their relationship. Therefore, she returned, joined Ronli, worked diligently, and pursued him relentlessly. Every year, she confessed her feelings, and after 3 years, he finally agreed. She felt as if the clouds had parted and the moon was finally visible. Over these 3 years, she felt his love. He treated her exceptionally well, always considering her feelings, readily admitting fault during arguments, indulging all her flaws, and remembering all her preferences. Truly the epitome of an ideal boyfriend. It was only upon Yao Man's arrival that he began to change. He had his white moonlight. Fine, he had always loved Yao Man. It was acceptable that he had been acting for 3 years. She wouldn't create a scene, as she had indeed enjoyed those 3 years. A breakup without dignity was preferable. They could simply go their separate ways. He could love Yao Man, and she would pretend that her boyfriend, Jiang Qingyan, had died the day before Yao Man joined Ronli. She preserved his dignity, yet he continued to indulge Yao Man, hurting her time and again. Now, he sought to strip away even those 3 years, humiliating her, slandering her, and trampling her dignity underfoot. With a single statement, he cast her into the abyss, rendering her the greatest laughingstock. Wen Ruan stood alone on the stage, her hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. She raised the microphone to her lips 5 times, attempting to speak, but ultimately, all efforts were in vain. As she lowered it, she was at a loss for words. Some knew of their 3-year relationship, and there were witnesses: Zheng Tongtong, Pan Rui, Linyu He Zheng, and Jiang Qingyan's trusted assistant Zheng Tongtong and Pan Rui were on her side, yet their words would not be believed. Linyu had made his position clear that night after drinking. He would not offend the Yao family again for her sake. As for He Zheng, he had previously assisted her but was under no obligation to do so again. Jiang Qingyan's assistant, being his confidant, would certainly not lend her support. Moreover, even if numerous people could attest to the relationship, what difference would it make? They were not married, and Jiang Qingyan could easily disavow their connection with a single statement. On the night of their breakup, she deleted all memories associated with them, erasing every photograph. The only remnant of their connection was the apartment in Huadang Bay. The property had yet to be transferred, and though both their names were on the deed, they were not married. What could a mere apartment prove? That he regarded her as a mistress and gifted her a property. Most importantly, she was now rendered voiceless. Her mother had cautioned her never to weep before those who do not care for her. It would only add to her humiliation, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, an emotional dam bursting, a sensation Wen Ruan had experienced twice before. The first instance was during her senior year, when her mother publicly slapped her. Her love for her mother rendered her profoundly aggrieved, her sorrow overwhelming to the point of losing control. The second time is now. And the trending topic has been orchestrated by Ronli. She cannot believe that Jiang Qingyan is unaware, or perhaps it is indeed his idea, for he knows best how to wound her deeply. Wounding her is not enough, he must also drag her only family into the mire. Throughout her youth, she has devoted all her love to this, only to be betrayed by a sharp blade that pierces to the bone, inflicting a pain akin to flaying. This agony surpasses her ability to contain it. In the vast banquet hall, silence gradually envelopes the space, leaving only the sound of Wen Ruan's cries, reminiscent of someone being tortured. Those present, unfamiliar with her, savor the sight of a beauty in tears. Those who know her, while appreciating the spectacle, also feel a pang of sympathy. In the workplace, Wen Ruan has always been the epitome of a capable iron lady, and no one has ever witnessed her weep, let alone in such a pitiful state. Linyu, having experienced the despair of being wounded by love, could not restrain herself and took a step toward the stage, only to be forcibly pulled back by the public relations manager. Shui Xiao, are you seeking death? The young lady intends to deal with Wen Ruan tonight. If you assist her now, it is tantamount to opposing the young lady. Think not only of yourself but also of your uncle. Linyu halted, shaking off his grasp with force. You orchestrated the trending topic, didn't you? Yesterday, I asked you, and you said the only requirement was to host the celebration banquet well. Yet you created such a scandal. She kicked him in frustration. To fabricate slander against a woman, you truly possess skills. Wen Ruan has never offended you. Every time you sought her help, she obliged. Truly men are ungrateful creatures. Shui Xiao, being her uncle's associate, dared not retaliate, merely murmuring his grievances. This entire matter was dictated by Jiang Qingyan. The plan was provided to me, and Chairman Yao entrusted him with authority. I could only act in accordance with orders. Lin Yu's expression grew even darker. Jiang Qingyan slandering Wen Ruan. Shui Xiao fell silent. In truth, Jiang Qingyan's initial plan merely involved revealing a love letter, focusing on his 12-year wait for Yao Man. While the subsequent disparaging remarks about Wen Ruan were insisted upon by Yao Man when Yao Man requested alterations, he was present, and Jiang Qingyan had remained silent for a long while, ultimately not opposing. The suffocating pain consumed every nerve, rendering her numb, and when Ruan's sobs began to subside, she wiped her tears, descended from the stage, returned the microphone to the host, and paused beside Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan, "You are nothing but a coward." She raised her hand and struck him with all her might, feeling the shock reverberate through her palm. "Hey, how could you hit someone like that?" Yao Man exclaimed, attempting to retaliate, only for Jiang Qingyan to seize her wrist, ignoring the pain on his face, his dark, brooding eyes fixed on Wen Ruan. "Feeling better? If you are, then you may leave." Wen Ruan's emotions threatened to unravel in that moment. She truly needed to depart swiftly. If she lingered, she might find a knife to plunge into Jiang Qingyan, yet, regrettably, she could not bring herself to leave, just as Wen Ruan emerged from the crowd. Someone suddenly shoved her forcefully from behind, catching her off guard and causing her to stumble forward. As her ankle twisted, she fell hard to the ground, gasping in pain from her elbow and knee. Still dazed, a glass of red wine was splashed over her head. Instinctively she shut her eyes as the icy liquid coursed down her cheek and neck, continuing to invade her skin, dressed in a light-colored sweater. A large patch of wine stained her chest, and her hair was soaked, rendering her utterly disheveled. Chapter 27, He Zheng arrives. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Jiang Qingyan unconsciously stepped forward. Yao Man, who had been clinging to his arm, sensed his movement and immediately grasped him. Jiang Qingyan abruptly regained his composure, halting in place. Wen Ruan took a moment to collect herself, slowly sitting up. Wiping her face and opening her eyes to meet a pair of furious ones, the short-haired woman, around 25 or 6, dressed in luxurious designer attire, was a face Wen Ruan recognized from a video Zhao Xinghui had shown her. Yang Lu, daughter of Yang Sheng, founder of Ling Yi Technology, and current girlfriend of Yao Tianyu, smack. Several photographs were hurled at Wen Ruan. "Wen Ruan, you shameless whore, stealing my man." Yang Lu's piercing scream jolted everyone back to reality. And upon hearing her words, they craned their necks to scrutinize the photos. When Ruan's gaze fell upon a photograph at her feet, it depicted her dining in a hotel restaurant last Monday. With Yao Tianyu seated across from her, his face wearing a lewd grin. At least, she appeared to find him distasteful. With her knee and ankle aching, she could hardly rise, but she disregarded the judgmental stares surrounding her. Retrieving her phone from her coat to call the police, just as she dialed, her phone was snatched away. Yang Lu quickly ended the call. "The police won't resolve this. You seduced someone else's boyfriend. And you believe you have a case? You dined at a hotel, and I suppose you stayed there afterward. How was it? Is my boyfriend satisfactory?" Yang Lu had not intended to create such a scene. After all, many prominent figures were present, and she did not wish to embarrass herself in front of them, but she felt she had no choice. Yao Tianyu had dumped her, claiming he was tired of her. This was inconsequential. She was not lacking in options, being beautiful and desirable, and without Yao Tianyu, a plethora of quality men awaited her. She even found Yao Tianyu to be a scoundrel. The core issue was that Yao Tianyu had halted the contract with Ling Yi Technology, justifying it by saying Ronli could not secure a deal with Zhao Su. Without Zhao Su, Ling Yi was merely a hollow shell, and he refused to engage in a losing proposition. This was unacceptable. Her father had stated that without Ronli's investment, Ling Yi would perish. She had sacrificed herself for Ling Yi, and she could not allow it to go bankrupt. If it did, she would lose everything. She wished to plead with Yao Tianyu, but could not locate him, thus resorting to seeking out Yao Man. Yao Man had provided her with an invitation to the celebration banquet. Yao Man had assured her that if Wen Ruan did not attend tonight, it would be fine, but if she did, all she needed to do was follow Yao Man's instructions, and she would ensure Tianyu signed with Ling Yi. Yao Man was the most favored child of the Yao family. If she claimed she could save Ling Yi, she surely could have. For Ling Yi's sake. Yang Lu could only apologize to Wen Ruan. The drama had unfolded to this point, and Yang Lu's task was nearly complete. Yao Man would handle the aftermath, and she prepared to shed a few more tears before departing. Suddenly a nonchalant chuckle echoed from the crowd. Bullying a young girl, how shameless! Everyone turned in the direction of the voice, stunned to see He Zheng, the president of Mingyi Capital, who had harbored a grudge against the young Yao since high school. Over the years, they had been engaged in fierce rivalry, a life-and-death enmity. It was inconceivable that He Zheng would attend Ronli's celebration banquet. Yao Man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him. "You jinx! Your arrival guarantees misfortune. He Zheng, today's events have nothing to do with you. You are not welcome here." He Zheng, clad in a black hoodie and matching jacket, with hands in his pockets, exuded a rebellious air. "Who cares? Bring Yao Tianyu here, or have your father Yao Wei come apologize to me, and I will leave immediately." Yao Man, incredulous, thought he had lost his mind. "What did you just say?" He Zheng casually glanced at Wen Ruan, taking in her disheveled state, then turned his gaze back to Yao Man, his expression darkening. "What did I say? Why did Wen Ruan halt Zhao's project?" "Because you lot intended to invest in both Ling Yi and Zhao simultaneously. Using Zhaosu's technology to nourish Ling Yi, Wen Ruan did not want to ruin Zhaosu, hence her intervention. Of course, this is your affair and not mine, but you wretched creatures, in an attempt to set a trap for Wen Ruan. Bribed employees of Mingyi Capital, you aim to label Wen Ruan a traitor, and while I cannot intervene in your betrayal, should you dare to scheme against me, I will not let it slide. What did you say before? That Yao Wei would personally come to apologize? Days have passed, and not even a phone call has been made. I am still furious, yet you all seem to be reveling in your celebration banquet. How magnificent it is, his words dripped with sarcasm, leaving the crowd exchanging glances, bribing Mingyi's employees to set a trap for Wen Ruan. So, this is the reason behind her dismissal. Yao Man understood that He Zheng had come to disrupt their plans. Feeling both anxious and furious, it was all Yao Tianyu's fault for dragging Mingyi into this mess. She had long warned that He Zheng was like a dog, bite him once and he would retaliate tenfold. Yet Yao Tianyu seized any opportunity to provoke him, each time failing miserably. Where was Yao Tianyu now? He had been here moments ago. With so many prominent figures around, Yao Man had to maintain her image as a wealthy young lady. But He Zhen's demeanor clearly indicated he was there for a confrontation, thus she promptly called Yao Tianyu. After 2 rings, he finally answered, Tianyu, where are you? The celebration banquet is still ongoing. Have you left? I'm upstairs. What's the matter? The faint sound of a woman's moans could be heard through the phone, causing Yao Man's expression to darken. This boy truly could not change his ways, he could not live without a woman. Even for a moment. To coax Yao Tianyu down, Yao Man suppressed her voice and said, He Zheng is here, cursing at you and demanding you apologize. As Yao Man was on the phone, He Zheng approached Wen Ruan. Crouched down to meet her gaze, his deep eyes concealing shadows as he scrutinized her disheveled state. Tsk, Wen Ruan, why is it that every time I see you, you appear so miserable? Do you require assistance? Wen Ruan looked at him, yearning for help, attempting to smile. Her emotions surged violently, and despite her efforts to control herself, a single tear slipped down her cheek. I twisted my ankle and cannot stand. Could you assist me? She was truly in a pitiful state, unable even to rise. He Zhen's gaze fixated on the tear glistening on her face, his chest constricting with a suffocating ache, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his chiseled features radiated an unsettling fury. Instead of offering assistance, he simply swept Wen Ruan into his arms. Wen Ruan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. She gritted her teeth, attempting to steady her emotions, forcefully suppressing the anguish that felt as if it were tearing her apart from within. He Zheng noticed the dampness on his neck but chose not to confront her, feigning ignorance as his gaze drifted to the onlooking waiter. An incident occurs in your hotel, and you don't even bother to fetch a towel. The waiter, caught in He Zhen's piercing stare, instinctively responded, I'll get it right away. Yao Tianyu, upon hearing that He Zheng had publicly scolded him, felt a surge of anger that eclipsed even his desire. He Zheng, you bastard, he squeezed through the crowd. Heading directly toward He Zheng, however, upon seeing Wen Ruan standing beside him, drying her hair with a towel, he momentarily faltered, Wen Ruan, what are you doing here? After the online backlash against her, he was astonished that she dared to show up. Having wiped her face clean and nearly finished drying her hair, when Ruan's emotions had calmed considerably upon noticing Yao Tianyu's arrival, she pointed to the photograph on the ground. Little Yao, your girlfriend has misunderstood us. Please clarify the situation for her. Only then did Yao Tianyu realize that Yang Lu was also present, and his brows knitted tighter. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Yao Man's gaze directed at him. Yao Tianyu was no fool, he understood Yao Man better than anyone. His eyes darted between Yao Man and Yang Lu, and it dawned on him that Yang Lu had been sent by Yao Man. Although he found it absurd that Yao Man had entangled him in this mess, he knew that in this moment, he couldn't expose her and had to play along with her charade. He smiled ambiguously at Wen Ruan. What is there to explain? The photo isn't doctor. He dismissed Yang Lu because with the loss of Zhaosu, Ling Yi technology had lost its value. Without Ling Yi technology, Yang Lu paled in comparison to the other women around him. Her beauty was unremarkable, her figure not the finest, and her skills in bed rather monotonous. Why keep her around? He Zhen's hands itched with the urge to strike someone, but upon glancing at Wen Ruan, who remained composed, he chose to stay silent. Yao Tianyu deliberately provoked her, yet Wen Ruan merely regarded him with indifference. Little Yao, you indeed wanted me to be your mistress, but I ignored you. Then you spent nearly half an hour humiliating me, making crude jokes, and insulting women. She turned her gaze to Yang Lu. That day, I recorded our conversation. I have the complete dialogue between Yao Tianyu and me on my phone. Miss Yang, you can either return my phone so I can play it for you, or I can tell you where it is, and you can share it with everyone. Yang Lu. But as Yang Lu stood there, flustered and at a loss, Yao Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. A recording. What had he said that day? He had indeed been humiliating Wen Ruan, spouting a slew of lewd jokes that demeaned women. If the conversation were made public, he would be the one facing the wrath of countless women online. The backlash would be directed at him. Moreover, the company had recently acquired a cosmetics enterprise, predominantly reliant on female consumers. He could not afford to anger those sharp-tongued female netizens. If the situation escalated and affected the company's interests, His father would surely have his hide. Yao Tianyu was never afraid of trouble, but he feared embarrassment, feared his father, and feared becoming a laughingstock to He Zheng. What if the recording truly existed? He had no intention of gambling. Initially, this was a trivial matter, one that had nothing to do with him, all orchestrated by Yao Man. He saw no reason to tarnish his reputation over such nonsense. Snatching the phone from Yang Lu, he grinned and handed it to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, don't be hasty, I just said that the photo wasn't doctored, and I didn't say much. I was merely joking with you. Wen Ruan accepted the phone. He Zheng had known her for over a decade and understood her better than she understood herself. If she had indeed recorded anything, she wouldn't be wasting her time with Yao Tianyu. She would have gone straight to her lawyer and filed a lawsuit without hesitation. She knew Yao Tianyu valued his pride above all else, and she was betting that he would yield. He recognized her capability to handle the situation, thus he observed quietly. Clearly she had made the right wager. Yao Tianyu suddenly turned and slapped Yang Lu across the face. The day I went to find Wen Ruan was to discuss work matters. How could you wrongfully accuse her? He forcefully poked Yang Lu's forehead. A fool. Think for a moment. If I truly had a relationship with her, would I let her leave wrongly? Don't you understand why I broke up with you? Apologized to Wen Ruan immediately. His abrupt change in attitude made it evident to the onlookers that he was feeling guilty. Confirming that Wen Ruan had not lied, Yang Lu, stunned by the slap, felt the pain from her forehead where his fingers had dug in, but she had no way to express her grievances. She dared not confront Yao Man directly, and now Yao Tianyu was pushing her to take the blame. Indeed, dealing with the Yao family was akin to courting danger. In this one, I'm truly sorry. It was my fault. I love Tianyu too much, and seeing how beautiful you were made me irrationally jealous. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 28. Shall we marry? Wen Ruan neither forgave nor condemned her. She simply inquired where Yang Lu had obtained the photo. Someone sent it to me anonymously. I have no idea who. Acknowledging it would mean offending Yao Man, and if she dared to do that, she wouldn't be apologizing. Thus she kept her mouth shut. Wen Ruan fell silent, and Yao Tianyu nudged Yang Lu again. She hasn't forgiven you. Keep apologizing. Yang Lu, nearly stumbling from his push, looked pale as she faced Wen Ruan. I truly made a mistake, Miss Wen. Please forgive me. Wen Ruan beckoned her over, reluctant to approach. Yang Lu felt that since she had already apologized, Wen Ruan likely wouldn't retaliate in front of everyone. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously took a couple of steps forward. Wen Ruan spoke calmly. Turn your back to me. Yang Lu, not understanding, complied and turned around, pondering what Wen Ruan intended to do. Suddenly, she felt a powerful shove to her back. Wen Ruan exerted her full strength, causing Yang Lu's ankle to twist painfully as she nearly lost her balance. He Zheng had been observing closely and promptly caught her waist, allowing Wen Ruan to regain her footing. Yang Lu, however, was not so fortunate. Unprepared for Wen Ruan's sudden push, she stumbled forward, her stiletto heels precariously high and thin. With no one to catch her, she fell hard to the ground, her knees and elbows screaming in pain. But the ordeal was far from over. He Zheng, having grasped Wen Ruan's intentions, guided her to Yang Lu and snatched a drink from a nearby young man. Handing it to Wen Ruan, she accepted it and poured it over Yang Lu's head. As she released her grip, the cup fell and shattered beside Yang Lu. Terrified, Yang Lu recoiled, glaring at Wen Ruan with wide eyes. Wen Ruan looked down at her from above, her tone still calm. Does it hurt? I felt the same way just now. Is it a mess? I was just as messy before. Didn't you ask me to forgive you? Well, now I have. Yang Lu, utterly humiliated, felt her emotions on the brink of collapse. Initially inclined to shout back, she found herself at a loss for words. It was true, she had treated Wen Ruan in just that manner. After stating her piece, Wen Ruan turned her attention to Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan, rumors can be deadly. You've all bullied me online, but I won't pursue it any further. Consider this a repayment for the life-saving grace you showed me back then. It's fair. Isn't it? Jiang Qingyan remained silent. Wen Ruan continued, from this day forth, we owe each other nothing. Furthermore, Mr. Jiang, thank you for the lesson you taught me. It has made me realize that one must look out for oneself, or face dire consequences. I will put this knowledge to good use. With that, she turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly swept up in He Zheng's arms. Instinctively, Wen Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, regaining her composure before loosening her grip. Mr. He, don't you have other matters to attend to? He Zheng carried her toward the exit. Originally intending to fight, he had instead witnessed a free show. Yao Tianyu had embarrassed himself enough today. Further confrontation would only make it appear as though he was bullying him, damaging his own reputation. He decided to let Yao Tianyu off the hook for now. Yao Tianyu, hearing this, simmered with anger but had no time to tangle with He Zheng. Today was the celebration banquet for Ronli, and this commotion had already caused enough embarrassment. Another confrontation with He Zheng would only further tarnish his image. After He Zheng exited with Wen Ruan, Yao Tianyu instructed a vice president who had come from the group to take charge, then turned to push Yao Man into a nearby lounge. Hands on his hips, his stomach churning with anger. Yao Man, are you alright? You invited Wen Ruan, and then let Yang Lu create a scene. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you wish to deal with Wen Ruan? Can't you consider the occasion? Today is the company's celebration banquet, and all the bigwigs are here. Do you want to embarrass us even more? Yao Man pointed at the hickey on his neck. Slapping him on the shoulder, you know today is important, yet you still went off to chase women in the middle of it. If you had stayed, when He Zheng arrived, you could have taken him aside. And none of this would have happened to it's all your fault. Yao Tianyu was utterly speechless. How could he be blamed for the mess she had created? He wanted to shout at her but ultimately held back. If he truly scolded her, she would surely complain at home, and he would bear the brunt of it. After all, this was her mess. He refused to take responsibility. Yao Tianyu slammed the door as he left. Encountering Jiang Qingyan at the entrance, he didn't feel like engaging and merely rolled his eyes before walking away. Although Yao Man was his sister, he truly couldn't fathom what Jiang Qingyan saw in her. With Yao Man's spoiled princess temperament, whoever married her would surely be in for a rough time. After Yao Tianyu departed, Jiang Qingyan entered the room. Upon seeing Yao Man's sullen expression, her mood soured further. Are you here to lay blame as well? Jiang Qingyan replied helplessly. I just think you shouldn't have summoned Yang Lu to stir up trouble. When Ruan was about to leave, we had already won. Yang Lu's outburst reversed the situation, and now the entire company is embarrassed. Yao Man felt wronged as well, insisting, Yang Lu came to me on her own. I merely took advantage of the situation. I just wanted to bring Wen Ruan down. I increasingly feel that Jiang Qingyan has feelings for her. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Qingyan and Shueisha were engaged in a discussion regarding a proposal in the office. She borrowed his phone to play a game, but in reality, she was covertly checking his messages, hoping to discover whether Jiang Qingyan had been in contact with Wen Ruan again, before she could even open WeChat. Her heart sank upon glancing at his photo gallery. She stumbled upon numerous pictures of Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan claimed he had simply forgotten to delete them, but that was not the case. She also found a video of Wen Ruan caught in the rain on his phone. He explained that he had lost his watch that day, and after failing to find it, he requested the property management to check the surveillance footage. However, while reviewing it, he received an urgent call, prompting him to copy the footage to watch later at his leisure. She was incredulous. It was merely a watch, and how could he go to such lengths for a trivial item? She believed he merely wanted to see. When Ruan's anger surged within her, as the images and videos circulating in marketing articles were all selected by her through Shueisha's assistance. The photos were deliberately chosen, and the videos were intentionally included because, after scouring through Jiang Qingyan's entire phone, those were the only ones where Wen Ruan appeared her most unkempt and unattractive. Yao Man felt insecure. In the break room, she approached Jiang Qingyan and embraced him, declaring, Jiang Qingyan, let us marry. Jiang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze deepening significantly. We have just begun our relationship. Are you not considering a period of observation? Yao Man replied, you've waited for me for 12 years. I know you truly love me. My father has also agreed that as long as you pass this test, he will consent to our marriage. Jiang Qingyan then wrapped his arm around her waist, observing her for a long moment before slowly smiling. Very well, let us marry her. Upon exiting the hotel, Wen Ruan requested He Zheng to let her down. But He Zheng refused, stating, you've sprained your ankle and cannot drive. Wen Ruan insisted, I will take a taxi. I'll come back to drive once my ankle is bettered. He Zheng remained resolute. Carrying her towards the parking lot. I happen to be without a car for the next few days. Could I borrow yours? Wen Ruan retorted, Mr. He do not play poor. He Zheng maintained a straight face, replying, I am not playing poor. Several friends of Shen Yifan have borrowed my car for their weddings. Wen Ruan, half believing him, did not press further. Alright, then you may take it. Upon reaching the parking lot, He Zheng placed Wen Ruan in the front passenger seat, stating, I will be driving anyway, so I might as well give you a ride home. Wen Ruan accepted this with gratitude. He Zheng rounded the front of the car and entered the driver's seat. Your ankle still hurts, so I'll take you to the hospital first. Wen Ruan replied, there is no need. I'm going to my mother's place. She is a doctor, and we have medication at home. In truth, her ankle was not as serious as it appeared. It had hurt considerably at the moment of injury, but she could walk slowly. He Zheng did not insist further, prompting her to open the navigation app. When Ruan first input the address of the bakery to pick up the cake. As the car started, He Zheng received a call from Shen Yifan. He Zheng turned down the volume before answering. Old He, did you really go to the celebration banquet of Ronli to rescue a damsel in distress? Shen Yifan asked, his tone a mix of disbelief and excitement. Ninghe's resort in Lin City is having a trial opening today. The weather is pleasant, and there are many visitors, so it's going quite well. There's a skiing party at 4 o'clock, and we arranged a competition with local brother enterprises to foster cooperation for next year. However, after skiing a lap for warm-up, I couldn't find you. He added that he tried calling but received no answer, so he contacted Yu Yang. Yu Yang was even more anxious. He said you rested well last night and asked him to wake you up at 3:30. But when he went to your room, you were gone, and he couldn't reach you by phone. I had the hotel check the surveillance, and it showed you left around 3 o'clock. Shen Yifan tried to remain calm, reasoning that He Zheng was likely busy with something. The skiing party had been planned in advance, and many people needed his attention. Shen Yifan instructed Yu Yang to wait for news at the hotel while he dealt with the guests. After the first competition concluded, while taking a water break, he overheard someone exclaim ISNT that Wen Ruan, she is being cyberbullied. Shen Yifan took a look at his phone and, indeed, she was trending online. Clicking in revealed a torrent of vile language and slanderous remarks. Having navigated the treacherous waters of profit-driven circles for long, he could easily discern that this was a coordinated attack, likely fueled by hired online trolls. The trending topic was purchased, and it was evident that the rapid escalation of the situation was premeditated. When Ruan was in trouble, he surmised that He Zheng must have received word of this and had gone back to High City to find her. He called Ming He's public relations manager, and as expected, the entire department was in disarray. The president says to remove the trending topic regarding Wen Ruan and to eliminate all derogatory comments about her online. The public relations manager, taken aback by this extraordinary directive, inquired about the situation. What is going on? Why is the president suddenly helping Wen Ruan? Haven't they always been at odds? What does this mean? Shen Yifan genuinely did not know how to explain that. He couldn't very well say, your president is a magnificent eagle in business but a coward in love, nor could he admit that their previous skirmishes were merely displays of pride in front of their beloved. Such an explanation would tarnish He Zheng's reputation, so Shen Yifan opted for a more palatable interpretation. Of course, he wants to recruit her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Wen Ruan has fallen out with Ronli. So the president naturally desires to bring her into Ming He. This explanation sufficed, and the public relations manager did not question it further. After hanging up, Shen Yifan contemplated calling He Zheng to inquire about the situation but decided against it, reasoning that it would be better to wait for his return. Just then, a flurry of activity erupted in a certain investment group on WeChat. Someone shared a video from Ronli's celebration banquet. Xiao Jun from Dingbei Capital commented, sharing video, "This is incredible, brothers. I'm at the celebration banquet for Ronli. What a spectacle." Li Junjie from Hongfang Venture Capital added, "What the hell? So Wen Ruan truly has been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years, my goddess filter is shattered." Yang Zhixing from Tonglu Financial commented, "Jiang Qingyan is impressive, surrounded by beauties. If I were him, I'd choose Xiaoman too. The young lady has the backing of Ronli Group. Marrying her would save 20 years of struggle." As the group buzzed with excitement, Shen Yifan thought to himself, "These fools, He Zheng is right in this group, just wait for him to deal with you." Oh, it seemed Wen Ruan was also in the group. Chapter 29, I shouldn't be alive after driving for 3 hours. He Zheng returned to High City to rescue the damsel in distress. Shen Yifan had intended to tease him, but as the words formed on his lips, he heard He Zheng say, "I'll take Wen Ruan home first." Wen Ruan, oh yes, with Wen Ruan. Shen Yifan swallowed his words and shifted the topic to, "I just wanted to report some work to you. He Zheng expressed regret for not being able to share a drink with you tonight. He has business in High City next Monday and hopes to schedule a meeting with you then." "That works." After hanging up, He Zheng glanced at Wen Ruan, who was focused on her phone. Choosing not to interrupt her, the car left the parking lot and merged onto the main road. Before entering the banquet hall, Wen Ruan had silenced her phone. Once in the car, she retrieved it and noticed she had 8 missed calls, 5 from her mother and 3 from Zhang Tongtong. As she prepared to return the calls, He Zheng answered his phone, so she held off, opening WeChat instead. She first messaged her mother, "I'll arrive in half an hour." Then she texted Zhang Tongtong, "On my way home. We'll chat soon." After sending the messages, she was about to exit WeChat when she noticed her name in a group chat with 99 messages. Curiously, she opened it. It was an investment group from High City that she had joined 2 years prior. With notifications muted and never having spoken, someone had swiftly uploaded the video from the celebration banquet, capturing her from the moment she appeared until He Zheng carried her away. The group erupted in chatter, with her at the center of attention. Among the 400 members, some defended her, a few remained neutral, but most criticized her and made jokes. A few examples were, Duan Gaoi from Boxing Investment, He Zheng actually helped Wen Ruan? Has he become her kept man? Zhang Mingshu from Xinyi Securities, I think so. Haven T, you've seen the rumors online, she must be good in bed, I should have pursued her myself. Sun Pengfei from Shenling Financial. 1. As the conversation grew increasingly heated, Wen Ruan interjected, writers of some Chinese literati love to fabricate stories out of thin air, weaving together tales that not only glorify their lives but also whitewash their darkness. Loosen your tongue can poison all the insects in the Nile. Shakespeare, even if you close your mouth and appear a fool, it is better than speaking and confirming your foolishness. Mark Twain. Wen Ruan sent 3 messages in quick succession, and the group fell silent, with no one daring to respond for a long time. Upon arriving at the bakery, He Zheng assisted in retrieving the cake. When he returned, he found Wen Ruan leaning back in her seat, gazing out the window with unfocused eyes, lost in thought and appearing utterly fatigued. The car's navigation was already set for Unyielding. He Zheng played a soothing track to help ease the atmosphere. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. He Zheng parked the car at the entrance of the building. Reaching over to gently tap Wen Ruan's arm, "Which way should I go?" Wen Ruan snapped back to reality, glancing outside, "Just go straight, turn left at the end." After her college entrance exams, Wen Ruan's mother sold their previous school district apartment and purchased this 2-bedroom unit near Sunli Hospital. The car stopped at the intersection of the building, and when Wen unbuckled her seatbelt, He Zheng's gaze fell on her ankle. "Shall I escort you upstairs?" When Wen responded, "There's no need. The sprain isn't that severe. It only hurt initially, and it's much better now that I have flat shoes in the trunk. I'll change into those." They both opened their car doors and stepped out. He Zheng opened the trunk with haste, while Wen Ruan adjusted herself to the car, changing into flat-soled shoes and retrieving the cake and clothes from within. "Thank you, Mr. He, for tonight. Feel free to drive the car. Just give me a call when you no longer need it." After bidding farewell, Wen Ruan staggered towards the building, limping and moving slowly. He Zheng did not follow her, nor did he rush to leave. Instead, he leaned against the front of the car, his gaze trailing after her retreating figure. Once she entered, he pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. The wind played with the flame, causing it to flicker uncertainly as his hand trembled, taking him a considerable time to ignite the cigarette. He Zheng inhaled deeply, a wave of frustration and agitation washing over him. As the clock approached 3. Xianwei called him. "Mr. He, I have completed the handover of my work. Shall I turn myself in today?" After revealing the truth at Ronli, He Zheng had encouraged him to voluntarily confess, assuring him that he would assist if Yao Tianyu troubled him. Xianwei, who was never afraid of fines or detention, was more concerned about Yao Tianyu spreading rumors and the potential embarrassment to friends and family, since He Zheng had guaranteed his support. He decided to confess, alleviating the constant anxiety. Before hanging up, Xianwei remarked, "Mr. He, have you seen the love letter Jiang Qingyan wrote to Yao Man? I have been puzzled about how Wen Ruan offended Yao Man, prompting Ronli to act against her. It turns out she is a rival in love. Jiang Qingyan truly is ruthless towards Wen Ruan." A love letter from Jiang Qingyan to Yao Man. Xianwei sent him the link to the letter, and He Zheng spent 2 minutes reading the post titled "A Love Letter, 12 Years of Waiting." He noted Jiang Qingyan's words, "If you wish to leave, I will wait for you at Ronli. As long as I remain here, I will always wait for you." He felt a surge of rage towards Jiang Qingyan with the online uproar. Wen Ruan must have seen it too, without a second thought. He drove back to Haicheng, spending over 3 hours on the road. While waiting at a traffic light, he learned the situation regarding the love letter had escalated, and Wen Ruan was being subjected to online abuse. He Zheng understood Wen Ruan well. If it were merely online harassment, she would likely ignore it. However, Jiang Qingyan had liked the post by the marketing account, which insinuated that she had halted the project out of jealousy for not receiving Jiang Qingyan's affection, thus turning love into hate. Given Wen Ruan's nature, she could tolerate her lover's betrayal, but she could not endure being wronged and betrayed. Therefore, she would likely confront Jiang Qingyan. Tonight was the celebration banquet for Ronli, traditionally held at the Juanrong Hotel under the Ronli Group, so he headed directly there. Indeed, she was present, but he arrived too late. Upon entering, he saw Wen Ruan sitting on the ground, utterly disheveled, surrounded by onlookers who offered no assistance. Nearly reveling in her humiliation, from his position, he could not openly rush to protect her. He felt unworthy, so he sought to create a disturbance under the pretext of confronting Yao Tianyu, all night long. He Zheng suppressed his anger, but as Wen Ruan departed, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his rage. His hand trembled severely as he clutched the cigarette, a tempest of fury brewing within him. He was furious at Wen Ruan for having toyed with his feelings years ago. After all this time, he could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest indignity. How dare Jiang Qingyan treat her this way? He deserved punishment. Finishing his cigarette, He Zheng returned to the car and prepared to call Yu Yang, instructing him to retrieve the vehicle from Juanrong Hotel the following day. As he unlocked his phone, a WeChat message appeared. It was a screenshot from Shen Yifan revealing malicious speculations about Wen Ruan within an investment group in Haicheng. Wen Ruan had responded. 3 consecutive messages, quoting famous sayings, silenced the group, leaving no one to speak. He Zheng scrolled back through the messages, then directly tagged Shen Yifan in the group. Shen Yifan, Mingyi Capital, count how many filthy mouths are in this group, remember their names, those who speak ill show poor character. All these names will be placed on Mingyi's blacklist, never to collaborate again. Wen Ruan took the elevator to the 7th floor, entered the code, and stepped inside, changing into slippers. The living room lights were on, and her mother sat on the sofa, not bothering to look up at the noise. As Wen Ruan approached to set down the cake and clothes, a cold laugh suddenly pierced the air. "Are you satisfied with the outcome you have today?" Wen Ruan froze momentarily, raising her gaze in confusion. "What?" Wen Huiyan also looked over, her expression devoid of emotion, her words laced with derision. "You are 28 this year. Before you turned 17, everything about you was under my control. You were obedient, following my every command, which is why you excelled in those years, garnering praise from everyone. At 18, you began to rebel, you started dating early, secretly changed your major, and went against my wishes, declaring that your life would be yours to govern. All these years, you've worked tirelessly to prove yourself to me, to validate your choices, yet were you truly correct?" Each time Wen Ruan heard her mother say these things, a headache ensued. "Mom, I sprained my ankle. It hurts a bit, could you please?" Wen Huiyan, lost in her own emotions, paid no heed to her words. Continuing her tirade, "I saw what was said online. Wen Ruan, is this truly your own choice? Years ago, I urged you to study medicine, yet you insisted on finance. After all your hard work, you find yourself mired in muck. Had you listened to me back then, you wouldn't be in this predicament. And Jiang Qingyan, didn't I tell you he was unreliable? After 3 years of dating, he never brought you home that he is 30? At that age, a family cannot be unaware of such a relationship. His failure to introduce you indicates his family's disapproval. You should not have pursued this, yet you disregarded my counsel and dove in headfirst. What was the result? He has someone else in his heart and never valued you. The career and the men you've chosen were all your decisions, and the reality speaks for itself. You chose poorly. If only you had heeded my advice, if only you had stayed in Haicheng for university, you would never have crossed paths with Jiang Qingyan, and your life would have been exceedingly smooth. Enough, can you cease your tirade? Wen Ruan had suppressed her emotions all along, but now, hearing her mother drone on like a monk reciting scriptures, her head felt ready to explode. Her trembling hands dropped the cake and closed to the floor with a loud thud. Why didn't I stay in Haicheng for university? Because I wanted to distance myself from you. And why did I want that distance? Don't you know? Wen Ruan's eyes turned red, tears cascading uncontrollably. From childhood to now, I have been forced to live by your rules: when to eat, when to sleep, how much water to drink, the scores I must achieve on tests, my ranking maintaining a specific weight, and the number of books I must read each month. I felt like a robot under your control. My room was plastered with your meticulously crafted plans, and I had to adhere to them. Otherwise, you would wear a frown all day. You said that because of me, you missed out on significant career opportunities. You expressed disappointment in me, sometimes regretting choosing to have me. To avoid disappointing you, I forced myself to meet your demands. Mom, I know it was hard for you to raise me alone, so I complied with everything you said. You wanted me to be first in my class. From elementary to high school, I achieved that. You claimed my friends would hinder my studies, so I severed ties with everyone. I had no friends before high school. I was ostracized at school, no one played with me. But it was fine as long as you were happy. I did everything for you, yet how did you treat me? I told you repeatedly that I never dated early, but you refused to believe me. You humiliated He Zheng in front of everyone, slapped me, and even pried into my diary. You read it and scrutinized every word, claiming my writing was repressed and my thoughts too heavy. You even showed my diary to my homeroom teacher, asking them to counsel me. This became public knowledge, and everyone thought I was suffering from depression. You afforded me no dignity yet demanded I follow your path. I couldn't bear it any longer. So I ran away. The school I chose, the major I selected, the man I fell for, all were my decisions. The outcome I face today is my own doing. I deserve it, but I do not regret it. For had I listened to you, accepted your arrangements, I might have gone mad long ago. Mom, being with you makes it hard for me to breathe. You constantly look down on me. I do not desire a mother like you. You should have aborted me. I should never have been born. I should not be alive. A slap. What nonsense are you spouting? A hand flew through the air, striking Wen Ruan, causing her to stagger and fall onto the single sofa behind her. After a moment of recovery, she forced herself to stand, ignoring the sharp pain in her ankle, and turned to run outside. Downstairs, He Zheng had started the car and was preparing to leave when he looked up to see Wen Ruan descending once more. Chapter 30. Mr. Yao's magnanimity. He Zheng had not anticipated that Wen Ruan would come down again. He opened the door and stepped out of the car, approaching her only to notice something was amiss. She limped and stumbled, her entire demeanor exuding despair. Wen Ruan, He Zheng reached out, grasping her arm and pulling her into the light of the street lamp to examine the mark on her face. Had her mother struck her? His hand instinctively brushed against her cheek as he softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Wen Ruan looked up at him, her eyes gradually coming into focus as she recognized him. She opened her mouth, whispering that it did not hurt. He Zheng withdrew his hand, suppressing the impulse to embrace her, and gently asked, "Where are you headed now? I can give you a ride if it's on my way." Where to? Wen Ruan's mind fell blank for a moment when a middle-aged woman passing by suddenly halted, turning to look in their direction. Ruan, hearing her name called, Wen Ruan glanced up and responded obediently. Aunt Lana Zhonglan, an obstetrician from Sunli Hospital and a close friend of her mother. Zhonglan took a couple of steps closer and discerned the palm print on her face, her brows furrowing in concern. "Did your mother strike you?" Wen Ruan, reluctant to elaborate, noticed the fruits and gift box in her hands and pointed behind her. "Aunt Lan, you've come to celebrate my mother's birthday. Haven to you? Please go on up." She positioned herself beside He Zheng. "I have matters to attend to and cannot stay for her birthday. Please convey my regards to her." Zhonglan had watched Wen Ruan grow up and was acutely aware of the irreconcilable conflict between mother and daughter. Both possessed the same stubborn disposition, akin to obstinate donkeys. She had only recently learned of the online incident, having undergone surgery that afternoon. She had just emerged from the operating room when she overheard several nurses discussing Wen Ruan and, upon inquiry, discovered the troubling news. Noting Wen Ruan's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Zhonglan refrained from probing, affectionately ruffling her hair and saying, "You attend to your affairs. I shall go and speak to your mother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." "All right, thank you, Aunt Lan." Before leaving, Zhonglan cast a few glances at He Zheng but said nothing. Once she departed, Wen Ruan turned to He Zheng. "Why are you still here?" He Zheng fabricated a casual excuse, claiming he was finishing a phone call. He observed the crimson hue at the corners of her eyes, paused for a moment, and said, We had agreed that you would invite me to 10 Jingwan Road tomorrow, but I have other commitments. How about tonight instead? Wen Ruan had not eaten that evening either. Very well, Li Zhonglan knew the access code. Wen Ruan's birthday. She entered the code and opened the door to find Wen Huiyan seated on the floor, her back against the sofa, legs drawn up, her face buried in her knees as she wept. Zhonglan placed the item she was carrying on the coffee table, tidied the cake and clothes from the floor, and finally sat down beside Wen Huiyan. I just encountered Wen Ruan downstairs. She mentioned she had urgent matters and could not celebrate your birthday with you. She asked me to wish you a happy birthday. The sobbing continued unabated. After a while, Wen Huiyan's muffled voice emerged from her knees. I actually hit her. The head nurse at Sungli Hospital had a son in finance. While Wen Huiyan was cooking, the nurse called saying she heard from her son that something had happened to Wen Ruan. She viewed the link the nurse sent her, filled with vitriol against Wen Ruan. Though she dismissed the foul comments online, she knew her daughter well. Wen Ruan had always been intelligent, successful in all her endeavors. She was formidable. Wen Huiyan felt both anguish and anger. Unable to reach Wen Ruan by phone, she sat on the sofa for an extended period, her suppressed frustrations boiling to the surface. She was furious at Wen Ruan for her disobedience. Had she pursued medicine, she would have arranged everything for her, thus avoiding the current predicament. During their earlier argument, Wen Ruan had complained increasingly, and in a moment of emotional collapse, she struck her. By the time she realized what she had done, Wen Ruan was already gone. She said, being with me suffocates her. She claims I don't love her, but I do. Everything I do is for her own good. Why can't she see that? Zhonglan sighed, her voice soft and soothing. Huiyan, the reason you feel Wen Ruan doesn't understand you is that the plans you've laid out for her stem solely from your own experiences. You fought tooth and nail to achieve your success, believing that leading her down the same path is beneficial, but dear Huiyan, you emerged from a murky abyss, where your parents offered you no love, compelling you to struggle fiercely. Your Wen Ruan, however, has you. She is already exceptional, yet you strive to mold her into something even more perfect. She is a human being, not a machine. This is not the first time you've struck her. Years ago, when she chose finance, you went nearly mad and even struck her. Had I not intervened, you might have torn up her acceptance letter. I understand why you were so furious. It's because of Wen Ruan's father. Isn't it? You don't want her to associate with his circle, fearing they will discover her existence, fearing she might leave you. Huiyan, you possess many admirable qualities, but your relentless drive is your flaw. The malevolence of the past lies with the elder lady. What does it have to do with Wen Ruan's father? Your insistence on divorce has only intensified your extremism. Do not mention him. Wen Huiyan interjected sharply, visibly agitated. Do not bring him up. I shan't. Please calm down. Zhonglan gently patted her back. What I wish to convey is, Huiyan, today you erred. Wen Ruan has endured considerable humiliation. You should offer her an embrace, not a slap. As the night sky hung with a crescent moon, a black Audi smoothly approached 10 Jingwan Road. He Zheng exited the vehicle, tossing the keys to a parking attendant, and made his way around the front of the car towards the passenger seat. Just as Wen Ruan steadied herself on her feet, he swept her up in his arms. She steadied herself and patted his shoulder. I can walk on my own. He Zheng's deep voice held a note of amusement. The private room is on the second floor. It would be a waste of time for you to limp your way there, and you might encounter someone familiar along the way. Are you certain you can manage? Wen Ruan ceased her struggles in his embrace. This was 10 Jingwan Road, the most expensive restaurant in Haicheng, requiring reservations 3 months in advance, hosting only 10 tables a night, with an average cost starting from 5,000. It was a venue for the affluent, and the investment circle often dined here to showcase their prestige. So encountering someone familiar was indeed a possibility. As they passed from the entrance to the main hall, they traversed a man-made lake adorned with colorful lights, creating a stunning vista. He Zheng glanced down at the head nestled against his chest. Her dependence on him was something he had long yearned for, yet now that it was a reality, he found himself unable to smile. The depth of his gaze held an unshakable heartache, the proximity of her presence sending pangs through his chest. Damn it, he thought. The urge to eliminate Jiang Qingyan resurfaced. The restaurant's largest private dining room was on the second floor, reserved solely for select guests, featuring dining tables, a gaming table, and a lounge area. As He Zheng sat Wen Ruan down on the sofa, the restaurant's female manager knocked and entered, respectfully presenting a bottle. Mr. He, here is the medicinal wine you requested. He Zheng accepted it, instructing, you may begin serving the dishes. On his way, he had messaged ahead for the medicinal wine and pre-ordered the meals. Understood. The manager briefly glanced in Wen Ruan's direction, quickly averting her gaze. Before exiting, once the door closed, He Zheng knelt beside Wen Ruan, who realized his intention and quickly pulled her foot away. I can manage. He Zheng twisted the cap off the medicinal wine and offered it to her. Wen Ruan took it, removed her shoes and socks, poured a small amount into her palm, and began to rub it gently over her bruised ankle. He Zheng's gaze was drawn to her delicate, slender foot. He stared for several seconds, feeling a tightening in his throat. Realizing inappropriate thoughts were surfacing, he quickly averted his eyes. Just then, his phone rang, providing the perfect excuse to step outside for some air. I'll take this call. Wen Ruan did not lift her head. Alright, the call was from Yao Wei, whom He Zheng had previously blocked. Yao Wei was using his secretary's phone, He Zheng, regarding the incident with Zhao So. It was Tianyu and Man's fault. I understand your frustration, but you shouldn't have caused a scene at the celebration dinner tonight. He Zheng leaned against the corridor wall beside the private room. I did cause a scene, what of it? His tone was casual, as if someone owed him billions. After a moment of silence, Yao Wei sighed. He Zheng, for all these years, regardless of your conflicts with Tianyu, I've stayed uninvolved. You may handle your disputes as you wish, but there is one condition: you must not affect the interests of the group. The implication was clear. He Zheng's disruption at the celebratory banquet had angered Yao Wei. Yao Wei was inherently selfish, prioritizing power and profit. As long as his interests were unscathed, he was indifferent to everything else. However, should someone threaten his core interests, he would turn ruthless. He Zheng remained undeterred by Yao Wei's weighty tone. Scoffing, you know my temperament, yet still dare to scheme against me. You ought to be grateful I didn't publicly end Yao Tianyu tonight. If you truly cannot tolerate me, then just eliminate me. I possess no redeeming qualities, save for my stubbornness. Should you provoke me again, do not be surprised if I disrupt not just your celebratory banquet but even your 60th birthday. Yao Wei fell silent for an even longer duration. Just as He Zheng was losing patience and contemplating hanging up, Yao Wei seemed to relent, exhaling heavily. Sigh, your father knows the incident with Zhao Su has upset you. Here is the deal. You're currently competing with Tianyu for that land in the southern city. Right, I'll arrange it for you, no charge. Consider it a gift. He Zheng recognized this as Yao Wei's final concession. It would be foolish to refuse a deal from the Yao family. Very well, Mr. Yao, how generous of you. Pleased with He Zheng's acceptance, Yao Wei swiftly shifted the topic. He Zheng, you helped Wen Ruan out of a bind during the Zhao Su incident and again tonight. What is your relationship with her? The question was laced with probing. He Zheng was well aware of Yao Wei's intentions and replied with a cool smile, why help her? It's simply because I wish to invite her to Mingyi. Talent like Wen Ruan is rare. You're blind to her worth and have driven her away. I find her invaluable. His voice carried an air of lament. It's a pity though, she has no desire to join Mingyi. She claims she wishes to sever ties with you all, saying she never wants to see you again, wanting to keep her distance. When He Zheng returned to the private room, the dishes had already been served. And when Ruan was sipping her wine. As he entered, she held a high-stemmed glass filled with red wine, raising it to her lips and downing it in one go. After finishing, she poured herself another glass. And He Zheng noted that half the bottle was already gone. He strode over and snatched the cup she had just lifted, exclaiming, for heaven's sake, drink less. Once your foot is better, I'll join you for a drink. Alright, this ancestor was in a foul mood tonight. Intoxicated, the emotions he had suppressed all evening had finally erupted, and he directed his ire towards her. Do not take my cup, do not snatch it. She retorted, I'm not asking you to treat me, I can pay for myself. I have money, I sold Jiang Qingyan for $1 billion. Earlier, she had thought that even if she caused a scene at the celebration, they would never agree so easily to compensate her with such a sum, but tonight, she had come to a realization that billion in compensation was essentially a buyout of her 3 years with Jiang Qingyan. To put it bluntly, it was as if she had sold Jiang Qingyan for $1 billion. He Zheng understood her sorrow tonight. She needed alcohol to numb her senses. He released his grip, and when Ruan lifted her cup for another gulp, drinking too quickly and choking, tears streaming down her face, He Zheng bent down, tilting his head to look at her, so upset. Let me share a tale even more tragic than yours. Promise you one tea cry? His nonchalant tone was laced with a gentle coaxing, filled with anger and heartache. When Ruan failed to catch his tone, only hearing his words as she muttered, who could be more unfortunate than me? He Zheng chuckled. Oh, I could. Would you like to hear about my background? Chapter 31. He Zheng's background. When Yao Wei called He Zheng, he was still in Hong Kong. The internet company under the group had successfully gone public yesterday. And there was a grand celebration banquet last night, followed by a smaller thank you dinner tonight for important guests. Halfway through the thank you dinner, he heard about the incident in Haicheng. At that moment, he was in the tea room adjacent to the banquet hall, sitting across from Lin Weiman, Lin Yu's uncle, who handed him freshly brewed tea as he hung up the phone. Tonight, He Zheng had publicly embarrassed Tianyu. And now that Lin Weiman had given the land in the south of the city to He Zheng, Tianyu was likely to harbor resentment towards He Zheng, and the brothers might end up fighting. Lin Weiman had received the news about the events at the celebration banquet first and reported it to Yao Wei. Hearing this, Yao Wei took a sip of tea, his brow furrowing in the manner of one accustomed to high positions. His face adorned with a cryptic smile. What brothers don't fight? Having followed Yao Wei for nearly 30 years, Lin Weiman couldn't say he fully understood him, but he could somewhat guess his thoughts. Over the years, He Zheng and Yao Tianyu had clashed fiercely, and Yao Wei's lack of involvement suggested he had ulterior motives. What were those motives? To select the heir of the Ronli group. In truth, Yao Wei favored He Zheng over Yao Tianyu as a son. Yao Wei believed He Zheng possessed a fierce determination, the makings of someone destined for greatness. It was just unfortunate that He Zheng had a stubborn streak, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the Yao family due to past grievances, making him difficult to discipline. Yao Wei's intention was clear. since he couldn't control him for now, he would let him roam free while also utilizing him. Yao Tianyu had previously been a mere slacker, but after clashing with He Zheng, he began to compete with him in everything, spurred on by He Zheng's excellence, striving to surpass him while gradually improving himself. Occasionally, Yao Wei would lean towards He Zheng, hoping to ease the father-son relationship, while simultaneously using He Zheng as a tool to train Yao Tianyu. Have Yao Tianyu take over Rongli capital. He needed him to clash with He Zheng, using He Zheng's presence to stimulate Yao Tianyu's growth. Ultimately, if He Zheng could set aside his grievances and agree to join the Yao family tree. Willing to embrace a father-son bond, Yao Wei was still willing to offer him a chance. After all, aside from everything else, He Zheng was his most satisfactory son. Conversely, if He Zheng could not let go of his resentments. By the time Yao Wei retired, Yao Tianyu would have matured sufficiently. This was a well-calculated scheme. Regardless of the outcome, he would end up with an exceptional heir. Just then, a secretary knocked and entered. Stating that a guest was looking for Director Wen in the tea room, Yao Wei put down his cup and stood up, suddenly recalling something he had gathered from He Zheng's earlier remarks that Wen Ruan might be considering a career change or leaving Haicheng. The young lady had her struggles. Since she understood the importance of discretion, it would be best not to disturb her. He instructed Lin Weiman, call Tianyu and tell him to keep things low-key with Man for now. No more targeting Wen Ruan. If this turns into a joke, the entire group will suffer embarrassment. Also acquire the land in the south of the city in the name of the group and gift it to He Zheng. Tell Tianyu not to contest it. Lin Weiman promptly agreed. Understood. Once the door closed, Lin Weiman's phone buzzed to Lin Yu. What did Director Yao say? Wen Ruan didn't mean to ruin the celebration. It was just that Yao Man and the others went too far. Lin Weiman, Director Yao isn't pursuing the matter. Lin Yu, that old scoundrel still has a bit of conscience. Lin Weiman, conscience is in short supply. Before calling He Zheng, Yao Wei had given a directive. Wen Ruan's mother is a doctor, so let us orchestrate a targeted medical dispute to intimidate Wen Ruan into silence. He Zheng's intervention indirectly assisted Wen Ruan. Lin Weiman then called Yao Tianyu, relaying Yao Wei's exact words. When Yao Tianyu received the call, he was at a bar drinking with a group of friends after leaving the celebration banquet. Feeling frustrated and unable to vent his emotions, his friends urged him to drink more to relax. Upon hearing that they were letting Wen Ruan off the hook, he had no objections. He had no deep-seated animosity towards her. Although he was upset that she had embarrassed him at the banquet, it was ultimately he who had put her in an awkward position first. Letting her off was no loss to him. However, when he heard his father intended to acquire the land in the south and give it to He Zheng, he lost his temper. He smashed all the drinks on the table, and since his father was busy entertaining guests, he couldn't take his call, so he directly called He Zheng, intending to confront him, but He Zheng was also unavailable to take the call. At T number 10 Jingwan Road, in the private room, when Ruan looked up at He Zheng, her misty eyes momentarily wide with astonishment. Your background? He Zheng raised his hand, wiping away her tears from her cheek. You've heard the rumors, I presume, about me and the Yao family. Wen Ruan had indeed heard. And she had just learned the entire story from Lin Yu last week, who confirmed that He Zheng was indeed a child of the Yao family and not wanting to divulge Lin Yu's source. She cautiously replied, rumors? Are they saying you are Yao Wei's son? That can't be true. You all denied it back then. He Zheng assured her. It is true. When Ruan pretended to be hearing it for the first time. Oh, He Zheng pulled up a chair beside her, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to her, saying, if you want to hear a story, drink this first. When Ruan lifted the cup and drank. My mother. He Zheng began but paused, pouring himself a glass of wine and downing it in one go. Forget it, it feels awkward to call her mother. Let us just say her name is He Zheng. My biological mother, He Zheng, was a simple-minded romantic easily swayed by Yao Wei's sweet words during her university days. Unexpectedly pregnant, she dropped out of school and returned to her hometown to give birth. That unfortunate child was me. Upon hearing that Yao Wei had a new woman by his side, she left right after my birth, abandoning me with my grandmother and never returning, until my second year of junior high. He Zheng's expression was devoid of emotion, as if recounting someone else's story. That year, He Zheng successfully ascended among Yao Wei's many women. Once she gained a foothold, she remembered me. After all, she had cared for Yao Man and her brother for many years, and they treated her merely as a nanny. How could she forget her own flesh and blood? She brought me to the Yao family to recognize my roots. Initially, I was named He Zheng, given by an old man in the village, with the character Zheng meaning to stand tall and firm. After bringing me into the Yao family, He Zheng intended to rename me Yao Ma Zheng, with Zheng meaning to compete. Yao Ma Zheng. When Ruan frowned slightly upon hearing this, Yao Ma Zheng, which translates to not competing for anything. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she heard He Zheng say, Ma Zheng means to not compete for anything. She claimed it was for my own good, saying if I wanted to live peacefully in the Yao family, I should not contend with Yao Man and her brother. He Zheng chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. What was I supposed to compete for? Back then, I was just a fool, desiring nothing but a bit of maternal love, yet she poured all her affection onto that brother and sister. Before my second year of junior high, I had never met He Zheng. My grandmother always told me that my mother was a gentle person, who didn't return home due to hardships. and that she loved me dearly, a sentiment I had heard for many years. Thus, the more resentment I harbored, the more hope I clung to. So when my mother came to fetch me, my grandmother encouraged me to go and stay with her for a while. And I joyfully followed her. I lived in the Yao family for 2 months, nearly losing my life there. Yao Tianyu hid blades in my shoes, and He Meizhu would say, Tian, you didn't do it on purpose. It is mostly your fault. Why didn't you check your shoes before putting them on? Yao Tian, you pushed me down the stairs, and He Meizhu would say, Tian, you didn't mean it. Why didn't you hold onto the railing while going downstairs? Yao Man tortured cats, and when she went back to her room, I set free 2 cats whose tails had been cut off. A servant witnessed it and reported me. When Yao Man flew into a rage, Yao Man whipped me nearly to death, and He Meizhu didn't utter a single word of sympathy. Only reproach, although I also find it cruel. It's man's hobby, just let her be. You brought this upon yourself. They are just cats, what does it have to do with you? Yao Wei was extremely busy. Rarely at home. When he learned I was being bullied, he merely told Yao Tianyu and his sister, don't make too much noise, just keep it moderate. He Meizhu, my biological mother, didn't protect me either. With both my father and mother failing to defend me, Yao Tianyu became increasingly bold. The day after I was discharged from the hospital, He Meizhu followed Yao Wei to a banquet. Leaving me alone at home, Yao Tianyu invited a group of friends over, and they restrained me, forcing me to crawl between their legs. That night, I resisted for the first time. I had grown up working hard in the countryside with my grandmother. Often fighting with the local bullies, toughened and resilient, I could easily overpower Yao Tianyu and his pampered city friends, who were delicate and panting after a mere sprint. I fought 5 of them. Although I sustained serious injuries, I won. When He Meizhu returned, she scolded me fiercely, slapped me twice, and demanded I apologize to Yao Tianyu. That night, I ran away. Upon returning, I changed my name to He Zheng. Ma Jing, you say? I will compete. I insist on fighting. I in the 3rd year of junior high. He Meizhu returned once more. The attitude of Yao Man and her brother towards her grew increasingly hostile, after years of trying to conceive without success. She found herself reminiscing about her biological son. Disappointed in her, he was reluctant to comply. Desperate, He Meizhu sought the assistance of her grandmother, who, while wishing for him to attend a prestigious school and secure a promising future, still harbored a sense of pity for her daughter. Despite her dissatisfaction with He Meizhu, after much persuasion, her grandmother's efforts proved futile, leading her to fall ill from worry. Consequently, he reluctantly accompanied He Meizhu. He came to He Zheng for high school, a decision sanctioned by Yao Wei. Thus Yao Tianyu could not expel him but did not relent in tormenting him either. He frequently orchestrated confrontations at school, resorting to physical violence and utilizing cruel words. Aware of his close bond with their grandmother, he often humiliated her, accusing He Meizhu of having ascended as a mistress, asserting that like mother, like daughter, and belittling their grandmother's character with vile remarks that were unbearable to hear. Unable to tolerate the insults any longer, he retaliated violently against Yao Tianyu, even knocking out a tooth. That very night, He Meizhu commanded her bodyguards to forcibly bring him back to the Yao household, where she nearly beat him to death using the family's disciplinary methods. This pattern repeated itself whenever he clashed with Yao Tianyu. He Meizhu never inquired about the reasons and instead unleashed her fury upon him. The final rift between him and He Meizhu occurred after the college entrance examination, while Yao Tianyu failed to gain admission and went abroad to seek opportunities. He was accepted into He Zheng University. He Meizhu, feeling a sense of pride, sought to bring him back to the Yao family and alter his surname, a notion supported by Yao Wei, who wished for him to acknowledge his roots. Yet, he resolutely refused. In a fit of rage, He Meizhu seized his bank card, cutting off his tuition and living expenses. He financed his university education entirely on his own, having not spent a single cent from He Meizhu or the Yao family since turning 18. Even the money He Meizhu had previously given him was returned, severing all ties. They were meant to pursue separate paths, yet Yao Tianyu, behaving irrationally, continued to pursue him relentlessly during the initial stages of his entrepreneurial endeavors. Yao Tianyu, bolstered by his status as the heir of the Ronli group, covertly and overtly suppressed him, sabotaging his projects and severing his financial support. Throughout those first 2 years, he did not enjoy a moment of restful sleep, fighting tooth and nail to survive. During the years Yao Tianyu tormented him, Yao Wei turned a blind eye, merely advising him not to create too much of a ruckus, while He Meizhu remained consistently biased in favor of Yao Tianyu. When he suffered setbacks, she mocked him coldly, saying, I arranged for your father to send you to a branch of the company for training, but you insisted on starting your own business. This is your just punishment. Conversely, when Yao Tianyu faced difficulties, He Meizhu would bombard him with phone calls, insisting that Tianyu was merely teasing him and questioning why he took it seriously. He had completely lost hope in He Meizhu. Over the years, resentment and hatred had festered within him. In the private room, Wen Ruan reached out to pat He Zheng's shoulder, sighing sympathetically, you are slightly worse off than I am. In comparison, she felt fortunate, for at least her mother was still her mother. He Zheng felt no sorrow, only laughing lightly. Indeed, I am worse off than you. Wen Ruan poured him a glass of wine and filled her own, clinking their glasses together. We are all unfortunate, so let us drink to excess tonight. It's on me. He Zheng. All right then. She was determined not to leave sober tonight, seeing that he could not dissuade her. He ceased his attempts to stop her. Their meal extended until 1 in the morning, with Wen Ruan becoming thoroughly intoxicated, perhaps due to the gentle tone he used to coax her into drinking water. It touched some nerve within her, causing her to mistake him for someone else, her tear-filled eyes gazing at He Zheng. Mama, why don't you love me? Why doesn't anyone love me? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Initially taken aback by being called Mama, He Zheng softened upon hearing her subsequent words. He leaned forward, carefully enveloping her in his embrace. How could no one love you? I love you. He Zheng will always love Wen Ruan. It is you who do not love me. Chapter 32. A kiss. Wen Ruan, exhausted from crying, lay on He Zheng's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber. On the third floor of the restaurant was He Zheng's exclusive lounge. It was already past 1 in the morning, and he did not wish to disturb her further, so he carried her directly to the lounge. He placed her gently on the bed, helping her remove her shoes, socks, and jacket, tucking her under the covers. Sitting on the edge of the bed, He Zheng's deep gaze scrutinized the figure before him, bathed in the soft, warm light. Wen Ruan's cheeks, tinged with a rosy hue from the alcohol, appeared delicate and alluring, her earlobes rounded like warm jade, and her lips were full and captivating. He Zheng's throat tightened as he succumbed to a moment of weakness, extending his hand to brush against her cool, pink lips, caressing them gently before retracting his fingers, which had touched her lips, to his own. Just this action stirred a torrent of desire within him, caught in a struggle between taking advantage of her vulnerability and maintaining his integrity. His yearning ultimately overpowered his rationality. Just a kiss, merely a fleeting moment. He leaned closer, halting just before their lips might meet. When Ruan's eyes fluttered open, her gaze hazy and unfocused, the light in her pupils flickering as she stared at him in bewilderment. He Zheng found himself frozen, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. His feelings towards Wen Ruan could not be classified as love at first sight. Their first encounter occurred in their freshman year. At that time, his biological mother's indifference left him feeling trapped, while his grandmother, sympathetic to her daughter's plight, encouraged him to accept He Zheng. Yao Tianyu was relentless in his bullying, often cornering him with his guards. His life was unbearable, filled with negativity and frustration. Wen Ruan, a local from Haicheng, embodied the image of a pampered young lady with her fair, delicate skin. He found her equally irritating. Their first conversation transpired on a fateful day when Yao Tianyu had cornered him again. He was frail and youthful, unable to defend himself against 2 imposing, trained men, nearly beaten to death. That evening, as he lay on the ground, unable to move, Wen Ruan happened to pass by on her way home. Their eyes met, and she hesitantly called out, He Zheng. He remained silent, merely observing her as she approached, crouching down to assess his condition. Can you stand? At that moment, he thought, isn't that a redundant question? If he could stand, he wouldn't be lying there like a fool. The wind picked up that night, and as Wen Ruan crouched under the street lamp, it marked the first time He Zheng truly looked at her. In her black and white school uniform, with her neat bun and flawless complexion, she resembled a goddess that his grandmother adored. She was undeniably beautiful, which explained why the boys in their class often gravitated towards her. When Ruan did not abandon him, she suggested seeking help from the school security guard, as the school was nearby, just a 2-minute walk away. However, he, embarrassed, refused her offer. No need to find him, just help me up. He instinctively extended an arm, and after a moment of hesitation, she placed her arm around his shoulder, helping him out of the alley. She escorted him to the hospital, assisted with the payment, and even bought him dinner before leaving, for which he felt deeply grateful, though at the time it was merely gratitude. When Ruan was an academic overachiever, dedicating her days solely to studying, while he was a slacker, more interested in playing and sleeping. All while fending off Yao Tianyu's incessant provocations. Throughout their freshman year, they scarcely exchanged words when they were separated into different streams in their sophomore year but ended up in the same honors class. When Ruan had earned her place through hard work, while he had been admitted through He Zheng's financial influence. He Zheng, wishing to maintain her standing in the Yao family, had discreetly donated to the school to secure his position in the honors class. Their deeper connection emerged following a confrontation with Yao Tianyu. After He Zheng had knocked out Yao Tianyu's tooth for insulting their grandmother, He Zheng ordered him to be brought back home, where she administered severe punishment. That night, he fled from the Yao household and encountered Wen Ruan at a nearby bus stop. It was a fortuitous meeting, as she too had run away from home after an argument with her mother, leaving her without dinner or money. He treated her to a bowl of beef noodles. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being cast aside that prompted Wen Ruan to speak more freely that evening. Today is my mom's birthday. I broke my piggy bank and used all my pocket money to buy her a cake, even got her a dress. I saved for so long and chose the dress carefully, but she didn't even look at it. Instead, she analyzed my exam paper, pointing out where I went wrong, berating me for spending money frivolously, saying I should have bought more practice papers. She scolded me for 20 minutes. I don't understand. I'm already first in class. Why is she still so harsh? She expects me to score full marks in every subject. It's exhausting. All I wanted was to celebrate her birthday. I got so angry I tore up the paper. It was just a piece of paper, but she treated it like it was my life. I dread going home. It feels suffocating, like being in prison. Why is my mother so different from everyone else's? That night, when Wen too shed tears, their meal unfinished, and the tissues depleted, he paid the bill only to receive the judgmental gaze of the owner, who seemed to blame him for her tears. To maintain Wen Ruan's dignity, he remained silent throughout that night. He learned that even the top student in their grade could face similar struggles. When Wen Ruan inquired about the bruise on his face, he avoided mentioning the Yao family, attributing it to poor grades instead. After that day, Wen Ruan began lending him her class notes, helping him analyze his mistakes, and even predicting exam questions. She was truly remarkable, having accurately predicted questions on numerous occasions. He had previously harbored a nihilistic outlook, indifferent to studying. Wen Ruan advised him, if you long to escape your current life but lack the ability to change your circumstances, then study, because in this life, where you feel like a puppet, only your grades can save you. He Mei Zhu, in her quest for a radiant complexion, relentlessly inundated him with toxic platitudes, though he found her words distasteful. He found himself receptive to Wen Ruan's counsel, not wishing to be perceived as inferior in her eyes. Thus, he began to apply himself earnestly. With Wen Ruan's assistance, his academic performance improved remarkably. In gratitude, he would buy her breakfast, fetch her hot water, and assist her with her duties. Anyone who spoke ill of her or caused her distress would find themselves discreetly dealt with by him. During that time, he shared a class and dormitory with Shen Yifan, their bunk beds fostering a close camaraderie. Shen Yifan would often jest, He Zheng, you're done for, you've developed feelings for her. Upon realizing his own affections, he would often flaunt his presence before Wen Ruan like a peacock displaying its plumage. Unexpectedly, he faced accusations of early romance, which also led to Wen Ruan being reprimanded by her mother. Overwhelmed by guilt and frustration as he pondered how to apologize, Wen Ruan suddenly confessed her feelings to him. He Zheng, I like you, would you like to date? Ecstatic, he could hardly sleep that night. She expressed her ambition to attend He Zheng University, and in his desire to keep pace with her, he studied late into the night, even to the point of landing in the hospital, only to be deceived. Throughout the years, he had continually awaited Wen Ruan, even while contemplating giving her up entirely. Had Yao Man not caused such turmoil, had Wen Ruan remained unscathed, he would have resolved to relinquish his feelings and prepare to leave He Zheng. In his moments of distress, Shen Yifan would advise him, perhaps your feelings for Wen Ruan are merely a youthful obsession, but he was acutely aware that it was no mere fixation. The turmoil stemming from He Mei Zhu and the harrowing experiences at the Yao family had left him grappling with emotional turmoil. Especially during high school, when his grandmother occasionally defended He Mei Zhu, his emotions were difficult to manage. He found everything irksome and lacked interest in anything. Wen Ruan was his salvation. She was not only a guiding light in his life but also a repository for his affections. From the nascent stirrings of first love to the present, his heart belonged solely to Wen Ruan. His singular desire for her was her happiness. If she chose him, it would be his fortune. He would love her with all his being. If she did not, he wished her a life replete with fulfillment and joy. Naturally, he was human, with emotions and desires, and he experienced jealousy upon discovering her genuine relationship with Jiang Qingyan. He was consumed by jealousy, fearing he might impulsively disrupt her happiness, even contemplating a serious relationship to forget her. Yet, every attempt ended in failure. He could not muster the enthusiasm. He found even the thought of a customary kiss repulsive, both psychologically and physically. During that time, Shen Yifan regarded him with suspicion, suggesting he seek traditional Chinese medicine, but he refused, for he believed he had no issues. He felt no inclination towards other women. Yet he experienced vivid and lascivious dreams. In those dreams, the enchanting figure possessed skin as delicate as satin, entwining him closely, allowing him to kiss her without restraint, to possess her unreservedly. Upon awakening, he lamented that it had all been a mere fantasy. Rushing to the bathroom, he washed away the sinful thoughts he dared not reveal. Avoiding Wen Ruan for several days, when they crossed paths at work, he would shy away from her, for her visage mirrored that of the woman in his dreams. Once only daring to indulge in fantasy, now the object of his affection stood before him, making it difficult for He Zheng to maintain his virtuous composure. Taking advantage of her inebriation, he found himself eager to forsake all decorum. Wen Ruan, shall we kiss? He asked, falling silent afterwards, his gaze fixed intently upon her, awaiting her response. He resolved that if she closed her eyes again or remained silent, he would steal a kiss. The desire to kiss her consumed him, causing him physical pain. Wen Ruan, half conscious, did not hear his words but felt the closeness of his presence, his breath hot and rapid against her skin, igniting a tingling sensation. Struggling to open her eyes, she gradually recognized his face. He Zheng, her voice was soft and playful. Yes, it's me. His breath quickened, his restrained arm faltering, drawing closer until their lips were nearly touching. Nervousness surged through him, his throat tightening with desire. His handsome face flushed, and his deep-set eyes glimmered with intense longing, as if he were poised to devour her whole. Wen Ruan, her awareness waning and utterly captivated by him, wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down. In that instant their lips met. He Zheng's mind blanked momentarily, his skin prickling with electricity. Realizing that she had initiated the kiss, he lost all semblance of reason, transitioning from tentative to fervent. Exploring her mouth with an insatiable hunger, leaving no room for retreat, they shared a kiss. Wen Ruan's first kiss was his back in high school. Amidst idle chatter among classmates, it was said that couples who kissed on a Ferris wheel would remain together forever. He Zheng dismissed such notions, yet after the college entrance examinations, he took Wen Ruan there. The night was enchanting, the moonlight gentle. At the apex of the Ferris wheel, he pulled her into his embrace. It was also his first kiss, clumsy and unsure, relying solely on instinct to capture her lips, tenderly exploring and savoring the moment, feeling as though he were floating, the world spinning around him, body and soul trembling. When Ruan was startled, momentarily frozen, before she regained her composure and pushed him away. He felt unsatisfied yet dared not press further. At that time, he was concerned about his pride, too embarrassed to admit that the tale of the Ferris wheel kiss had influenced him. Instead attributing the idea to Shen Yifan had mentioned that girls enjoyed kissing on Ferris wheels, suggesting it held good significance. As it turned out, the legend was indeed false, though he kissed her. It was fleeting, and soon after, when Ruan ended their relationship and ran off with Jiang Qingyan. During that period, he was despondent, even engaging in unethical acts, visiting temples to pray, traversing He Zheng's temples in hopes that Wen Ruan would swiftly break up with Jiang Qingyan. To his surprise, it seemed to work. As He Zheng deepened the kiss, gradually losing himself in the moment, he found himself pondering which deity had intervened, deciding he should return to express gratitude, ensuring to visit every temple. He might as well make a wish for Wen Ruan to fall in love with him swiftly. Chapter 33. What are your plans for the future? At 2 a.m, at Rongli capital. Following the celebratory banquet, Lin Yu needed to return to Hong Kong. Remembering she had left her laptop in the office, she decided to go back late at night. As she exited the elevator, she encountered Jiang Qingyan and the public relations manager, Shui Xiao, who were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Lin Yu, Shui Xiao was the first to speak. What brings you here at this hour? Lin Yu replied. I came to retrieve something. She turned to Jiang Qingyan, greeting him with a smile. Mr. Jiang, still working late? Aren't you going to accompany the young lady? Though her words seemed light-hearted, a hint of sarcasm was detectable upon closer inspection. Having known her for years, Shui Xiao recognized her tone and discreetly signaled her not to provoke a confrontation. Lin Yu, however, dismissed his concern. Jiang Qingyan glanced at Lin Yu, not answering her question, merely stating, aren't you catching a flight in the morning? Retrieve your things and head back quickly. Lin Yu was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Mr. Jiang remembers I have a flight to catch. I thought you only had eyes for the young lady and had forgotten about those of us who toil in the investment department. After all, Mr. Jiang had been rather harsh with Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan remained silent. It was the weekend, and some of the travelers to Hong Kong had yet to leave. Vice President Lin had arranged for Lin Yu to accompany the guests' families for shopping and tea. Jiang Qingyan had signed off on her business trip, so he was aware of her schedule. Dressed in a black shirt, black trousers, and a black overcoat, he appeared imposing in silence, his dark eyes filled with unspoken emotions. A rather intimidating presence. After all, Mr. Jiang had been quite severe with Wen Ruan. This statement rendered the atmosphere around them tense. Shui Xiao pressed the elevator button, and as the doors began to close, he held them open, addressing Jiang Qingyan. Mr. Jiang, allow me to escort you down. Jiang Qingyan stepped into the elevator. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Yu, Shui Xiao followed suit. As the doors closed, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh and turned to walk away. She had spoken impulsively, not solely out of concern for Wen Ruan but also due to her past admiration for Jiang Qingyan, whom she had once regarded as an idol. However, tonight, her perception of him had shattered. Leaving her with a deep-seated aversion inside the elevator, Shui Xiao carefully chose his words, attempting to speak on Lin Yu's behalf. Lin Yu, having been spoiled by her family since childhood and protected by her uncle at work, had a fiery temper and occasionally spoke without thinking, not out of malice, and he hoped Mr. Jiang would not hold it against her. Jiang Qingyan lowered his gaze to his phone, his profile stern. He acknowledged her words with a hint of truth, admitting, I have indeed been rather harsh with Wen Ruan. Shui Xiao felt the tension, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Qingyan put away his phone and shifted the topic, saying, regarding the incident with Wen Ruan, you mentioned it was the work of Mingyi. As the conversation turned to work, Shui Xiao's demeanor grew serious. Yes, Wen Ruan's presence at the celebratory banquet had stirred considerable commotion. And before the event concluded, someone had leaked footage of the incident online. Shui Xiao had received orders from Yao Tianyu, stating that any negative commentary regarding him or Rongli must be eradicated from the internet. Jiang Qingyan had privately approached him, requesting that he also handle the disparaging online remarks about Wen Ruan, offering to cover the costs himself while taking responsibility should anything go awry. As Rongli's public relations manager, Shui Xiao prioritized his duties, mobilizing the entire department until 1:30 in the morning. With company matters resolved, he prepared to assist Wen Ruan in addressing the derogatory comments circulating online. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that all negative remarks about Wen Ruan had vanished from the internet. After making a series of phone calls, a close friend from the public relations sector in He Zheng informed him, my cousin just joined the Mingyi PR department 2 weeks ago, and his first assignment was to suppress the negative trending topic concerning Wen Ruan. How peculiar it is that He Zheng is actually assisting Wen Ruan. This matter is confidential. They've instructed us not to disclose it. I've heard it's He Zheng. This Jiang Qingyan's fingers, long and delicate, tightened around his phone. He Zheng. Suddenly, he recalled He Zheng at the celebration banquet, ostensibly seeking an apology from Ron Li regarding Zhao's incident. Yet ever since He Zheng's arrival, his gaze had been almost entirely fixated on Wen Ruan. What scheme could He Zheng possibly have in mind for Wen Ruan? He Zheng might be considering taking advantage of the situation, but despite his thieving intentions, he ultimately lacked the courage to act. If he were to truly overstep tonight, given Wen Ruan's temperament, she would undoubtedly block him by tomorrow, thereby severing any bond they shared. With the last vestige of reason returning, He Zheng rolled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. There was no need to rush. He had waited over a decade, and he could afford to wait a little longer, knowing Wen Ruan's nature. No matter how deeply she loved Jiang Qingyan, after what transpired today, she would not reconsider. Hence his opportunity had arrived. Once he brought her home, would he not have ample chances to savor her presence? Emerging from the bathroom, He Zheng tidied Wen Ruan's disheveled clothing, tucked her under the covers, and finally leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good night. When Ruan awoke the next morning at 10 o'clock, the remnants of last night's revelry clouded her mind, and she struggled to comprehend her unfamiliar surroundings, which resembled more of a small lounge than a hotel room. Her phone rested on the bedside table, and she reached for it. Before dinner last night, she had powered it off, and upon turning it back on, a flurry of messages and missed calls flooded the screen, predominantly from Jiang Tongtong. When Ruan dialed her number without hesitation. Oh my goodness. You finally called, Jiang Tongtong exclaimed. Last night, you texted me saying we'd chat soon, and I waited for you until midnight without any further contact. Pan Rui saw the celebration banquet video in our company group, and that is how I learned something had gone awry. Why didn't you call me when you went there? If I had been around, I would have surely dealt with that scoundrel Jiang Qingyan. I was frantic trying to reach you, nearly called the police. Later, Pan Rui ran into your mother at the hospital, and she mentioned you left with a friend. As the call connected, Jiang Tongtong unleashed a torrent of words. When Ruan rubbed her temples, still muddled from the night before, her phone had shut off. That's not the main concern right now. Ruan, where are you now? Just as when Ruan was about to respond, the door swung open, and she looked up to see a woman clad in a black skirt suit, her short hair neatly styled, and her makeup impeccably polished. This was the restaurant's female manager, the very same who had brought the medicinal liquor for her sprained ankle last night. Upon seeing Wen Ruan awake, the manager paused momentarily before a broad smile spread across her face. Miss Wen, you're awake. Mr. He mentioned you might sleep until noon. When Ruan gestured around her, where is this? This is Mr. He's lounge, the manager replied, her tone professional yet warm. You are the first woman to stay here, as it is exclusively reserved for him. When Ruan internally scoffed at the last statement, feeling it unnecessary to emphasize, Miss Wen, these clothes were prepared for you by Mr. He. The manager gently placed a bag she had been carrying on the nearby sofa. There are new toiletries in the bathroom. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will arrange it. Glancing at the clothes, when Ruan shook her head. No, thank you. The manager, eager to assist, quickly replied, it is my duty. Mr. He is a friend of the owner and a major shareholder in the restaurant. Naturally, we must treat his guests with the utmost care, not wishing to impede Wen Ruan's preparations. The manager inquired before leaving. Miss Wen, should I bring breakfast to you, or would you prefer to go to the restaurant? When Ruan dismissed her concern, you go about your business, I'll be fine. The manager hesitated but ultimately succumbed to Wen Ruan's insistence. Very well, I'll have the driver wait at the entrance so you can see him when you step out. Okay, thank you. Once the door closed, when Ruan returned her phone to her ear, the call had not been disconnected. Jiang Tongtong's voice broke through. Is that Mr. He Zheng? Yes, when Ruan confirmed, pulling back the covers and stepping out of bed. Donning her slippers as she headed to the bathroom, she recounted the events of the previous night in a simplified manner. After her initial shock, Jiang Tongtong grew anxious. Are you all right? He Zheng, didn't he do anything to you? Did he? You two have always been rivals. Why the sudden change of heart? When Ruan interjected, I'm fine. Although He Zheng can be sharp-tongued, his character is sound. He wouldn't take advantage of me, especially since I am still in yesterday's clothes and feel no discomfort. Jiang Tongtong exhaled in relief, engaging in casual conversation before her tone shifted to concern. So, what are your plans moving forward? Standing before the bathroom mirror, when Ruan gazed at her disheveled appearance, unruly hair, pale complexion, and bloodshot eyes, she looked more like a specter than a person. I'm moving this weekend, and the property transfer is on Monday. After that, I'll take some time to clear my head. Her pent-up resentment and bitterness surged within her, akin to the ominous signs before a volcanic eruption. She knew she needed to escape, lest the pressure of her anger become unbearable, leading her to contemplate unspeakable actions. The Yao family wielded significant influence in Haicheng, and she had relatives and friends there. Impulsiveness was not an option. She had to maintain her composure. Escaping? Jiang Tongtong paused, suddenly apprehensive. You're not thinking of leaving Haicheng, are you? Will you come back? When Ruan fixed her gaze on her reflection, her voice low and resolute. Of course, I'll return now. I have repaid Jiang Qingyan's life debt, and our grievances are settled. However, I owe nothing to Yao Man. The day I left Romley, we should have become parallel lines. I had intended to depart Haicheng and sever ties with them, yet Yao Man, stubborn as ever, insists on meddling in my affairs. That I owe her nothing. Why should I flee? I will return. Yao Man's repeated schemes against me stem primarily from her jealousy over my 3 years with Jiang Qingyan. She resents me, so I shall return to work her. What's more, I plan to join Mingyi. Let us see if He Zheng dares to accept me. Upon hearing Wen Ruan's intent to return, Zhang Tongtong sighed in relief. It's good to take a break, but do you have to rush? Why not wait a few days until Pan Rui's mother is discharged from the hospital? I can accompany you then. Wen Ruan firmly declined. I can manage on my own. Just take care of yourself. Zhang Tongtong, whose life had been chaotic lately, also yearned for an escape but was unable to leave. Alright then, just be careful, and remember to check in with me daily. Sure. After hanging up, Wen Ruan dialed He Zheng's number. It rang for quite some time before he finally answered, his voice hoarse and laced with sleep. Hello, you're still asleep? Perhaps you should rest a little longer, Wen Ruan remarked. He Zheng turned over in bed, struggling to open his eyes. I was just about to get up. Have you risen? Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. I just woke up too. The purpose of Wen Ruan's call was primarily to express her gratitude. The manager came earlier and brought some clothes. How much did they cost? I'll transfer you the money. She had meticulously calculated the expenses, but He Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort, though he was resigned. I had someone buy them. I'm unsure of the price. I'll ask later. The clothes had been chosen by Yu Yang, who had accompanied his girlfriend to select them based on Wen Ruan's usual style, so there should be no error. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. He Zheng, Yushin Yifan's voice abruptly halted as he noticed He Zheng signaling for silence. He plopped down onto the nearby sofa, unaware of the commotion on the other end. Wen Ruan said, Alright, once you find out, send me a message. She expressed her gratitude again. Thank you so much for last night. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Alternatively, feel free to make a request. He Zheng chuckled softly, his voice low and gentle. I have only one request. Come to Mingyi. Wen Ruan laughed in response. Alright, but could you wait for me for a while? He Zheng, caught off guard by her quick acceptance, paused momentarily, his smile growing wider, mimicking her tone. He asked, How long should I wait? Wen Ruan couldn't provide a definitive timeframe. 1 month. 2 months, or perhaps longer. I'd like to take some time to wander about, but as long as you can wait, I'll report to Mingyi upon my return. Shen Yifan, witnessing He Zheng hang up, inquired, so Wen Ruan has agreed to join Mingyi, though it was a question, he already knew the answer. He Zheng's grin nearly split his face, and Shen Yifan felt an undercurrent of excitement. Wen Ruan is coming to Mingyi. Oh, this will be quite the spectacle. He Zheng tossed his phone aside, threw off the covers, and climbed out of bed. He was bare from the waist up, his back taut and well-defined. Clad only in a pair of grey cotton pants, his legs long and straight. Yes, she agreed. Shen Yifan awaited his emergence from the bathroom, eager to discuss the events of the previous night. So, how late did you two drink? He was aware that He Zheng had accompanied Wen Ruan for dinner and drinks but was uncertain about the time they finished. What time did you go to bed? He Zheng reclined back on the bed, lazily raking through his tousled hair. I didn't sleep until 8 this morning. Although he had returned home relatively early, he had been unable to sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of Wen Ruan. After tossing and turning for most of the night and taking 2 showers, he finally managed to settle down, and by the time he called Yu Yang to prepare the clothes, it was nearly 8 o'clock. And he had only managed to sleep for less than 2 hours. I need to catch up on sleep. If you don't have anything urgent, you can leave. Shen Yifan, however, did have matters to attend to. You have neglected to remember that today you have an appointment with General Zhao and Pan Rue from Fading Investment. Pan Rue has already arrived, and General Zhao is on his way. You are the one who arranged this meeting, so you must make an appearance. He Zheng is succumbing to drowsiness, barely able to keep his eyes open. Recently, Old Zhao has shown considerable interest in investing in gaming projects. The fact that Wen Ruan has taken a liking to Zhao suggests that this project is sound and worthy of investment. My intention in arranging this meeting was for Old Zhao to converse with Pan Rue. I need to catch up on some sleep. You can entertain them in my stead. Inform Old Zhao that I am feeling unwell today and will treat him to drinks another time. Shen Yifan made a special trip here just for this matter. Old Zhao is notorious in the circle for his shrewdness and profit-driven nature. Given that Wen Ruan is interested in the project you recommended, he is bound to invest. However, regardless of personal connections, his pursuit is solely for maximum profit. It is highly probable that if Old Zhao invests in Jiaosu, he will package and sell it at its peak valuation. When Ruan's halt on the contract signing is to preserve Pan Rue's dreams, Shen Yifan reminds He Zheng that if Jiaosu is sold by Old Zhao in the future, it would betray Wen Ruan's original intentions. Do you not fear her ire? Sunlight filters through the gaps in the window, casting a beam of light upon the dark carpet. He Zheng slowly opens his eyes, fixating on that light, his half-closed eyes shrouded in a brooding ambiguity. Wen Ruan has been schemed against by the Yao siblings twice, both times due to Dong Chao's foolishness. Her original intent was merely to assist Pan Rue, and I have done so. His tone darkens. Languid yet imbued with an ineffable gloom. As for whether old Zhao will sell Jiaosu in the future, that depends on Dong Chao's capabilities. Shen Yifan ponders He Zhen's words, coming to an understanding. The incident where Wen Ruan was manipulated by the Yao siblings leading to her dismissal has made He Zhen direct his anger towards Dong Chao. They have traced the authorship of that forum post. A mere 400-word composition, back to Dong Chao, and He Zhen has shifted his ire onto him once more. Were it not for Wen Ruan's concern for Pan Rui, Jiaosu would not face destruction. He Zhen would likely have dealt with Dong Chao in a much harsher manner. In truth, if He Zhen genuinely wished to assist, he could have helped Jiaosu find a more suitable avenue. Yet he harbors no desire for Dong Chao's well-being. His introduction of old Zhao is indeed an opportunity for Pan Rui and the others. Should old Zhao invest in Jiaosu, it could help them navigate their most perilous challenges. However, this also introduces risk, as old Zhao is profit-driven and, by nature, will undoubtedly sell Jiaosu when its valuation peaks. Of course, if Dong Chao is astute enough to seize control of the majority stake, the decision to sell would rest in his hands. If he is outmaneuvered, then he deserves his fate. Yet it is evident that Dong Chao is not particularly clever. Had he possessed even a modicum of sense, he would not have hastily placed his trust in Qianwei. He ought to have waited. Pan Rui's wife is Wen Ruan's close friend, and even if Wen Ruan halted Jiaosu, she could not abandon it entirely. With Wen Ruan's capabilities, she would certainly be able to assist them in finding a new path. Regrettably, his impatience has led to him being exploited by the Yao siblings, becoming the very instrument of Wen Ruan's entrapment. Dong Chao stands no chance against the seasoned and cunning old Zhao across the entire Haicheng. The only one who has dealings with old Zhao without suffering loss is He Zhen. Ultimately, Jiaosu will still be sold. Nevertheless, He Zhen has done his utmost. Although old Zhao will part with Jiaosu, he will operate it until it reaches its highest valuation. At that point, Dong Chao could at least become wealthy overnight. And as a shareholder, Pan Rui's pockets would surely be filled. When that time comes, Pan Rui could depart from Dong Chao to pursue his own ventures, where He Zhen might introduce him to a suitable large company, which would be an improvement over the current situation. After all, Dong Chao's temperament is ill-suited for a leadership role, and following him offers little promise. Thus, it seems Wen Ruan will likely not hold He Zhen accountable. On Monday morning, Jiang Qingyan arrived early at the real estate transaction center, waiting for nearly an hour before only encountering the buyer and Wen Ruan's lawyer. The property in Huadang Bay was scheduled for transfer today as agreed with the buyer. Wen Ruan did not come, having entrusted her lawyer. The paperwork was completed swiftly, and after signing, Jiang Qingyan shook hands with the lawyer, casually inquiring, "Why didn't Wen Ruan come?" The lawyer wore a professional smile. Responding, "Miss Wen said you wouldn't want to see her. She finds your presence distasteful, so she chose not to attend." Jiang Qingyan was left momentarily speechless. He waited until the lawyer's car disappeared at the end of the road before opening the car door and sitting inside. Assistant Chen Yi turned from the driver's seat, handing him the purchase agreement and keys, cautiously asking, "Director Jiang, are you planning to move back to Huadang Bay?" Chen Yi had been with Jiang Qingyan as an assistant for 3 years since graduating. After Yao Man entered Ronli, he was temporarily reassigned to another department for assistance, and now that Yao Man has become the director of the investment department, he returned to Jiang Qingyan's side. He is a trusted aide. Chen Yi was aware of the situation between Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan had no intention of selling the property in Huadang Bay, and the buyer was an intermediary that Chen Yi had helped find. Jiang Qingyan sat in the back seat, pondering for a moment before stating, "No need to move, keep it as it is, and have someone clean it regularly." Understood. Jiang Qingyan retrieved his phone, dialing Wen Ruan's number. The line was busy. "Please try again later." After several attempts, the result was the same. That he pulled up Wen Ruan's WeChat and typed a message, "Your phone has been unreachable. I just wanted to let you know the paperwork is complete. If there is anything else you need, feel free to mention it." After sending the message, the red exclamation mark stood out prominently. It was only then that Jiang Qingyan realized Wen Ruan had blocked him entirely. He paused for a moment, then reached for Chen Yi's phone. Chen Yi had just placed the purchase agreement and keys into the briefcase in the passenger seat when he heard Jiang Qingyan's request and promptly handed over his phone. A few minutes later, Jiang Qingyan returned the phone to Chen Yi, who had also been blocked. It was expected. Given Wen Ruan's pride, she would likely block everyone connected to Ronli. She has always been resolute. When Ruan left Haicheng on Monday morning, she took little with her, just a suitcase, and hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail station. She only informed Zhang Tongtong of her plans, and on the way to the station, she sent a message to Zhong Lan. "Wen Ruan, Aunt Lan, I'm going out to clear my mind. Please let my mother know." At that time, Zhong Lan was busy and called her back half an hour later. "Going out to clear your mind sounds good. I will speak to your mother. You need not worry about her. I will keep an eye on her. Right now, your matters are most important. Take care of yourself." As the conversation concluded, Zhong Lan added, Yuan, your mother feels very guilty for having scolded you. After you left, she cried for a long time. She truly loves you, so please do not hold it against her." Wen Ruan gazed out the window, her indifferent eyes reflecting a tranquil numbness. "And Lan, I do not blame her. If she truly bore no resentment, why not speak to her personally?" Zhang Lan sighed, understanding that the mother-daughter conflict could not be resolved with a few words. And she relinquished her insistence. "When do you plan to return?" "I'm not sure. We shall see. She will return, but the timing is uncertain, perhaps in a month, perhaps 2, or even longer." The taxi stopped by the roadside. And when Ruan slowly merged into the crowd, the skies over He Zheng today were overcast, and the wind was particularly strong, tousling her hair that had fallen over her shoulders and ruffling her collar. Not far away, in a black Bentley, Shen Yifan glanced at He Zheng in the passenger seat. "Aren't you going to see her off?" As the window rolled down, He Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Wen Ruan's retreating figure. She preferred not to be sent off. He would wait for her return. For a rational, composed Wen Ruan, one whose heart had been set free. Chapter 35. Jiang Qingyan is engaged. Every January marks the coldest period of winter in He Zheng. The weather forecast indicated that today would be the coldest day of the month, with heavy rain and strong winds causing the roads to freeze. Chen Yi drove the car back to Ronli capital. And even after the engine was turned off, the back seat remained silent. Chen Yi did not dare to look back, cautiously glancing at the rearview mirror. The person in the back seat remained seated, still holding the same posture as when they were at the real estate transaction center, legs crossed, slightly turned to one side, gazing out the window like a statue, utterly motionless, just as Chen Yi was about to remind him they had arrived. The silence of the car was abruptly interrupted by a phone ringing. Jiang Qingyan withdrew his gaze from the window, stiffly reaching for his phone. It was a call from Yaoman Qingyan. "Why aren't you at the office?" Jiang Qingyan glanced outside to confirm their location. They were in the parking lot. "I'm heading up now." Yaoman pressed on. "It's nearly noon. Were you out running errands?" Jiang Qingyan replied. "When Ruan sold the property in Huadang Bay, I went to sign the paperwork today." Upon hearing that the property had been transferred, Yaoman was initially pleased but quickly turned wary and critical. "So you met with Wen Ruan. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have accompanied you." If fatigue was evident in Jiang Qingyan's eyes as he rubbed his temples. Wen Ruan had not come, having delegated the task to her lawyer. "Oh," Yaoman responded, then asked, "Why didn't you consult a lawyer? If Wen Ruan had gone herself, wouldn't you have met?" Her reasoning felt somewhat convoluted. Jiang Qingyan leaned back, closing his eyes. "I just happened to be nearby and decided to stop by." He spoke softly to soothe her. "Yaoman, you truly need not concern yourself with Wen Ruan. You know that my heart has always belonged to you." After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan stared out the window, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly called out to Chen Yi. "Lin, you said that I am rather harsh towards Wen Ruan. Do you think that too?" Chen Yi opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. "It is quite harsh." "Exceedingly so. What fault does Wen Ruan have? She has done nothing wrong. She simply fell in love and was unjustly caught in this calamity." Chen Yi hesitated, carefully considering his words. "Director Jiang, if you do not adopt a firmer stance, Yao Dong will take action, and once he does, there will be no turning back. If Yao Wei were to intervene, not only Wen Ruan but also her family and friends would suffer the consequences." Fortunately, from the outset, Yao Wei harbored intentions to test General Jiang, which is why she entrusted the matter to him. General Jiang, Miss Yao had no intention of granting Wen Ruan a path to escape. If Wen Ruan were to leave He Zheng, distancing herself from the influence of Ronli, she might find a more comfortable existence. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment and quietly reminded, "Wen Ruan's mother is a doctor at Songli Hospital. Her relatives and friends are all here. She has a 50% chance of remaining in He Zheng, and if she does, she may struggle to find employment." Jiang Qingyan remained silent, his inscrutable gaze revealing no hint of emotion. After a long pause, he suddenly spoke. "I recall that Zhang, the headhunter from Sichuan, is your classmate." Chen Yi was taken aback for a moment before responding. "Yes, we were college roommates and shared a close bond." Having followed Jiang Qingyan for several years, he could somewhat gauge his intentions. "General, are you seeking Zhang from Sichuan headhunters to assist Wen Ruan in finding a job?" Jiang Qingyan neither confirmed nor denied this but simply stated, "Please arrange a meeting with Zhang, and keep this matter confidential." Understood. Following the disappearance of Wen Ruan's trending topic and the unfounded rumors, discussions about her on the internet dwindled significantly. After all, she was not a public figure, and most netizens did not recognize her. They merely followed the latest gossip. The buzz had yet to subside when the trending topic vanished, only to be replaced by a scandal involving a prominent celebrity couple. The male party was exposed for infidelity during his wife's pregnancy, engaging with a co-star, complete with video evidence of kissing and photos of them entering and exiting hotels together. Hard proof indeed. The news of this once ideal couple in the entertainment industry caused a server crash as netizens flocked to indulge in the latest gossip, leaving no one to remember who Wen Ruan was. However, every circle has its own undercurrents. Although Wen Ruan was not a public figure, she was well known in He Zheng's investment community. Thus, even though the online chatter had ceased, her gossip in He Zheng persisted unabated. Videos from the Ronli celebration banquet circulated privately, and various speculations about the relationships between Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan, and Yao Man, and even Wen Ruan and He Zheng proliferated. Many men lean towards the notion that Jiang Qingyan regarded Wen Ruan as a mistress, as her beauty made her a delightful companion to present socially. If Jiang Qingyan genuinely harbored feelings for her, how could he possibly keep it hidden? Numerous individuals in the industry coveted Wen Ruan. If they were indeed involved, they would be eager to flaunt their relationship publicly. Conversely, many women lean towards the belief that Jiang Qingyan was a scoundrel. Understanding that a proud woman like Wen Ruan would not publicly expose her wounds unless deeply enraged. As for the relationship between Wen Ruan and He Zheng, some admired their appearances together, while others fabricated scandalous rumors suggesting that He Zheng's assistance to Wen Ruan was merely a means to provoke Yao Tianyu. The discussions continued unabated in various groups, with speculations running rampant. Wen Ruan had become the focal point of conversation during leisure hours, with everyone eagerly awaiting further developments. Having severed ties with Rongli, her career seemed to have reached a standstill. Unless she relocated to a different city or changed industries, no one in He Zheng's investment circle would dare to employ her again. Of course, except for He Zheng, many clandestinely placed bets on whether Wen Ruan would leave in disgrace for another city or industry or choose to return to Mingyi capital. Others hoped, as many anticipated, that Wen Ruan would stage a dramatic return to Rongli, providing them with another spectacle. Yet, until the new year, there was no sign of Wen Ruan. As time flowed on, a new year began with the arrival of the new year. Streets were adorned with red lanterns, and festive delicacies lined the markets, transforming He Zheng into a vibrant and celebratory tableau filled with laughter and joy. In certain opulent gatherings, discussions about Wen Ruan persisted. Some remarked that despite her name containing Ruan, she was not a pushover, having been bullied to such an extent she was likely biding her time for a grand comeback. Others speculated that Wen Ruan's silence was due to the Yao family settling matters privately, leading her to choose silence and seek opportunities in another city. As various rumors proliferated, the topic's central figure remained elusive, and public enthusiasm gradually waned. After all, in such a vast city, new events unfolded daily. For instance, in late February, He Zheng, the president of Mingyi capital, got into a brawl with Yao Tianyu from Rongli. It was said to have stemmed from a piece of land in the southern part of the city that both had been vying for. Ultimately, He Zheng secured it, prompting Yao Tianyu to confront him in a bar, leading to a physical altercation that even escalated to the police station, with He Zheng sustaining minor injuries while Yao Tianyu spent 2 days in the hospital, further straining the relationship between Mingyi and Rongli capital. In mid-March, Lingyi Technology, previously renowned for developing multiple blockbuster games, found itself embroiled in scandal. An employee publicly accused Vice President Yang of repeated sexual harassment, and when she reported it, no one dared to respond, as he was the nephew of the founder, Yang Shang. The employee not only reported the vice president but also exposed the founder's scandal, alleging that Dong Chao, the current head of Fireworks Studio, had been the operations director at Lingyi. The rumor was that Dong Chao left Lingyi because it had become a family-run business in decline. However, the truth was that Yang Shang had an affair with Dong Chao's wife. The uproar surrounding this incident was substantial. Despite Fireworks Studio being relatively new, small, and lacking blockbuster games, they had gained some recognition due to a project that Wen Ruan had been dismissed over, which tied her to Lingyi's scandal. Notably, when Dong Chao was interviewed and asked about the matter, his remark about not wishing to revisit the past was seen as a tacit admission, plunging Lingyi Technology into a scandalous storm. In early April, Yang Shang's daughter, Yang Lu, posted on Weibo, subtly implying that her humiliation of Wen Ruan at the Rongli celebration banquet was instigated by the young lady of Rongli. The young lady had promised that if Yang Lu embarrassed Wen Ruan at the banquet, Yao Tianyu would invest in Lingyi, but the promise was never fulfilled. Having long been entrenched in the fashion industry, Yang Lu, a beauty influencer with 2 million followers, gained a brief surge of attention on Weibo. But the flame was quickly extinguished by Rongli's intervention. Rongli sent her a lawyer's letter, and within days, Yang Lu publicly apologized to Yao Man, claiming that her anger over Lingyi's scandal had clouded her judgment and led her to speak nonsense. In mid-May, numerous members of He Zheng's elite received invitations from the Yao family, announcing that Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan were to be engaged on June 20. The engagement party was extravagant, held on a luxury yacht, attended by socialites and business magnates, with an abundance of flowers from the entrance to the interior, and a limitless supply of Moutai champagne and whiskey exuding opulence. While everyone openly congratulated the couple, whispers of gossip circulated, speculating whether Wen Ruan would attend. Ultimately, she did not appear. Throughout the entirety of the event, she remained absent. It seemed as if she had truly vanished since the Rongli celebration banquet the previous year. She had not shown her face in He Zheng, and even in the wake of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man's engagement, she remained silent. No one knew her whereabouts. Jilin Temple, located in a small county 1,000 miles away from Haicheng, established in the early Ming dynasty, it has endured periods of prosperity, damage, and reconstruction. Its fate tumultuous, steeped in history and characterized by its serene environment. However, due to its remote location and modest size, the temple does not attract a large number of visitors and is primarily known locally. The temple comprises a front courtyard open to tourists for exploration and a rear mountain serving as the residence for those seeking solitude and practitioners, which is not open to the public. When Ruan resided in a secluded room on the west side of the rear mountain in the afternoons, she typically took strolls outside, but today she remained indoors due to a visitor on a stone table beneath the trees. Tea utensils were arranged, and He Zheng sat on a stone bench leaning forward to refill Wen Ruan's empty cup while recounting the significant events occurring in He Zheng that day. Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man are engaged. Is that so? When Ruan's expression remained indifferent, her tone devoid of any fluctuations. That's quite nice, they are well suited for each other. He Zheng attempted to discern any emotion beyond her tranquil demeanor but found none. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Qingyan's engagement, she exhibited no anger, resentment, or bitterness. In a light-hearted tone, He Zheng remarked, "So calm, have you achieved enlightenment after 6 months of retreat?" When Ruan lifted her cup for a sip of tea. Smiling slightly and not quite enlightenment, "I've merely come to terms with certain matters." Chapter 36. Welcome to Mingyi. When Ruan did not initially arrive at Jiling Temple, her journey this time was primarily for introspection. Before setting off, she had searched online for travel guides visiting numerous beautiful locales, yet her mind remained unsettled. One day, when heavy rain rendered sightseeing impossible, she found herself unable to stay in her hotel. Serendipitously, there was a private bookstore across the street filled with many old and rare books. She visited it for 3 consecutive days, amassing a collection of books to be sent back to Haicheng. Asking Zhang Tongtong to keep them for her, the owner, a graceful and cultured woman just 3 years her senior, struck up an enjoyable rapport with Wen Ruan upon learning of her desire to find a temporary refuge. The owner recommended her own hometown Jiling Temple. While not heavily trafficked, it was indeed a splendid place, quiet, with few visitors, and fulfilling daily activities, attending meditation classes, practicing Tai Chi, enjoying tea and chess, reading, and wandering the expansive back mountain. Occasionally, she would venture into town. The previous month, the bookstore owner had invited her to stay at her home for a few days. She found her time there quite pleasant, her heart gradually settling. And the intense resentment towards Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man began to subside. He Zheng learned of her presence there on the 3rd day of her arrival. He called to remind her not to forget about Mingyi matters. After discussing business, he inquired about her location. With nothing to conceal, she informed him. Over the past 6 months, He Zheng had been busy, calling a few times, but today was his first visit, and he opened with the news of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man's engagement. Engaged, it was an expected outcome. Yao Man was the white moonlight Jiang Qingyan had long pined for, and now that the white moonlight had returned to his embrace, he was naturally eager to bring her home. He Zheng perceived the scrutinizing gaze upon her. She felt no sorrow, her expression remained calm, and her heart was equally tranquil. To what extent was her calmness, even when a couple consummated their union before her? She could observe with a detached demeanor. He Zheng inquired if she had become disillusioned with worldly affairs. While she had not reached such enlightenment, being merely an ordinary person without profound wisdom or deep ties to Buddhism, she had not transcended the mundane within 6 months. Instead, she devoted that time to allowing the pernicious poison administered by Jiang Qingyan to dissipate, gradually shattering the heart that once beat for love and discarding the remnants. The heart she now possessed cherished only herself. In this lifetime, living solely for oneself and loving oneself rendered existence far more effortless. The courtyard was adorned with several verdant pines and cypresses, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds, creating an ambience of serenity. He Zheng gazed at Wen Ruan, momentarily lost in thought, her emotions complexed. It had been over 6 months since he last saw her. During her retreat from Haicheng for more than half a year, he too had not been idle. Initially, he had decided to settle in Singapore, where he had established the office, overseeing all affairs. Now that he chose to remain in Haicheng, he needed to ensure a smooth handover of responsibilities there. The day after Wen Ruan departed from Haicheng, he flew to Singapore with a deputy general manager. Managing a myriad of tasks became rather cumbersome, and amidst his busy schedule, he had to attend numerous networking dinners. Whenever matters arose in Haicheng requiring his presence, he had to travel back and forth. In his efforts to support Wen Ruan, he had spent nearly 2 months renegotiating contracts that had slipped through his fingers. He was overwhelmed with busyness. He knew where Wen Ruan was, yet his commitments left him no time to visit her. He could only occasionally call to hear her voice. It was not that he could not carve out time, rather, he simply did not wish to. On one hand, Wen Ruan was focused on her spiritual cultivation and likely preferred not to be disturbed. On the other, he aimed to resolve his affairs before her return, ensuring he would have ample time to accompany her thereafter. Just last week, he returned to Haicheng, and upon completing urgent matters, he learned that today was the engagement banquet for Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, prompting him to come over. It had been over 6 months since he last laid eyes on her. Compared to the Wen Ruan of yesteryear, the woman seated across from him now appeared transformed. It would be an exaggeration to say she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, but the heavy shackles that had nearly crushed her spirit were no longer present, without a trace of makeup. Her face was pure and unblemished, tied back simply in a ponytail, clad in a light gray tracksuit, radiating vitality and an enhanced aura. She exuded an air of tranquility. Her retreat and the decision to let go of Jiang Qingyan had evidently been beneficial. However, the impression she now conveyed was one of profound disillusionment with love, as if she had resolved to sever all emotional ties and pursue a path devoid of affection. But may that not be the case. He Zheng found himself in disbelief, pondering what sins he had committed in a past life to endure such tumultuous romantic tribulations in this one. He sipped his tea to suppress his grievances and changed the subject. "You've been residing here without being asked to leave," Wen Ruan replied. "I am quite affluent. I've donated money for the temple's renovations." He Zheng set down his cup, giving her a thumbs up. "Well then, when do you plan to return to Haicheng?" "I've already prepared an office for you." Wen Ruan sipped her tea and asked, "Did you come today specifically to tell me that Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man are engaged?" "Of course not." He Zheng straightened, his tone becoming much more serious. A new type of VR glasses has emerged on the market, lighter and more advanced, with promising prospects for VR gaming. Jiang Qingyan has taken an interest in AI technology, but the founder has been abroad and is expected to return next week. Ronli has yet to secure the deal. He spoke in a measured manner, and Wen Ruan grasped his intent. "You are also interested in AIU. Do you want me to take charge of this project?" He Zheng raised his teacup towards her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Are you daring enough to challenge my old employer?" His demeanor was relaxed, mischievous, and provocative. When Ruan glanced at the cup offered to her, curiosity piqued. "You have a grudge against Jiao Tianyu, and I have a grievance against Rong Li.My joining Mingyi is indeed a collaboration against our common adversary." But she paused, meeting his gaze. "In the past 2 years, you have maintained the upper hand in your conflict with Yao Tianyu, and my role has been minimal. My entrance into Mingyi has been a significant advantage for me. Why the sudden willingness to assist me? Why? Because I cannot bear to see you wronged, because I am somewhat unhinged, because I am infatuated." He Zhen's heart was as clear as glass. He understood that Wen Ruan harbored no feelings for him. Thus he refrained from expressing his true sentiments, fearing it would frighten her away or lead to his own humiliation. "You believe my role is insignificant? How can it be so? Your involvement is crucial." He Zheng crossed his legs, languidly swirling his cup. "You were cast out by Ronli, and I took you in, and now if you assist me in reclaiming Ronli's project, it would be akin to wielding a discarded dagger against their hearts." Yao Tianyu would surely be infuriated. It seemed as though he regarded her as a mere tool, yet Wen Ruan bore no resentment. "Ask me that question again," He Zheng recalled and inquired anew. "Are you daring enough to challenge my old employer?" Wen Ruan raised her cup to clink against his, a smile brightening her face. "As long as president, he is willing to support me. There is nothing I would shy away from." She had initially planned to descend the mountain in the next couple of days and had learned of the news He Zheng mentioned. Knowing full well that Jiang Qingyan would be interested, given their long-standing acquaintance, now, anything that piqued Ronli's interest captivated her as well. He Zheng drank from the cup she had clinked with his eyes sparkling with delight. "Welcome to Mingyi. May our collaboration be fruitful." Wen Ruan also took a sip, setting her cup down, resting her elbow on the stone table, cradling her chin in her palm. Her gaze subtly appraising He Zheng. He Zheng mirrored her posture, propping his chin in his palm, his dark eyes shimmering, ready to speak candidly. Wen Ruan, with her clear gaze, remarked, "You are also part of the Yao family. After battling Yao Tianyu for so many years, he relies on Ronli Group. Have you never considered seizing Ronli Group for yourself?" He Zheng paused, processing her words, a smile slowly spreading in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Are we aiming to play such a grand game?" Wen Ruan laughed. "So, do you dare?" He Zhen's flirtatious eyes sparkled with a relaxed demeanor, half joking and half teasing. "I am rather timid when it comes to such matters. On my own, I would certainly hesitate. However, if you are willing to act as my strategist, offering counsel and protection, then I might be inclined to give it a try." The following evening, He Zheng arrived in Haicheng. Greeted at the airport by Shen Yifan, upon seeing He Zheng return alone, Shen Yifan turned from the driver's seat to ask, "Wen Ruan didn't come back with you?" He Zheng lowered his head to message Wen Ruan, informing her of his arrival. "She has a friend there. She'll attend a wedding and return after." This friend was a bookstore owner she met during her travels, and it was the owner who recommended Jiling Temple. The owner was hosting a wedding in her hometown and had invited Wen Ruan. After sending the message, He Zheng recalled something and looked up at Shen Yifan, saying, "You're not using the house at Qingyue Mansion. Let me stay there." Shen Yifan momentarily struggled to follow his train of thought. The house at Qingyue Mansion had been purchased a few years prior. He Zheng had been drawn to the location, and they had each bought a unit primarily for investment purposes, both fully furnished and never occupied. Shen Yifan was taken aback. "You have a house at Qingyue Mansion too? We're neighbors, did you forget?" They had both bought units on the same floor, 2 units per floor. He Zheng replied, "Wen Ruan wants to buy a house, so I plan to give her mine. On the way to the station." As they chatted, Wen Ruan mentioned her desire to purchase a home upon returning to Haicheng after selling her previous one. "You're not living in the Qingyue Mansion. Let me stay there. I plan to give her my unit." Shen Yifan suddenly realized, He Zheng is planning to be Wen Ruan's neighbor right across the hall. How scandalous. What could he do? He could only stay there, otherwise this scheming dog would fall behind and still push the blame onto him. You can stay, but you have to leave me a room. I'll move some things over and keep you company. Shen Yifan had shared a dormitory with He Zheng in high school and was his roommate in college. After graduation, He Zheng rented a place, and Shen Yifan squeezed into the same rental unit. Later, when He Zheng bought a house and Shen Yifan married, he still found reasons to visit He Zheng's place frequently. His mother would sometimes yell at him in exasperation, brandishing a rolling pin, "Why don't you just marry He Zheng?" In truth, before getting married, he had preferred not living with his parents, which was why he often gravitated towards He Zheng's home. After marrying, he disliked returning home, so he frequently shared a bed with He Zheng. "Do I need your company?" He Zheng shot him a disdainful glance. "How long has it been since you went home? You leave your wife alone at home. It's about time you went back, or else Cheng Shuang might really leave you." Upon hearing Cheng Shuang, Shen Yifan's expression shifted slightly, as if a fuse had blown. He quickly turned to sit properly, muttering under his breath, "If only she would leave." He Zheng kicked the back of the driver's seat. "Keep acting like this, and you'll end up in trouble sooner or later." Chapter 37. When Ruan returns to Haicheng. Coincidentally, the bookstore owner was getting married, holding the ceremony in her hometown when Ruan arrived in Haicheng 2 days after He Zheng, having attended the wedding first. She landed on Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock. No sooner had she exited the airport than she was recognized when Ruan, a well-groomed middle-aged man dressed in a black business suit, blocked her path, removing his sunglasses to gaze intently at her. Confirming he had not mistaken her identity, he smiled. "It truly is you. I was hesitant to believe it at first. After all this time, Miss Wen, you have become even more beautiful, after all this time?" When Ruan was certain she did not recognize the middle-aged man before her, although his voice sounded somewhat familiar, noticing her puzzled expression, the man exclaimed, "Oh dear, I got so carried away talking that I forgot to introduce myself." He retrieved a business card from his bag and handed it to her. It bore the name Zhang Hai of Chichuan Headhunters. They had previously spoken over the phone, back before the new year. When Ruan accepted the card, glancing down at it, Chichuan Headhunters. It suddenly came back to her. On the 5th day after leaving Haicheng, she had received a call from this very person. He began with an introduction, then offered to assist her in finding employment, presenting a plethora of job opportunities, each with respectable titles and generous salaries, yet all distanced from the investment sphere. He used a multitude of eloquent phrases to persuade her to change her career, earnestly imploring her, and ultimately suggested that they meet in person to discuss further. As the details were too complex for a phone conversation, she declined. As the head of a recruitment firm, his network was certainly extensive. Since she had decided to remain in Haicheng, when Ruan could not afford to offend him, she accepted the card and courteously extended her hand for a handshake. "Mr. Zhang, I am truly grateful for your willingness to assist me back then. Should you ever need my help in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Hearing this, Zhang Hai beamed with a smile, quickly waving his hand. "Oh, but the matter was never resolved, so I cannot accept your gratitude." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Hai shifted the conversation, probing, "Miss Wen, have you found employment yet? I actually have many positions that would suit you." When Ruan smiled lightly, "I have already secured a job." Jiang Hai was taken aback, about to inquire where, but she preempted him, gesturing towards the door. "My ride has arrived, Mr. Zhang. Shall we conclude our conversation for today?" She appeared to be in a hurry, and Jiang Hai did not press further. "Very well, let us chat another time," he said, indicating the card in her hand. "If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." After when Ruan departed, Jiang Hai lingered for a moment, waiting until her figure had completely vanished from sight before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." At that moment, Jiang Qingyan was at a bowling alley with Yao Tianyu and his group of friends. Amidst the raucous cheers resonating in the venue, he stepped into the lounge area to escape the noise. "Mr. Jiang, guess who I just saw?" Jiang Qingyan paused, quickly arriving at an answer. Initially, he had arranged for Zhang Hai to recommend some positions for Wen Ruan through Chen Yi, yet he had reviewed the companies corresponding to those roles. None had any connections with Rongli or its business dealings. They were meticulously chosen. Ideal for Wen Ruan, he had promised Zhang Hai a favor and assured him double the fee upon success, even guaranteeing that the Yao family would not trouble him, which led Zhang Hai to agree. However, Wen Ruan had declined without elaboration, simply stating that she did not need assistance before hanging up. Currently, the only topic of conversation between him and Zhang Hai was Wen Ruan. As expected, Wen Ruan has returned to Haicheng. I ran into her at the airport. She has changed significantly. I spoke with her briefly, and she mentioned that she has already found a job, but did not disclose where she is left now. After ending the call, Jiang Qingyan sat in the lounge for a moment until Yao Tianyu called out, "Jiang Qingyan, what are you doing? Let's go, time to drink." Someone nearby jested, "Young Master Yao, why are you still calling him by name? He is engaged to your sister now. You should be calling him brother-in-law." Yao Tianyu crumpled an empty water bottle in disdain. "They're merely engaged, not married yet. Let us see if he can marry into our family first. Whether he can truly become a prince consort is still uncertain." Yao Tianyu had once held a favorable view of Jiang Qingyan, appreciating his capability to generate profit with minimal fuss and his composed demeanor. However, since Jiang Qingyan began dating Yao Man, he found himself increasingly irked. His father had always admired Jiang Qingyan, and now that Jiang Qingyan had captured the heart of his father's most cherished daughter, his status had skyrocketed. Today, he was tasked with integrating Jiang Qingyan into his circle. As per his father's instructions to help him expand his connections and nurture him, a sense of crisis was beginning to brew within him. He secretly wished Yao Man would marry someone less competent. Her ex-husband was a prime example, an ineffectual rich heir who was good for nothing. Unfortunately, that man was utterly useless, unfaithful, and careless. Jiang Qingyan, on the other hand, was exceptionally capable and astute, with him advising Yao Man and their father's favoritism towards her. The future ownership of Resolute Group was anything but certain, thus, he yearned for Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man to fall out soon, but where had Wen Ruan vanished to? That woman was utterly useless. Having been bullied to such an extent, Shun Ti she have stirred up some trouble at the engagement banquet. He had even specifically instructed that she be allowed to leave unimpeded upon sighting her. Contemplating this, Yao Tianyu inquired of those nearby, "Have you managed to locate Wen Ruan? It has been a while, and there has been no news." The group exchanged glances. No, she has probably left Haicheng. Yao Man is fed up with her. If she has left, then let her go. Why are you still searching for her? What can we do? Young Master Yao seems displeased. After all these years right under his nose, he failed to win her over. He thought she was so aloof, yet it turns out her brother-in-law has enjoyed 3 years with her. Indeed, it's a painful thought. Jiang Qingyan walked behind the group, his expression serene, seemingly unaffected by their malicious jests and crude banter. Yet, as his gaze swept past a few individuals, it ultimately settled on Yao Tianyu, and the hand tucked into his pocket slowly clenched. Wen Ruan took a taxi directly to Unyielding from the airport. Arriving at 7 in the evening, Zhong Lan was tidying the coffee table in the living room when she spotted Wen Ruan entering. Her face lit up, and she hastily set down what she was holding to greet her. "Aunt Lan." Wen Ruan released her suitcase and embraced her, while Zhong Lan affectionately patted her back. "It's good to have you back." By late June, Haicheng had reached a sweltering high of 37 degrees Celsius today. Although the temperature had dropped slightly in the evening, it remained muggy. Noticing the sweat on Wen Ruan's forehead, Zhong Lan gently ushered her towards her room. "Your mother has prepared 2 dishes. Hurry and take a shower. And you can eat as soon as you're done." When Ruan glanced towards the kitchen, the door closed, but she could hear the sound of the exhaust fan and cooking within. She wheeled her suitcase back to her room. After graduating, Wen Ruan had returned to Haicheng to pursue her career, initially renting a place outside. Later, upon starting a relationship with Jiang Qingyan, she moved to Huadang Bay, rarely returning here except for family gatherings during holidays. Their relationship had not been harmonious, leading to frequent arguments when living together. After taking a shower, she emerged to find dinner already set on the table, with her mother serving soup. "Mom," when Huyan glanced at her. Her expression relatively mild. "Wash your hands and sit down to eat." During Wen Ruan's absence, Aunt Lan frequently initiated video calls, and each time, her mother was present. Under Aunt Lan's influence, the mother-daughter duo occasionally exchanged a few words. The earlier incident had been addressed, her mother had apologized, turning a new leaf, and their relationship had become relatively harmonious. However, this harmony was soon shattered. During dinner, the atmosphere started off pleasant until her mother inquired about her future plans. Wen Ruan did not hide anything. "I'll be starting work on Monday as the investment director at Ningyi Capital." When Huyan fell silent for a moment, then abruptly slammed her chopsticks down onto the table with force. Her tone equally heavy. "You're going back to that circle. Do you think the Yao siblings will let you off easily? Resolute Group has deep roots in Haicheng, wielding power and influence. You cannot compete with them. Can't you just settle down? Why not change industries?" "I cannot." Wen Ruan's response caused Wen Huyan's expression to darken, her anger visibly rising. Zhong Lan quickly intervened to restrain her. Just then, Wen Ruan's phone vibrated. She picked it up to check a message from He Zheng. "I'm at the entrance of your community. Could you step out for a moment?" Wen Ruan looked up at Zhong Lan. "Aunt Lan, my car is with a friend. They're dropping it off now." "Alright." Zhong Lan waved her off. "Hurry back." It was only after the sound of the door closing that Zhong Lan released her grip on Wen Huyan. Reproaching her, "What are you doing? The child just returned, and you're already getting angry. You complained every day about her not being home, and now that she is back, you give her a cold shoulder. No wonder Wen Ruan doesn't want to come home." When Huyan's face darkened, her eyes reddening. "It's not that I want to be angry, I'm just scared those people in that circle are ruthless. I fear for her safety." Zhong Lan understood that her concerns were rooted in worry. However, she also knew Wen Ruan's character. Much like her mother, she was stubborn as a mule. Once she made up her mind, no one could sway her. Having been away for over half a year, her decision to return to that circle indicated it was a choice made after careful consideration, one that no one could alter. Thus Zhong Lan could only counsel Wen Huyan. "Huyan, you mustn't always view matters so pessimistically. Wen Ruan has always been clever and is not impulsive. Every decision she makes is well thought out. You should trust her rather than constantly belittle her. Wen Ruan was unwilling to gamble, fearing what might happen. After all, a medical dispute had nearly cost Wen Ruan her life once, let alone the dangers posed by a family like the Yaos. Zhonglan continued, since Wen Ruan dares to choose this path, she must have prepared herself thoroughly. Whatever you can think of, she has surely considered it too. She paused, looking at Wen Ruan. The reason that young lady from the Yao family is so arrogant, bullying Wen Ruan, is entirely because of her father. If it comes down to a contest of family backing, our Wen Ruan is not without resources enough. Before Zhonglan could finish, Wen Ruan shot her a fierce glare. Even if it means forcing Wen Ruan to resign and not allowing her to work, I would rather support her for life than beg that family. Never, Zhonglan sighed, wisely choosing to remain silent. A black Audi was parked by the roadside, its window rolled down, revealing He Zheng's dark eyes fixed intently on Wen Ruan as she approached. She donned a light gray cotton maxi dress, featuring a low neckline that revealed her slender, fair swan-like neck. The dress fell gracefully to her calves, accentuating the elegant curves of her ankles. Her long hair was casually styled into a voluminous bun, and her face, devoid of makeup, radiated a natural purity. The warm orange glow of the streetlights bathed her in light, rendering her utterly captivating. As Wen Ruan approached, He Zheng opened the door and stepped out of the car. Wen Ruan remarked, "Wasn't it supposed to be you driving to the office?" He Zheng was aware of her return today and had intended to pick her up from the airport. She had declined his offer, but he called again during her journey home, insisting he would return her car. The vehicle had been lent to him during last year's celebratory banquet for Ronli, and after she left Haicheng, she had simply left it with him. "I told you not to bother, I can drive back from the office on Monday," she added, somewhat exasperated by his effort. He Zheng leaned casually against the car, observing her with a languid gaze. "I just happened to be nearby for some errands, so I thought I would drop by." Wen Ruan extended her hand toward him, saying, "Then thank you, please hand me the keys." He Zheng, captivated by her delicate, fair hand, felt an urge to grasp it but refrained. Instead, he retrieved the keys from his pocket and casually inquired, "You mentioned wanting to buy a house, have you found one yet?" Wen Ruan accepted the keys and replied, "Not yet, it's not that easy." He Zheng, tapping on his phone with his long fingers, handed it to her. "I have a property at Qingyu. Take a look. It is fully renovated and just a 20-minute drive to Mingyi." Chapter 38. Tomorrow evening's cocktail party. Wen Ruan received He Zheng's phone, the screen displaying photos of the property's exterior and interior. She clicked through them, recognizing Qingyu as a high-end residential area that had seen significant development over the past 2 years, with rising property prices and plans for a shopping mall this year. "Are you sure you want to sell?" she questioned. He Zheng's gaze remained fixed on her. "I'm not selling, I'm giving it to you." Wen Ruan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Of course, there are conditions." He Zheng's voice was low and deliberate. "The condition is that you must secure IUA technology. This is your first challenge against Ronli, pivotal for your honor and my reputation. If you succeed, I can take down Yao Tianyu. If you fail, my dignity is tarnished. Therefore, the outcome of this wager is of utmost importance. Should you acquire IUA, the house will be your reward from the company. As soon as IUA and Mingyi finalize their contract, I will accompany you to transfer ownership. It will be yours, and even if you leave the company later, the house will remain with you." Wen Ruan inquired, "And what if I can't secure IUA?" He Zheng, hands in his pockets, responded with a nonchalant bravado, "If you can't, then the house won't be yours. That's the stipulation. This is a one-time opportunity, and time waits for no one." He added, "However, you can still reside there as a company-provided accommodation. As long as you're at Mingyi, you can live there for free." Winning would grant her a house, while losing would still allow her to stay at Qingyu until her departure. Wen Ruan found He Zheng quite suited to the role of a boss, generous and magnanimous. No wonder Mingyi Capital had the lowest turnover rate in the industry. Yet, Wen Ruan returned his phone. "Rest assured, IUA is my first battle with Ronli, and I will certainly give it my all. Besides, I can't take such a significant advantage from you right after starting. I'm already grateful for your allowing me to join Mingyi." He Zheng accepted his phone, tucking it into his pocket, his fingers lingering on the spot where hers had just been. "You don't want the house?" Wen Ruan smiled. "If you truly intend to sell, then I will take it. I rather like the house. How about this? I'll use it as accommodation for now, and once I secure IUA, you can offer me a friendly price, and I'll purchase it." Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, shimmering like stars in the night sky. He Zheng, having known her for many years, understood her stubbornness well. Once she made a decision, no one could sway her. If he insisted on gifting her the house as a reward, she might refuse to even stay there. It mattered little. Once he brought her home as his wife and handed over his salary card, his money would become hers. "Very well, as long as you secure IUA, I will offer you the purchase price." Wen Ruan beamed. "Thank you, boss." He Zheng's lips curled into a faint smile, his demeanor exuding delight. "When will you move in?" "Tomorrow is Sunday. How about then?" Wen Ruan contemplated her belongings in her rental. "I have quite a few things. I'll need to call a moving company. Perhaps next week would be better." While moving could be arranged, she would still need to unpack, and with work the next day, it would be too exhausting. He Zheng suggested, "Qingyu has everything you need. Or perhaps you could bring a week's worth of clothes to stay over first and then arrange for the movers next weekend?" It did seem as though he was eager for her to move in, and indeed, he was. He Zheng stole a glance at her and cleared his throat, adding, primarily, this area is far from the company. And the traffic here is quite congested in the mornings and evenings. Qingyu is much closer and avoids traffic jams. I'm concerned that you'll waste your time on the road when your current focus should be entirely on IUA technology. Wen Ruan pondered his words. He was right. Being near Songli Hospital, this area was indeed quite congested. While Qingyu was closer to Mingyi, then I'll move in tomorrow, given her mother's attitude earlier. It would likely take some time for her to accept her new job, since she had a place to stay now. Leaving early would be for the best. With her objective achieved, He Zheng felt a surge of satisfaction. However, there was still a more pressing matter at hand. Tomorrow evening is an internal cocktail party for the Haiqing Investment Circle. This year, Rongli is hosting, and both Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man will be there. Are you brave enough to attend? Wen Ruan was aware of the cocktail party, an annual event typically held at the end of the year. Although this year it had been postponed, she could surmise the reason. Last year's tumultuous events involving her and Rongli had attracted much attention and ridicule. Not only had she been the subject of gossip, but the Yao siblings and Jiang Qingyan had also faced mockery. Being at the center of such scrutiny, the Yao family likely wished to avoid being the laughingstock this year, particularly with Rongli organizing the event now that both Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man were engaged. And she had been absent for over 6 months. They had little to fear. Of course, I dare. Why wouldn't I? Wen Ruan replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But what about you, Mr. He? Are you prepared to accompany me? Last year, she had made quite a scene at the Rongli banquet, and in the eyes of many, she was viewed as a traitor who had been cast aside by Rongli and Jiang Qingyan. Not be why attending the cocktail party with He Zheng. She would draw him into the whirlwind of public opinion, and he too would become the subject of scrutiny. Moreover, He Zheng's presence would publicly challenge Rongli's authority given Yao Tianyu's petty nature and pride. He would likely be furious and might resort to underhanded tactics against He Zheng. Prepared, He Zheng replied lazily, his tone lingering playfully as he brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead. What is there to prepare? Do I really need to prepare as a handsome man? His gaze swept over Wen Ruan, a hint of criticism lacing his words, but you make sure to dress attractively tomorrow. Don't embarrass me. Wen Ruan, buoyed by the cheerful atmosphere, pointed to her face and mimicked his earlier teasing tone. With such a beautiful face, how could I possibly embarrass you? She laughed, her gaze sparkling like water. And He Zheng felt as though he was entranced. She was simply adorable. How he wished to pinch her cheeks or steal a kiss. He Zheng, feeling flustered, quickly averted his gaze, focusing on the distance until he regained his composure and skillfully shifted the topic. What time will you go to Qingyu tomorrow? Wen Ruan thought for a moment. Probably after the cocktail party. She wanted to sleep in tomorrow morning and needed the afternoon to shop for clothes and style her hair. She had several gowns but hadn't worn them in a while, and with the new year approaching, her wardrobe was outdated. Tomorrow night was significant for her, and she needed to prepare adequately. He Zheng stepped aside to open the driver's side door for her. Alright, then you should hurry back, get some rest, and recharge. I'll send a driver to pick you up at 3 in the afternoon. 3, Wen Ruan exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a bit early? The cocktail party usually starts at 6:30. He Zheng glanced at her, his expression serious. Tomorrow evening is an exceptionally important opening. I want you to outshine everyone else. That way, I'll have faced that you've been away for over 6 months, and your gowns won't fit anymore. There is no time to shop tomorrow, so just trust my arrangements, get some good rest and follow the driver. You outshining everyone will give me face. The statement held truth. Starting tomorrow night, she and He Zheng would be irrevocably linked. If she faltered, He Zheng, as her benefactor, would also be subject to mockery. His concern for her appearance was entirely reasonable. Wen Ruan did not refuse. Okay. Upon her return home, she found only Zhonglan waiting. There was a bit of an emergency at the hospital. Your mother has gone there and likely won't return until late at night. We won't wait for her. Wen Ruan, having been at the north gate earlier, had not seen her mother. She assumed her mother had exited through the south gate, which was closest to Songli Hospital. Just across the street. Zhonglan pushed all the dishes toward Wen Ruan. Knowing you were coming back today, your mother personally cooked all your favorites. Make sure to eat plenty. You've lost weight from your trip. Wen Ruan picked up a piece of tender rib, the rich aroma of the red sauce enveloping her senses. The familiar taste brought back memories of home. The dishes on the table had barely been touched. Her mother must not have eaten much. Aunt Lan, is my mom not still upset? Zhonglan set down her chopsticks and used a napkin to wipe the sauce from Wen Ruan's lips. Do not be upset. She is merely concerned for your well-being. She fears that you may be bullied again and worries that she cannot protect you. Do not blame her. Wen Ruan shook her head, expressing no blame. She simply feared for her mother's anger. Under the warm yellow light, Zhonglan gazed at the quietly eating Wen Ruan, her heart heavy as she recalled the online harassment Wen Ruan had endured a year prior. If only Huiyan's pride were not so strong. If she had not chosen divorce back then, Wen Ruan would have been a child cherished and protected by a father. Alas. 1,000 words lodged in her throat. Zhonglan ultimately settled on a single statement. Wen Ruan, your mother has said that since you have made your decision, as long as you do not regret it, you must bravely move forward without fear. Wen Ruan understood that her mother could not possibly express such sentimental words, yet she chose not to reveal this. Thank you, Aunt Lan. After finishing her meal, Zhong Lan had to return to the hospital. Wen Ruan gifted her a talisman for peace that she had obtained from the temple and packed some food in an insulated container for her mother. Zhong Lan lovingly patted her head. Remarking on her thoughtfulness, after seeing her off, Wen Ruan returned to wash the dishes and tidy the dining area. Having broken a sweat while searching for He Zheng downstairs, she took a shower. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she lay down after drying her hair and soon fell asleep. The next day, she awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Her mother was not home. But a note on the refrigerator confirmed her mother's return. Breakfast was steaming in the steamer, and milk was in the refrigerator, accompanied by a note stating that she would be busy and would return only in the evening. Aunt Lan said you are to move into the company dormitory today. Go ahead, come home for dinner when you have the time. When Ruan consumed her breakfast as lunch, placed the gift for her mother in her bedroom, and left a note beneath her mother's message. Thank you, Mom, for the talisman I requested from the temple. It is on your vanity that I apologize for upsetting you last night. After eating, Wen Ruan indulged in a quick nap. Dozing until 2 in the afternoon, upon waking, she refreshed herself again and packed her belongings for Qingyuifu. At precisely 3 o'clock, He Zheng's driver called, stating, Miss Wen, President He has asked me to pick you up. I am waiting for you downstairs. Chapter 39. That must be Wen Ruan. The car drove into a private villa. Upon arriving, Wen Ruan discovered that the villa belonged to Shen Yifan's little cousin, Shen Yining. She had encountered Shen Yining twice before. The first was last year during her 3rd anniversary with Jiang Qingyan, when Jiang Qingyan abandoned her for Yao Man alone at the cinema. She ran into He Zheng, who was accompanied by Shen Yining, and she had mistaken Shen Yining for He Zheng's girlfriend. The second encounter was also last year, at the hospital, when Ruan had not anticipated that He Zheng would seek out Shen Yining's styling team. Shen Yining was not surprised to see Wen Ruan. She had been filming in Haicheng and received a call from her cousin the previous night, requesting her styling team to assist with the look. Her team had been revamped in February of this year, with the stylist being her cousin's classmate from middle school who had previously served as a styling director for one of the top 5 publications. After resigning, he opened his own studio, and her cousin secured a contract over a meal. He was an impressive individual. Since February, several of her looks had gained significant attention and her resources had evidently improved. Assisting with styling was no issue, but her cousin had mentioned it was for Wen Ruan. Shen Yining was familiar with Wen Ruan's name. After all, she had seen her at the cinema and the hospital. She did not harbor fond feelings for that woman, as she always sensed that He Zheng treated her differently. Initially reluctant to comply, Shen Yining was warned by her cousin that Wen Ruan now represented Mingyi capital, which was He Zheng's reputation at stake, advising her not to be willful. Though reluctantly agreeing, she felt displeased. She secretly advised the stylist not to make Wen Ruan too beautiful, lest He Zheng be captivated by her charm. Shen Yining was scheduled for night shoots, and her original plan was to sleep through the afternoon. However, she found herself wide awake while Wen Ruan was being styled. She pulled up a chair and sat nearby, occasionally pointing out flaws and implying that the stylist shouldn't invest too much effort, earning several glares from the stylist. Ignoring the glares, Shen Yining could no longer contain her curiosity and directly questioned Wen Ruan. Why did He Zheng bring you to Mingyi? Does he like you? Wen Ruan recalled that He Zheng had mentioned Shen Yifan's little cousin had a crush on him, though it was not of a romantic nature. She was simply attracted to handsome men, easily swayed by anyone more attractive than He Zheng. Wen Ruan refrained from passing judgment but discerned the hint of jealousy in the girl's tone and offered an explanation. I had a falling out with Ronli. He is a rival of He Zheng's, and we share a common enemy. It's merely a united front. He does not like me, really. Shen Yining furrowed her brow. But he treats you differently. I saw the video from last year's Ronli celebration. Weren't you two arch rivals? Why did he help you? Wen Ruan replied that rivalry was strictly professional. He Zheng is a man of loyalty. I once saved his life in high school, so when I found myself in trouble, he was willing to set aside past grievances to assist me. Shen Yining pressed further. You saved his life? How did that happen? What was wrong with him? Wen Ruan explained Yao Tianyu had his men beat him up and he was lying on the ground unable to get up. I happened to pass by, and the doctor said he would have died if I had arrived 5 minutes later. The last statement was slightly exaggerated. Shen Yining was incensed. Damn Yao Tianyu, it's as if he has rabies. Always chasing after He Zheng to bite him. He Zheng has severed ties with them. He wouldn't compete with him over family inheritance. The last phrase was quickly swallowed back, covering her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, He Zheng was particularly sensitive about his relationship with the Yao family. It was his greatest secret and heartache, and she almost let it slip when one had already heard about He Zheng's background from his own lips. Thus she remained calm, noticing Wen Ruan's tranquility. Shen Yining assumed she had not heard clearly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I heard tonight's gala is an industry event. She had asked her cousin to take her, but he deemed it inappropriate and advised her to focus on her filming. Yes, then Yao Tianyu will be attending as well, right? He will surely bully He Zheng again. Shen Yining expressed concern before suddenly recalling something. Exclaiming, "Bah, Yao Man and her fiancé. That Jiang something, will they be attending too?" Wen Ruan confirmed, "Yes, wow," Shen Yinyin exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "Isn't that like a battleground similar to a celebration banquet?" With that, Shen Yinyin's curiosity flared. "So, what about that Jiang something? Have you two ever been involved?" Reflecting on that chapter of her life, Wen Ruan felt a sense of calm and smiled. "We were involved, but he does not acknowledge it. So it does not count as a relationship." Shen Yinyin scrutinized Wen Ruan's exquisitely delicate features for a moment before clapping her hands together and pointing at the stylist. "Teacher son, unleash your expertise and ensure she outshines everyone tonight." Though she did not favor Wen Ruan, she despised Yao Man even more, having heard from her cousin that Yao Man had previously mistreated He Zheng. If both Wen Ruan and Yao Man were to appear, she hoped for Wen Ruan's victory. The stylist replied, "Understood." He had been warned not to make Wen Ruan too attractive, yet now he was being instructed to showcase his best work, though he had not intended to heed her earlier. Shen Yinyin remained oblivious to his exasperation and vigorously patted Wen Ruan's shoulder. "Wen Ruan, you must make me proud tonight." Crushed that Yao Man woman, Wen Ruan found Shen Yinyin quite endearing. And a faint smile tugged at her lips. "I will do my best." The internal gala of the He Zheng Investment Circle is held annually, with several leading enterprises taking turns to host this year. It was Rong Li's turn. Since 2 years prior, Yao Wei had participated less frequently due to his recent absence from the country, delegating the task to his son, Yao Tianyu. The gala was set to take place at a resort hotel under the Rong Li Group. Yao Tianyu enjoyed lively affairs and orchestrated an extravagant event, inviting a plethora of attractive individuals from outside the industry to create a vibrant atmosphere, complete with luxurious Western cuisine, fine wines, and orchestral music. The appearance of several starlets donned in revealing gowns only heightened the ambience, resembling a fashionable soiree. Those within the industry were well aware of Yao Tianyu's penchant for theatrics and were unfazed. The older attendees, unable to tolerate the deafening music, retreated to the lounge for conversation and business discussions, while the younger crowd relished the lively atmosphere, forming small groups to socialize and exchange business cards. Yao Tianyu had a notorious reputation, known for his debauchery, yet he was undeniably affluent. From the moment he arrived, he was surrounded by beautiful women, with not a few industry newcomers eager to curry his favor. It was common knowledge that the most effective way to win Yao Tianyu over was to disparage He Zheng, painting him in a negative light. As the gala commenced, He Zheng had yet to arrive, and the group surrounding Yao Tianyu grew animated. He Zheng still hasn't shown up. Could it be that he's afraid to come? He must be scared. He thinks too highly of himself, but in reality, it's Yao Tianyu who chooses to ignore him. He truly believes he can compete with Yao Tianyu. He is utterly deluded. Indeed, he doesn't even measure up to a single hair of Yao Tianyu. However, He Zheng had been notably low-key this year, appearing less frequently and declining many invitations. Indeed, it seems he has been cautious since he stood up for Wen Ruan at the celebration banquet, openly opposing Yao Tianyu. Perhaps he is wary now, hence his discretion. That makes sense, huh? Speaking of Wen Ruan, I wonder where she has vanished to. I initially thought she would go to Mingyi. After all, in all of Haicheng, only He Zheng would dare to take her in, competing with Yao's young lady for a man, only to be slapped in the face. How could she possibly show her face in Haicheng again? If I were her, I would leave as far as I could. The two main characters, the subject of discussion, had just arrived at the hotel, with 2 cars coming to a halt in the courtyard one after the other. He Zheng had just arrived from a video conference held by the company, while Wen Ruan came from Shen Yinyin's villa. The drivers of both vehicles had been instructed by their boss to time their departures precisely, allowing them to arrive simultaneously. When Ruan's car came to a stop half a minute later, and He Zheng assisted her by opening the rear door. "Thank you," she said. As when Ruan stepped out, lifting her dress, He Zheng waited until she had steadied herself before closing the door, his gaze involuntarily lingering on her face and figure for a prolonged moment, his eyes darkening with unspoken emotions. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wen Ruan, his companion for the evening, was meant to link her arm with his as they entered, but noticing his silence and the lack of movement on his part, she looked up at him, puzzled. "What's wrong?" He Zheng felt a rush of color to his ears, awkwardly averting his gaze as he handed her the jewelry box that he had been holding. "Try it on." When Ruan accepted the box, opening it to reveal a teardrop-shaped diamond necklace. Although she wasn't an expert in jewelry, the size and exquisite cut clearly indicated its immense value. "It's too extravagant," she remarked, holding the box without moving. "Are you really giving this to me? What if I lose it or damage it? I can't afford to compensate for it." "You won't have to compensate." Seemingly impatient with her hesitance, He Zheng retrieved the necklace from the box, stepped closer, and leaned in to place it around her neck, murmuring softly, "Tonight, you represent Mingyi. You are my visage from head to toe. You must embody the highest standards." His towering height and close proximity created an overwhelming presence, catching Wen Ruan off guard as he adorned her. She instinctively held the box aloft, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the intimacy of the moment. However, as He Zheng released her once the necklace was secured and stepped back, he glanced at her slender neck, clearly satisfied. "Forget about losing it. If you perform well tonight, I might just let you keep it." Lowering her gaze, Wen Ruan touched the diamond, exclaiming softly, "I can't accept such luxury, Mr. Yi, you should keep it for yourself." He Zheng chose not to pursue the topic further, lifting his arm to inquire, "Are you ready?" Wen Ruan linked her arm with his, her red lips curling into a smile. "Shouldn't it be you asking if you're ready, Mr. He? If I happen to clash with Yao Man later, you ought to have my back." He Zheng cast a glance at her delicate high heels, deliberately walking slowly, his voice measured and tinged with indulgence. "Wen Ruan, now that you're part of Mingyi, you are under my protection, no one shall dare to bully you." In the afternoon, Chen Yifan had been occupied with business outside and arrived half an hour earlier than He Zheng. This year, he was in charge of organizing the event, mingling amongst the crowd with a glass of champagne. Having listened for half an hour to disparaging remarks about He Zheng and Wen Ruan grateful for his steady hand, he mused that otherwise, he would have inadvertently smashed a few heads with the champagne bottle. He messaged He Zheng to inquire about his arrival time, joking that if he didn't show up soon, he would need to call an ambulance for himself, given that he was alone and outnumbered by those fawning over the Yao siblings. After consuming 2 glasses of champagne, He Zheng finally replied. At the entrance, Chen Yifan felt a surge of excitement as he held his champagne and grabbed some desserts, finding a comfortable sofa with a good view to await the spectacle. Shortly after, a commotion arose at the entrance. "Isn't that He Zheng, who said he wouldn't come? Look, he is here. And who is that stunning woman beside him? Is she a celebrity? Absolutely breathtaking. Wait, could that be Wen Ruan?" Chapter 40, Mr. Jiang. Long time no see. The noise at the entrance grew increasingly loud, capturing everyone's attention. He Zheng had arrived clad in a slim-fitting black shirt adorned with subtle patterns and black trousers. His tall figure exuding an air of elegance and strength, the collar of his shirt was casually undone, presenting a composed demeanor laced with a hint of nonchalance and wildness. Beside him stood a woman in a stunning purple strapless gown. Cinched at the waist, her long legs and curvaceous form accentuated, her features exquisitely radiant. Draped over her shoulders was a delicate, sheer shawl, its asymmetrical fringes swaying gracefully with her movements, epitomizing elegance and allure. At first glance, she was undeniably beautiful. The second glance sparked a sense of familiarity. The third glance confirmed, "Goodness, is that really Wen Ruan?" Recognition of Wen Ruan sent a collective gasp through the crowd. After her absence following the celebration banquet, many had assumed she had taken the Yao family's money and left Haichang, never expecting her to reappear after more than 6 months, especially linked to He Zheng's arm. This revelation was even more astonishing than her appearance at the previous celebration. The crowd erupted with excitement. "It truly is Wen Ruan. I thought I was imagining things. Has she undergone cosmetic surgery? She seems even more stunning than before. How could she be here with He Zheng? Are they together? Honestly, they do make a striking couple." The atmosphere was charged, especially with Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man present. Tonight will be a battleground. Inside, Jiang Qingyan was engaged in discussions when he heard Wen Ruan's name. His hand, holding the champagne, paused, and he instinctively turned his head. Tall, he peered over the crowd, his gaze landing upon the enchanting figure at the entrance. Shifting from awe to complexity, momentarily lost in thought, it was indeed Wen Ruan, yet she also seemed transformed. Compared to 6 months ago, she had shed her previous sharpness, her demeanor softened by a gentle smile. Radiating an aura distinct from those around her, that aura felt unfamiliar to him. Qingyan, Yao Man, initially engrossed in conversation with her friends, turned instinctively at the mention of Wen Ruan's name, confirming it was truly her. She glanced at Jiang Qingyan, noticing his dazed expression, and felt a surge of irritation. "Jiang Qingyan." She nudged his arm. Jiang Qingyan snapped back to reality, turning toward Yao Man, displeased, chided, "You were staring." Jiang Qingyan adjusted his glasses, regaining composure, and replied gently, "I was merely surprised. Why is she here with He Zheng? I have no other thoughts." Yao Man, equally taken aback by Wen Ruan's presence and her association with He Zheng, recalled that this event was entirely organized by Yao Tianyu. She questioned why he had invited the very person who had caused him trouble in the past. Hadn't he learned his lesson? The invitation He Zheng received indeed originated from Yao Tianyu, albeit not willingly at first. It had been his father who insisted on extending the invitation. All top 20 businesses in the city are welcome. His father had asserted this rule had initially been set by Rongli, and Mingyi Capital was fully qualified. Failing to invite them would have been inappropriate and could lead to gossip, while the rationale was sound. The anxiety within Yao Tianyu was palpable. Why did he despise He Zheng so deeply? Primarily because of his aversion to He Zheng's mother, and secondly due to his father's favorable attitude towards He Zheng, which unsettled him. Over the years, despite their fierce rivalry, his father had remained indifferent to their conflicts. Yet, there was one principle: he could sacrifice all of Rongli Capital in a battle with He Zheng. But he could not leverage the group's influence. His father had insisted it was for his own development, a notion Yao Tianyu had accepted, striving diligently for his father's approval. Later, he inadvertently discovered that his father had been in contact with He Zheng, even speaking to him in a tone more amiable than he had ever used with Yao Tianyu. He had long suspected that his father wished to acknowledge He Zheng his family, especially after his father gifted He Zheng the land in the southern city. In the past 2 years, Yao Tianyu had considered expanding Rongli Capital, intending to acquire that land for a new headquarters building. A plan his father had supported, even praising his ambition, yet, without warning, the land had been bestowed upon He Zheng without charge. Given his father's profit-driven nature, how could he justify gifting such a fortune to He Zheng? Surely it indicated an intention to acknowledge him, prompting Yao Tianyu's simmering resentment. Though he was initially furious about his father's insistence on inviting He Zheng to this event, he ultimately resolved to comply. At first, he felt frustrated, but upon reflection he realized that he was in charge of this event. What did he have to fear? He had yet to avenge himself for the humiliation suffered at the last celebration, where he had been caught off guard by both Yao Man and Wen Ruan, allowing He Zheng to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Tonight was his stage, this was his territory, he would not grant He Zheng any chance to act arrogantly. He Zheng had arrived. As Yao Tianyu was enjoying himself by the pool with a group of young friends, a subordinate informed him of He Zhen's arrival. Immediately, he embraced a beauty and led his entourage toward the entrance with grandiosity. Determined to humiliate He Zheng and trample his pride. He had already prepared derogatory remarks when Wen Ruan, upon confirming that the stunning woman before him was indeed Wen Ruan, Yao Tianyu's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Unable to conceal his admiration, "I asked that really you? I thought I was seeing things. Where have you been for the past 6 months? Did you have surgery?" Wen Ruan raised an eyebrow. "Surgery? I'll take that as a compliment from young Master Yao." Yao Tianyu's gaze roamed over her face and figure, marveling, "You are indeed more beautiful than before. Upon closer inspection, it seems your face remains unchanged, but your aura has transformed, softer and more radiant, as if you've undergone a metamorphosis." Noticing Yao Tianyu's greedy gaze fixated on Wen Ruan, He Zheng subtly shifted to block his view, his voice laced with disdain. "Control your drool, it's quite repulsive." Yao Tianyu instinctively wiped his mouth, realizing he had been played, and his anger surged. "You watch your language," He Zheng interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "Today is your event. If a fight breaks out, it will be you who embarrasses yourself. I'm not here to cause trouble." Hearing the latter part, Yao Tianyu almost laughed in disbelief. He pointed at Wen Ruan, incredulous. "You're not here to cause trouble, you brought her here merely to stir trouble, did you not? The grand celebration banquet held last year caused quite a stir within the circle, leaving many with vivid impressions of us." Upon hearing Yao Tianyu's words, a chorus of agreement arose. Indeed, with Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man both present today, it seemed that He Zheng's arrival with Wen Ruan was nothing short of an intention to cause a scene. Yet, for those bystanders, a commotion was rather delightful, as it promised free entertainment. He Zheng took a half step back, his right hand encircling Wen Ruan's slender waist, drawing her close. She was once again exposed to the public eye. He Zheng's clear voice resonated with precision. "I have brought our investment director from Mingyi with me. She is my companion. We possess an invitation and have come to the banquet in an entirely proper manner." "How is it that we are deemed troublemakers?" Mingyi's investment director, who is it? Wen Ruan, Yao Tianyu queried, his curiosity piqued. The crowd murmured in surprise. Initially, when He Zheng assisted Wen Ruan at the celebratory banquet, speculation arose that she might join Mingyi. However, over 6 months had passed without any news, leading many to believe she had departed from Haicheng. Her sudden reappearance as Mingyi's investment director was indeed unexpected. This woman was anything but predictable. Mingyi's investment director, Yao Man, entwined with Jiang Qingyan's arm, approached, momentarily taken aback by He Zheng's statement. "Wen Ruan, you truly went to Mingyi?" Wen Ruan's calm gaze met hers, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Yes, but weren't you supposed to have left Haicheng? You have returned." Yao Man's incredulity was palpable. In the past 6 months, she had been preoccupied with her responsibilities, managing the second investment department and learning from Jiang Qingyan, all while preparing for her engagement. Yet, despite her busy schedule, she had kept tabs on Wen Ruan, believing she had vacated Haicheng for good. Wen Ruan appeared to find the question amusing, chuckling lightly. "I am a native of Haicheng. Having grown up here, my home is here. I return whenever I wish." Yao Man scrutinized her with a critical gaze, her disdain growing with each passing moment. Over the past 6 months, Wen Ruan had vanished. Yet she had returned transformed, more beautiful, with an air of elegance that was nothing short of striking. This was infuriating. She had underestimated her. Today, Yao Man wore an elegant white backless dress, its design complementing Jiang Qingyan's tailored suit, which she had chosen for him. Had she known, she would have opted for something more flamboyant. As now, Wen Ruan had stolen the spotlight. Wen Ruan, unfazed by Yao Man's scrutiny, turned her attention to Jiang Qingyan, their eyes locking. "Mr. Jiang, it's been a while." Jiang Qingyan's gaze lingered on her exquisitely radiant face, the depth of his dark eyes dimming slightly. She smiled warmly, her demeanor devoid of resentment, as though greeting an ordinary colleague from the past. A subtle pang of emotion stirred within him. Was it relief? No, it felt more like a fist had struck his heart, leaving him unsettled. Yao Man, sensing an opportunity, seized Jiang Qingyan's arm, casting an ironic glance at Wen Ruan. "You return, yet you don't consider changing careers, even if you don't. Why Mingyi? Who doesn't know that Mingyi and Romley capital are rivals? You just left Romley, and now you're at Mingyi. What are you plotting? Do you feel wronged by Romley and seek revenge?" Yao Man's directness left the crowd momentarily stunned, silencing them. Yao Tianyu, reconsidering his earlier intentions to confront He Zheng, found himself retreating, despite being Yao Man's brother. Her myriad flaws, her temperamental nature, selfishness, jealousy, suspicion, and sensitivity were evident. He felt a twinge of sympathy for her ex-husband, a man who bore the brunt of her suffocating demeanor. Had it not been for her fortunate circumstances, being backed by the entire Ronly group, he would have left her long ago. Now, with Wen Ruan's triumphant return radiant and accomplished, Yao Man's sensitivity and jealousy would undoubtedly lead to further complications. As Yao Tianyu engaged with a partner for a conversation upstairs, He Zheng feigned ignorance of his departure. He had not come to clash with Yao Tianyu today. His primary goal was to allow Wen Ruan to shine. He intended to support her when the tides turned against her. He Zheng's hand remained on Wen Ruan's waist. Feeling the weight of a penetrating gaze, Jiang Qingyan's from the moment he had encircled Wen Ruan, Jiang Qingyan's attention had been fixed upon them. The tension between the two men was palpable, yet Wen Ruan remained focused on Yao Man. Addressing her questions with a calm demeanor, she explained, "As for why I didn't change careers or why I joined Mingyat for the past 6 months, I have been in a small county far from Haicheng. At a place called Jiling Temple. I enrolled in a meditation class, attending lessons daily, reading, and playing chess. It was a fulfilling experience. Miss Yao, if you doubt my words, feel free to inquire there." Wen Ruan cast a glance at the onlookers. Promoting the temple, the scenery there is quite beautiful and conducive to tranquility. Yet if anyone is feeling restless, you might consider enrolling. Mention my name for a discount. The crowd was taken aback. A temple? So Wen Ruan's prolonged absence was due to her retreating to a temple? Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes fixed on her as realization dawned. Her newfound aura of serenity was a result of her spiritual journey. She had chosen to let go of her past grievances. Freeing herself, and in turn releasing him, his heart clenched slightly, a mix of emotions swirling within him, relief, confusion, and an unshakable heaviness. Yao Man, still reeling from the revelation, frowned. "And what does that have to do with my earlier inquiries?" Wen Ruan smiled. "During my 6 months of meditation at Jiling Temple, I was on the verge of transcending worldly attachments when Mr. He found me and earnestly persuaded me to return." She gestured towards He Zheng. "Alas, he offered too much for me to refuse. I am but a mere mortal, lacking the affinity for enlightenment. Therefore, Miss Yao, my joining Mingyi is a matter of normal employment. There are no conspiracies or vendettas at play." Her warm smile and gentle tone left Yao Man flustered and devoid of retort. While she had aimed to provoke Wen Ruan, the latter's composed demeanor thwarted her efforts. The more she observed Wen Ruan, the more inscrutable she became. Realizing she could no longer press the matter without losing face in front of industry elites, Yao Man sought to shift the burden onto Yao Tianyu, hoping he would confront Wen Ruan. However, as she scanned the room for him, he was nowhere to be found. Leaving her frustrated, her gaze suddenly fell upon Wen Ruan's neck, where an exquisite necklace caught her. It was the very piece she had coveted at the recent auction. Only to be thwarted by her own tardiness, she had learned that it had been purchased by Shen Yifan, the second in command at Mingyi capital and He Zheng's right-hand man. A cold smile formed on Yao Man's lips as she recognized the necklace. Her jealousy simmering beneath the surface. "Wen Ruan, the necklace worth millions that Shen Yifan bought is around your neck. Given that he gifted you such a valuable item, what is the nature of your relationship?" Wen Ruan was momentarily taken aback. The necklace belonged to Shen Yifan. She turned to glance at He Zheng, who offered her a placating look. At that moment, Yao Man raised her voice slightly. "Isn't Shen Yifan married?" "Wen Ruan, why do you always seem to attract other women as men? Do you have no sense of shame?" Hidden in the corner, Shen Yifan watched the unfolding drama, dumbfounded that he had merely come to observe, yet suddenly found himself the center of attention. "Miss Yao, your information is rather incomplete." Shen Yifan stepped forward from the crowd and halted in front of He Zheng. "Indeed, I bid on the necklace. But I did it on behalf of our general manager." Yao Man turned her gaze towards He Zheng. He released Wen Ruan's slender waist, stating, "It was my request." His hands were shoved deep into his pockets. His shoulders nonchalantly relaxed, exuding an air of detached indifference as he towered over her. "Initially, Ronly used Jiaosu to expel Wen Ruan, plotting against me in the process. I heard it was Miss Yao's idea. I tend to hold grudges and have kept that in mind, but I cannot strike a woman. So when I heard you were interested in this necklace, I decided to seize it, knowing you would be here tonight. I intentionally had Wen Ruan wear it. I knew you would be jealous and furious upon seeing it. I simply wanted to provoke you. In truth, he had specifically acquired it for Wen Ruan. The first time he laid eyes on it, he felt it matched her perfectly. On the day of the auction, he was in Singapore, and Shen Yifan had assisted with the bidding. He was aware of Yao Man's interest. It was Shen Yifan who informed him, and after the auction, Yao Man had inquired everywhere about who had won the necklace. Initially, she intended to offer a high price to persuade the buyer to part with it. But upon learning it was he, she abandoned the idea. "I heard you were interested in this necklace, so I snatched it up. My sole intention was to infuriate you." Yao Man was indeed on the verge of fury, especially when he mentioned the Jiaosu incident, nearly losing her composure. Had she not feared He Zheng's unpredictable temperament causing her embarrassment, she would have slapped him across the face once her father returned from his business trip. She vowed to report this incident. Aware of He Zheng's tenacity, Yao Man swiftly turned her attention back to Wen Ruan, her lips curling into a more pronounced sneer. "Wen Ruan, you truly are something else. Even a man like He Zheng can be entangled by you. During the Jiaosu affair, he protected you. At the celebration banquet, he shielded you. And tonight, once again, he is your protector. So when did you two become involved? Wen Ruan maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by her provocation. Just as she was about to respond, He Zheng interjected, "Yao man, enough entangled. Who has ever entangled you? You were with a man the night before your college entrance exams. Missing the test, and then you spent money abroad to obtain a bachelor's degree. You dated 2 boyfriends in college, had 2 abortions, and later fell victim to a scoundrel who deceived you into marriage. Your grandmother was so distraught over this that she passed away. With your track record, had you not been fortunate enough to be born into the Yao family, what man would have ever looked your way?" At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yao Man's marriage was no secret within their circle, especially since her ex-husband had once forged ties with the Yao family, making it a point to boast about it. However, Yao Man had not held a wedding ceremony, and she spent most of her time abroad, leading the Yao family to harbor dissatisfaction with the union. Consequently, they had suppressed the news, leaving the outside world with little knowledge of it. Tonight, not only were those from the inner circle present, but also many outsiders invited by Yao Tianyu to liven the atmosphere. Thus, when He Zheng's words echoed through the room, whispers began circulating about Yao Man's scandalous past. With some expressing disbelief that the esteemed Yao family daughter had been married, the surrounding noise grew increasingly loud. Yao Man had not anticipated He Zheng would dare to publicly expose her past. Her face shifted through shades of anger, and she trembled, unable to articulate her rage. Jiang Qingyan wrapped his arms around her protectively, his dark eyes fixed on He Zheng. "Mr. He, is it excessive to humiliate a woman in public?" "Excessive," He Zheng scoffed, an icy demeanor radiating from him. "Who was truly excessive here? Last year, you all spread vile rumors about Wen Ruan. Was that not excessive, subjecting her to online harassment? Wen Ruan chose not to retaliate, demonstrating her magnanimity. At that time, I had no right to intervene." He reached for Wen Ruan's shoulder, drawing her closer. "Now, she is my investment director. She is mine. Anyone who dares to bully her shall face my wrath." "Yao man, you incessantly label Wen Ruan as shameless and suggestive, leading her into the realm of scandal. Can you not discern your own hypocrisy?" Jiang Qingyan paused for a moment, redirecting his gaze to Wen Ruan, who was smiling at him. Under the lights, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, her presence ethereal, with a faint smile that was strikingly beautiful and disarmingly serene. The depths of emotion in Jiang Qingyan's gaze were inscrutable, and he remained silent for an extended period. Chapter 42, Yao Man exposes He Zheng's origins. Yao Man had grown up as the center of attention, never having to endure disrespect from anyone except for Wen Ruan and He Zheng. Wen Ruan had previously slapped her, and she retaliated by stealing Jiang Qingyan from her. She orchestrated Wen Ruan's expulsion from Ronli, tarnished her reputation, and subjected her to online harassment. In this manner, she had forgiven Wen Ruan for that slap. After driving Wen Ruan away, she now turned her ire towards He Zheng, who repeatedly thwarted her plans. Now, in front of a crowd, he had laid bare her shameful past, destroying her reputation and humiliating her, leaving her utterly mortified. Even her father had never spoken a harsh word to her. Who was He Zheng to humiliate her? How dare he? Yao Man clenched the champagne flute tightly in her hand. Hearing the murmurs around her about how she had missed her college entrance exams due to a hotel rendezvous with a man, how she had undergone abortions, and how she had been married before, those past incidents had been kept under wraps by her father, as no one dared to utter a word about her scandals, and now, He Zheng had effortlessly divulged them. Fury surged through Yao Man, and in a fit of rage she hurled the champagne flute at He Zheng. He Zheng, still holding Wen Ruan close, was caught off guard by the incoming glass. With a swift movement, he turned to shield Wen Ruan, but the glass struck him hard on the back before shattering on the ground, the sound echoing throughout the room. Wen Ruan heard a muffled groan of pain emanating from above her. At that moment, the surrounding chatter ceased. Jiang Qingyan observed the two entwined figures, his dark, deep-set eyes resembling a bottomless abyss. His fingers gradually tightened into a fist, momentarily oblivious to Yao Man's unstable state. Yao Man's emotions were in turmoil. He Zheng's public revelation of her sordid history had completely enraged her, and as the glass shattered, her fury peaked. With reddened eyes, she pointed an accusatory finger at He Zheng, venomously declaring, "You are nothing more than an unwanted child, abandoned by your father and unloved by your mother. What gives you the right to target me repeatedly? Am I supposed to give you face? What right do you have to be so arrogant? Do you think that because you share the Yao family bloodline, you can speak to me in this manner? Let me tell you, He Zheng, even if your mother is now Mrs. Yao, she was a mistress when she bore you. You were born a bastard and will forever remain one, just a bastard, unable to even enter the Yao family genealogy. And you dare raise your voice at me, call your mother the mistress, and ask her if she would dare speak to me in such a manner." Yao Man's voice abruptly halted as Jiang Qingyan suddenly swept her up in his arms. Catching her off guard, she glared at him in shock, signaling for him to put her down. Ignoring her protests, Jiang Qingyan carried her directly to the lounge on the first floor. As they passed by Wen Ruan, He momentarily paused. Wen Ruan remained in He Zheng's embrace, not struggling, even as Yao Man's piercing accusations and screams echoed around them. Instead, she gently covered He Zheng's ears, shielding him from the venomous words. Jiang Qingyan averted his gaze and quickened his pace, Yao Man struggling in his hold while still hurling curses at He Zheng. He Zheng, just you wait, with his broad shoulders and long legs. Jiang Qingyan moved swiftly, and as Yao Man's insults trailed off, they stepped into the lounge. The door closed behind them, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards He Zheng. Rumors had circulated within their circle that He Zheng was an illegitimate son of a wealthy family, with some suggesting he was a member of the Yao family, though it had never been confirmed. Yao Tianyu had publicly denied it, causing the speculation to die down, yet it appeared that He Zheng was indeed linked to the Yao family. Moreover, judging by Yao Man's words, he was the offspring of Yao Wei and the current matriarch of the Yao family, He Zheng, so he had taken his mother's surname. It made sense. For years, He Zheng had been locked in fierce competition with Yao Tianyu, while Yao Wei remained silent and uninvolved. After all, if he intervened, the balance might tilt, and both sons could end up at odds. It had become clear that both were indeed sons of the family. Although it seemed that He Zheng had yet to acknowledge his lineage, many began to regard him differently in the world of affluent families. Vying for inheritance was ever-changing. Until the final moment, no one could ascertain who would emerge as the rightful heir. After all, Yao Wei had once been the least favored of the four sons of the late Yao patriarch. Yet he had ultimately succeeded. It was uncertain if Yao Wei had other illegitimate children, but the three children everyone knew of were Yao Man, Yao Tianyu, and now He Zheng. If one were to place bets on Yao Tianyu and He Zheng, more would likely favor He Zheng. After all, in recent years, He Zheng had triumphed more often than not in their confrontations, and his mother was now the head of the Yao family. Surely she would strategize in favor of her own son. No one had anticipated that this extravagant and opulent soiree would take such a turn. After Jiang Qingyan embraced Yao Man and departed, the hall descended into a brief chaos, but soon a host took to the stage with a microphone in hand. Below, it was the time for free exchange. In a single statement, many onlookers' curious minds were redirected. This free exchange was also a moment for social pleasantries and the exchange of business cards. The conversations had already commenced, only interrupted by the unexpected appearance of He Zheng and Wen Ruan. This evening, a plethora of industry magnates had gathered, presenting countless opportunities. A fruitful conversation could lead to immediate collaboration, while a less favorable one might prompt a swift change to another influential figure. A rare gathering of such eminent individuals. Consequently, once the initial excitement waned, most attendees eagerly resumed their networking, exchanging business cards and toasting with drinks. In the intervals of discussions, occasional glances were cast towards He Zheng and Wen Ruan. He Zheng and Wen Ruan remained in their original positions, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding clamor. He Zheng held Wen Ruan close, his forehead resting against her shoulder, while she cupped his ears with her hands, shielding him from all hurtful words. Standing nearby, Shen Yifan, initially concerned for He Zheng's well-being, now felt at ease, discreetly capturing the moment of the two with his phone. Wen Ruan was oblivious to his presence, her thoughts consumed by the shocking revelation that Yao Man had publicly exposed He Zheng's background. He had once mentioned that Yao Man and her brother Yao Tianyu were most averse to his identity being revealed. Yet here she was, declaring it herself. A wild child abandoned by his father, unloved by his mother. You were born a bastard, destined to be a wild seed for life. Wen Ruan had heard such words before, having been called a bastard and illegitimate child herself, thus she could empathize deeply. He Zheng must be feeling utterly despondent right now. In the past, when she was chased and called a bastard, she would simply cover her ears, believing that if she couldn't hear them, the words would cease. In truth, she could hear them. Yao Man's hysterical, piercing insults were faintly audible to He Zheng. However, the seething anger within him began to dissipate, quelled by a gentle gesture from Wen Ruan. As she covered his ears with her soft palms, he started to tremble. Was she feeling pity for him? No, perhaps it was mere sympathy. Regardless, that was sufficient. Amidst feelings of joy and gratitude, He Zheng also began to feel a sense of dread. He wondered if Yao Man had intentionally aimed for him, but in that moment, if he hadn't shielded Wen Ruan, the glass could very well have struck her instead. If it had hit her. He Zheng recalled a time in his sophomore year when they had PE class with another class, where a boy in that class, who was particularly loathsome, had deliberately thrown a basketball at her. Afterward, he had pranced over, flipping his hair and claiming it was an accident. At that time, He Zheng was playing basketball diagonally across the court, and it was Shen Yifan who returned with drinks and informed him that Wen Ruan had been hit by the ball. It was that sports committee member, Li Jun from class 5, who had boasted in the dorm just the week before that he would definitely pursue Wen Ruan this semester. It was clear that he had aimed for her. That boy was truly despicable. There was no one more shameless in pursuit of a girl than him. He Zheng rushed over to find Wen Ruan. The young girl was sitting on the steps of the playground, her eyes red, while another girl beside her was pulling back her school uniform to inspect her injuries. It was summer, and she wore a simple white short-sleeved school uniform, her skin pale and tender. marred by a bruise on her shoulder. When the girl accidentally brushed against it, tears streamed down when Ruan's cheeks. Li Jun offered to take her to the infirmary at He Zheng, as if the basketball had a mind of its own. Aimed for Li Jun's shoulder and threw it with all his might, following it up with an apology, claiming it was unintentional. It was intentional. He had been plotting for 2 entire months. Li Jun was on the school's basketball team, and He Zheng had previously ignored an invitation from their captain. After Wen Ruan was hit, he joined the team, specifically targeting Li Jun in every game, ensuring he never had a chance to score. And finding opportunities to hit him with the ball, Shen Yifan would provide cover, so no one suspected his intentions. Li Jun's humiliation escalated. Initially furious, he grew increasingly frustrated as he failed to win against He Zheng. Eventually, he sought him out for a fistfight, but He Zheng defeated him soundly, warning him to keep away from Wen Ruan. After that, Li Jun would avoid her entirely. Thankfully, Yao Man's drink had not struck her. Otherwise, he feared he might have lost control of his rage and publicly assaulted Yao Man. He Zheng's grip tightened around Wen Ruan, as if he wished to fuse her into his very being, making it nearly difficult for her to breathe. By this time, Yao Man had long departed, and the onlookers had scattered. She released her hold, patting his arm, intending to inquire about his back. That earlier incident must have left a bruise. However, before she could speak, He Zheng's phone rang. Shen Yifan, standing nearby, remarked with a teasing tone, "You should answer the call. You're holding on too tightly, and Wen Ruan can hardly breathe, yet she feels too polite to push you away." Upon hearing this, He Zheng immediately loosened his grip, lowering his gaze to Wen Ruan. Apologetic, Wen Ruan reassured him, "It's fine, just take the call." He Zheng retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen. The call had no label, yet he recognized it as the number of Yao Wei's secretary. Yao Wei had previously called from this number. Presumably, Yao Man had reported to Yao Wei, who was now calling to reprimand him. He Zheng had no intention of answering, but he needed to step away for a moment. His back ached terribly. He needed to wash his face in the restroom and wipe down his back, which was drenched and uncomfortable. Shen Yifan, noticing He Zheng's discomfort and understanding his concern for Wen Ruan, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Go answer the call. I'll stay with Wen Ruan. Don't worry, I'll make sure she is well taken care of. With that solemn promise, just as He Zheng left, Shen Yifan received a call. The conversation unfolded, and his expression shifted from shock to extreme displeasure. He remained silent, finally stating coldly, "I'll be there in 20 minutes. After saying this, he turned to leave but suddenly paused, recalling something and looking back at Wen Ruan. My wife has fallen. She is pregnant at the hospital, and the situation isn't good. His urgency rendered him incoherent, emotions swirling chaotically. Then you should go, Wen Ruan interjected, seizing the champagne from his hand, urging, "Hurry to the hospital." "But there are so many people here." "I'm fine, your wife is the priority, you must go." At that moment, Shen Yifan truly could not afford to concern himself with her. After offering a few quick instructions, he dashed towards the exit, while Wen Ruan silently prayed for him. Shen Yifan had married shortly after graduating college. She had received an invitation to the wedding, but at that time she was still in Rongqing and had sent a red envelope instead. She had heard that Shen Yifan and his wife were childhood sweethearts with a strong bond, yet, at events like tonight's that permitted family, Shen Yifan had never brought his wife along. Hardly anyone in the circle had ever seen her, and it seemed she had never worn a wedding ring on Shen Yifan's hand. It could only be said that every family has its own troubles. With He Zheng still absent, Wen Ruan took the champagne outside for some fresh air, seeking a more secluded spot, yet someone approached her. Ruan, the voice was familiar. Wen Ruan turned to find Jiang Qingyan. Chapter 43, Are you feeling pity for him? The resort hotel under the Rongli Group is situated at the far end of the Haicheng Bay Promenade, spanning 70,000 square meters. It boasts over 400 sea-view guest rooms and a 2,000 square meter presidential villa, where tonight's cocktail party is being held. Within the villa lies a large outdoor swimming pool, with guests primarily congregating around the pool and the banquet hall on the first floor. Exiting the banquet hall and walking to the left, one arrives at a rose garden, an expansive courtyard that feels somewhat secluded. Wen Ruan came here seeking tranquility while waiting for He Zheng, but she did not anticipate Jiang Qingyan's arrival. Shouldn't he be accompanying Yao Man? Ruan, he chuckled. Mr. Jiang, my surname is Wen, not Ruan. You've mistaken my name. In the midst of the rose garden, there stood a swing where Wen Ruan was seated, her toes gently brushing the ground as she swayed leisurely. Jiang Qingyan rounded the swing and stood before her, close enough to discern the indifference and detachment concealed within her smiling eyes. Wen Ruan, he corrected himself, extending his hand toward her. Long time no see. Long time no see. Wen Ruan glanced at his outstretched hand, a hint of sarcastic amusement playing on her lips. What does this mean? Are we to continue the greeting rituals that Yao Man interrupted? The champagne she had brought along was now finished, resting on a nearby stone table. At this moment, she grasped the swing's ropes with both hands, declining to shake his hand, only asking, "How did Mr. Jiang know I was here?" Jiang Qingyan lowered his raised hand, slowly retrieving a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket. "I came for a smoke." He had taken Yao Man to the lounge but failed to calm her down. She had directly called Yao Wei, demanding he return immediately to deal with He Zheng, sobbing and creating a scene. Later, upon hearing that Yao Man had exposed He Zheng's background, Yao Tianyu had stormed into the lounge to confront her, leading to a quarrel between the siblings. He had stepped outside for a smoke, needing to clear his head, when he overheard someone mention seeing Wen Ruan heading this way, and on a whim, he followed. "I see you're here to smoke," Wen Ruan responded with a laugh. "Well, I was being overly sentimental." She did not feel awkward and even suggested he find another spot. "After all, your fiancée has quite a jealous streak. If she sees us meeting alone, I'll be subjected to online harassment. So, Mr. Jiang, it would be best if you moved elsewhere to smoke, away from me." Jiang Qingyan remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on her, his dark eyes locking onto her face as if he hadn't heard her dismissal. "Did you want to shield him when Yao Man threw the glass at He Zheng, during the banquet?" His gaze had often lingered on Wen Ruan. When Yao Man had hurled the glass at He Zheng, he had seen clearly how she had instinctively moved closer to He Zheng, seemingly wanting to protect him. Fortunately, He Zheng had reacted swiftly, turning to embrace her. Otherwise, the glass would have struck her directly in the chest. Yao Man's strength was not to be underestimated. It was fortunate that it had hit He Zheng instead. As Yao Man raised the cup to strike He Zheng, you considered intervening. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruan did not argue. Noticing that Yao Man's demeanor was awry, she had been attentively observing Yao Man's movements. The moment Yao Man lifted her arm, Wen Ruan sensed something amiss. She was not foolish enough to use her body as a shield. Her intention was to push He Zheng away, however, before she could act. Shen Yifan swiftly pulled He Zheng aside. As her hand barely brushed against He Zheng's arm, she stumbled forward. He Zheng turned and embraced her, preventing her from falling. The cup, which should have struck He Zheng's arm, instead hit him squarely in the back due to her half-step movement. A pang of guilt surged within her, and she resolved to take him to the hospital later, lost in thoughts of the hospital visit. Wen Ruan remained silent, prompting Jiang Qingyan to furrow his brows deeply. He stepped closer, leaning in. "Why did you try to shield him? He embraced you. Why didn't you push him away? Why cover his ears? Do you feel sympathy for him?" Wen Ruan recoiled from his proximity, attempting to dismount the swing, but Jiang Qingyan abruptly grasped her hand, covering her cool knuckles with his warm palm. His low voice was imbued with an inexplicable emotion. "Wen Ruan, do you have feelings for He Zheng?" Wen Ruan found herself ensnared between his chest and the swing, her hand captured. Utterly immobilized, she chose not to struggle but looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "This was a rather personal inquiry. What position did Mr. Jiang hold in asking me this? A former colleague, an ex-superior, or perhaps a past fling?" She articulated the last few words deliberately, emphasizing each syllable, causing Jiang Qingyan's expression to shift in response to her mocking tone. "Fling lover." The coldness of those 4 words transported him back to the celebration banquet last year, before the gaze of many. She had taken the microphone to confront him, compelling him to acknowledge their relationship. He had retorted, "Wen Ruan, we agreed to a mutually beneficial arrangement, devoid of romantic entanglements. Why are you now keeping score?" His words insinuated to everyone that they had never been in love, merely casual partners, each fulfilling their own needs, thereby nailing her to the pillar of shame. In the rose garden, silence enveloped them like a mute play. After a long pause, Jiang Qingyan released her hand, retreating 3 steps. His voice bore a heavy weight of regret. "I'm sorry." That belated apology was no longer of any consequence to Wen Ruan. She leaped off the swing, her feet touching the ground with a light laugh, her tone enticing. "Jiang Qingyan, I have already stated that once a choice is made, one must never look back." Having spoken, she turned to leave. Just a couple of steps away, she heard his voice, hoarse with a faint sigh. "He Zheng is not a good person. He is unworthy of lifelong trust. Wen Ruan, I am merely concerned for you." Wen Ruan did not falter in her stride. "He is not a good person. What are you?" "Jiang Qingyan, you should remain as a loyal admirer. My affairs are not your concern." Jiang Qingyan watched her exit the rose garden without pursuing her. He approached the swing, sitting down, his cigarette clenched between his teeth as he reached for his lighter. Though a sea breeze occasionally swept by, the heat in this place was stifling, amidst the clouds of smoke. He received a call from Yao Tianyu. "Jiang Qingyan, where have you been? Hurry and take your fiancée away." The voice on the other end was furious, with Yao Man's screams faintly audible. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan inhaled deeply but choked on the smoke as it entered his lungs. Wen Ruan exited the rose garden, heading straight for the car to wait for He Zheng. Along the way, she encountered Lin Yu, who scanned the surroundings and rushed over, pulling Wen Ruan to a secluded corner. Wen Ruan, bewildered, asked, "Are you hiding from someone?" Lin Yu glanced around. "I've already heard about the incident in the banquet hall from my uncle, who specifically called to advise me to stay away from you. I fear being seen with you." She had just received the call from her uncle. He said that now you are part of Mingyi. "You have completely positioned yourself against Rongli. If I continue associating with you, Yao Tianyu and Yao Man will label me a traitor." Wen Ruan replied, "Then why did you bring me here?" Lin Yu smiled at her, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "I am simply too curious. So what is the situation between you and He Zheng? My goodness, he looked exceptionally handsome tonight." Wen Ruan raised an eyebrow. "Have you fallen for him?" Lin Yu laughed. How could that be? My sister is interested in younger men under 25, he is not her type. Haha. Lin Yu, clearly exhilarated, chattered incessantly. Based on my experience, He Zheng must have some feelings for you. I believe you can win him over. Wen Ruan turned her gaze toward the banquet hall, attentive to when He Zheng would emerge. I currently have no plans for romance. Lin Yu patted her shoulder. You haven't let your heart get involved, have you? I've told you before, men are merely for balancing hormones. Only a fool would invest genuine emotion. The more she spoke, the more animated she became. He Zheng is handsome with a great physique. If you're not interested in dating, just have a fling and move on when you're bored. After all, now that you're at Mingyi, why should the good fortune be wasted on others? Wen Ruan's expression was inscrutable. She urged Lin Yu to return quickly, warning, if anyone sees you with me, the jinx, Yao Man will certainly treat you as a traitor. Hurry back. Lin Yu, her high heel slender and tall, leaned against the wall, exhausted. If not for my uncle and the Lin family, I would have seriously considered becoming a traitor. You have no idea how many foolish things Yao Man has done since taking your position. Not to mention that previous 400-word essay on the forum. You remember, Yao Man suspected everyone from the second department, believing they were your trusted aides and the most likely to support you. In one fell swoop, she transferred all of them to the periphery, refusing to provide compensation, demoting them and forcing resignations. Several could no longer endure and left. Not only that, but she also extended her reach to my department. When Wen Ruan was still with Ronli, the second department was the most formidable, followed closely by her own. Yao Man expelled the original members of the second department and sought to poach talent from her department. Thankfully, she currently has a major project that requires manpower, and Yao Tianyu has temporarily withheld his consent. Once her project concludes, it remains uncertain whether she can retain her team. Yao Man has always aspired to complete a project to validate herself. During the more than half year since your departure, her primary focus has been on her engagement banquet with Jiang Qingyan. Now that the engagement is set, she has time on her hands and has recently fixed her sights on the project I'm overseeing. My uncle said that if she wants it, she can have one, but why should she? As a wealthy young lady, she lacks for nothing. I have a team that needs to eat. My people are burdened with mortgages and debts. A lost project means a lost bonus, and we have all worked hard to secure this project. Why should it benefit her? I am truly exasperated. Although Yao Tianyu is a scoundrel, he has displayed wisdom and work over the years. Why has he lost his mind since Yao Man arrived? Now the entire investment department is in disarray. Truly, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. Lin Yu was merely venting. She had too many considerations and could not afford to openly offend Yao Man. I must take my leave. She straightened up, glancing back at Wen Ruan, momentarily taken aback. Why do you have such a creepy smile? Wen Ruan smiled and inquired, IUA Technology VR Games, this should be a project of your department. Is Yao Man after this? Lin Yu was astonished that she knew about their interest in IUA, yet upon reflection, it was not a secret. He Zheng was certainly aware that no, IUA is quite crucial for Rongli's strategic plan this year. Yao Tianyu would never agree to hand it over to Yao Man. I am responsible for that. She is after another project. When Ruan scrutinized Lin Yu, Yao Tianyu could not continually indulge Yao Man's recklessness. If you wish to oust her from the company, seize the opportunity to hint that my first project at Mingyi is IUA Technology. She spoke subtly, and Lin Yu, having known her for many years and being an old rival, immediately grasped her intent. When Ruan is aiming to compete with Yao Man. Chapter 44, He Zheng's brilliance in the banquet hall, the first floor lounge. Yao Tianyu was seething with rage. Had he known that Yao Man could be foolish enough to publicly expose He Zheng's lineage, he would never have left midway through the event. When he received a call from a friend, he was in the second floor lounge, deeply engrossed in conversation with a partner from a fund management firm, and their collaboration was nearly finalized. His face still bore a radiant smile when he heard his friend exclaim, Tianyu, wow, He Zheng is really your biological brother. Your secrecy is remarkable. Your sister just confirmed it. He Zheng is the son of your father and he Mei Zhu. At that moment, Yao Tianyu felt a taut string snap in his mind, leaving him completely stunned as he learned of the ensuing events. He rushed downstairs, grabbing someone to inquire about Jiang Qingyan, who had taken Yao Man to the first floor lounge. In a fit of rage, he stormed in, consumed by fury. He lost all rationality and slapped Yao Man, unleashing the pent-up frustration and restraint within him. Yao Man, are you insane? Have you lost your mind? How could the Yao family produce such a fool? You've done nothing but create chaos since your return. The siblings erupted into a fierce argument. And when Yao Man lost her temper, no one could contain her. She clawed at his face and neck, and as he turned to call for Jiang Qingyan's assistance, he realized the man was nowhere to be found. A phone call summoned him back. Jiang Qingyan arrived swiftly, entering the room just 10 minutes after hanging up, casually closing the door behind him. Once Yao Tianyu had vented, regaining some semblance of composure, he refrained from provoking Yao Man further, instead pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Qingyan. You've been around my sister. Couldn't you have intervened when she was speaking? Jiang Qingyan glanced inside. Yao Man was still throwing a tantrum, and the room was in disarray. He averted his gaze and addressed Yao Tianyu. I apologize for my earlier lack of response. Yao Tianyu's face and neck were drenched in blood. with 2 deep lacerations causing him to grimace in pain, anxious to reach the hospital for treatment. At this moment, he lacked the patience to deal with him. With a forceful shove, he pushed him away. Exclaiming, "Useless, get lost," Jiang Qingyan's back collided with the wall, the pain causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Hearing the commotion, Yao Man turned to look and, upon seeing Jiang Qingyan, hurled the ashtray she was holding and lunged towards him. "Qingyan, don't listen to He Zheng's nonsense. It must have been instructed by Wen Ruan. Where is Wen Ruan? Take me to find her quickly." After parting ways with Lin Yu, Wen Ruan headed straight to the parking lot at the hotel. As the driver opened the back door for her, he quietly reminded her, "President, he is already waiting for you inside." Stunned, Wen Ruan exclaimed, "Huh?" Peering into the car, she indeed found He Zheng sitting there. Illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight, casting a soft golden hue upon him. Noticing her dazed expression, He Zheng chuckled, "What are you doing? Get in." Wen Ruan slipped into the car. "How did you arrive before me?" He Zheng replied, "I came as soon as I saw your message." In truth, it was Shen Yifan who had called him. Shen Yifan had driven himself to the hotel, but after drinking, he could no longer drive and had taken He Zheng's driver instead. He called He Zheng to inform him of the situation. My mother said Cheng Shuang fell down the stairs and only found out at the hospital that she was pregnant. The situation isn't good. The doctor said she might not be able to keep it. I've taken Lao Gao with me. You should go back and be with Wen Ruan. By the way, Wen Ruan is alone in the banquet hall right now. You need to hurry. At that moment, He Zheng had just washed his face, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone. After hanging up, he fastened the buttons and exited the restroom before heading to the Rose Garden. Wen Ruan had sent him a message saying she would wait for him there, so he went directly to the Rose Garden, but he did not enter. When he arrived, Jiang Qingyan was already inside. And he overheard Jiang Qingyan ask her, "Wen Ruan, do you like He Zheng?" He did not dare to go in. He felt like a pathetic creature lurking in the shadows, knowing full well that Wen Ruan did not harbor feelings for him. Yet still yearning to hear her answer, even if it were merely to provoke Jiang Qingyan with a disingenuous remark. She did not even utter a falsehood. After feeling dejected, he consoled himself, thinking that at least she had not outright denied it. Leaving him with a semblance of dignity, she still cared about him to some extent. Fearing to make her uncomfortable, he hid when she emerged, contemplating whether to confront Jiang Qingyan, but worried that if he turned around, Wen Ruan might vanish. So he followed her instead. Upon exiting the Rose Garden, when he attempted to catch up with Wen Ruan, he was stopped by the general manager of a bank's asset management division. They had collaborated before, and their relationship was not insignificant. The manager greeted him warmly, and He Zheng could not afford to respond coldly, pausing to exchange pleasantries while keeping an eye on Wen Ruan. Only to see her pulled away by Lin Yu, busy sending a message on her phone. The message was for him, informing him that she was no longer in the Rose Garden and would wait for him in the car. Thus, after concluding his conversation with the asset manager, and noticing that she was still chatting with Lin Yu, he returned to the car to wait for her. The vehicle swiftly departed from the hotel. And when Ruan instructed the driver to head to the hospital, indicating that she wanted to check He Zheng's back. He Zheng did not refuse, and they proceeded to Sunli Hospital. He turned to Wen Ruan, explaining, "Shen Yifan is at Sunli. His wife's condition is not good, so we might as well visit." Wen Ruan replied, "Oh, the hospital is so large, we shouldn't run into my mother," recalling the events from the banquet hall earlier. She still felt a twinge of concern for He Zheng. "You publicly exposed Yao Man's past. Do you think Yao Wei will come after you? We agreed to take it slow tonight, yet you unleashed such a bombshell?" Yao Man's history of missing the college entrance exam due to a hotel rendezvous with a man and her subsequent abortion during college were revelations that shocked her. Upon hearing them, she could only lament. Jiang Qingyan's feelings for him are undoubtedly genuine. After that thought, her worry for He Zheng resurfaced. Earlier, while chatting with Lin Yu, the latter had brought up the evening's events. Yao Man had indeed been severely rattled. Directly exposing He Zheng's background to it was no wonder. Her greatest concern was her reputation, and to have her dark history publicly unveiled had undoubtedly crossed her limits. Yao Man could be terrifying when she lost control. Having previously suffered from bipolar disorder, Wen Ruan had thought she had recovered, but tonight, she seemed to be showing signs of an episode. Yao Wei adored her unconditionally, so He Zheng was truly in for some trouble. In the car, He Zheng's gaze lingered on Wen Ruan's exquisite and radiant face, noticing the worry etched between her brows, and he smiled lightly. "Are you concerned that Yao Wei will take action against me? Are you worried about the stability of Mingyi, fearing it may cost you your job, or is it purely concern for my well-being?" Wen Ruan replied, "Both." He Zheng's lips curled into a carefree smile. "Don't worry, I won't let you lose your job. Even if Yao Wei despises me, he won't act against me for the time being." He understood Yao Wei's character all too well. Over the years, his battles with Yao Tianyu had been fierce, and Yao Wei's silence could be attributed to 3 reasons. First, Yao Wei perceived value in him and sought to mend their relationship, hoping he would acknowledge his ancestry and pledge loyalty to the family. Second, Yao Wei used him to train Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu had once been ineffectual, but their clashes had compelled him to improve, so Yao Wei relished their rivalry. If those were the only 2 reasons, causing a scene at the celebration banquet and again at tonight's gathering would likely incite Yao Wei's wrath, yet, even in anger, Yao Wei would refrain from acting against him. Wen Ruan listened attentively. And upon noticing He Zheng's pause, she looked at him curiously. So what's the third reason? He Zheng fell silent for a moment, a profound glimmer in his eyes. Yao Wei has been focusing on expanding into overseas markets in recent years. Several key projects for Ronli Group are based abroad. He paused, raising his gaze to meet Wen Ruan's, the corners of his brows arched with defiance. To put it plainly, if I wanted to sabotage those projects, it would lead to dire consequences for them. This was the primary reason why Yao Wei dared not act against him. Despite his disdain for Yao Wei, a tacit understanding existed between them. As long as Yao Wei did not undermine Mingyi, he would refrain from risking everything. Tonight, Yao Wei would likely reprimand him in his capacity as a father, but he would never jeopardize Mingyi. Yao Wei cherished Yao Man deeply, but he would never allow his daughter to sink the overseas projects, as they were his passion and ambition. Moreover, He Zheng had merely embarrassed Yao Man without threatening the core interests of Ronli Group. So Yao Wei would not resort to extreme measures. He Zheng was reluctant to elaborate further on the topic, and Wen Ruan did not press him, instead giving him a thumbs up. President He, you are impressive. He Zheng lifted his eyelids to glance at her, a smile playing on his lips. You're the impressive one. Indeed, she was quite remarkable, doing nothing yet nearly toppling him. The first time he felt suffocated was when Wen Ruan chose Ronli Capital after graduation. When he learned that she was returning to Haicheng to develop her career, He Zheng was elated. Upon hearing that she had joined Ronli, he promptly sought her out, inviting her to Mingyi. She declined. Claiming her dreams lay with Ronli, he was infuriated, losing sleep over it for several days, yet felt powerless to intervene. After all, Ronli had the entire Ronli Group backing it, being the foremost in Haicheng's industry. While Mingyi Capital was still in its fledgling stage, lacking stability, and uncertain of success, anyone would choose Ronli. He could not jeopardize her future. The second time was when he discovered that Wen Ruan had joined Ronli for Jiang Qingyan. She liked Jiang Qingyan and had pursued him for quite some time. By the time He Zheng found out, they were already together. This revelation hit him like an atomic bomb, shattering his heart and lungs into pieces. He spent several sleepless nights drinking himself into the hospital, feeling pain all over as if suffering from the aftermath of a car accident. He had no interest in the sprawling Byway project. People in the industry claimed that he and Wen Ruan were arch-enemies. Wen Ruan believed he harbored grudges from high school for her having toyed with his feelings, purposely opposing her. In truth, that was not the case. The main reason was that Wen Ruan was simply too exceptional. During her years at Ronli, she had uncovered most of the promising projects, aligning their goals, which led her to mistakenly believe he was deliberately working against her. In reality, he was at odds with Ronli and Yao Tianyu. Now, finally, he could see the light after the clouds parted. Although he had yet to win her heart, at least she had come to Mingyi. He Zheng did not disclose how he could interfere with Ronli Group's overseas projects, but Wen Ruan could vaguely guess it had been a challenging endeavor for him when he mentioned it. His expression shifted noticeably, his eyes sharp and guarded, and when he turned to look at her, the wariness vanished, as though he sought to conceal the sudden sharpness that had arisen within him. Just moments after He Zheng left the banquet hall, Shen Yifan began to lament, sighing deeply. Yao Man had a point. Oh, poor He Zheng, indeed, a child unloved by his parents, destined for hardship. What hardship? Shen Yifan had not elaborated. For just as he was about to launch into a lengthy discourse about He Zheng's struggles, his phone rang, and he hurriedly took his leave. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Sunli Hospital. He Zheng exited first, while Wen Ruan emerged from the opposite door, intending to rush over to assist him, only to see Yao Tianyu storming towards them, fury radiating from him. He Zheng, Chapter 45, Let's Get Divorced. Yao Tianyu had arrived in tandem with He Zheng's vehicle. The hotel had a dedicated medical room, where he had initially received basic treatment for the bloody scratches Yao Man had inflicted on his face and neck, with 2 deep wounds threatening to leave scars. He planned to seek further medical attention. Just as the car pulled away from the hotel entrance, he spotted He Zheng's vehicle passing by. He instructed the driver to follow closely, intent on delivering a few punches to He Zheng. He Zheng, you are truly courting death. Yao Tianyu charged forward, raising his fist, and unleashed a powerful blow aimed squarely at He Zheng's face. In their previous encounters, he had always been bested by He Zheng, prompting him to take up boxing. Despite his training, he still struggled to gain the upper hand, but in this moment of fury, his strikes were swift and formidable. He Zheng, nursing an injury on his back, managed to evade the punch just in time. Although it missed his face, the movement exacerbated his existing wound, causing his tall frame to sway precariously as he fought to maintain his balance. Fortunately, Wen Ruan acted quickly, throwing her arms around his, providing the support he needed to steady himself. As Yao Tianyu swung, the pain from his neck wound flared intensely, compelling him to refrain from delivering a second punch. Instead, he glared at He Zheng with scorn. You, a grown man, are so brazen as to publicly expose a woman's dark past. He Zheng pulled his arm free from Wen Ruan's grasp and draped it over her shoulder. Understanding his intent to lean on her for support, she did not resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist, guiding him a few steps forward. The night breeze tousled the hair falling across He Zheng's forehead. Obscuring the cold sweat that beaded on his brow from the pain in his back. He gazed unwaveringly at Yao Tianyu, his handsome face set in a cold, menacing expression, his eyes like icy pools. The corners of his lips curling into a shadowy smile. Yao Tianyu, with my lineage laid bare, why do you seethe with anger? You are acutely aware that Yao Wei has long desired for me to reclaim my heritage. And the greatest obstacle has been the pressure from your grandfather's side. However, now that Yao Man has exposed the truth, Yao Wei can smoothly acknowledge me as his son. Whether I choose to enter the Yao family is now entirely within my control. He Zheng's well-defined features took on a slightly sinister air as he narrowed his eyes at Yao Tianyu, a taunting smile playing on his lips. You just claimed I have guts, didn't you? I can display even greater audacity. Previously, I looked down upon the idea of kinship with you, but I have had a change of heart. I owe my gratitude to Yao Man for the reminder that I, too, am Yao Wei's son, and I deserve a share in the Ronli group. Wouldn't you agree? What a devil! Indeed, He Zheng had set his sights on the group. Yao Tianyu's anger surged, veins throbbing on his forehead, aggravating the wounds on his face and neck, causing him to grimace in pain. He Zheng, indifferent to his ire, continued to embrace Wen Ruan as they made their way toward the hospital entrance. Yao Tianyu attempted to pursue them but was interrupted by a call from his father. Did you hit your sister? Yao Tianyu nearly cursed aloud. Damn, that foolish sister of mine, all she can do is complain. How could someone like Jiang Qingyan, a man of such integrity, possibly be interested in Yao Man? He must have ulterior motives either for wealth or power. What normal man would be drawn to her? I hope that love letter isn't a fabrication. I need to investigate further. Wen Ruan suggested they first attend to He Zheng's injuries before seeking out Shen Yifan, but He Zheng insisted they locate Shen Yifan first. Aunt Shen just messaged me, saying she returned home for something. Only Shen Yifan is with Chang Shuang at the hospital, and she fears that Shen Yifan might provoke Chang Shuang with his harsh words. She asked me to hurry over as soon as I arrived. On their way, He Zheng's phone did indeed ring. When Ruan recalled that after he set it down, he urged the driver to accelerate. Initially thinking it was due to his back pain, once they arrived outside the ward, Wen Ruan indicated that she would wait outside and not accompany him in it. Just as she finished speaking, a furious shout erupted from within the room. Chang Shuang, are you out of your mind? You lost the child yourself? What do you mean? It was my intent? Did I instruct you to fall? Wen Ruan looked up at He Zheng, and they exchanged glances. He Zheng shrugged. It would be awkward for me to go in now. I'll wait until they finish arguing. He leaned heavily against her, making it difficult for Wen Ruan to maintain her footing. She gently patted his lower back. Big brother, you're too heavy. I can't hold you up. Your feet aren't injured, so stand on your own. She tilted her head to speak to He Zheng. Being so close, her warm breath brushed against his neck, causing his eyes to darken momentarily and his body to tense. The sensation of her soft hand patting his rigid back sent a rush of conflicting emotions coursing through him. A mix of urgency and embarrassment. He Zheng, overwhelmed, quickly released her, stepping aside several paces and turning his back to her, as if facing a wall in contemplation. When Ruan was taken aback, she had merely suggested he steady himself. She hadn't implied she wouldn't support him. Why had he moved so far away? Did she seem like a ferocious beast to him, or was he upset with her for finding him heavy? The atmosphere outside the ward grew tense, while inside, the air was thick with gravity. Shen Yifan stood before the hospital bed, hands on his hips, looking down at the woman lying there with a mix of exasperation and cold indifference. His words dripped with sharpness. Chang Shuang, you were right about one thing. I never intended to have a child with you. Every time we've engaged in our routine, I've taken precautions. Only 2 months ago, I neglected to wear protection, and you assured me you would take the morning after pill. You became pregnant because you failed to take the pill, didn't you? The child came as a result of your mistake. And now that it's gone, it too is because of your oversight. I'm not angry yet, so who are you throwing your tantrums at? Chang Shuang, having narrowly escaped death, lay pale on the bed. She turned her back to Shen Yifan, gazing out the window with hollow eyes, silent and lost in thought. Shen Yifan found her attitude infuriating. It was clear that the fault lay with her, yet she dismissed it as if it were inconsequential. Blaming him instead. When their arguments escalated, she fell silent, displaying no emotions, as if his hurtful words were lost on her. Her grievances paled in comparison to his own. Chang Shuan, while I, Shen Yifan, may have my flaws, I have never wronged you from the very beginning. It was you who wronged me. You know full well how our marriage came to be. It was your calculation that led us here, thus, some of the grievances are yours to bear. I told you from the outset that no matter how you endeavored to please my mother or my family, I would never love you. I offered you a loveless, sexless marriage, which you accepted at the time. If you can no longer endure it, let us not torment each other any longer. Let's divorce. Divorce. The words were cold and merciless. Chang Shuang slowly turned to face him, her beautiful yet vacant eyes staring at the man before her. The boy who had once promised to protect her, to shield her from harm, and to go to great lengths to make her smile had become a distant memory. Time had altered everything. The man standing before her, clad in an exquisite white shirt and black trousers, tall and handsome, was still Shen Yifan, but he was no longer the Shen Yifan she had known. They were husband and wife. Yet they were also adversaries. Divorce. Cheng Shuang's lips curled into a faint, weary smile, her expression tinged with resignation. Well, can you wait until I'm discharged? All right. Shen Yifan paused, taken aback, seemingly surprised by her agreement. He had broached the subject before? Nearly every year, but she had either brought up her mother or ignored him altogether. This time, however, she had acquiesced. A mix of emotions swelled within him, somewhat stifled yet also liberating. He gazed at her pale but still beautiful face and exhaled. There's no rush. I've endured you for so many years. It's unreasonable to expect to resolve this in a few days. Take care of yourself and focus on your recovery before you think about being discharged. He intended to speak to her calmly, but his words came out sharp and hurtful. Shen Yifan clamped his mouth shut, lifting his gaze to gauge Cheng Shuang's reaction, only to find her lying back in her original position. Her eyes averted from him, feeling the urge for a cigarette. He noticed her medication was nearly depleted, so he remained seated, pulling up a chair and fixating on her profile in a daze. The hospital room door was ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Wen Ruan stood beside the door, listening intently. Momentarily stunned by the revelations, everyone in their circle knew that He Zheng, the head of Mingyi, was daring, sharp-tongued, and difficult to please. In contrast, Shen Yifan, the second in command, was amiable, diplomatic, and adept at maintaining harmony, never having had a falling out with anyone. Whatever had transpired between him and his wife was beside the point. The fact that she had just lost their child made his words all the more cutting. Among the men Wen Ruan had known, 3 stood out as reliable and suitable for marriage: Jiang Qingyan, Pan Rui, and Shen Yifan. Now Jiang Qingyan had fallen from grace, and Shen Yifan displayed such disdain towards his wife. Pan Rui had recently shown signs of conflict with Zhang Tongtong, revealing tendencies of a mama's boy. It seemed her judgment of men was indeed lacking. For her, distancing herself from men was the best way to cherish her life. As she pondered, an arm draped over her shoulders, He Zheng pulled her toward the elevator. Let us go. Wen Ruan followed his lead. Aren't you going to check in on them? Didn't Shen Yifan's mother message you, implying you should intervene? They're on the verge of divorce. He Zheng's playful demeanor vanished, and he let out a heavy sigh. They won't part ways. It would be a relief for both of them if they did, but their situation is quite complicated. If we were to assign blame, neither is truly at fault. Noticing the curiosity etched on Wen Ruan's face, He Zheng lightly patted her shoulder, offering a smile. Want to hear a story? All right, treat me to a meal, and I'll tell you all about it. Forget it, I'm not interested in love stories right now. As they approached the elevator, the doors slid open, and upon seeing the occupants inside, Wen Ruan's words fell silent. Her smile faded as she obediently greeted Mom, Aunt Lan. The 2 individuals in the elevator were equally taken aback, their gazes shifting from Wen Ruan to He Zheng, then to He Zheng's arm draped possessively over her shoulder, finally landing on Wen Ruan's flat abdomen. The color drained from Wen Huiyan's face. Chapter 46. I live here too. At 10 o'clock in the evening, at Songli Hospital, beside the elevator, 4 individuals exchanged glances. The atmosphere around them momentarily frozen. Wen Ruan pointed at the 2 individuals opposite He Zheng, saying, "This is He Zheng, my boss." Realizing the situation, He Zheng promptly released his hold on Wen Ruan's arm. But the sudden movement tugged at the wound on his back, causing him to stifle a cry of pain. Without requiring further introduction, he respectfully bowed towards Wen Huiyan. "Good evening, Auntie." He then turned to Zhong Lan, greeting her with, "Hello, Aunt Lan." He had encountered Zhong Lan last year beneath Wen Ruan's apartment and recalled her being addressed as Aunt Lan by Wen Ruan. Zhong Lan raised an eyebrow, glancing at him with a polite smile. "Hello." Recognizing He Zheng, she speculated that he shared a close relationship with Wen Ruan and subtly nudged the stern-faced Wen Huiyan, suggesting she grant Wen Ruan a measure of respect. However, Wen Huiyan's gaze remained fixed on He Zheng, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Under her scrutiny, He Zheng felt a chill run down his spine, becoming slightly apprehensive. Wen Huiyan maintained her icy demeanor in silence, until finally Zhong Lan took charge, summoning a nurse from the station to escort He Zheng for an examination of his back injury, while she forcefully ushered the quietly competing mother and daughter duo into the elevator. Having suppressed her anger to avoid disturbing the patients in the ward, Wen Huiyan finally turned to Wen Ruan with a fierce glare as the elevator doors closed. "That man just now, he's the one you were rumored to be in a relationship with all those years ago." "Isn't he? The one named He?" "Yes, He Zheng." Wen Ruan confirmed it. That's the name she mentioned just now. A decade had passed, and He Zheng had undergone a significant transformation, appearing more mature and composed, his looks and demeanor impeccable. Had they crossed paths casually, Wen Huiyan might not have recognized him, but with him standing there with his arm around Wen Ruan's shoulder, she instantly identified him as the boy who had once been romantically linked to her daughter. When Wen Ruan had faced allegations of early romance, Wen Huiyan had believed the rumors due to a prior incident. The night before the allegations surfaced, while waiting at a traffic light, she had spotted He Zheng's hand resting on Wen Ruan's shoulder, similar to the scene unfolding before her now. Wen Ruan had not resisted. Instead, she had embraced him around the waist, prompting Wen Huiyan to consider confronting them. However, just as the light was about to turn red, she received an urgent call concerning a severe car accident on the inner ring road. which required her immediate return to the hospital. By the time she arrived home the following morning at 10, having skipped dinner, she received a call from the school regarding the allegations against Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan had explained that He Zheng's hand on her shoulder was merely a result of him having twisted his ankle, and she was assisting him to a nearby clinic since the school infirmary was closed. Wen Huiyan recalled seeing He Zheng limping at school, but even if the claims were accurate, it did not diminish her disdain for him. Wen Ruan had always been obedient, yet it was this boy who had instigated her first act of rebellion, leading to a deterioration in their mother-daughter relationship. Inside the elevator, Wen Huiyan recalled the ambiguous positioning of the two earlier and pointed towards Wen Ruan's flat stomach. "Are you pregnant?" "Pregnant?" Wen Ruan was taken aback, slowly piecing together the implications of her late-night visit to a gynecologist with a man. "No, I'm here because a friend's wife fell during her pregnancy," Wen Huiyan was about to retort. But the elevator reached their floor, and Zhong Lan pushed her outside. "Enough with the interrogation at this hour. Dr. Zhang and the others are waiting for you. Hurry and check in with them. I'll see Wen Ruan off." Tonight at the gynecology ward, a high-risk patient was experiencing severe discomfort before a scheduled surgery in the morning. Due to her condition, which included arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, she had urgently called for Wen Huiyan's expertise. Zhong Lan pressed the button to close the elevator doors and then selected another floor. With pressing matters at hand, Wen Huiyan had much to convey to Wen Ruan, yet she could only watch helplessly as the elevator descended. Inside the elevator, Zhong Lan examined Wen Ruan from head to toe, complimenting her. "You look truly beautiful today." Wen Ruan sometimes mused that her desires were modest. If only her mother could occasionally praise her like Aunt Lan did, rather than constantly belittling her, she would feel immensely satisfied. "Thank you, Aunt Lan." As Zhong Lan linked her arm with Wen Ruan's, subtly implying that He Zheng, "I've seen him at school before and I can tell he has a fondness for you. He is much more agreeable than that Jiang Qingyan." Wen Ruan paused, shaking her head with a smile. "Aunt Lan, he is just my boss." As Zhong Lan chuckled, remaining silent. Upon exiting the elevator, Wen Ruan intended to head to the emergency room to find He Zheng. But after taking a few steps, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen, and she answered casually. "Hello, Wen Ruan, is that really you? Why do you keep haunting me?" Yao Man's shrill voice nearly pierced her eardrum, prompting Wen Ruan to distance the phone from her ear, though the volume persisted. "Wen Ruan, you wait for me, you." "Hey, Jiang Qingyan, what are you doing? Give me back my phone. I'm going to scold her." "You re-defending her, aren't you?" Wen Ruan coldly ended the call, feeling perplexed by the encounter. Insufferable lunatic. At 10:30 in the evening, at the Yao family's old residence, Yao Man's phone call was abruptly interrupted when her phone was snatched away. Leaving her furious, she had demanded Jiang Qingyan take her to find Wen Ruan, but he claimed ignorance of her whereabouts and simply returned her home. Fine, home it is. She was feeling particularly disheveled today and would address He Zheng and Wen Ruan another day. Jiang Qingyan had stated that he was no longer in contact with Wen Ruan, yet when she checked his phone, she discovered a contact labeled WR. Everyone else had names, yet this one was in English, and her intuition suggested it could only refer to Wen Ruan. Indeed, when she called, it was genuinely Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan's previous number had been deactivated. This was her new one. Jiang Qingyan claimed they were no longer in contact, yet he possessed her new number. Yao Man was enraged this evening. Everyone was bullying her. Everyone. First, Wen Ruan had made a grand entrance at the banquet, overshadowing her. Then He Zheng had publicly exposed her hidden past, followed by Yao Tianyu, and even that boy had dared to strike her. Now, Jiang Qingyan was bullying her too. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yao Man refused to hear Jiang Qingyan's explanations, smashing everything she could find in the living room. As she screeched for Jiang Qingyan to leave, Yao Wei entered. Man, stop making a scene." Yao Tianyu had just returned after tending to his wound, sitting quietly nearby, observing Yao Man's tantrum. Upon seeing Yao Wei, he quickly found a spot to kneel. Yao Man immediately threw herself into Yao Wei's embrace, crying so hard she could barely breathe. "Dad, they're all bullying me. Everyone is bullying me." Yao Wei gently patted her back in comfort. "Good girl, don't cry. Daddy is back to support you." His sharp gaze briefly scanned the obediently kneeling Yao Tianyu and then settled on the steadfast Jiang Qingyan. Finally, he turned to Meizhu, who hesitated on the second floor about whether to descend. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he issued a directive. "Meizhu, call He Zheng and ask him to come home tomorrow, but if he doesn't answer, you go find him personally. No matter what, bring him back." He Zheng's back injury was not severe, merely a minor soft tissue injury that required some medication. By the time they left the hospital, it was already past 11 o'clock. As they drove away from the hospital parking lot, He Zheng glanced at Wen Ruan several times, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Sensing his trepidation, Wen Ruan smiled and remarked, "My mom recognized you as my early romantic interest and misunderstood. Thinking we're dating now," leading to quite the scolding. He Zheng's anxiety dissipated at last. He had sensed that his future mother-in-law's regard for him was fraught with hostility. What a disaster. He was in a poor state, feeling rather disheveled, and here he was with his arm around Wen Ruan's shoulders. Her mother's impression of him could not be favorable. Truly, this was a troubling start, before he even began to pursue her. He had already been rejected by his future mother-in-law. How much more heartache must he endure in the pursuit of love? The urgency to win her over was palpable. Should he perhaps be bolder tonight? He Zheng remained silent, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Wen Ruan assumed his silence stemmed from pain and refrained from speaking as the car continued toward Qingyan mansion, uncertain of the time they had left the banquet. The driver had taken the opportunity to place Wen Ruan's luggage in the trunk when he arrived to pick her up. Upon receiving her suitcase from the driver, Wen Ruan intended to bid He Zheng farewell. But he opened the door and stepped out. "You don't need to see me upstairs, it's too late, you should head back." He had sent her the detailed address and door number the previous night, along with the password for the lock, which was his birthday. He Zheng reached for the suitcase in her hand. "I live here too, I have 2 apartments here." Wen Ruan was taken aback. "Oh, alright then." Both apartments were on the 20th floor, directly opposite one another. Wen Ruan turned right upon exiting the elevator, while He Zheng turned left. As Wen Ruan opened her door, He Zheng inquired, "Have you eaten? If you're hungry, I can whip up a bowl of noodles for you." Wen Ruan indeed felt quite famished. She had only eaten once that day, having consumed breakfast for lunch and merely sipped champagne in the evening. Now, she was starving. Initially, she intended to grab something on the way, but seeing He Zheng's pained expression, she hesitated to voice her hunger, considering ordering takeout later. That sounds good. It was also a perfect opportunity to discuss IUE technology with him. Qingyan Mansion was a high-end residential complex, and He Zheng's apartment boasted an impressive area of over 200 square meters. As Wen Ruan opened the door, she expected a lavishly decorated space befitting He Zheng's affluent taste. To her surprise, the interior was styled in a simple European fashion, exuding a sense of understated elegance, making it feel incredibly inviting. The apartment was well equipped with all necessities, including household items, kitchen utensils, bedding, and even women's slippers, all brand new. It appeared He Zheng had arranged everything with great thoughtfulness. After taking a half-hour shower, Wen Ruan did not change into her pajamas, as she was about to dine with He Zheng. Instead, she pulled out a gray t-shirt and matching casual trousers from her suitcase. After drying her hair, she casually tied it into a loose bun with a hair tie. Just as she finished getting ready, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, He Zheng presented her with 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles. When Ruan's gaze lingered over him, he too had taken a shower, clad in a black bathrobe, the belt loosely tied around his waist, paired with matching casual pants. He wore no undershirt beneath the robe, which hung loosely, revealing a significant portion of his chest. When Ruan accepted a bowl of noodles from his hands, her eyes sweeping over his well-defined physique, and she clicked her tongue. "President He, in the future, please ensure you are properly dressed before ringing the bell. In attire like this, one might think you are trying to flirt with me." She made the remark in jest, but was taken aback when He Zheng's dark eyes fixed intently upon her. And he responded with a smile, "What if I truly want to flirt with you?" Chapter 47, You should remove your bathrobe. He Zheng found himself in a precarious situation. The gaze of his future mother-in-law tonight was laced with hostility. Clearly harboring resentment from the past. He understood why Wen Huiyan loathed him so deeply. To her, the authenticity of his early romance with Wen Ruan was irrelevant. What mattered was that Wen Ruan's rebellion and defiance had begun with that very relationship. He Zheng felt quite wronged. Wen Ruan was remarkably resilient. She would not be easily undone by a mere slap. She had long harbored dissatisfaction with her mother's authoritarian rule, merely lacking an outlet for her frustrations. After enduring for so long, that slap during their early romance acted as a spark to ignite her pent-up emotions. Wen Huiyan refused to acknowledge her own shortcomings, firmly believing her parenting style was without fault, thus directing her wrath towards He Zheng. Convinced he had corrupted Wen Ruan, He Zheng dared not protest his innocence, for he had a notorious reputation from his high school days, known for frequent brawls. From Wen Huiyan's perspective, her daughter had always been a model of propriety, and it was only her entanglement with this school bully that had led to her change in behavior, which made her disdain for him quite understandable. He Zheng had initially intended to woo Wen Ruan gradually to win her heart before seeking to appease her mother, but now he found himself face to face with her mother prematurely. To make matters worse, Wen Huiyan's lingering resentment and the knowledge that he was Wen Ruan's employer posed the risk that she might force Wen Ruan to resign in a fit of anger. He Zheng felt weary. His pursuit of Wen Ruan was fraught with obstacles, her mother sharpening her knives in his path and that scoundrel Jiang Qingyan lurking in the shadows. Men understand men best. The evening's gathering. Jiang Qingyan's gaze upon Wen Ruan along with his inquiries about the rose garden clearly indicated he still harbored feelings for her. What if Jiang Qingyan decided to make a move one day? He believed Wen Ruan would never consider Jiang Qingyan again, but a sense of fear nagged at him, given that Wen Ruan had gone to great lengths to escape Haicheng, only to return to the suffocating city for Jiang Qingyan. Ultimately, He Zheng was still plagued by insecurity. His lack of confidence stemmed from the belief that Wen Ruan did not harbor feelings for him. As he showered, dried his hair, and cooked the noodles, he pondered this matter. Wen Ruan, being coerced by Jiang Qingyan, had locked her heart away, thus he could not pursue her using conventional methods. First, he needed to develop a thicker skin. After his shower, he changed from his t-shirt and casual trousers into a bathrobe. Deliberately loosening the belt to reveal more of his chest before stepping out, having maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, he was quite confident in his sculpted physique and 8-pack abs. Anticipated when Wen Ruan opened the door. Her gaze lingered on his chest, indicating her satisfaction with his physique, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Had his hands not been occupied with the bowls of noodles, he would have liked to tug at his bathrobe further. President, he please ensure you are properly dressed before knocking next time. I in such attire, one might think you are trying to flirt with me. If He Zheng recognized her words were playful, yet he seized the opportunity to convey a sincere sentiment through her jest. She would likely perceive it as a joke, but that was fine. He harbored a wealth of heartfelt words, and one day, they would surely resonate within her heart. What if I truly want to flirt with you? Upon hearing this, Wen Ruan paused for a moment, then responded with a laugh. Please, not now. My heart is sealed like cement. I would prefer it if you showered me with money instead. If I secure you, you ought to grant me a substantial bonus. He Zheng sighed softly within. He had anticipated such a response. Undeterred, he closed the door behind him and followed Wen Ruan into the small dining room. I mentioned that if you secure IUET, I would gift you this house as a bonus, yet you refuse. Now you ask me for a bonus again. Just how much can I afford to give you? He chuckled. I've never encountered anyone as foolish as you. If it were anyone else, they would have long since pressured me into signing a commitment letter. Wen Ruan placed the noodles on the dining table and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 pairs of chopsticks. Handing 1 pair to He Zheng, I worry you might suffer losses. Having found such a good employee as me, you should be secretly pleased. He Zheng accepted the chopsticks, pulling out her chair for her with a smile in his eyes. I am deeply moved. As they discussed the house, He Zheng inquired, what do you think of this place? Are you satisfied with the renovations? If there is anything you dislike, we can redo it. He had purchased the house as an investment. But his relationship with the developer was amicable. The owner was quite benevolent, offering him the best price, finest renovations, and top-notch furnishings, all included. He had never resided there, yet a cleaning lady would regularly come to air it out and tidy up. As was the case with Xin Yifan's side, allowing them to move in seamlessly. I'm quite fond of it, Wen Ruan replied as she settled into her chair, expressing no dissatisfaction. The design of the small dining room was delightful. From that height, one could gaze out of the window and take in the entire neighborhood's night view. However, Wen Ruan had no time to admire the scenery, as her thoughts were solely focused on the delicious bowl of noodles before her. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. The beef is wonderfully flavorful, she complimented. He Zheng was honest in his response. The beef was prepared by Anshin. It was brought over by Xin Yifan when he came home for dinner yesterday. Having arrived the previous evening, Xin Yifan had accompanied him. He Zheng swallowed a mouthful of noodles before looking at Wen Ruan. I really am quite the cook. You are welcome to come over for meals often. I won't charge you for the food, thank you, boss. Once the casual conversation had concluded, Wen Ruan turned to him with a serious expression. The person in charge of IUE technology at Ronli should be Yao Man. As He Zheng had stocked the refrigerator when preparing for their meeting, he fetched 2 bottles of water, opening one and placing it beside Wen Ruan while keeping the other for himself. Yao Man, that's improbable. IUE is a lucrative asset, crucial to Ronli's strategic direction this year. Yao Tian, you may be a fool, but he is not stupid. He would never entrust it to Yao Man. Wen Ruan took a sip of water. If she knows that I am overseeing Mingyi, she will undoubtedly demand IUE, while Yao Tianyu was indeed not foolish and would likely not want to hand IUE over to Yao Man. The latter was favored significantly more and would likely create a scene. Furthermore, even if Yao Tianyu could persuade Yao Man not to interfere with IUE, it would not matter. She had a double safeguard. Lin Yu would assist her. For Lin Yu, losing IUE would not significantly impact her. The profits and losses of Ronli were of little concern to her. What mattered was that Yao Man would be competing with her for talent. And she held a strong dislike for Yao Man. Moreover, after Wen Ruan's departure, the position of vice president of the investment management center at Ronli was originally meant for Lin Yu, but it was rumored that an external vice president had been parachuted in. Brought over by Yao Tianyu at a high salary from abroad, which had Lin Yu fuming. In the small dining room, Wen Ruan looked at He Zheng. I am prepared to go head-to-head with Yao Man. Whatever tactics she employs, I can counter. My only concern is that Yao Wei may come after you. Previously, regardless of how He Zheng and Yao Tianyu contended with one another, Yao Wei had always had a reason to remain in the shadows. But now, with He Zheng's identity public, everyone was aware that he was also Yao Wei's son. If Mingyi and Ronli were to clash again, outsiders would view it as a farce of the Yao family. With Yao Wei bearing the most shame, especially since Yao Man was involved with the IUE project. At the evening's gathering, He Zheng had made Yao Man feel humiliated, and she would undoubtedly seek retribution through IUE. Her involvement would ensure that the clash between Mingyi and Ronli garnered significant attention. Would Yao Wei remain indifferent? Certainly not. He was extremely fond of Yao Man, and the one facing criticism would inevitably be He Zheng. Although He Zheng had previously articulated 3 reasons why Yao Wei would not act against him, one could never be too certain with someone like Yao Wei. If provoked, he had countless ways to retaliate. When Ruan inquired of He Zheng, is there a way to placate Yao Wei and prevent him from meddling in IUE? If you can manage that, I will feel free to confront Yao Man. If not, I will tread carefully, making it as difficult as possible to avoid embarrassing her too much. Wen Ruan was eager to engage in a contest with Yao Man, viewing it as an excellent opportunity to exploit Yao Man's animosity towards her, stirring up chaos within Ronli capital, and ultimately driving a wedge between Yao Tianyu and Yao Man. If Yao Tianyu were to blame Yao Man, he would likely also develop a distaste for Jiang Qingyan. Wen Ruan was essentially a product of Jiang Qingyan's influence, and in the future, their paths would inevitably cross. Competing with Jiang Qingyan would not afford her the same chances of success. However, what if Jiang Qingyan's energy was split between the internal conflict of the siblings? Civil wars have always been the most brutal. This was her way of preparing for the future, depleting Jiang Qingyan's resources in advance. Wen Ruan's beautifully radiant eyes gazed at He Zheng, who could sense her worries and concerns, causing his heart to soften. To feel free to engage in battle. Do not worry about Yao Wei, I have a way to handle him. Just as they were speaking, He Zheng's phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number. He knew precisely who it was, his love-struck mother. Since leaving the hospital, countless unfamiliar numbers had attempted to reach him. At this hour, her persistence could only be attributed to He Meizhu. He had long since blocked her number, and she must have borrowed every servant's phone in the house. He answered the call, and, as expected, it was He Meizhu. He Zheng, you little rascal, you finally picked up. I borrowed all the servants' phones, and you nearly wore me out. If you don't answer next time, I swear I'll come to your company and kidnap you. Get to the point. I'll give you half a minute. If you don't, I'll hang up you. He Meizhu choked slightly, fully aware of his temper and suppressing her anger, said, your father wants you to come home tomorrow. Please don't refuse just yet. You alright? I'll go to the Yao family's old residence at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He Meizhu had prepared an extensive speech to persuade him, but upon hearing He Zheng's agreement, she was momentarily taken aback. Are you really coming? Don't deceive me, you. He Zheng hung up the phone abruptly. Tossing his phone onto the table, he looked up and smiled at Wen Ruan. I'll be negotiating with Yao Wei tomorrow afternoon. Seeing him unfazed, Wen Ruan understood he had a plan and refrained from asking how he would negotiate. She raised her mineral water bottle to clink against his, her smile captivating. With water in place of wine, may victory be achieved. He Zheng gazed at her radiant face, his eyes deepening, and he picked up the bottle she had touched, drinking half of it in one go. You just charge ahead and do whatever you wish. Don't worry about anything else. I'll take care of it. Wen Ruan looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Okay. After finishing a bowl of noodles, considering his back injury, Wen Ruan intended to wash the dishes, but He Zheng wouldn't allow her to move. I'll wash them in a moment. You come help me with something. Wen Ruan washed her hands and followed him to the living room, where He Zheng pulled a small, exquisitely crafted medicine bottle from the pocket of his bathrobe and handed it to her. I just took a shower and haven't applied the medicine yet. Glancing at his back, Wen Ruan accepted the bottle without hesitation. Alright, take off your bathrobe. Chapter 48. Wen Ruan really came. Wen Ruan lowered her head to twist the cap off, and when she looked up, she found He Zheng had already shed his bathrobe. He stood quietly before her, his gaze fixed intently on her. Wen Ruan reminded him, you should turn around, the injury is on your back. He Zheng thought to himself, why turn around? Isn't this just a display of my physique to entice you? Fearing he might repel her, he refrained from speaking outright, instead feigning a casual demeanor as he rubbed his abdomen with his long fingers, acting as if he were discomforted. Oh, I ate too much earlier and feel a bit bloated, just need to rub it a little. Following his hand movements, Wen Ruan's eyes instinctively roamed his body. To her surprise, his physique was indeed impressive, defined chest muscles, abdominal muscles, a V-shaped torso, everything one would expect from someone who had been working out for years. He Zheng kept his gaze locked on her eyes, waiting for her to finish her inspection before he turned around. Wen Ruan took a quick glance and thought, wow, he has quite the physique as well, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, firm muscles, straight lines, exuding health and strength. Suddenly, she recalled Lin Yu's words. He Zheng was handsome with a great body, that waist must be strong. If you don't want to date him, just break up after getting tired of him. Her gaze unconsciously fell on He Zheng's lower back. Indeed, it looked quite strong, full of untamed allure. Wen Ruan mused that she probably wouldn't marry in this lifetime, but in Lin Yu's words, sometimes a man was needed to balance out hormones. If the need arose in the future, she could seek out someone like He Zheng for a brief romance. Wearing flat shoes, Wen Ruan found He Zheng too tall, so she asked him to sit down. He Zheng sat sideways on the sofa while she took a seat behind him. As her warm palms slowly glided across his back, He Zheng's breathing deepened, and he began to regret he had overestimated his self-control around her. Just her slight touch had ignited a fire within him, threatening to boil over. With great effort, he restrained his desire, allowing Wen Ruan to finish applying the medicine. Suddenly, he shot up from the sofa, not daring to look back, and with a swift motion, he retrieved his bathrobe, wrapping it around his waist. It's too late, you should sleep early. I'm heading back. He stumbled through his words and turned to dash towards the door as if fleeing. Wen Ruan still held the medicine bottle, calling his name a couple of times from behind, but he seemed not to hear. Quickening his pace until he was practically running, with a loud bang, the door shut. Wen Ruan stood in place, staring at the closed door, then glanced down at the medicine bottle in her hand. Clicking her tongue in mild annoyance, having been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years and nearing 30, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She understood perfectly well what it meant when He Zheng had been sweating profusely. His ears and neck flushed. He had used the bathrobe to cover his body, and she had seen it clearly. He had reacted. To be honest, she didn't find it repulsive earlier. In casual conversation, he mentioned he was currently single. It was late at night, with a lonely man and woman, both single. He was a nearly 30-year-old man, and she was a beautiful woman touching him. It was entirely normal for him to respond. His ability to control himself indicated good character. Furthermore, her thoughts were not entirely pure either. She had no issue with not marrying in this lifetime, but to say she would never engage with men again was unrealistic. After all, she was not yet 30, and her youth was still vibrant, with decades ahead of her. One cannot deprive oneself of joy in life. She was quite satisfied with He Zheng's physique. Had he moved any slower, she might have truly pushed him down. What a pity. He Zheng dashed back, and as he closed the door, he suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten the dishes, but there was no time to dwell on that. He needed to hurry and take a shower. Cold water cascaded down, flowing from his rugged face to his collarbone, gliding over his solid chest and narrow waist, then tracing down his long legs to his toes. He closed his eyes, allowing the heat within him to gradually subside. After wiping his face, he swept his damp hair back, exhaling heavily. Thirst gnawed at him, and draping a towel over his shoulder, He Zheng stepped out of his bedroom. Startled to find someone sitting on the sofa. "Aren't you at the hospital? How did you come back?" Shen Yifan slumped and despondent. Didn't he turn around but held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers. "My mom left, so I came back." He Zheng went to the fridge and retrieved 2 bottles of cold water, sitting down on the nearby single sofa and tossing one to Shen Yifan. Shen Yifan caught it but didn't drink. He asked He Zheng, "My mom said you went to the hospital to find me. How come I didn't see you?" He Zheng pulled out his phone, sending a message to Wen Ruan asking her to leave the dishes for him to clean tomorrow. Hearing Shen Yifan's question, he glanced at him. "I went when you were scolding Cheng Shuang and talking about divorce. I was waiting outside." "Shen Yifan, your words were truly harsh. Regardless of the situation, she just lost a child and is in a fragile state. You could at least soften your tone a bit." Since the topic had been broached, He Zheng shifted his body to face him. "Auntie messaged me, suggesting I talk to you and to treat Cheng Shuang well. Frankly, I'm exhausted from trying to convince you. My stance hasn't changed. I believe Cheng Shuang isn't someone who plays tricks. If she claims she didn't do anything, there might genuinely be a misunderstanding. It's been so long since you've married her, you ought to treat her well, but clearly, you can't seem to get past that hurdle in your heart. I didn't enter the hospital room today because I felt it would make Cheng Shuang uncomfortable. And perhaps it's better for her to realize you can scold her awake, allowing her to leave you with a clear heart. It's a form of liberation for her." "But Olchen, ask yourself honestly, do you really want a divorce?" Shen Yifan abruptly looked up at him. "Of course I want a divorce. I mention it every year, but she never agrees." He Zheng let out a scoff, adopting a detached tone as an observer to expose him. "Do you truly want it? You know very well that even if Cheng Shuang agrees to divorce, as long as your mother disagrees, you won't be able to proceed. If you are truly resolute about the divorce, you shouldn't pressure Cheng Shuang. Instead, you should persuade your mother. Bringing up divorce every year is merely taking advantage of Cheng Shuang's love for you. Knowing she wouldn't want to leave. You're just being difficult." He Zheng watched as Shen Yifan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the cigarette. "You panicked today, didn't you? You didn't expect Cheng Shuang would actually agree to a divorce." Shen Yifan choked on his words, unable to finish the remaining half of the cigarette, pressing it firmly into the ashtray. Perhaps he had been struck at the heart, and he instinctively sought to avoid the topic. Is Wen Ruan staying across the street? Seeing him evade the issue, He Zheng didn't pursue it further. As an outsider, he could only offer advice but not determine the course for those involved. Upon mentioning Wen Ruan, Shen Yifan's expression softened and he appeared more cheerful. "Yeah, I just came from there." He had just taken a shower and the medicine on his back had been washed away. He had also forgotten the medicine bottle at Wen Ruan's place, but fortunately he had a new one. He Zheng brought it over, asking Shen Yifan for help. After only a few applications, Shen Yifan began to complain, finding his hands too rough. "Be gentler." When Wen Ruan applied it, "It felt really nice. You're going to rub my skin off." Shen Yifan was speechless. "How would that even happen? I'm not being rough at all." "Wait," Shen Yifan caught the key point in his words. "So Wen Ruan applied medicine for you, then why did you take another shower?" "Why take another shower? It's just the usual manly business." He Zheng replied lazily. Shen Yifan laughed. "I guess you have a thieving heart but no courage. You came back to sneak a cold shower." He Zheng dragged out his tone. "Go ahead and laugh. If you can't get a divorce, you'll just end up angering Cheng Shuang, and you'll also find yourself taking cold showers." Shen Yifan fell silent. The matter that wounded his pride was thus brushed aside. Shifting back to serious topics, Shen Yifan heard that He Zheng would be going to the Yao family tomorrow afternoon and insisted on accompanying him, declaring it would likely be a banquet of sorts, stating, "I'll be your bodyguard. No need. I know how to handle the negotiation with Yao Wei." As He Zheng finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Wen Ruan had replied to his message, "I've washed the dishes. Thank you for the noodles. Sleep early. He Zheng responded. You didn't drive over. Will you take my car in the morning? Wen Ruan replied. Are you still going to the office tomorrow morning? Is your back injury alright? Don't you need to rest for a couple of days, He Zheng answered. It's your first day reporting. What is it going to look like if I don't go? How will I formally introduce you? Wen Ruan said, the events from tonight's banquet are likely to spread. Those in Mingyi should already know, so there is no need for a grand introduction. He Zheng gazed at the news. And indeed, the company group chat was in an uproar. A multitude of messages flooded in inquiring whether Wen Ruan was genuinely coming to Mingyi, and the discussions had yet to settle down. The messages in the group were sent by his assistant Yu Yang. The employees had formed several small groups, and he, the boss, was notably excluded. Why Yu Yang had infiltrated these groups and quietly gathered intelligence for him. Yes, he was the boss. He sent a message to Wen Ruan. I will be at the company tomorrow morning. Take my car and wait for me downstairs at 8 o'clock. Do not be late. The commanding tone of a boss. Wen Ruan acquiesced, replying, alright, Mr. He. A new job, a new life. The following morning, Wen Ruan awoke at 6. Went for a half-hour run, returned for a shower, and took the opportunity to wash some clothes. The refrigerator was stocked, as He Zheng had mentioned last night that someone had replenished it, all of which was available for use. Wen Ruan prepared millet porridge, ate an egg, and drank some milk. She left at 7:50, and upon exiting the elevator, He Zheng's car was already waiting. He was seated in the back, legs crossed, perusing documents while sketching with a fountain pen. The driver opened the rear door for Wen Ruan, allowing her to sit beside He Zheng. He was reviewing materials for a meeting that morning, which he had intended to finish the night before but had run out of time. He had come down half an hour early and was nearly done with his reading. Closing the file and putting away his pen, he turned to look at Wen Ruan. Today, she wore a white Chinese-style short-sleeved suit that clung to her figure, exuding elegance and competence. He Zheng thought to himself that fortune favored him. At long last, Wen Ruan had returned to him. The Mingyi building was also located on Financial Street. Its geographical position slightly less prominent than Rongli's, which occupied the very heart of the area. Mingyi was situated a little southeast, yet it was still a coveted location within the industry. The car stopped at the main entrance of the Mingyi building. Mingyi's workday began at 8:30 during the summer, and it was currently 8:20 right at the peak of the morning rush. A throng of people bustled in and out, and upon seeing He Zheng, they hurriedly offered their respectful greetings. Good morning, Mr. He. When they turned their gaze to the woman beside him, they were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. No way, no way, no way, the news in the group last night was true. Wen Ruan has really come to Mingyi. As former adversaries, Wen Ruan had studied He Zheng and had gained an in-depth understanding of Mingyi capital. This 36-story edifice, which stood before her, was not originally called the Mingyi building. It had previously been the headquarters of a real estate group, which had filed for bankruptcy 2 years ago due to a severed funding chain from multiple projects and an inability to repay substantial debts. Consequently, this building had become a battleground for various capital tycoons yearning for the structure. Yao Tianyu was initially poised to secure it. Ronli Capital had acquired it at a high price, having previously been located outside Financial Street. In a less desirable area, after taking over it, Yao Tianyu sought to relocate to Financial Street but had struggled to find a suitable position. Ronli Group occupied the prime location at the center of Financial Street. Comprised of twin towers known as the Gemini Building, Yao Wei had vacated a few floors on the western side for him, allowing Ronli Capital to move into the West Star Building of the group. However, Yao Tianyu had always desired independence. He did not want others to perceive his success as solely reliant on the group. When the real estate group's building was put up for auction, both Yao Tianyu and He Zheng had their eyes on it. The competition was fierce, with Yao Tianyu initially seeming most likely to secure it, but ultimately, He Zheng emerged victorious. On the day the building was renamed Mingyi, Wen Ruan learned some insider information from Lin Yu, who mentioned that Yao Wei had intervened during the auction. Before the second round of bidding, He Zheng had met with Yao Wei, and it was unclear what transpired in their conversation. But Yao Wei had prevented Yao Tianyu from placing a bid and covertly ensured He Zhen's success by allowing him to secure it at the most favorable price. During that time, Yao Tianyu had been furious, frequently losing his temper at the office. The growing animosity between Yao Tianyu and He Zheng could largely be attributed to Yao Wei. After losing the Mingyi building, Yao Tianyu had set his sights on a plot of land in the south of the city. To be precise, He Zheng had initially discovered it, and Yao Tianyu's desire to outdo him became apparent. In the course of this rivalry, Yao Tianyu consulted a master who proclaimed the land to be a feng shui treasure that would bring him fortune. His ambition heightened. He intended to acquire it for the headquarters of Ronli Capital. However, He Zheng triumphed once again. According to He Zheng, that piece of land was a gift from Yao Wei, as Yao Tianyu had schemed against Mingyi during the Chaosa project, and this was Yao Wei's way of compensating him. Yao Tianyu was livid, and earlier this year, he had even fought with He Zheng, which escalated to the police station. Alas, the woes of a father. The Mingyi building comprised a total of 36 floors. With Mingyi Capital occupying the top 5 floors while the rest were leased out. In this prime real estate, rental costs were exorbitant, yet many enterprises clamored for a spot. It was an unavoidable reality. Financial Street, a symbol of wealth, was a place where everyone aspired to be. However, the space was limited, and other office buildings were fully occupied, leaving only Mingyi with available slots, albeit in limited quantity. Familiar faces sought to establish connections, while unfamiliar ones attempted to leverage relationships. Consequently, He Zheng made it clear that emotional ties were irrelevant. The only criterion was who offered more money, with the highest bidder prevailing. It was later calculated that He Zheng's rental income alone could sustain a small company for an entire year. During peak hours, the elevator lobbies were packed with individuals, everyone was pressed for time, and when the elevator doors opened, the polished urban elite surged inside, quickly filling the space to capacity. He Zheng, a man who never shortchanged himself in certain matters, had arranged for a private elevator when the building was renovated. This elevator was designated for the exclusive use of the president of Mingyi, He Zheng, Wen Ruan. Amidst a sea of envious gazes, followed He Zheng into the elevator march for private use. As the doors closed, the murmurs from outside began. That woman beside He Zheng must be Wen Ruan. So she is officially reporting to Mingyi today? This is truly unprecedented. Who would have thought that one day Wen Ruan would join Mingyi? The most astonishing revelation was that He Zheng was actually Yao Wei's son, which meant that He Zheng and Yao Tianyu were brothers. Their fierce rivalry over the past few years was, in essence, a battle for inheritance. The simultaneous appearance of He Zheng and Wen Ruan at the Mingyi building stirred quite a commotion. The most animated discussions were occurring within Mingyi Capital. In the absence of leadership, the small groups exploded with chatter. Risk Control Center, Suya. I watched the video from last night's gala. Mr. He mentioned that Wen Ruan is the investment director. With the departure of Qianwei from the 5th investment team, does that mean she is taking over? Legal department, Changbin. That seems likely. With Qianwei gone, his position has remained vacant. Earlier this year, the 5th team's office was even renovated, reportedly at Mr. He's request, and now it appears they were simply waiting for Wen Ruan. Public Relations Department, Xingke. Indeed, last year's celebration banquet for Ronli was chaotic for Wen Ruan. Mr. He called our manager, and the entire PR department worked overnight to clear her name. At that time, I thought Mr. He had taken a liking to her, but later our manager mentioned that he had inquired about Director Shen's intentions. It seems Mr. He wanted to bring Wen Ruan in as a personal favor. Fund Management Division, Luyu. Isn't anyone discussing Mr. He? Our Mr. He is the young master of Ronli Group. Finance Department, Luo Dandan. You'd best hold your tongue. Mr. He has kept his identity under wraps for years and has been openly competing with Yao Tianyu, clearly showing his disdain for this identity. It's best not to mention it. Fund Management Division, Luyu. You're right. Investment Team 5 NFA. Oh my god, do we finally have a boss? Wen Ruan is my goddess. Oh my god, my boss is Wen Ruan. I am fulfilled. Ha. Investment Team 3, Wu Shanghui. What are you so happy about, goddess? Did you not see Wen Ruan's troubled past from last year? Her joining Mingyi will only tarnish the company's reputation. I wonder what Mr. He is thinking. Investment Team 5 NFA. Shut up. That was all slander. You're just jealous. You're afraid Wen Ruan will come to our 5th team and overshadow your team's achievements. Investment Team 3 is Zhang Tao. What is there to be jealous of? Your 5th team has always been at the bottom of the rankings. Do you really think Wen Ruan is so impressive? She was merely riding on Jiang Qingyan's coattails. Investment Team 5 NFA, you can shut it too. Mr. E took our boss to the gala and even let her ride in the exclusive presidential elevator. It's evident how much he values her. Do your directors get this kind of treatment? You're all just jealous. Investment Team 2 Zhang Mingnan. So this is what having a boss feels like. Your 5th team may lack skills, but you're quick to flatter. As the discussion escalated, it devolved into an internal conflict among the 5 investment teams. Unbeknownst to Wen Ruan, she was taken to He Zheng's office. On the 36th floor, the top level, the nearly 300 square meter room featured a black and gold decor, exuding spacious luxury and grandeur. A large executive desk, a high-backed chair, and an extensive black bookshelf filled with books adorned the space. Beyond the office area, there was a lounge and a terrace equipped with a small golf putting green. Having only engaged in fierce competition with Ronli in the past, Wen Ruan had never set foot in Mingyi before today. This was her first experience in He Zheng's office. She swiftly surveyed the surroundings, ultimately focusing her gaze on He Zheng. Today, he wore a fitted gray shirt and black trousers, his chiseled features accentuated, and his long straight legs were striking. At that moment, he stood before the black executive desk, unfastening the top button of his shirt with an air of elegance and charisma. Perhaps he had not rested well the night before, as a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes, yet the corners of his lips curled in evident good spirits. Why are you standing there? He Zheng motioned with his chin towards the leather sofa beside him. Go sit there. He unbuttoned his shirt and made his way to the sofa as well. We have a meeting soon. You'll accompany me. After the meeting, I may be quite busy, so I'll let Shen Yifan show you around to help you familiarize yourself with the environment. Just as he was speaking, Shen Yifan entered the room. I say, old He, you're quite heartless. You promised I could ride with you to the company this morning, yet you left without me. Shen Yifan suffered from severe insomnia last night and was reluctant to drive in the morning. Knowing that He Zheng had brought Wen Ruan along, he wished to catch a ride with them. However, after taking a shower, he found that He Zheng had already left when he attempted to call for a driver to pick him up. He realized he would miss the morning meeting and thus took a taxi instead. You inconsiderate fellow, are you hoping to? Upon seeing Wen Ruan seated on the sofa, the words "spend some time alone" were restrained within Shen Yifan. Despite their previous familiarity, he now regarded her as his subordinate, and Wen Ruan politely greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Shen. Shen Yifan approached, sitting beside He Zheng, and with a smile remarked, no need to be so formal. Remember, I used to copy your homework in high school. We're old friends. When there are no outsiders around, just call me by my name. Wen Ruan chuckled, and they exchanged a few casual remarks about their high school days. Creating a pleasant atmosphere, Shen Yifan noticed He Zheng casting sideways glances at him, realizing that he was displeased with his presence as a third wheel. Alright, you two carry on with your conversation. I'll go grab some breakfast. See you in the conference room shortly. Before leaving, he inquired of He Zheng, you haven't eaten yet this morning, shall I bring you something? He Zheng initially intended to agree. But upon glancing at Wen Ruan, he shook his head. No need, I'm not used to breakfast from outside. Shen Yifan raised his eyebrows in surprise, silently contemplating He Zheng's intentions as he covertly eyed Wen Ruan. Choosing not to confront him, he replied, fine, I'll manage on my own while you starve. Once he departed, Wen Ruan turned to He Zheng. Did you skip breakfast this morning? Indeed. He Zheng shifted slightly, feeling a twinge of pain in his back. I haven't been able to cook these past few days, and outside breakfasts don't suit my palate. Shen Yifan doesn't tea cook either, so I guess I'll have to go hungry for a while. The staff from the president's office arrived early, adhering to He Zheng's routine of turning on the air conditioning and preparing the tea. He Zheng handed a cup of brewed tea to Wen Ruan and casually asked, what did you have for breakfast this morning? She accepted the tea, replying, I made it myself. He Zheng inquired nonchalantly, what did you prepare? How is your culinary skill? Is it edible? Wen Ruan gazed at him, slowly breaking into a smile. Mystery, if you wish to mooch a meal, you can just say so without beating around the bush. You didn't complain about pain last night when cooking noodles. But suddenly it hurts now. Not accustomed to outside breakfasts. Back in high school, when we went hiking, you'd buy 6 buns at the roadside stall, 2 for me and 4 for yourself, and you enjoyed them quite a lot. Realizing that she had seen through his thoughts, He Zheng decided to be a bit bolder. So, can I come over for breakfast tomorrow morning? Sure, she replied. It's just a meal, adding an extra pair of chopsticks isn't a hassle. However, she glanced at his chest. But Mr. He, when you come knocking, do remember to dress appropriately. He Zheng felt a flush at her gaze and replied, are you referring to last night? I was injured in my back, and my bathrobe could only be slightly open. He assumed her mention of clothing stemmed from disapproval of his display last night, causing a tightening in his chest, and he quickly added, rest assured, I am a gentleman and would never act improperly. Wen Ruan chuckled lightly, as if jesting. I know, I'm just worried about what I might do to you. He Zheng was momentarily stunned, his heart racing and ears flushing red. What does this mean? Is she satisfied with my physique? Wen Ruan isn't one to make such jokes, so is she speaking the truth? Is my audacity in tempting her with my body justified? He Zheng felt a surge of delight, about to speak, when Yu Yang knocked and entered. Mr. He, there are 5 minutes until the meeting begins. Why? Yu Yang's words faltered as he swallowed hard. What else with that look from the boss? Why is there such an intimidating aura? As they walked toward the conference room, Yu Yang felt a knot of anxiety, wondering if he had made a mistake. He Zheng ignored him, his mind occupied with the thought, tonight I must have Wen Ruan help apply medicine. Chapter 50. In Mingyi, I called the shots at 9 in the morning. In Mingyi capital, it was Monday, the time for Mingyi's regular meeting, requiring attendance from all department heads and above. As Wen Ruan followed He Zheng into the conference room, it was nearly full, all expected attendees present, with no absentees. The sound of the door, all eyes instinctively turned toward them. Mingyi and Ronli were fierce competitors. Having engaged in significant battles in recent years, Wen Ruan was a star investor at Ronli, and those at Mingyi involved in project dealings had encountered her on numerous occasions, whether at dinners, industry summits, or various professional events. Although their interactions had not been deep, they were familiar with her face, and now, observing her, they noted just how much she had changed compared to last year. Her dressing style remained consistent, still exquisite and professional. She wore a white traditional-style suit, a short-sleeve top paired with trousers, featuring a structured waist buckle. The slim-fit design and matching high heels accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Her hairstyle, a simple low ponytail that tested one's facial structure, suited her perfectly, as her full head and smooth face, complemented by prominent cheekbones and impeccable features, made her look stunning. The slightly exaggerated diamond-shaped earrings added a touch of boldness, enhancing her already striking appearance. Her overall aura was markedly different from the previous year. Wen Ruan now radiated brilliance and composure. He Zheng's gaze swept the room, his irritation growing at the way the male attendees were ogling her. Their eyes are practically popping out. Don't they know how to show restraint? Standing tall with a commanding presence, his serious demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. The crowd's attention shifted back and forth between Wen Ruan and the formidable figure beside her. Inevitably leading to comparisons, the two were a perfect match in height and looks, yet their auras differed greatly. Wen Ruan was captivating and warm, her smile inviting, encouraging others to gaze upon her, while He Zheng, though handsome, bore an air of arrogance and annoyance, his furrowed brow projecting an expression of disdain that deterred further looks. "When director, please take a seat here," Yu Yang offered, pulling out a chair for Wen Ruan. "Thank you," she replied, taking her place. The gathering was not astonished, for 10 minutes prior to the meeting, the HR department had circulated a notice regarding Wen Ruan's appointment, announcing her as the investment director of Department 5. The seat she occupied was indeed that of the department head. The interview process had been bypassed. She was brought in directly by the boss, a remarkable feat, making her the first employee at Mingyi Capital to receive such treatment. He Zheng sat at the head of the table, flanked by Shen Yifan and several vice presidents, with Wen Ruan positioned neither too close nor too far from him. Today's meeting was presided over by Shen Yifan. The first agenda item was to introduce Wen Ruan, the most crucial part of the meeting, for which he had prepared thoroughly. Given her fame, there was no need for her to self-introduce. Instead, he recounted her notable projects at Ronli, highlighting key achievements and concluding with a jab at Ronli while discussing Baibao, simultaneously boosting morale. A company that betrays its partners cannot endure. Let us strive to acquire Ronli Capital within 3 years. The crowd was taken aback, whispering among themselves, incredulous at the audacity of his claim. Ronli Capital was backed by the entire Ronli Group. Did he truly believe he could simply take over? However, all eyes turned toward the man at the head of the table, his composed yet intimidating presence suggesting that perhaps it was not entirely impossible. This gentleman was the young master of the Ronli Group. With sufficient ambition, he could very well seize the entire group, not just Ronli Capital. Having concluded his flattering introduction, Shen Yifan further elaborated on Wen Ruan's significance to Mingyi, stating, Wen Ruan was personally invited by Mr. He after 3 visits to her residence. Her achievements at Ronli are well documented, and her joining will undoubtedly bolster Mingyi's capabilities. From now on, she is one of us at Mingyi. Let us give her a warm welcome. He Zheng initiated the applause, leading the room to erupt in thunderous clapping. Wen Ruan stood to acknowledge the warm reception, creating a harmonious atmosphere that was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. Mr. He. A man in a white shirt behind Wen Ruan suddenly stood up, his demeanor grave and tense, as if mustering great courage. Didn't you previously mention that the position of Department 5 director would be filled through internal competition? Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Wen Ruan refrained from turning around, discreetly glancing toward He Zheng, who was also observing her. Upon their eye contact, he winked at her, and she returned the gesture. In the conference room, the applause gradually subsided as everyone turned their attention to the speaker. It was Zhu Jieshou, the deputy director of Department 5. His standing up was theoretically unproblematic. After all, the previous director, Qianwei, had left the company the year prior, leaving the position vacant following Ronli's celebration banquet. Rumors circulated that Mr. He intended to recruit Wen Ruan, yet there had been no movement for some time, and Wen Ruan had seemingly vanished. With the new year came a hiring boom, and among the external job postings, the position of investment director was conspicuously absent. For the time being, Deputy Director Zhu Jieshou had been managing Department 5. There were 2 prevailing theories within the company. One suggested an internal restructuring due to Department 5's consistently poor performance, leading to plans to dissolve it and redistribute its personnel among the other 4 departments, while the other proposed an internal competition, allowing all deputy directors from Departments 1 to 5 to participate in a fair selection process. Later, some dared to probe into Shen Yifan's thoughts, and he indicated that Mr. He would not eliminate Department 5, without elaborating further, which only intensified the rumors of internal competition. If it were indeed an internal competition, Zhu Jieshou had performed well over the past several months, with Department 5 showing gradual improvement. Both Mr. He and Mr. Shen had spoken positively about him, asserting that he had the greatest potential. Moreover, certain vice presidents present have privately received gifts from him, and he has invested a considerable amount of money in securing this director position. Now, unexpectedly, Wen Ruan has been parachuted in. Furthermore, Wen Ruan is a woman, 2 years his junior, after all the effort expended. And considering the man's fragile pride, it is understandable that he would impulsively seek a conversation with the boss. However, when the boss has already issued the appointment decree, solid and unchangeable, and is in the midst of welcoming the new director, to stand up now is nothing short of seeking trouble. Just look at the expression on the gentleman at the head of the table. His countenance has already soured. He Zheng reclines back, one hand resting on the table, idly twirling a pen with his fingertips, his indifferent gaze fixed on Zhu Jieshou. Internal competition? When did I ever utter such words? Zhu Jieshou hesitates, his complexion shifting as he stammers. You never mentioned it to me, but it's been circulating throughout the company. Circulating? He Zheng interrupts, retracting the pen with a flick of his finger, scanning the room with his eyes. Who has been spreading this? Who has heard the phrase internal competition from my lips? His long fingers tap lightly on the table twice, his tone languid as he stands up. The crowd exchanges glances, none daring to speak, none willing to rise. Upon reflection, He Zheng indeed never said such a thing, so how did it come to circulate? Oh right, Shenzong. Initially it was unclear who spread the word about the internal competition, but after the news broke, someone sought Shenzong's opinion, and he did not deny it. Shenzong, as the second in command of the company, his stance generally represents He Zheng's, thus everyone tacitly accepted this as He Zheng's intention. The crowd silently shifts their gaze towards Shen Yifan, receiving their unspoken message. Shen Yifan innocently shrugs. I neither denied nor confirmed it. He then turns to Zhu Jiexu, squinting with a smile. Jiexu, do you have an issue with Wen Ruan being appointed as the director of the 5th department? I just mentioned her previous achievements. Do you believe anyone is more suitable than her? His voice is slow, imbued with a soothing quality. Zhu Jiexu presses his lips together, taking a deep breath as if bracing himself. I dare not voice any objections, but outside, it's said that she was dismissed from Ronli, and her intentions in coming to Mingyi are clearly ulterior. She seeks to take revenge on Ronli. Moreover, her relationship with her former superior is ambiguous. I do not understand why President He insists on bringing her to Mingyi, but her presence will surely tarnish the company's reputation. I do not wish for Mingyi to be embroiled in scandal because of her. I am only looking out for President He and Mingyi. As he faces He Zheng's languid expression and increasingly dark and cold gaze, Zhu Jiexu's voice grows ever softer. Clap. The pen in He Zheng's hand slips, falling onto the table with a sound neither loud nor soft, causing Zhu Jiexu to shudder and fall silent. The vast conference room is enveloped in an eerie silence. Shen Yifan internally sighs. This fellow is digging his own grave. He Zheng's expression is stern, his piercing gaze swirling with the tempest before a storm, on the verge of speaking when unexpectedly Wen Ruan, who had been silent, calls out to him. President He Zheng turns to look at her. Wen Ruan tilts her delicate chin, smiling as she asks, I am now the director of the 5th department, correct? Their eyes meet, and He Zheng discerns the subtle implication in her gaze. This is a minor issue. I can handle it, do not feel the need to step in. His expression remains grim, yet he softens his demeanor when looking at her. Indeed, you are appointed by me personally. At Mingyi, my word is law. As he utters the last sentence, his gaze casually sweeps over Zhu Jiexu, who feels a chill run down his spine under He Zheng's scrutiny, instinctively hunching his shoulders and lowering his head. Then I am officially on duty now. Wen Ruan gestures towards Zhu Jiexu, addressing He Zheng. This Zhu vice director is part of my 5th department. President He, may I have 5 minutes to address some internal conflicts? He Zheng leans back slightly, responding slowly. Granted. The long rectangular wooden conference table, with positions labeled director around it, has the department's vice positions in the back. ROW. In the strange silence, Wen Ruan supports herself on the table, her toes tapping lightly on the ground as she swivels her chair to face Zhu Jiexu directly. You are Zhu Jiexu, correct? On the way to the company from Qingyue Mansion, He Zheng had shown her the profiles of everyone in the 5th department. Zhu Jiexu, still standing, maintains a chair-esque distance between them, nodding in affirmation. Yes. Wen Ruan acknowledges, bringing up his earlier remarks about her ambiguous relationship with her former superior and questioning the origins of her past achievements. I am unsure why President He insists on bringing her to Mingyi. Wen Ruan echoes his 3 points before offering him a suggestion. Vice Director Zhu, why speak so delicately? Just say it plainly. My previous achievements were a result of climbing into Jiang Qingyan's bed. And now my presence at Mingyi is due to climbing into President He's bed. Just say it outright. You lost to a woman who leveraged her body to ascend. Chapter 51, President He is my first love. Wen Ruan's words hang in the air, plunging the entire conference room into an atmosphere of bizarre silence. No one anticipated her to be so unreserved. Zhu Jiexu certainly did not foresee Wen Ruan directly confronting the matter he intended to use to embarrass her, leaving him in turn feeling embarrassed. Although he indeed harbored such thoughts, he would never admit it. I did not mean it that way. It's merely what's being said outside. I only wanted to look out for Mingyi and inform President He of the situation and my concerns. I believe it is unnecessary for President He to let the entire company fall into a quagmire of public opinion for your sake. He Zheng chuckles softly, so I should thank you, although he smiles. His voice is cold and piercing, the veins in his clenched fist visibly throbbing, unmistakably indicating his struggle to contain his anger. Zhu Jiexu senses the chilling atmosphere and dares not meet He Zheng's gaze. Lowering his head and speaking cautiously. I joined Mingyi right after graduation. President He has treated me well, and I have always regarded Mingyi as my own family. I genuinely wish for Mingyi's best. He Zheng snorts derisively, casting a glance at him before returning his focus to Wen Ruan. He understands she can resolve the matter and recognizes her desire to handle it herself, which is why, despite the urge to hurl Zhu Jiexu out the window, he restrains himself. Wen Ruan narrows her eyes at Zhu Jiexu, a smile playing on her lips. Before coming here, I reviewed the 5th department's records. In the past 2 years, not a single worthwhile project has emerged. The projects handled are mostly those filtered out by the other 4 teams, and the few that barely made it through either resulted in losses or yielded negligible profits. Consistently at the bottom, the fifth department is the most dismal team in the entire investment division. I was intending to hold a departmental meeting after the regular meeting to analyze the reasons. But now that meeting is unnecessary. I already know the reason. She points at Zhu Jiexue. The fifth department is in such disarray because of you and Qianwei, two fools, being publicly labeled a fool by a woman younger than himself. Zhu Jiexue's expression darkens instantaneously, his imposing height suddenly feeling oppressive. What do you mean by that? Wen Ruan, unperturbed, crosses her legs, arms folded across her chest, reclining slightly, her demeanor exuding more authority than his despite being seated. Why did Qianwei leave? Because he was bribed by Yao Tianyu and became a traitor. As for you, within 5 minutes, you repeatedly commit major workplace faux pas, displaying low emotional intelligence and a lack of intellect. With you and Qianwei as the leaders, how could the fifth department possibly thrive? Zhu Jiexue's face twists in anger as he retorts, who are you calling low in emotional intelligence and lacking in brains? Taking a step forward as he speaks, unbeknownst to him, Yu Yang had received instructions from He Zheng to approach Wen Ruan the moment she confronted Zhu Jiexue, moving stealthily toward her. At this moment, he sidesteps in front of Wen Ruan, blocking Zhu Jiexue's view, and warns coldly, Vice Director Zhu, please remain calm. As He Zhen's subordinate, Yu Yang is obedient only to He Zheng, and no one in the company dares to offend him. Zhu Jiexue, realizing his impulsiveness, steps back upon seeing Yu Yang. Apologies, my legs are a bit weak from standing. Why? Yu Yang slightly nods, retreating a step, but he does not leave. Instead, he stands beside Wen Ruan, maintaining a rigid posture. Hands placed before him like her bodyguard, the others glance at Yu Yang, then at He Zheng at the head of the table, calculating the implications. Why? Yu Yang's actions reflect He Zheng's intentions. It is clear that He Zheng is entirely supporting Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan glances at Yu Yang without saying a word, leaning back casually as she smiles at Zhu Jiexue. Feeling weak, are you? Then perhaps you should sit down. Constantly looking up at you is tiring for my neck. It would be more comfortable for you to take a seat. Zhu Jiexue, with his pride wounded, sits down without a word. Observing his demeanor, Wen Ruan smiles faintly. What? Are you unsatisfied? If so, hold it in. She continues, firstly, I was brought in by President He, and the appointment notice has been issued. Regardless of your dissatisfaction, you should not publicly question President He's decision. That is your first mistake. Secondly, I am now the director of the fifth department. You ought to address me as Director Wen, rather than referring to me as you during a company meeting, thereby humiliating your superior with external rumors. Zhu Jiexue's face flushes, unable to counter her points, resorting only to nitpicking her choice of words. External rumors. How can we be certain they are just rumors? At last year's celebration banquet for Rongli, Jiang Qingyan publicly acknowledged that your relationship with him was questionable, and then there's President He, sensing the gaze sweeping over from the head of the table, he hesitates, lowering his head. At last night's soiree, you mentioned that you had been in seclusion for over half a year, only to join due to the generous salary offered by President He. How could that be? When you departed from Rongli, you received a staggering compensation of 100 million. With such a vast sum, you could lead a comfortable life without ever needing to work again. Would you truly return to Rongli for mere remuneration? Either your relationship with President He is questionable, or your intentions for coming to Mingyi are suspect. 100 million in compensation. As this revelation echoed in the deathly silent conference room, gasps filled the air. And all eyes turned incredulously towards Wen Ruan. During her absence, rumors had indeed circulated in the industry, suggesting that Rongli had offered her an exorbitant sum, which is why she had vanished. Goodness, 100 million truly qualifies as an astronomical figure. Upon hearing this, Shen Yifan exchanged a glance with He Zheng, who then shifted his gaze to Wen Ruan. She too turned to meet his eyes, playfully winking at him. Their brief exchange of glances was followed by Wen Ruan turning back to Zhu Jiexue, a smile playing on her lips, enigmatic yet teasing. The compensation from Rongli was never disclosed publicly. How did you come by this information? Deputy Director Zhu, you wouldn't happen to be a mole for Yao Tianyu? Like your former superior, would you? Otherwise, how could you possibly know about the compensation? Zhu Jiexue abruptly looked up, his expression betraying a hint of panic as he instinctively replied, how could I be a mole for Yao Tianyu? I heard it from someone. He hurried to explain. Rongli is such a large company that not everyone can keep their lips sealed. I heard it from a friend. He has alumni working at Rongli. Wen Ruan chuckled, elongating her tone. Well, don't be so tense. I was merely jesting. Zhu Jiexue averted his gaze, insisting he was not anxious. Another wave of silence washed over the conference room. He Zheng resumed playing with his pen, the cap occasionally tapping against the table, the rhythmic sound echoing like a hammer striking at the hearts of those present. The tension in the room was palpable, with everyone casting furtive glances at He Zheng's expression. Sitting as stiffly as needles yet unable to suppress their innate curiosity, they feared the boss's wrath, knowing that his anger would make life difficult for everyone, yet they were irresistibly drawn to the gossip at hand. They hoped Zhu Jiexue would delve deeper and unearth more explosive news, as they were intrigued by the nature of Wen Ruan's relationship with Jiang Qingyan, and even more so, why President He was so fixated on Wen Ruan. Apart from He Zheng and Shen Yifan, it was clear that the entire Mingyi team was curious about her past. She had nothing to hide and was prepared to acknowledge it openly. I was indeed involved with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years. I believed we were in love, while he perceived it as a mere arrangement of adult needs. Regardless of who was lying, what does it matter? She directed her gaze at Zhu Jieshi. I was 26 when I got together with him, and he was 28. We were both adults, entangled for 3 years. He was my only man, and I was his only woman. There was no third party involved, nor did we infringe upon anyone else's affairs, and certainly, we committed no crime. So why should this become my dark history? What right do you have to use this against me? How does it concern you? She continued. As for my relationship with President He, Wen Ruan pointed at He Zheng, a slow smile spreading across her face. Let us not even discuss my current relationship with President He. Even if we weren't above reproach, he is single, and I am single. If we were to engage intimately, as long as we both consent, it is hardly a crime, is it? Why do you have so many objections? What business is it of yours? The room fell silent, stunned by her directness. Wen Ruan then turned her attention back to Zhu Jieshi. However, you did utter a truth earlier. My intentions for coming to Mingyi are indeed not pure. I have ulterior motives. Zhu Jieshi's heart raced as he looked at her, ready to speak, yet he was caught off guard by her next words, his eyes widening in shock. There is something many are unaware of. In fact, President He is my first love. Wen Ruan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it sent a shockwave through everyone present. He Zheng, who had been seething with anger at Zhu Jieshi, suddenly found himself frozen, his heart racing as his mind spun in chaos. Why was she suddenly bringing this up? Hadn't she always been reluctant to mention it? Hadn't she shunned the idea of publicly acknowledging his identity? Turning her chair towards He Zheng, her sparkling eyes locked onto his, she addressed the entire conference room. President He and I dated during our senior year of high school. We were together for a brief period before parting ways. We had promised to stay in He Zheng for university, but due to family circumstances, I deceived him during the application process and secretly enrolled at Rongqing University. When the acceptance letter arrived, he was furious and cried. Looking back, I do feel quite remorseful towards him. At that time, I was rather thoughtless, caught up in family disputes, wanting only to escape He Zheng without considering his feelings. After their breakup, he attended He Zheng University while I went to Rongqing University, where I encountered Jiang Qingyan. I thought I loved Jiang Qingyan, so I joined Rongli, returning to He Zheng, a city I despised. For him, she gazed steadily at He Zheng, a smile gracing her lips as her voice grew slower. Returning to He Zheng due to work, I reunited with President He. Upon seeing him again, I realized I still had feelings for him. After all, he was my first love, the first person I ever liked, leaving a profound impression. He Zheng tightened his grip on the pen, his jaw clenching, barely managing to conceal his tumultuous emotions. He was my first love. Her bright eyes occasionally winked in his direction as she spoke of affection, yet her gaze held little warmth. He Zheng knew her all too well. At this moment, he had already surmised her intentions. She was deliberately saying this, yet his heart raced uncontrollably, especially upon hearing her next statement. In truth, I have always been mistaken. I believed I loved Jiang Qingyan, but I had merely confused gratitude with love. My true love has always been President He. Chapter 52. What are you angry about? The morning meeting at Mingyi required attendance from all department heads and above, with only 26 present, excluding those on business trips who could not return. At this moment, all eyes darted around the room. Speechless, the atmosphere as silent as if no one were there. President He is my first love. President He and Wen Ruan had dated. These two had been at odds since entering the industry, with He Zheng snatching opportunities from Wen Ruan, who had in turn intercepted his. Their fierce rivalry felt more like a battle than a romance. When the acceptance letter arrived, he was furious and cried. President He cried. Many seasoned employees of Mingyi, who had grown alongside the company, knew that during its most challenging times, President He had endured social engagements to the point of vomiting without shedding a tear. He had faced numerous crises without breaking down. The day after securing the Mingyi building, he was rear-ended by Yao Tianyu's car, a near-fatal incident, and even then, he had not shed a single tear. This tough man could endure mental torment, real-world pressures, and physical pain, yet he cried over a broken heart. It seemed implausible. Perhaps it was due to their youth. I thought I loved Jiang Qingyan, but I had simply mistaken gratitude for love. My true love has always been President He. So, did this mean that her arrival at Mingyi was not for revenge against Rongli, but rather for President He's sake? Was she confessing to him at this very moment? Or had they already been together and were now making it public? As the crowd speculated, when Ruan spoke again, I realized I loved President He 2 years ago when I heard he was in a relationship. I felt miserable all night, and that was when I understood who I truly loved. However, I was already with Jiang Qingyan, and he had a girlfriend as well, so I decided to make things work with Jiang Qingyan. In the end, when Jiang Qingyan's first love returned, I wasn't as heartbroken as I expected. In fact, I felt relieved. After the celebration banquet at Rongli, President He was single, and I was single too. But I didn't dare pursue him because of my tarnished reputation, so I ran away. I went into seclusion to calm my feelings for President He. Yet, during this past half year, I found myself thinking of him more and more, which led me to confess to him, but he rejected me. I refused to give up and told him I could secure IUA technology. At last night's gathering, when it was said that President He had offered me a high salary, It was merely President He saving face for me. He agreed to my joining because we had an understanding. Wen Ruan stated this, simultaneously making a promise that if I can secure IUA technology, President He will allow me to stay at Mingyi to pursue him. If I fail, I will leave IUA technology. The expressions of the crowd varied, particularly the director of the investment department, whose countenance darkened recently. A new type of VR glasses had emerged on the market, and with the promising prospects of the VR gaming industry, IUA technology had indeed garnered attention. To it was only natural for President He to be interested. However, the fifth department had always dealt with the remnants of the others. It seemed unlikely they would be involved. IUA technology was originally his plan to discuss with President He after this morning's meeting, but now the project had been snatched away without his knowledge in the conference room of 26 people. The silence was so profound that one could hear each other's breaths. Throughout, it was Wen Ruan speaking, while He Zheng remained silent, leading everyone's gaze to converge upon him, awaiting his response. Wen Ruan also looked towards him, her clear eyes meeting his, which glimmered with a chilling light. The man sat upright, his expression inscrutable as he stared at her. The smile that once graced his lips completely vanished. His grip on the pen tightening to the point of distortion. Was he angry? Wen Ruan was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that, due to their unspoken understanding, he would be able to discern her intentions. According to his usual demeanor following her heartfelt confession, he would likely respond with an air of arrogance, saying something like, "Devote more thought to AIU, if you can't secure him, then leave." She would then acquiesce. And he would proceed to announce the agenda for the day's meeting, brushing aside that segment. Now, however, he was visibly upset and did not acknowledge her words. A wave of embarrassment washed over Wen Ruan. Though she maintained a composed exterior, vigorously blinking at him in an attempt to catch his attention, He Zheng's gaze remained fixed on her, his dark eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions, casting a shadow of discontent that seemed poised to engulf her. Shen Yifan, perplexed by Wen Ruan's unexpected display, noted that she hadn't forewarned him about it. In his astonishment, he glanced sideways at He Zheng, immediately sensing something was amiss, although he was uncertain of the circumstances. Shen Yifan felt compelled to alleviate Wen Ruan's discomfort. Just as he prepared to speak, He Zheng made an abrupt move. He leaned back, crossing his long legs in a relaxed manner, his inscrutable dark eyes locking onto Wen Ruan's. A smirk playing on his lips, exuding a blend of languor and mischief. If you manage to win over AIU, I'll consider letting you pursue me, he declared. Wen Ruan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Managing a smile as she thanked Mr. He. He Zheng regarded her with a penetrating gaze before diverting his attention back to Shen Yifan. Completely baffled by the interaction between the two, Shen Yifan found himself momentarily jolted back to reality by He Zheng's dark, silent stare, which seemed to urge the meeting to continue. Clearing his throat, he resumed, "Let us get back to the agenda. The meeting today requires us to be pragmatic and adhere strictly to the plan. We shall begin with department heads reporting on last week's work and this week's plans, starting with the finance department." The meeting commenced at 9 and concluded at 11. Although many were still preoccupied with the sensational developments surrounding Wen Ruan and He Zheng, the urgency of the Monday workload prevailed. With He Zheng's limited presence in the company, the executives closely followed him out of the conference room, engaging in discussions along the way before directly accompanying him into his office to continue their conversations. Meanwhile, staff members laden with documents queued to obtain his signature for those requiring personal explanations, while others simply deposited their papers with his secretary outside his office. Wen Ruan watched as He Zheng was surrounded by colleagues. Ultimately missing her chance to inquire about his earlier anger, dismissing it for the moment, she resolved to ask him later. Shen Yifan, originally tasked with familiarizing her with the environment, received a call from his mother just after exiting the meeting. She informed him that Cheng Shuang insisted on being discharged from the hospital, urging him to hurry there. After Shen Yifan departed, Yu Yang guided Wen Ruan on a tour of the company. The 32nd floor housed the employee cafeteria, while a small booklet detailing the company's rules and regulations could be found on the desk in her office, outlining dining hours. The 33rd floor served as a communal space for new employee training and interdepartmental meetings, featuring a gym and a series of restrooms for those working overnight. The 34th floor was designated for administrative departments, including human resources and public relations, followed by the 35th floor, which hosted the legal department, finance department, risk control center, fund management division, and auditing department. On the 36th floor, she had already visited Mr. He's office. Moving further, she encountered the secretary's office and Shen Yifan's office. A section of the building was dedicated to the investment management division, comprising 5 teams. Currently, the 5th division had the fewest members, totaling 5, including her and Zhu Jiaxiu. Asu Young prepared to escort Wen Ruan to the 5th division and show her to her office. He received a call from He Zheng when Ruan had just finished surveying the layout when Yu Yang hung up, informing her, "Mr. He requests your immediate presence. He has something to discuss with you." The urgency of the request led Wen Ruan to believe it was a matter of great importance, prompting her to move quickly. She knocked on the door and called out, "Mr. He." Upon hearing a muffled "come in," She entered, but before she could locate He Zheng, her wrist was seized, and she was pulled into his embrace with a forceful motion. The door slammed shut behind her, and she found herself pinned against it. Her head pressed back, a shadow looming before her. The heat of his lips was searing, rendering Wen Ruan momentarily frozen. She blinked in shock, her gaze meeting his, which burned with a feral intensity, cold and chaotic. He was still angry, his predatory eyes seemed intent on devouring her, his expression fierce, his actions even more so. The kiss was aggressive, his tongue forcing its way past her lips, an impatient assault, a raw and unrestrained expression of desire. As Wen Ruan came to her senses, she instinctively tilted her head to evade his kiss, her voice trembling with urgency. At He Zheng, what is wrong with you? Please calm down and let me go. She attempted to push him away. But he glared at her with eyes aflame with frustration and a mix of obstinacy and distress. In her moment of panic, he grasped her chin, turning her face towards him with a roughness that left her reeling. And kissed her again. The more she struggled, the more fervently he pursued her, pressing her entirely against the door, his lips and tongue demanding compliance. The raw intensity of the young man's hormones was overwhelming. And though Wen Ruan did not recoil from it, she found his technique lacking. Rather, it was quite terrible that he seemed to rely solely on brute force, devoid of finesse, as he devoured her lips. The only consolation was that he cradled the back of her head, preventing her from injury. Unable to break free from his hold, she was rendered entirely immobile, and the clumsiness of his kisses left her tongue aching, confused by his sudden aggression and unaware of the reasons behind his anger. Wen Ruan pondered that since the situation had escalated, it might be better to find a way to make it more bearable. So, amidst the tempest of He Zheng's emotions, she opened her mouth, turning her resistance into acquiescence. As the storm subsided, the fierce kiss transformed into something more tender and lingering. Under her guidance, He Zheng discovered a hint of technique, gently savoring her lips with a newfound softness. Time slipped away, and eventually He Zheng broke the kiss but did not release her, resting his forehead against her shoulder, gradually quelling the tumultuous fire raging within him. Wen Ruan finally drew in a breath of fresh air, her body feeling weak, lacking the strength to push him away. After a moment of deep inhalation, she regained some vigor and delivered a firm slap on his back, her teeth clenched in frustration. He Zheng, what are you so angry about? Chapter 53. He Zheng's white moonlight. Wen Ruan genuinely did not understand what had provoked He Zheng's anger. On their way from Qingyan Mansion to the company, He Zheng had shown her the 5th Division's information while casually introducing its operations. When mentioning Zhu Jiexiu, he had expressed his suspicions that Zhu might be affiliated with Yao Tianyu. Thus far, both he and Shen Yifan merely entertained doubts about him, lacking concrete evidence. Shen Yifan had assigned someone to keep an eye on Zhu, who had been notably cautious and inactive. However, the previous night, Zhu had met with Yao Tianyu. The nature of their conversation was unknown, but based on Wen Ruan's understanding of Yao Tianyu, she surmised that upon her arrival at Minghe, if Zhu Jiexiu were indeed Yao's pawn, he would likely orchestrate some disruption to undermine her entry, as Yao would certainly prefer she not join Minghe, as Zhu Jiexiu had indeed made a move. A rational person would never publicly challenge their superior unless they were ready to resign, yet Zhu had deliberately brought up her past with Jiang Qingyan and mentioned her compensation, clearly attempting to sabotage her aspirations for a directorial role without leaving himself an escape route. It was evident that he was, indeed, Yao Tianyu's agent. Why had Wen Ruan suddenly confessed her feelings to He Zheng? Her words had been directed at the people in Minghe. Zhu Jiexiu had forced her hand up. He had pointed out something astute. From the perspective of Minghe's employees, her reputation was tarnished. In such a vast city as Haichang, there were countless talents more qualified than she. Minghe did not depend on her, and He Zheng had no obligation to jeopardize the company's standing in a public relations crisis on her behalf, while they might not dare to openly discuss their boss. Whispers about her relationship with He Zheng would surely circulate. This concern extended beyond Minghe. The outside world, filled with onlookers eager for scandal, would not hesitate to draw sordid conclusions, even if her relationship with He Zheng was entirely innocent. After all, last year's celebratory banquet had seen Jiang Qingyan declare adults require their own needs, and that had already painted her with a brush of moral ambiguity in today's society, even if she were blameless. Once smeared with scandal, it was nearly impossible to cleanse oneself of the stigma. He Zheng's acceptance of her would invite speculation that she had climbed into his bed, leading many to believe he was merely infatuated. Rather than allowing He Zheng to suffer the same reputational damage, it would be wiser to draw all the fire onto herself, framing it as her pursuit of He Zheng, reducing him to a mere figure acting out of self-interest. This way, the employees of Minghe would find solace in knowing their revered Mr. He had not been dragged down by a woman of dubious character. He remained rational and resplendent. Moreover, if Zhu Jiexiu brought this issue to Yao Tianyu, then Yao Wei would also be informed. When He Zheng visited Yao Wei later that afternoon, it was unlikely he would face severe reproach, for He Zheng had taken in someone who bore no grudge against Minghe and posed no threat of retaliation. Regardless of how many would choose to believe her on the surface, everyone would be satisfied. Therefore, she could not fathom what He Zheng was so upset about inside the office. Once Wen Ruan articulated her thoughts, The once warm and intimate atmosphere chilled abruptly. He Zheng lifted his head from her shoulder, standing rigidly, his body tense with anger, the veins on his temples bulging ominously. Wen Ruan's heart raced as she feared he might strike her. "What are you so angry about?" she began, but her words faltered mid-sentence, her cheeks flushing crimson as she realized he genuinely intended to hit her, that scoundrel, while holding her tenderly during their kiss. He had shown care for her safety, but now, seizing her shoulders, he spun her around and pressed her against the door. A sharp slap rang out as his palm struck her backside. The force was neither overwhelming nor feeble. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, resonating with her as the recipient. He clenched his jaw in frustration, his tone ferocious enough to suggest he might devour her whole. Is everyone satisfied, and what about you? Have you considered your own feelings? Have you forgotten the online harassment from last year? The matter with Jiang Qingyan is not yet fully resolved, and now you declare your intention to pursue me? What will they think of you, that you are fickle? Wen Ruan was momentarily taken aback. Was that what he was angry about? She remained indifferent. After all, she was already mired in muck, unaffected by the slanderous words and rumors. Why should she care what he felt angry about? A slap on the rear brought a twinge of pain, and with his grip on her shoulder, Wen Ruan found herself unable to turn around. Resorting to biting her tongue and calling out to him, "He Zheng, you had better let go of me right now, or I swear, I will truly become furious." He Zheng ignored her completely, lost in his own tempest of emotions. "You don't care? What gives you the right to disregard it? Your reputation is of no consequence. Do you think I don't care while I am deeply invested in you, offering you a generous salary? Waiting for you for 6 months, just to subject you to this indignity?" His frustration mounted as he spoke, and he raised his hand to deliver another slap, cautious not to strike too hard given the thin fabric of her summer attire. His hand struck lightly, yet his words were laced with venom. "You do as you please without even giving me a heads up. I wanted to confront you then and there, but I feared you'd turn against me and storm out of Mingi. Do you think I would indulge your reckless behavior? You heartless fool, you take advantage of my fear of your anger, tormenting me daily. I have been suffering in silence for half a day, wanting to lash out at anyone, and yet you remain oblivious to the reason behind my anger, still daring to question me." For the first time in her life, Wen Ruan had been struck on the backside by a man. The embarrassment washed over her like a wave, a visceral sense of physiological shame. Just as she opened her mouth to retaliate, He Zheng released her, his voice hoarse and heavy. "What transpired in the conference room today will remain confidential. Apart from the 26 individuals present, no one else at Mingi will learn of it." When Ruan understood, he was issuing a gag order, signaling that today's events should be regarded as if they never occurred. Externally, he would still pursue her, insisting on bringing her on board with a lucrative offer. She straightened herself against the doorframe, turning to face him. The shame lingered on her visage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He Zheng's expression was stormy, a tempest of unspoken emotions swirling within his dark gaze. Their eyes met, but he was the first to look away, turning towards the sofa and settling down. He retrieved a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table, inserting the cigarette into his mouth and igniting it. As he inhaled deeply, the thin veil of smoke revealed that Wen Ruan had yet to leave, prompting him to issue a cold dismissal. "You've been to the office with Yu Yang, right? Return to your office and don't linger here to provoke me. The sight of you now makes me want to strike you." Wen Ruan remained silent. He Zheng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly noon, mealtime approaching. With the cigarette clenched between his teeth, he continued, "I have a luncheon engagement shortly. Shen Yifan is absent, so I will leave Yu Yang behind to take you to lunch. Your office lacks a break room. If you wish to rest, let Yu Yang bring you here. I have a bed." His words trailed off, for Wen Ruan had already moved closer and taken a seat beside him. She was merely half an arm's length away, leaning slightly towards him, her gaze unwavering. "Why did you kiss me earlier? He Zheng, do you have feelings for me?" Her question was refreshingly straightforward. Under normal circumstances, He Zheng would shy away from such an admission, but perhaps the atmosphere was too charged, or perhaps the earlier anger had emboldened him. At that moment, he felt no inclination to suppress his true feelings. "And what if I were to say yes?" He leaned forward, his hand supporting his knee as he closed the distance and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice low and husky. "Wen Ruan, I do like you." Their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity, He Zheng observing her expression as she gradually straightened, her eyes drifting downwards to his left wrist. Suddenly, she inquired, "Where is your red string?" There was a rumor circulating within their circle about He Zheng, suggesting he had a revolving door of women in his life, fickle in his affections, yet he had worn the same red string on his left wrist for many years. Purportedly a gift from his white moonlight. Today, however, it was conspicuously absent. He Zheng followed her gaze to his wrist, recalling that he had sent it for maintenance, having worn it for so long, realizing the implication behind her question. He jerked his head up. When Ruan met his gaze, her smile radiant. "Sent for maintenance, so you will continue to wear it. He Zheng, your heart is not pure. I will not engage in a relationship with a man who has a white moonlight." When Ruan had never met his white moonlight, she only knew it was an old college classmate. Approximately 2 years prior, she had encountered He Zheng during an industry banquet. After several rounds of drinks, the conversation turned to a certain magnate's fourth marriage to his white moonlight, prompting someone to recall the rumors surrounding He Zheng and inquire about the story behind his red string. Jiang Qingyan had been present that evening when Ruan had been seated beside Jiang Qingyan while He Zheng faced them. As she leaned in to converse with Jiang Qingyan, she had lifted her gaze when the topic arose. He Zheng had raised his left hand, revealing the red string, his tone languid and nonchalant. Oh, what have you all heard about it? Immediately, others chimed in. It's said to be a gift from your white moonlight, right? You've worn it for many years. He Zheng had merely smiled, confirming, indeed, it was given to me by my white moonlight. People relish tales, especially those involving the romantic entanglements of capital titans. He Zheng had rarely discussed such matters before. But that night he had opened up and the atmosphere had buoyed, prompting a flurry of questions from the table. Was she a classmate? I first saw you wearing it years ago. It has been a long time. High school classmate? No, not high school. No, we didn't date in high school. College classmate? Yes. Why didn't you end up together? She was blind, didn't see my worth, and chose a man who was neither as handsome nor as wealthy as I. Laughter erupted as the group began to belittle his white moonlight, saying, with your qualifications, what woman wouldn't want you? She will surely regret it one day. He Zheng fiercely defended her, permitting himself to speak freely but forbidding others from doing so. He had even threatened to sever ties with anyone who dared to speak ill of her. Hearing Wen Ruan mention the red string now filled He Zheng with a sense of bitter helplessness. He felt as though he could strike himself. The red string was a gift from Wen Ruan, something he cherished dearly, yet she had completely forgotten about it. He had flaunted the red string before her on numerous occasions. Yet she remained oblivious, even asking him where he had purchased it. She had no recollection whatsoever, and he, consumed by his pride, dared not admit it was a gift from her. By that point in the banquet, he had already realized she was with Jiang Qingyan. They sat so close across the table, and he had felt an overwhelming urge to flip the table in a fit of rage. When he mentioned high school, it was as if she were denying any past connection with him, and when he referred to his white moonlight as a college classmate, he merely sought to salvage a shred of his dignity in her eyes. Alas, how much is dignity worth? He mused that he should have cast it aside long ago. In the office, He Zheng felt compelled to clarify, I was merely speaking off the cuff. The red string was actually from you. Before he could finish, Yu Yang knocked and entered, only to receive a frosty glare from He Zheng. Why? Yu Yang recoiled, his words caught in his throat, silently wondering what calamity had befallen He Zheng this time. He Zheng, maintaining a stern expression, ground his teeth and said, you had better have a matter of utmost urgency. Indeed, it was urgent. Why? Yu Yang first glanced at Wen Ruan before cautiously addressing He Zheng. The esteemed Jiang Qingyan is here. He wishes to see you. He is waiting at the door. Chapter 54, An unromantic relationship. Upon hearing that Jiang Qingyan had arrived, He Zheng instinctively turned to look at Wen Ruan. She appeared unperturbed. What are you looking at me for? He is here for you, not for me. He Zheng scrutinized her expression, relieved to see that she was indeed unfazed. He then turned back to Yu Yang. What does he want? Yu Yang replied, he claims he wishes to discuss a collaboration. A collaboration? He Zheng scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. Who would collaborate with him? Tell him to leave. Why? Yu Yang was about to exit when Wen Ruan interjected. Yao Tianyu would never seek you out for collaboration. Jiang Qingyan's presence here must be at Yao Wei's behest. He Zheng regarded her in silence. Wen Ruan continued, Yao Wei sent Jiang Qingyan to discuss a collaboration. Clearly aiming to mend fences with you, the projects he brings will undoubtedly be worthwhile. If you have no intention of collaborating, just pick 2 good ones and take them directly. Why refuse something for free? She smiled, her eyes sparkling. This could also deepen the conflict between father and son, and since Jiang Qingyan was the one delivering the proposal, even if it was under Yao Wei's orders, Yao Tianyu would surely be vexed. Let them engage in their own infighting. It would be quite delightful. He Zheng found himself in agreement with her thoughts. His sole concern was to prevent Jiang Qingyan from entering Mingyi, not wanting Wen Ruan to encounter him. He instructed Yu Yang, go tell him that I will be at the Yao family residence at 3 o'clock, have him bring the project directly there. With that, the expansive office was left with only He Zheng and Wen Ruan. The cigarette between his fingers had yet to burn out. He extinguished it in the ashtray, turning to look at Wen Ruan. His gaze settled on her lips, slightly swollen and glistening, the corners of her eyes tinged with red. Her face radiant with a rosy hue that made her appear irresistibly kissable. He Zheng recalled their earlier kiss, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his gaze. He was furious, just moments ago in the conference room. He had thought back to last year's celebration banquet at Ronli. She had stood on stage, pinned to the pillar of shame by a single word from her beloved, her hand trembling as she raised and lowered the microphone. Weeping inconsolably while the crowd reveled in her humiliation, she stood isolated, subjected to the scrutinizing glances of onlookers. It was much the same earlier. She had spoken her piece, awaiting judgment from the masses. Had she not blinked at him frantically, signaling for his support, he might have dragged her out of the conference room and scolded her for her words. After the meeting, surrounded by a throng of people, he had refrained from glancing in her direction, fearing he might lose control of his emotions. Later, Yu Yang mentioned that Shen Yifan had gone to the hospital to bring Cheng Xuan home. He asked Yu Yang to show her around the company to help her get acquainted. After much effort in dispersing the people in the office, he called her over, intending to have a serious conversation with her. However, as soon as the door opened, he lost control. Why did he lose control? He couldn't quite fathom it. The sound of her crisp, hurried high heels echoed in his ears, and with each impact of her heels against the floor, his inner agitation intensified, accompanied by a growing sense of regret. When Wen Ruan secretly went to Rongqing University, he resented her, yet he also thought it was for the best. High school had been stifling for Wen Ruan. Leaving Haicheng meant she was finally free, liberated from her mother's constraints. She would embrace a brand new life and should live it to the fullest, but now, she was not free, and even her personal life was under heightened scrutiny. In that fleeting moment when the door swung open, He Zheng's body reacted faster than his mind, and before he knew it, he had kissed her. It wasn't exactly a kiss, it was more an expression of his frustration. A way to let her know he was upset. He hadn't anticipated her reciprocation. As she gently guided him into the kiss, the taut string in his mind snapped, and he instinctively followed her rhythm. Savoring the moment, ultimately, he found himself unable to stop, fearing that his primal instincts would take over. He hadn't intended to hurt her. Her initiative in kissing him lightened his mood, and he was no longer angry. Yet she asked him what he was upset about. What was he upset about? She had never considered that he might worry for her or feel pain for her. That single question reignited the fury that he had managed to suppress in the conference room. He found it difficult to unleash his anger elsewhere, so he could only playfully pat her backside. Just then, Yu Yang's interruption brought He Zheng back to a state of calm, and he first offered an apology. "I apologize for kissing you without your permission and for playfully hitting you. If you're angry, feel free to retaliate." Retaliate? How could she retaliate? Kiss him back, hit his backside? Wen Ruan, after receiving his earlier reprimand, now understood that he was concerned for her and chose not to dwell on the matter. Let us return to our previous topic. The white moonlight. He Zheng immediately sat up straighter. They had ventured this far, and she had just kissed him of her own accord. This was the perfect opportunity for honesty. "The red string was the parting gift you gave me." Wen Ruan paused, nearly losing track of his train of thought. "Parting gift? I didn't give you anything." He Zheng urged her to think again, describing a beautifully packaged blue box. As she recalled his description, realization dawned on her. She smacked her forehead, remembering that it contained an apology letter, not a parting gift. Wen Ruan had a vivid recollection of the incident. When the acceptance letter arrived, her mother had thrown a fit, pressuring her to stay in Haicheng for a repeat year. She planned to head to Rongqing early. Not daring to face He Zheng, she felt that simply disappearing would be irresponsible, so she wrote him an apology letter, even purchasing an exquisite gift box to send it off the day before her departure. Just as she sent it, he had come to find her, but their conversation had ended in disappointment. At this moment, she suddenly realized, "Are you saying the string was a gift from me? Impossible. I wrote the letter myself and mailed it personally. It couldn't possibly be the red string." He Zheng, now agitated, insisted, "It was indeed the red string. It was from you." He Zheng remembered this detail more clearly than she did. After all, he had felt quite wronged at the time, feeling as though she had toyed with his emotions before leaving him behind. He had a bitter resentment towards her. When he received that box and saw her name on the delivery slip, he almost threw it away, yet he couldn't bring himself to do so. The box was as exquisite as she had described, but inside was indeed just a red string. At that moment, Shen Yifan had entered in. Upon seeing the string, made a teasing remark. "Oh, it looks like a string from a temple. A love knot. Who sent it?" At that time, he thought, what love knot? Surely she wouldn't be the one to toy with my feelings. Feeling guilty in purchasing a cheap safety string from a roadside stall. He should have thrown the red string away or burned it. Yet, he wore it. One insisted it was an apology letter, the other insisted it was a red string. Each believed their memory was infallible. After a lengthy dispute, He Zheng sighed first. "Wen Ruan, it's just a string." "Would I lie to you? There's no need for me to deceive you." Wen Ruan clicked her tongue. "Not necessarily. A man's words can be deceiving. When pursuing someone, not a single honest word escapes his lips. Your white moonlight hasn't looked back, yet you're now more interested in me." "Wait," He Zheng interrupted, correcting her choice of words. "Pursue, the term is rather unrefined. I genuinely like you. I sincerely wish to court you." Wen Ruan chuckled. "It's all the same. Last night, I applied medicine to your wound, and you reacted. Just now, you kissed me again. I'm not foolish. You have feelings for me now, but after the incident with Jiang Qingyan, I refuse to date a man who has a white moonlight. So, you're deliberately putting this white moonlight business on my shoulders to fish in troubled waters." "Thankfully, my memory is sharp." He Zheng was nearly amused to the point of exasperation. "I am truly more wrong than doughy." It was lunchtime, and when Ruan recalled that he had mentioned a lunch meeting earlier, she intended to bring their conversation to a close, leaning closer to him. She said, "I won't date a man who has a white moonlight," but she reached out and gently poked his firm chest through his shirt, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. "I am quite interested in your body. If you're agreeable, before your white moonlight returns to you, we could explore a relationship without romance. I am interested in your body. A relationship without romance." He Zheng slowly contemplated these two phrases, and suddenly, A realization struck him, causing his ears to flush crimson, his entire being feeling as if it were boiling. What you mean is, you don't want to date me, but you want to sleep with me? The question was too ambiguous, his tone wavering. Just as Wen Ruan was about to respond, there was another knock on the door. It was the finance director, reminding them that it was time for the lunch meeting that He Zheng was supposed to lead. Upon hearing the first knock, Wen Ruan stood up, bending closer to He Zheng before departing. I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. She was so close that their foreheads nearly touched. He Zheng dared not move, his heart racing, his throat dry. Wait for what? Wen Ruan leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear. Didn't we say we would try? She continued. If you cannot accept a purely physical relationship, then I will only assist you with your back. But if you can accept. She paused, leaning in closer, her warm lips grazing his earlobe. On your way back, stop by the supermarket, remember to buy tea. He Zheng's breath hitched, his handsome face turning beet red, the ear she had touched blazing with heat. He stared at Wen Ruan, nearly failing to recognize her. This woman had transformed entirely, her approach bold and direct, making it impossible for him to breathe. What should he do? He had intended to flirt with her, yet the tables had turned completely, but she was so alluring, he felt no sense of frivolity. He was filled with anticipation, yet, why did time seem to drag on so slowly? He longed for the night to arrive. Under the scorching sun, Jiang Qingyan found himself at the entrance of Mingyi building. Rejected. He looked up at the 36-story building, his gaze landing on the top floor, his mind echoing Yu Yang's words. He Zheng is currently busy. Director Wen is in his office. He is accompanying her for tea and has asked you to meet him at the Yao family mansion at 3 this afternoon. Director Wen is in his office, accompanying her for tea. Jiang Qingyan's thoughts wandered as he recalled the years spent dealing with He Zheng, who always harbored inexplicable animosity towards him. It wasn't the cautiousness of a business rival, it was pure disdain. Outside of work, he had never wronged He Zheng, leaving him puzzled about the source of that animosity. Now, it all made sense. Last year, during the celebration banquet, and this year's recognition event, He Zheng had always been quick to protect Wen Ruan, while it appeared he was at odds with Yao Tianyu. In reality, he was merely looking out for Wen Ruan. He Zheng must have feelings for Wen Ruan. This was the conclusion Jiang Qingyan had reached after a sleepless night. In truth, he shouldn't have come today. After Yao Man fell asleep last night, Yao Wei called him into the office to inquire about Wen Ruan's phone number. He explained that since Wen Ruan's project had been handed over to Yao Man, and Yao Man had ruined 2 contracts, he wanted to consult Wen Ruan to see if there was any way to salvage the situation, hence the need for her number. Yao Man had indeed ruined 2 significant contracts, but the number had been given to him by Xue Xiao. Last night, Wen Ruan had provided her new number to Lin Yu, and Xue Xiao had seen it from Lin Yu. He didn't know why he had saved that unfamiliar number. After listening to his explanation, Yao Wei had said nothing. Tom, Wen Ruan was a harmless ant, incapable of causing a significant stir. He Zheng's matters were of utmost importance, after He Zheng's background was exposed last night. Jiang Qingyan noticed that Yao Wei was quite pleased. He even proposed a collaboration between Mingyi and Ronli, now that the public was aware that He Zheng was indeed Yao Wei's son. The 2 brothers could no longer openly clash. After years of rivalry, it was time to reconcile. Yao Wei instructed him to organize the Ronli projects to see if there were opportunities for mutually beneficial collaboration with Mingyi Capital. It would take days to compile, yet he had come today. Why, perhaps it was half an hour ago when Yao Tianyu had suddenly entered his office, throwing his phone at him and gleefully playing a recording. Wen Ruan had come to Mingyi to report for duty today and had stated during the meeting that she had mistaken gratitude for love, claiming that she had always loved He Zheng. Mistaking gratitude for love, always loving He Zheng. Back in his car, Jiang Qingyan requested his assistant Chenyi's phone. Last night, Yao Man had deleted Wen Ruan's number, but he still remembered that string of digits. Using Chenyi's phone, he sent a message to Wen Ruan. I'm waiting for you at the Chinese restaurant at the corner of South Street, if you want to hear about the life and death of Zhang Tongtong's husband. Pan Rue, come. This is Jiang Qingyan. Chapter 55, No good people in the Yao family. At noon, He Zheng took the finance director out, while Wen Ruan followed Yu Yang to the staff canteen. Yu Yang first assisted her with the onboarding process, and the 2 arrived a bit later, finding the restaurant nearly filled to capacity. Here they come, there, beside Assistant Yu. A stir swept through the restaurant as nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Wen Ruan. The attendees from the morning meeting exchanged subtle glances upon seeing her, each harboring a myriad of thoughts, while those who had not attended the meeting remained simply curious about her. As the crowd scrutinized her, whispers and discussions ensued. Having endured the celebration feast for Ronli, when Ruan had grown immune to various stares, she ignored the commotion around her and followed Yu Yang toward the dining area. Just as she received the plate handed to her by Yu Yang, her phone buzzed. After glancing at it briefly, she returned the plate and turned to Yu Yang, saying, I need to step out for a moment. I won't be eating here. Why? Yu Yang had just lifted a bowl of lion's head meatballs when he heard her words and placed it down again. Oh, where are you going? Should I have the driver take you? No need, Wen Ruan replied, taking a few steps before pausing to look back. I'm going out to dinner with Jiang Qingyan. If you have no other engagements, would you mind accompanying me? Dinner with Jiang Qingyan? Yu Yang immediately set down the plate. Alright. As they observed her leave, the discussions in the restaurant intensified, particularly among the investment team. Nifei, noticing Wen Ruan's arrival, scooted inward to reserve a seat for her. Planning to call her over once she had chosen her meal, however, seeing her depart now left him feeling somewhat dejected. Hey, why did the boss leave? Zhang Qi, seated across from him, let out a cold laugh. Boss, you might be getting ahead of yourself. Be careful. Nifei shot him a glance. What do you mean? What do I mean? Zhang Qi sneered. Director Zhu has already packed his things and left. I hear he offended Wen Ruan at the meeting. How impressive, 1 day in, and he's already ousted a vice director. He lowered his voice, dripping with sarcasm, expelled by Ronli, then became Jiang Qingyan's lover for 3 years, only to be lured away by Director He with a high salary. Now, just as she steps into her new role, she's forced out a vice director. Is this woman really that simple? In such a vast city as Haicheng, is Mingyi truly in need of a notorious figure like her? Hardly. So why did Director He go to such lengths to recruit her and support her so fervently? It's evident her prowess extends beyond mere performance. All in all, let's tread carefully in the future. Nifei was aware of Zhu Jieshou's resignation. The morning's meeting had lasted until 11, but Zhu had left by 10, which many had witnessed. Shenzong had also exited, leading Zhu to his office. The two re-emerged at 10:30, after which Shen patted Zhu's shoulder and returned to the meeting room, while Zhu returned to the investment department, directly packing his belongings with a grim expression, ignoring anyone who inquired. He ripped off his name tag and tossed it onto the table, clutching his things as he departed, maintaining a stony silence throughout. With the meeting room door firmly shut, no one was privy to the details. But the small group buzzed with speculation. Later, someone mentioned that Zhu Jieshou had questioned Wen Ruan at the meeting, inciting Director He's ire. This rumor was credible, though the finer details remained elusive, although Nifei was aware of the situation. He did not agree with Zhang Qi's assertions. Director He is quite discerning. His recruitment of Wen Ruan must stem from recognizing her capabilities. As for her dismissal from Ronli, didn't you hear Director He mention it at the Ronli celebration? That was an issue with Ronli, and Director He certainly does not share that kind of relationship with Wen Ruan. So refrain from spreading baseless gossip. Zhang Qi took a bite of rice. Lifting his gaze to regard him with a malicious grin, what are you getting worked up about? Are you smitten with Wen Ruan too? With a loud thud, Nifei slammed his chopsticks down on the table. His expression darkening. Zhang Qi, are you out of your mind? Clean up your language. His forceful action sent the chopsticks flying, striking Zhang Qi on the mouth. Zhang Qi, holding his mouth in pain, retaliated by throwing his chopsticks at Nifei. You're the one who's crazy, can't take a joke. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Some attempted to mediate, others pulled out their phones to document the scene, while some remarked, wow, the investment department is certainly making waves today. An investment director arrives, a vice director departs, and now the staff are brawling. Wen Ruan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama in the employees' cafeteria. As Yu Yang drove her away from the Mingyi building, He Zheng called, why are you having dinner with Jiang Qingyan? What does he want with you? Just because he invited you doesn't mean you have to go. He surely has ulterior motives. Wen Ruan glanced at Yu Yang in the driver's seat. Why? Yu Yang met her gaze in the rearview mirror, his eyes apologetic. Wen Ruan had brought Yu Yang along precisely to report to He Zheng. So she was transparent with him. Jiang Qingyan mentioned he had something to discuss regarding Pan Rui. I just want to hear him out. Sensing the impatience in He Zheng's tone, she chuckled, are you jealous? Director He, there's no need for that. I don't believe in second chances. At that moment, He Zheng had just arrived at the private dining establishment on Jingwan Road No. 10 that he had arranged to meet with representatives from the bank and, having just settled into the private room, he received a message from Yu Yang. Director He, Jiang Qingyan has invited Director Wen to dinner, and she is preparing to go. After reading the message, he instructed the financial director to engage the others in conversation while he stepped out to make a call. Upon hearing Wen Ruan declare that she wouldn't be going back to her previous relationship, he mused to himself, am I not your past as well? Aren't you planning to dine with me tonight? Reflecting on the evening ahead, He Zheng's irritation began to wane, though he still felt a tinge of grievance. Wen Ruan, you heartless one, I just confessed my feelings for you, and you turn around to meet Jiang Qingyan for dinner. Can you blame me for feeling jealous? Wen Ruan laughed. Heartless? If I were truly heartless, I wouldn't have brought Yu Yang along. In his presence is to reassure you. Feeling slightly appeased, He Zheng inquired, are you really going? Yes, just to hear what he has to say. I'll be back after a brief meal. Upon hearing that he had already arrived at the restaurant, Wen Ruan urged him to hurry inside. Jiang Qingyan must genuinely have something important to discuss, and Yu Yang is with me, so you needn't worry. Please go in quickly. Shortly after ending the call, He Zheng sent another message. Wen Ruan assumed he had further instructions, but upon opening it, she found a selfie of him, taken at close range. He Zheng, if you take a closer look, you think I'm more handsome than Jiang Qingyan? Wen Ruan enlarged the image, noting the backdrop of Gingwan Road number 10, and recognized it as a recent photo. She chuckled silently. Leaving the message unread, the Chinese restaurant Jiang Qingyan mentioned was easy to find, located at the corner of South Street. The first time Wen Ruan visited was on the day of her interview with Ronli Capital. After the interview, Jiang Qingyan offered to treat her there. It was a cozy establishment run by a couple, with exquisite decor and dishes. They frequented the place often, with Jiang Qingyan usually picking up the tab, which gave her the confidence to pursue him. He certainly did not behave as if he lacked affection for her. She believed he was merely more reserved. As it turned out, his acting skills were exceptional, as he could easily feign affection when he didn't truly feel it. Jiang Qingyan chose a corner table away from the window, while Yu Yang did not follow them, opting to sit diagonally behind them, occasionally glancing their way as he called the waiter to place their order. Wen Ruan sat opposite Jiang Qingyan, who shot a glance at Yu Yang, smirking with a hint of mockery in his low, husky voice. "Are you really that insecure about Director He? You bring Yu Yang along just for a meal?" Wen Ruan flipped her phone face down on the table, chuckling lightly. "I asked Yu Yang to come. Given my relationship with Director Jiang, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to meet alone. With Yu Yang here, Director He can rest assured, and I can be at ease." She cut straight to the chase. Regarding the life or death of Zhang Tongtong's husband, Pan Rui. What does Director Jiang mean by that? Jiang Qingyan fell silent, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Wen Ruan. Compared to her radiant appearance at the previous evening's banquet, her makeup and attire today exuded a more intellectual and composed aura. When they first met, she was merely 18, now at 28, she would soon turn 29. He had witnessed her transformation from naivety to maturity, participating in each step of her growth. He had thought he understood her best, only to discover Director He is, in fact, my first love. Yao Tianyu had shared that recording with him, even sending it over out of sheer mischief. Throughout his journey from the company to Mingi, he listened to it repeatedly. The realization that Wen Ruan had once been involved with He Zheng astonished him. This was something she had never disclosed to him. Amidst the years of mutual scheming with He Zheng, he had never picked up on any signs that they had once been lovers. "I always believed myself to be your first love," Jiang Qingyan said, gazing at her. "Wen Ruan, you truly are remarkable. A first love? Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Wen Ruan paused, then quickly realized, "Oh, so you know about what I said in the meeting room." Reflecting on it, she surmised that Zhu Jieshou must have informed Yao Tianyu, who then related to him. Knowing this did not trouble her, she simply smiled at him. "Likewise, I always thought I was Director Jiang's first love." "You are impressive as well." The topic clearly lost its significance for further discussion, prompting Jiang Qingyan to switch to another matter, one that concerned him most. Do you mistake my kindness for love? Is your true love still He Zheng? Wen Ruan, that cannot be your genuine sentiment, can it? Jiang Qingyan had already placed the order prior to her arrival, and as Wen Ruan settled in, the dishes began to arrive, 4 courses and a soup, all tailored to her preferences. She was indeed hungry and, picking up her chopsticks, took a piece of lotus root. Hearing his question, she shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Of course it's genuine. Why is it acceptable for Director Jiang to harbor a white moonlight in his heart, while I cannot? Jiang Qingyan observed her as she chewed the lotus root thoughtfully, then after a moment of silence, leaned in to refill her cup with tea. "Wen Ruan, you do not love He Zheng. When you say that, it's merely an attempt to preserve his dignity within Mingi, to prevent Yao Wei from placing blame on him, redirecting the rumors onto yourself." Having known each other for so many years and having been together for so long, he had shaped her. He could see through her with a single glance. "You have made such significant sacrifices, presumably to utilize Mingi as a means of vengeance against me and to retaliate against Jiaoman. You feel a sense of guilt toward He Zheng and wish to consider him more. To do something for him. Wen Ruan, you need not bother. The compensation is sufficient for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Take the money and enjoy a peaceful life. There is truly no need for you to be embroiled in this matter. The Yao family harbors no virtuous individuals, and He Zheng, with the blood of the Yao family coursing through his veins, is hardly a paragon of goodness." Wen Ruan lifted her gaze, looking at him with a mocking expression. "Mr. Jiang, do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? The Yao family has no good people? Your beloved is the eldest daughter of the Yao family. Once you successfully marry into it, you too will be half a member of the Yao family. How can you then berate yourself?" Chapter 56. Do not anger Father Yu Yang's position was not far from Wen Ruan and the others, yet not too close either. When he entered, there was only this one vacant seat, so he had no choice but to sit here. He could not hear what they were saying, only that their conversation was not particularly pleasant. Unbeknownst to him what Wen Ruan had said, Jiang Qingyan's expression darkened considerably, his brows furrowed, his demeanor somber and serious, his hands resting on the table clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands distinctly visible. His phone buzzed with a message from Mr. He. "Are you finished?" Yu Yang was speechless, thinking to himself that they had only just begun serving the dishes. How could it be over so quickly? Mr. He sent messages every 10 minutes, displaying an excessive urgency. Why? Yu Yang replied. Mr. He, not yet. After sending the message, Yu Yang pondered for a moment, aimed his phone at Jiang Qingyan, took a photo, and sent it to He Zheng. Director Wen must have said something to infuriate Mr. Jiang this much. In the private room at number 10 Jingwan Road, He Zheng opened the photo sent by Yu Yang and enlarged it. Even through the photograph, one could discern Jiang Qingyan's suppressed emotions and the low pressure surrounding him, but He Zheng was well aware of Wen Ruan's knack for provoking others, as he had often been infuriated by her over the years. Wishing he could strike her yet always refraining, what exactly had Wen Ruan said to provoke Jiang Qingyan, a master of concealing his emotions to such an extent? While feeling secretly pleased, He Zheng recalled Wen Ruan's words. Jiang Qingyan mentioned he had matters to discuss regarding Pan Rui. I shall go and listen. Regarding Pan Rui is currently doing well. What could possibly be the matter? In the Chinese restaurant, Wen Ruan was disinclined to engage in trivial conversation with Jiang Qingyan. My relationship with He Zheng, whether I love him or whether he is a good person, has nothing to do with you, Mr. Jiang. You invited me today to discuss matters concerning Pan Rui. If you persist in bringing up unrelated topics, I shall take my leave. Jiang Qingyan fixed his gaze upon her, a cold smile escaping his lips. Are you saying that He Zheng has displeased you? Wen Ruan, do you truly believe He Zheng is a good person? Initially, you halted Jiaosu's plans, and both Dong Chao and Pan Rui rejected the second olive branch extended by Ronli, only to turn around and sign with fading investments that he had finally steered the conversation towards Pan Rui. Wen Ruan set down her chopsticks and looked up at him. Jiang Qingyan, are you aware that it was He Zheng who facilitated the connection between Pan Rui and fading investments? Wen Ruan was certainly aware. She had initially pleaded with He Zheng to save Zhao Ce.at first. She had no idea that He Zheng was in talks with fading, as she had departed from Haicheng following Ron Li's celebratory banquet. Her mind preoccupied with other matters, it was only when Zhang Tongtong video called her and mentioned the topic that she learned He Zheng had recommended fading investments. The facts had proven He Zheng's decisions correct. After fading investments signed with Jiaosu, the market share of Jiaosu soared as she had anticipated during the Ronli investment decision meeting. In fact, it exceeded expectations, due to a scandal that had erupted earlier in the year with Ling Yi Technology. Dong Chao, the founder of the fireworks studio, had become a victim. Nowadays, people delight in following trends and sympathizing with the weak, riding the waves of popularity. Mr. Zhao from fading investments was adept at manipulating public opinion. And after his intervention, Jiaosu experienced a surge in momentum last month. Pan Rui had also been instrumental. With the financial backing, he swiftly overcame another hurdle, recently upgrading Jiaosu once again. Fading had already begun to warm up for another market surge, with online predictions suggesting that Jiaosu's market share would surpass Ling Yi's former blockbuster. Wen Ruan could not fathom why Jiang Qingyan had brought this up. What are you implying? Jiang Qingyan replied. Mr. He Zhao from fading investments is notoriously astute and profit-driven. His pursuit is for maximum profit. His investment in Jiaosu is not merely to support it but to provide it with the finest packaging to sell it off. The next market surge for Jiaosu is likely in October, when the valuation will peak, and he will undoubtedly sell Jiaosu. Jiang Qingyan's gaze bore into Wen Ruan, his dark eyes shadowed with oppression. He Zheng is a shrewd individual. He cannot possibly be oblivious to this. If he genuinely wished to save Jiaosu, he had numerous avenues to assist, yet he deliberately chose fading investments, effectively inviting the wolf into the fold. Wen Ruan, you insisted on halting Jiaosu to avoid destroying Pan Rui's dreams. If fading sells Jiaosu, it would betray your initial intentions. You could not tolerate it then, can you now? Wen Ruan scrutinized him for a while, clicked her tongue, and suddenly laughed. Firstly, I do not comprehend why He Zheng would first save Jiaosu only to trap it later. However, do not ascribe the blame of inviting wolves into the fold to He Zheng. He Zheng introduced them to fading investments, rescuing them at a critical juncture. That is sufficient. You cannot expect He Zheng to oversee them for a lifetime. Secondly, indeed, my original intention was to assist Pan Rui, and I am doing so now. If Dong Chao is wise enough to secure the controlling rights, no one can sell Jiaosu. Thus, Pan Rui would remain unaffected. If Dong Chao cannot maintain Jiaosu, then it will be sold at the highest valuation, and as a shareholder, Pan Rui stands to gain immensely. As for the future, if Dong Chao cannot maintain the foundation he has built, it indicates his inadequacy. It would be better for Pan Rui to leave him sooner, whether to join a larger company or to start his own venture. Both paths hold promise. Wen Ruan sipped her tea and placed her cup back on the table with a measured weight. She raised an eyebrow at Jiang Qingyan, a smirk playing at her lips. Mr. Jiang, if you called me out today merely to say such words and sow discord between He Zheng and me, you are likely to be disappointed. At present, I am particularly fond of He Zheng. I can tolerate anything he does. Beneath Jiang Qingyan's gaze lay an undeniable shadow and turbulent undercurrents. He tightened his grip on the teacup, his voice tense. Wen Ruan, I am looking out for your well-being. He Zheng's background has already been revealed. He is destined to become ensnared in the mire of the Yao family. You should not involve yourself. Wouldn't it be better to change your profession and lead a simpler life? Why must you be so obstinate? I know I have wronged you. I apologize. What can I do to ease your anger? What do you desire? Tell me what you want. Wen Ruan smiled enigmatically. What I want, you cannot assist me with. Jiang Qingyan stared at her intently. You say that, as long as you do, I want to sleep with He Zheng. Wen Ruan watched as his eyes widened in shocked disbelief, her expression bright and cheerful. I want to sleep with He Zheng. You are not He Zheng, therefore you cannot assist me. With a crash, the glass cup in Jiang Qingyan's hand shattered, mirroring the fragmented reflection in his eyes, shattering without warning. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Wen Ruan followed Yu Yang to the parking lot. Along the way, she called Zhang Tongtong, inquiring when she would return to Haicheng. After overcoming the technical challenges with Jiaosu, Pan Rui had taken a rare half-month break, coinciding with the summer vacation, and had taken Zhang Tongtong and her daughter on a trip. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Tongtong was rushing her daughter towards the high-speed rail station, her voice somewhat breathless. We are heading back now. Almost at the high-speed rail station, Wen Ruan was taken aback. The high-speed rail station? Were you not driving there? What about Pan Rui? Do not mention him. He is still having fun with his mother and nephew. I brought Guagua back first. Zhang Tongtong was filled with frustration, her words tumbling out to, I will tell you more when I get back. I am about to miss the train. Wen Ruan did not press further. What time will you arrive? I will pick you up at 4. It was already 2:30. Calculating the time and distance, she would barely have a moment at the company before needing to leave. Wen Ruan instructed Yu Yang to take her directly to the high-speed rail station. I will personally request a leave from Mr. He. After you drop me off, you can resume your duties. Yu Yang had received the order from his boss. All instructions are to follow Director Wen's commands. Understood. Once in the car, Wen Ruan sent He Zheng a recording of her conversation with Jiang Qingyan, which she had recorded on her phone. Wen Ruan, remember to wear headphones. Also, please request a leave from Mr. He. I am going to pick up Zhang Tongtong and will not be at the company this afternoon. When He Zheng saw the message, he had just concluded his meal and was driving towards the Yao family's old residence. He requested headphones from the driver. Listening to the entire recording from start to finish, he initially felt angered that Jiang Qingyan would attempt to sow discord, but the more he listened, the more satisfied he became. At present, I am particularly fond of He Zheng. I can tolerate anything he does. I want to sleep with He Zheng. You are not He Zheng, therefore you cannot assist me. The final statement he replayed repeatedly until the car came to a stop at the Yao family's old residence. He Meizhu came out to greet him upon hearing the news, intending to offer a few words of caution, having prepared a plethora of advice to deter him from causing trouble today. However, her well-laid plans went awry. He Zheng was in high spirits, greeted her without a scowl, even raising his chin in a gesture of acknowledgement. Is it not hot outside? Hurry inside. He Meizhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Momentarily at a loss for words, though her tone was not gentle, he was concerned for her, he actually cared about her. Had the sun risen from the west, He Zheng ignored her further, following the astonished but composed housekeeper into the house, where Yao Wei awaited him in the study. The housekeeper led him directly to the study, respectfully inviting him in while also closing the door. Yao Wei sat on the sofa, calculating the time as he brewed tea. Upon seeing He Zheng enter, he gestured to the seat across from him. Welcome, sit down and taste this tea. It should suit your palate. He Zheng entered with a composed demeanor, crossing his legs as he sat down across from him. Diving straight into the matter at hand, let us speak plainly. Are you here to hold me accountable for revealing Yao Man's dark past at the gathering, or would you prefer to discuss my decision to invite Wen Ruan into Mingyi? Yao Wei placed his teacup before him and issued a direct command. After all, Man is your biological sister. It is truly unacceptable for you to assist outsiders in bullying her. She is at home, and you must apologize to her shortly. As for Wen Ruan, you must dismiss her. She cannot remain at Mingyi. He Zheng retorted. What if I choose not to apologize and refuse to terminate Wen Ruan? Yao Wei twisted a string of black prayer beads in his hand, his sharp gaze imbued with authority as he regarded He Zheng. The tension between father and son lingered in the air as they locked eyes for an extended moment. Yao Wei let out a gentle sigh. He Zheng, do not provoke your father's anger so often. You should be aware that if I truly become irate, your Mingyi will be unsalvageable. I possess ample means to acquire Mingyi. He Zheng scoffed. Acquire? Just like Rongli Capital. I've heard that Rongli Capital was formerly known as Genoa Capital. Your forced acquisition back then even led to the demise of Genoa's founder. So, what if I disobey? You intend to eliminate me as well? Outside, Yao Man, upon learning of He Zheng's arrival, descended the stairs to confront him. As she approached, she spotted Jiang Qingyan standing at the study's entrance, holding a pile of documents. His expression dark and inscrutable. Yao Man approached him. Qingyan, what troubles you? Why do you not enter? Chapter 57, You will bring her harm. Jiang Qingyan was dressed today in a soft white shirt, his stature tall and his black trousers accentuating his long straight legs. He stood quietly at the study door, an aura of chill surrounding him as though forbidding entry to strangers. It was unclear how long he had been there. Upon hearing her voice, he snapped back to reality, adjusting his thin gold-rimmed glasses on his prominent nose before turning to Yao Man, his tone gentle. I just arrived and was about to knock, having been soothed by her father the previous night and comforted for a lengthy period by Jiang Qingyan. Yao Man's anger had dissipated significantly. She had just awakened from a nap and still felt a bit groggy. Are you looking for my father? What is the matter? Before she could finish her sentence, The study door swung open unexpectedly from within. Yao Wei's gaze swept over Jiang Qingyan, assessing him. Qingyan, what brings you here? Jiang Qingyan glanced into the study. Mister, he asked me to meet him here at 3 o'clock. The housekeeper mentioned he was in the study, and I had just arrived, preparing to knock when Man showed up. Upon realizing He Zheng had sent him, Yao Wei turned to glance at He Zheng, who remained lounging casually on the sofa. Did you not instruct him to discuss collaboration with me? Then let us do so here. Once the terms are settled, you can sign directly, otherwise, when Yao Tianyu finds out, he will certainly explode, and if the deal falls through, it would merely be a waste of my time. Yao Wei shot him a glare before shifting his attention back to Jiang Qingyan, noting the documents in his hands with mild surprise. I only spoke to you last night, and you've already compiled them today. Jiang Qingyan replied respectfully. Yes, you mentioned urgency, so I organized a portion, thinking I would present it to Mr. He first. While they conversed, Yao Man had already approached the study, her freshly manicured fingers pointing accusingly at He Zheng, her face a mask of disdain and hatred. He Zheng, have you fallen under Wen Ruan's spell? Why do you continually oppose me on her behalf? He Zhen's smile was cold. Our grievances have nothing to do with Wen Ruan. You tormented a cat back in the day, and I merely set it free. You nearly whipped me to death. I have not forgotten that grudge. I simply find you irksome. Yao Man was taken aback by his audacity while still at the Yao family home, her complexion shifting from green to white as fury surged to her temples. Yao Wei interjected, enough of this banter. He turned to He Zheng, apologize to your sister. When He Zheng departed Mingyi, Wen Ruan had advised him against escalating matters with Yao Wei, suggesting that flexibility could resolve many complications. Apologies. He offered the insincere apology but then added, however, I will forever remember the grudge of you whipping me, so do not provoke me again. Yao Wei understood that for someone of He Zhen's disposition, uttering an apology was no small feat, and recognizing that He Zheng was doing this for his sake, he felt a degree of satisfaction. He patted Yao Man's shoulder affectionately. Man, He Zheng has always held grudges. It is commendable that he could apologize. Let us move on, shall we? I assure you no one will dare to discuss last night's events. Dad, Yao Man was unwilling to let the matter rest. He publicly humiliated me, and a mere apology suffices. Even without Wen Ruan, I despise her. He Zheng must dismiss Wen Ruan. Yao Wei sought to respond, but He Zheng interjected. Very well. Jiang Qingyan cast a sidelong glance at He Zheng, his surprise evident, only to witness He Zheng point at him, declaring, if you wish for me to dismiss Wen Ruan, you must compensate me with a Jiang Qingyan. Over the past years, Mingyi has endured significant losses due to her only, primarily because of Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan. Since these two have finally reached a breaking point, I must secure one of them. Yao Man, without a moment's hesitation, flatly rejected the idea. No, Qingyan is my fiancé. We are to be married soon. How could he go to Mingyi? He Zheng lounged lazily on the sofa, unperturbed, and proposed a second suggestion. If that won't work, then I will recruit Wen Ruan to Mingyi specifically to counter Jiang Qingyan. If you refuse to part with Jiang Qingyan, then let him leave lonely. Both sides would lose a key player. Fair is fair. Jiang Qingyan, that truly clever yet unscrupulous, shifting the conflict onto him and placing him in a precarious position. Yao Man remained resolute. No, Qingyan cannot resign. She had only just joined Rongli capital, and after enduring a monotonous life of luxury, she had just begun to relish the feeling of being addressed as manager Yao by a throng of followers. She had not yet had her fill of work, and having taken over Wen Ruan's department, she had already proclaimed her intent to outshine Wen Ruan. She had not yet proven herself. If Jiang Qingyan resigned, who would guide her? She did not desire a spineless husband at home. Her response was anticipated by He Zheng, who turned to Yao Wei. I have shown you courtesy by apologizing, and I have made several concessions regarding Wen Ruan. If that is unacceptable, it seems I am to bear all the losses. He rose from the sofa. Give me a clear answer. Either Jiang Qingyan leaves Rongli, or Wen Ruan departs Mingyi. Alternatively, if I retain Wen Ruan, then you can proceed to acquire Mingyi maliciously just as you did with Genoa capital, and we shall both be left in ruins. Upon hearing Genoa capital, Jiang Qingyan lowered his head to adjust his glasses, a shroud of gloom falling over his eyes. He Zheng entered with a platter of chilled fruit, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room and Yao Wei's grim expression. Instinctively, she scolded He Zheng. You little rascal, have you once more angered your father? She placed the fruit on the coffee table and playfully slapped He Zhen's arm. Apologize to your father. Upon noticing Yao Man's equally displeased expression, she added, and apologize to your sister. You aided an outsider in bullying her. This is simply outrageous. And that Wen Ruan, she is nothing but a calamity. Why have you brought her into our lives? He Zheng had initially ignored her, but upon her mention of Wen Ruan, his expression darkened instantly. He turned to Yao Man, casually stating, all your dark secrets were divulged to me by He Zheng. She has spoken extensively of your misdeeds. He Zheng, did she really say that? Perhaps she has complained a bit, but surely as his mother, there cannot be such a treacherous son. He Zheng barely had time to explain before Yao Man exploded, her furious gaze directed at her. I knew those secrets had to come from you. I suspected it was you last night, and now it is confirmed. He Zheng hurriedly sought refuge behind Yao Wei, No man, please allow me to explain that He Zheng is unjustly accusing me. Yao Wei, overwhelmed by the noise, and further agitated by He Meizhu's antics, chose to dismiss both women from the study once the door closed. The cacophony outside subsided, leaving the study in relative tranquility. Yao Wei, fingers still twisting the prayer beads, pointed at He Zheng, annoyance evident on his face. As long as you are present, there will be no peace. He Zheng nonchalantly reclined again. I did not wish to come. You insisted that I do so. Yao Wei seated himself opposite He Zheng, pressing his fingers against his temples. That if you wish to keep Wen Ruan, then let her stay. However, you must cease any further hostilities against Ronli. We cannot afford to appear foolish to the outside world. He Zheng shrugged. Mingyi and Ronli are competitors, and competition is inevitable. I can only guarantee that it will remain healthy competition. Devoid of malice. He added, of course, you must advise Yao Tianyu to refrain from treating me like a rabid dog. I will not instigate trouble, but I shall retaliate if provoked. This was the most significant concession he could offer. And Yao Wei's expectations for the day had been met, thus, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His brow relaxed slightly. Since we now acknowledge you as part of the Yao family, let us choose a date to formally introduce you to everyone. He Zheng took a sip of the tea Yao Wei had poured earlier, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I have no objections, but you must persuade your offspring. There remained much work to be done in terms of acknowledging He Zheng as family. Yet his willingness to compromise was a significant step forward. Yao Wei felt optimistic, glancing out to see Jiang Qingyan still standing there. Qingyan, come here, did you not have a project for He Zheng to review? Show him the project and discuss it with him. He Zheng selected two projects, one for himself and the other for collaboration with Ronli, ensuring that the terms heavily favored him. Yao Wei's primary objective was to facilitate cooperation between the two companies and thaw the external relations. So he was generous in negotiations. By the time their discussions concluded, it was already past 5 o'clock. Jiang Qingyan followed He Zheng out. The two vehicles came to a halt at the same location. Now advancing side by side. He Zheng cautioned him, since you have chosen Yao Man, you must suppress any lingering affections for Wen Ruan dare to disturb her again, and you shall see the consequences. Jiang Qingyan fixed his gaze ahead, the shadows behind his glasses deepening as he let out a soft sigh. You should be well aware of the treacherous depths of the Yao family. Why must you involve her, He Zheng? You will bring her harm. The one who endangers her is you, He Zheng retorted with a mocking smile. All her misfortunes are a result of your actions. Jiang Qingyan fell into silence. Prolonging this conversation would only lead to conflict, so he shifted the topic. Regarding the Genoa capital matter you mentioned earlier, you allege that Chairman Yao is engaging in malicious acquisitions. Such claims cannot be made lightly. What proof do you possess? He Zheng, hands tucked into his pockets, cast a disdainful glance at him. You haven't even become a part of the family yet. And you've already taken on the role of protector, truly a loyal hound. If you wish to know more, conduct your own investigation. As two cars approached, He Zheng suddenly recalled something before getting into his vehicle. He leaned slightly closer to Jiang Qingyan and, lowering his voice, remarked, Wen Ruan kissed me today, an enthusiastic kiss. Mind you, she intends to spend the night with me. What do you think? Am I the one winning? Or oh, what a dilemma. Jiang Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically, nearly prompting him to throw a punch. Zhang Tongtong had decided to return abruptly after a quarrel with Pan Rui, and in her haste, she forgot to bring her house keys. Wen Ruan took the mother and daughter to Qingyue residence. Guogua had fallen asleep during the journey, so Wen Ruan carried her to the bedroom before returning to the living room. Zhang Tongtong sat cross-legged on the sofa. Unable to cry in front of her daughter, having held back her emotions throughout the trip, and now, with her feelings surging, she sobbed for a long while before she could articulate her thoughts. Pan Rui's mother caused me a great deal of distress while she was hospitalized. It was the summer vacation, and he decided to take Guogua and me out for some fun. We were so happy, the three of us, but then, upon hearing we were out, his mother lamented that her eldest grandson was at home crying out of envy. Pan Rui, feeling guilty, drove to pick her up, which took 2 days in total. I want to mention that, but the real issue is how infuriating it is. Once she arrived, everything had to cater to her eldest grandson's whims, wherever he wanted to go. We had to go. He even snatched Guogua's things. Of being just a child, I tolerated it, but he deliberately pushed Guogua down the steps. We didn't see it happen. Guogua told us herself. I trust that she wouldn't lie. But Pan Rui and his mother refused to believe her, claiming children have no malicious intent and that it was merely playful mischief. Today, they brought it up again, and the old lady lamented that the education in their hometown was lacking. Wanting to send her eldest grandson to Haicheng for school, she mentioned that since Pan Rui is earning more now, they could move into a bigger house, and she would come too. The truth is, she intends to leave her eldest grandson in our care. Why should that be our responsibility? The child has his own parents. Why should I bear the brunt of this? And to my astonishment, Pan Rui actually agreed. I cannot endure this any longer. I want a divorce. Wen Ruan held her tightly, soothing her. Indeed, it was a grievance that warranted such a lengthy tirade lasting nearly 2 hours without pause. Once the outpouring of emotion subsided, Zhang Tongtong said, Please don't try to comfort me right now. I feel better having expressed my thoughts. I need to get some sleep. I was so upset last night that I couldn't rest at all. Today has been exhausting, I simply cannot hold on any longer. We can talk more tomorrow. She headed to the bedroom, and Guogui remained asleep, the two of them embracing as they drifted off. Wen Ruan, too, felt little appetite that evening, having only consumed an apple before retreating to the study. The founder of IUE Technology was returning to He Zheng tomorrow, and He Zheng had arranged a meeting for the afternoon. She returned to the study to review IUE's materials once again. At 9 o'clock that evening, as she emerged to pour some water, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found He Zheng standing there, clad in a bathrobe that exposed a significant portion of his chest. He extended a hand towards her, presenting an unopened small box, glancing at her before clearing his throat, a flush creeping from his ears to his face. There are 3 in this box, will that suffice? Chapter 58. There is still time to regret. He Zheng had a dinner engagement that night, and, after it concluded, a group of people intended to head to a club for card games. He excused himself, citing personal matters, and drove straight to Qingyan residence. He instructed the driver to stop at the community entrance and dismissed him, opting to enter a nearby convenience store. He scanned the shelves, noting the variety of brands available, but having never used any himself, he had no idea which one was preferable. Shen Yifan frequently purchased them. When Shen Yifan received the call, he was being berated by his mother, who was poking him in the forehead. He had picked Cheng Shuang up from the hospital at noon and taken her home, reflecting on He Zheng's advice to at least show some concern. Considering she had just undergone a miscarriage, however, his attempts at concern soon turned into barbed remarks. The conversation shifted back to topics such as, "I never intended to have a child with you." Perhaps angered by the exchange, Cheng Shuang began experiencing abdominal pain shortly after returning home, her forehead beaded with sweat, her complexion pale and drained. He hurriedly took her back to the hospital. After an examination, the doctor informed him that there was still some infection in the uterine cavity, chastising him for insisting on her discharge against medical advice. It had been Cheng Shuang's insistence to leave, and he had been unable to dissuade her. When the doctor scolded him, he remained silent, spending the afternoon at the hospital with Cheng Shuang. That evening, his mother arrived and unleashed another round of scolding upon him. Earlier, upon seeing Cheng Shuang's poor condition, she had secretly wiped away her tears and then turned her ire towards him, leaving him with 3 scoldings in one day. He Zheng's call felt like a lifeline. In a state of deep frustration, he wished to vent to He Zheng, but the latter was exuberantly boasting instead. "Wen Ruan invited me to spend the night with her." Alright, he thought, though he had yet to win Wen Ruan's heart. Her willingness to engage with He Zheng was nonetheless a significant step towards his success. Today had been thoroughly unfortunate, yet at last, something worthy of joy had emerged. Shen Yifan and Cheng Shuang shared a loveless, child-free marriage. Being a normal man with a legal spouse, he had his needs, and although he did not love Cheng Shuang, he was somewhat infatuated with her physique. Thus, he frequently utilized protection and had a fair amount of knowledge regarding it. Under He Zheng's guidance, he picked up 2 boxes and, as he was about to pay, suddenly recalled something. "You've mentioned your feelings, but what about the woman? Which brand does she find comfortable?" This question caught Shen Yifan off guard. His first love had been in college, but Cheng Shuang had schemed to break them apart. He had never had a sexual relationship with his first love. Cheng Shuang had been his first and only partner, and they married shortly after graduation. Throughout his life, he had only been with Cheng Shuang. She had never voiced her feelings, and he had never inquired. How could he possibly know which brand she found most comfortable? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that after each encounter he had simply left without considering her experience. In this regard, he realized he had been quite thoughtless. One phone call prompted Shen Yifan to reminisce about the years he had spent with Cheng Shuang. Leaving him disinterested in He Zheng's matters, he advised He Zheng to pick up a few boxes and try them out for himself before hanging up and heading downstairs for a smoke. In the end, He Zheng acquired a box of each brand that Shen Yifan had recommended. Upon returning home, he hurriedly took a shower, changed into his bathrobe, styled his hair into the most handsome look possible, applied cologne, and took the 3-pack with him. As he knocked on the door, his emotions were at a fever pitch. However, the response was, "Tong Tong is here with me. She's putting Guogui to sleep in the bedroom. We can't do anything tonight." He Zheng froze in place, the smile on his lips frozen as well, rendering him a rather comical figure. It felt akin to winning the lottery only to discover that the ticket had gone missing when it came time to claim the prize. At the door, He Zheng retracted his hand, his dark eyes fixated on Wen Ruan, his expression brimming with indignation and sorrow, nearly spilling over from his eyes. His neck tensed, he inhaled deeply, and then exhaled in a low, mournful tone. "We had an agreement. Why did you allow them to come over?" Wen Ruan watched as he transformed from an ardent warrior into a timid puppy, his pleading gaze making her feel as though she were a heartless seductress. She had teased him without taking responsibility, igniting hope only to extinguish it. Her gaze roamed over him, his hair, half dry from the blow-dryer, formed a voluminous stylish look that was undeniably attractive. His long neck and alluring collarbones hinted at a well-defined physique, and the bathrobe, tied loosely, revealed just enough to appear intentional. The key detail was that he had taken the time to shower and apply cologne late at night. It was evident he had come with a heart full of eagerness. Wen Ruan found herself asking, "Is there anyone with you?" In an instant, she was pulled into the adjacent room. As the door closed behind them, the sensor light in the entryway flickered on, and she was enveloped in his embrace. His fevered lips descended upon hers, the urgency of his breaths betraying a hint of dominance. The transition from roughness to tenderness made her acutely aware of his growing impatience as he detected her reciprocation. His heated hands gripped her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly onto the shoe cabinet. His towering frame blocked much of the light above, completely enclosing her within his embrace. In such an intimate position. The warmth of his breath mingled with hers. Wen Ruan found herself appreciating the sensation, though she noted that his technique still left much to be desired. His fervent kisses left her lips tingling with discomfort. A mix of pain and pleasure. As she offered the slightest response, he became electrified, forcefully parting her lips, claiming her with unrestrained passion. Wen Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, patiently guiding him, and He Zheng gradually caught on to the rhythm. Their exchanges growing more exhilarating. Before entering the study, Wen Ruan had already showered and donned a champagne-colored camisole dress. With the air conditioning in the study set to a comfortable chill, draped over her shoulders was a black shawl, which slipped from her shoulder at that moment. He Zheng's heated lips began their descent, and upon hearing the sounds escaping her throat, he suddenly lifted her off the ground. Caught off guard, Wen Ruan instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. Their foreheads touched. His usually languid, indifferent peach blossom eyes now ablaze with fervor. His voice a low, almost desperate whispered, "I want to carry you to the bedroom now. Are you afraid? The door is right there." There is still time to have second thoughts. When Ruan's fair cheeks flushed crimson, her captivating gaze admiring his restraint in this moment of clarity, she tilted her chin slightly, her soft lips brushing against his. "Are you certain Shen Yifan 1T return tonight? If we are interrupted, I 1T take responsibility." A kiss, a single utterance, the implication that He Zheng received was clear. "I do not regret. Nor do I wish to escape." He lowered his head and returned her a kiss that was both heavy and passionate. He would not be returning, for he was with his wife, when he called Shen Yifan. He even took the liberty to boast, saying that if Shen Yifan returned, he could simply lock the door, for he would be spending the night with Wen Ruan. Shen Yifan replied that he was at the hospital, explaining that Cheng Shuang was unwell again and had to be taken back. He Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment at his earlier bravado and hesitated to ask whether Shen Yifan would be returning that night. Shen Yifan replied, "I must stay up all night with Cheng Shuang. My mother warned me that if I leave tonight, she would break my legs." Thus Shen Yifan would not be coming back that evening. He Zheng believed that tonight would finally be his fulfillment, but just as he turned to embrace Wen Ruan, the shrill ring of his phone shattered the moment when Wen Ruan emerged from the study. Preparing to call Pan Rue to inform him that Jiang Qingyan and her daughter were at her place, the doorbell rang. He Zheng pulled her close, plunging her into a kiss that was overwhelmingly forceful, causing her to forget all about Pan Rue. She had brought her phone with her, which had been carelessly tossed onto the shoe cabinet during their earlier passion, and now it rang. The caller was none other than Pan Rue. They exchanged glances at the phone, but He Zheng chose to ignore it, holding her tightly as he attempted to leave. Wen Ruan gently patted the back of his head. "It must be about Tong. Let me answer." Despite his reluctance, He Zheng reached out to take the phone and handed it to her, all the while carrying her towards the bedroom, kissing her as they walked, inadvertently hindering her ability to answer, prompting her to lightly slap him several times. Pan Rue had just realized that his wife and daughter were missing. According to their original plan, they were supposed to visit the amusement park that afternoon. However, due to the unresolved issue of whether to move to a larger house to bring his mother and nephew to Haicheng, Jiang Qingyan had been upset with him, and she was unwilling to go out for fun. Pan Rue had intended to soothe his wife at the hotel, but his nephew's insistence on going out led to tears, prompting his mother to take him along. His mother, unfamiliar with the area and directionally challenged, could not be left to wander aimlessly with the child, so he drove them instead. He planned to return quickly to comfort his wife, but when he was about to leave, his troublesome nephew ran around in the parking lot and was nearly hit by a car. Fortunately, the vehicle was moving slowly, and there were no serious injuries. They should have returned by now, but his mother had insisted on confronting the car owner, which delayed their return to the hotel. Upon discovering that both his wife and daughter were gone, along with the luggage, he realized the gravity of the situation. He had access to Jiang Qingyan's ticketing account and, upon logging in, discovered that she had purchased high-speed train tickets back to Haicheng. The keys to their home were left on the bedside table in the hotel. She had not taken them, prompting Pan Rue to call Wen Ruan immediately. "I see they are set to arrive in Haicheng by 4. Wen Ruan, are Tong and her daughter with you?" After hearing his explanation, Wen Ruan had already been laid down on the bed by He Zheng. The world spun around her. Regaining her composure, she calmly asked Pan Rue, "They are with me, so what do you plan to do? Now that you know they are safe, can you enjoy your time with your mother?" If he answered affirmatively, Wen Ruan resolved to block him immediately and encourage Jiang Qingyan to pursue a divorce the following day. In the bedroom, He Zheng loosened his bathrobe and let it fall to the floor, pressing himself against Wen Ruan, his kisses trailing from her forehead down to her lips. Wen Ruan's breath quickened. And she moved her phone away. Pan Rui's voice resonated clearly in the quiet room. That no, I've already had my mother pack up, I am rushing back to He Zheng tonight. I just saw their luggage was missing. And I panicked. I know I shouldn't have agreed to my mother without consulting Tong Tong first. Even if my mother hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to move to a larger place. My main concern is for Tong Tong and Guogui. Our current home is too cramped, and there's not enough space for Tong Tong to practice yoga, nor can Guogui's toys be accommodated. He Zheng's hand slid down Wen Ruan's shoulder strap, his kisses trailing with the movement. Wen Ruan gazed up at the ceiling, half-dazed, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle any sounds. Chapter 59. Be good. On the phone, Pan Rui continued, I know Tong Tong doesn't like to bow. I never intended for her to take care of him. My plan was to agree with my mother first and then discuss it with Tong Tong, considering renting a place near our new home for them. I hadn't even had the chance to talk to her when my mother inadvertently spilled the beans in front of her, stating that I had already agreed. You know her temperament, once she's riled up, she won't listen to anything. At that moment, He Zheng was thoroughly irritated by Pan Rui's incessant chatter, filled with inconsequential details. Not wanting to hang up, Wen Ruan covered her mouth tightly, ensuring he could not hear her responses. Lifting his head from her sensitive, alluring waist, He Zheng leaned in close to her ear, whispering, tell him to hang up, otherwise, I will do it for you. Wen Ruan, too, was disinterested in his rambling. Her entire body was aflame from He Zheng's affections, and she was nearing her limits. As her hand slipped from her mouth, she gently pushed He Zheng away, waiting for him to lift his body slightly so she could catch her breath before pressing the phone back to her face. Tong Tong and her daughter are sleeping here tonight. You can come pick them up tomorrow. I have things to attend to. Goodbye. With a calm tone, she finished her last words and hung up the phone. He Zheng reacted swiftly, snatching her phone and tossing it aside, abandoning all restraint as his kisses descended upon her like a torrential downpour. Alas, it seemed that tonight would not unfold as he had wished. Just as he was about to remove the last piece of fabric that stood in their way, the cursed phone rang again. This time, it was Zhang Tongtong calling. He Zheng regretted not turning off the phone earlier. It was too late now. When Wen Ruan saw it was Zhang Tongtong, she snatched the phone from him. Wen Ruan, where are you? Did you go out? Do you have a band-aid? Guogua woke up and said she was hungry. I told her I'd cook her some noodles, but I accidentally cut my hand while slicing tomatoes. Her tone was despondent, laced with the tremor of impending tears. I feel like I can't do anything right. Just now I was washing Guogua's face and turned on the hot water. I nearly burned her. She asked for her father, and I ended up scolding her until she cried. The room was enveloped in silence, and He Zheng could hear everything on the phone. He understood that tonight's plans were likely dashed, yet unwilling to succumb to defeat, he continued to stoke the flames of desire, attempting to ignite her passion. But when Ruan grasped his head, which was precariously lowering to her neck, tugging at his hair, He Zheng winced in pain, compelled to look up. When Ruan told Zhang Tongtong, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Please step away from the kitchen, I'll prepare the noodles. After hanging up, she met He Zheng's longing gaze, his eyes betraying a mixture of frustration and longing, glistening with unshed tears. When Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling brightly, that if you can finish in 5 minutes, you may continue. 5 minutes, who do you think I am? He Zheng was even more incensed, rolling off her and lying beside her, turning his head away in refusal to look at her. His voice still hoarse yet cutting, you should be the one to leave within 5 minutes. If you're even a second late, I swear you won't be able to get out of bed tonight. When Ruan picked up her clothes from beside her, taking her time to dress, half of her body leaning against his chest, her hand turning his face to meet her gaze, smiling at his pained yet fierce expression. You have no one to blame but yourself for this predicament. She brought up Jiasu. You facilitated the investment bridge for Pan Rui and Fading. Fading has gained prominence, and now Pan Rui is flush with cash, prompting him to seek a larger house to accommodate his mother and grandson. When Ruan pressed her finger firmly against He Zheng's lips, you heard it just now, their quarrel was also about the house. This is only the beginning. Once Fading sells Jiasu, and Pan Rui is in a foul mood, there will likely be more arguments. Initially, He Zheng felt despondent, but now he was too preoccupied to care about the simmering heat in his body. He recalled when Ruan's meeting with Jiang Qingyan earlier that day. Jiang had attempted to sow discord, though when Ruan defended him, she must have felt some resentment in her heart. He grasped her hand and pressed his lips to it gently. I admit, I intentionally sought out the investment from Fading, deliberately inviting trouble. I never intended to assist Dong Chao. The Jiaosu matter was merely a catalyst. Had he informed you of his dealings with Jianwei, you wouldn't have fallen prey to Yao Tianyu's schemes, and that 400-word essay from last year's forum, he was behind that too. While it seemed he was advocating for you, he was merely using you to step on wrongly. I wanted to ruin him directly, but since you are helping Pan Rui, I must offer my assistance. Fading saved them at a crucial moment. You have already done enough, and I have not misspoken. As for the future, it will depend on Dong Chao's capabilities. If he is outmatched and loses control of the shares to Fading, that is his own issue. I have already devised a plan for Pan Rui. Dong Chao is unfit to be a boss, and following him will lead to a bleak future. If he seeks a larger company, I will introduce him, if he wishes to start a business. I will invest in him, but I understand your relationship with Jiang Qingyan. From the outset, my only target was Dong Chao. I have been considering Pan Rui's interests and will not make things difficult for you in front of Jiang Qingyan. I have been keeping an eye on Fading's movements. They are likely to sell Jiaosu in October, at which point I will discuss matters with Pan Rui. After He Zheng finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Wen Ruan, not wanting to miss any change in her expression. There was no surprise on her face. 18 noon, after parting ways with Jiang Qingyan, as she made her way from the restaurant to the high-speed railway station, she meticulously contemplated the entire situation and began to grasp the implications of He Zheng's intentions. Wen Ruan was also not particularly fond of Dong Chao. It was not merely a matter concerning Jiaosu. Dong Chao had previously taken Pan Rui to bars, where he would order women in private rooms, even insisting that Pan Rui partake, only to be met with rejection and mockery from Dong Chao. During that time, Pan Rui confided everything to Jiang Qingyan, who even urged him to resign. However, as Jiaosu's project was in its midst, he was reluctant to abandon it, and out of loyalty to his friendship with Dong Chao, he chose to remain. Eventually, Jiang Qingyan confronted Dong Chao directly at a dinner, admonishing him not to corrupt married men, which led him to amend his behavior. When Ruan lowered her head and bestowed upon He Zheng a lingering kiss that lasted nearly 5 minutes. Given his fervent response, this kiss could be deemed a reward. Finally, she pressed a gentle kiss on his sensitive Adam's apple, playfully pinching his flushed cheeks. Be a little obedient. Next time, I promise to turn off my phone. I shall take my leave now, and you can handle things on your own. As the bedroom door closed behind her, Wen Ruan swayed her slender waist and sauntered away, while He Zheng lay on the bed, unable to rise for quite some time. Frustrated, he cursed her, this fickle woman, who ignited his passions only to abruptly halt them. After inciting his desires, she had left him hanging. It was utterly outrageous. The next time he had her in his grasp, she would find it difficult to rise while he would remain steadfast. Casting a glance downward, He Zheng grumbled as he stormed into the bathroom. As cold water cascaded over him, he cursed Pan Rui and Jiang Qingyan's ancestors repeatedly. This wretched couple was truly infuriating. It felt as if they were conspiring against him. Did they have to pick today of all days to stir up trouble? When Wen Ruan had moved in, she had thoroughly explored the entire house and recalled that there was a first aid kit inside the television cabinet. Upon entering, she found Jiang Qingyan seated on the sofa, with Guogui absent. Wen Ruan located a band-aid and gently took Jiang Qingyan's finger, removing the tissue covering a wound that was neither too large nor too small. A single band-aid would suffice. Where's Guogui? Jiang Qingyan pointed towards the bedroom, stating that she had just managed to calm her down and was now inside, engrossed in her phone. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ruan replied, "All right, you stay here, and I will go prepare some noodles." Jiang Qingyan was about to agree when her gaze suddenly fixated on Wen Ruan's exposed collarbone, leading her to exclaim in astonishment, "Wait a minute, is that a hickey?" Her eyes darted back and forth over Wen Ruan's figure, nearly bulging from their sockets. Oh my, not just on your collarbone, but also on your neck, shoulders, and chest, and look at your swollen lips. They appear as though they have been brushed with lipstick. As a married woman who had transitioned from the passionate phase of her relationship with her husband Pan Rui to parenthood, she could certainly discern what Wen Ruan had recently endured. Who is it? Jiang Qingyan sprang from the sofa. Jiang Qingyan. No, that can't be right. So who is it? Wen Ruan headed towards the kitchen, not bothering to conceal the truth. He Zheng. Jiang Qingyan followed closely behind, her mind racing to process the name He Zheng. He Zheng. The president of Mingyi Capital, your current boss. Wait, what is happening between you two? Are you dating? Wen Ruan tied on an apron and succinctly explained the situation. Jiang Qingyan was left in shock. So, He Zheng likes you, but you do not reciprocate his feelings. However, you are attracted to his physique, and thus you have come to an agreement to engage in a purely physical relationship? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qingyan finally managed to utter, "You are impressive." In the master bedroom, which boasted a 2-meter bed, Wen Ruan slept alongside Jiang Qingyan and Guogui that night, once Guogui was asleep. In the darkness, Jiang Qingyan posed a question to Wen Ruan. Ruan, being with He Zheng isn't a means to get back at Jiang Qingyan, is it? Wen Ruan, feeling drowsy, sleepily replied, "No." That evening, Jiang Qingyan had social engagements that stretched into the early hours, and his assistant Chenyi picked him up. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, he stumbled as he exited the car. Chenyi helped him to the sofa and went to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. Leaning back on the couch, Jiang Qingyan stared at the soup in Chenyi's hands but did not take it. He found himself reminiscing about the past and earlier times. It was Wen Ruan who would prepare him soup when he was drunk. Suddenly, he said, "This afternoon, He Zheng sought out Yao, and Yao agreed to let Wen Ruan stay at Mingyi." Chenyi was taken aback, having expected Yao to force He Zheng to dismiss Wen Ruan. As he pondered Jiang Qingyan's statement, he realized a troubling possibility. Now that Wen Ruan was involved with He Zheng, she would inevitably be drawn into the fray and face potential dangers. The man on the sofa remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a self-deprecating remark. "I advised her, but she chose not to heed my words. Today, she even defended He Zheng to me, asserting that once a decision is made, one should not regret it. This is her own choice." Chenyi dared not respond, instead quietly offering him the hangover soup. After finishing the soup, Jiang Qingyan spoke again. She claims to have fallen for He Zheng. Chenyi, do you believe that? I do not. How could she possibly love He Zheng? She is merely seeking revenge on me. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Wen Ruan donned her sports attire and stepped outside, just as she opened the door. The door across from her swung open as well. He Zheng emerged clad in a grayish-white t-shirt and black athletic pants. Upon seeing her, he smiled and greeted her. Good morning. Wen Ruan closed her door and headed towards the elevator. Morning. The previous night, just before sleep, He Zheng had sent her a message lamenting that she had stoked his desires without extinguishing them, leaving his mind filled with chaotic, lustful thoughts, and his body both heated and rigid. Unable to sleep due to the torment, he had asked if she could quietly slip away to see him. Once Jiang Qingyan and Guogua had fallen asleep, she had refused, suggesting he take matters into his own hands or use cold water to alleviate his situation. Citing her need for an early night to prepare for her morning run at 6. Thus, it was no surprise that they encountered each other now. The elevator arrived swiftly, and Wen Ruan stepped inside first. When He Zheng entered, she glanced at his back. Can you run now? Does your back hurt? He Zheng reached out to playfully tug at her high ponytail, twirling the ends of her hair with his fingers. No, I'm tough. A bit of pain will only last a day at most. In truth, there was some discomfort, but it would not hinder his ability to run. A light jog would be manageable from today onward. He intended to accompany her every day, lingering close to her so that she would grow accustomed to his presence, with no one else in the elevator and having shared intimate moments the previous night. He Zheng felt emboldened. Unable to contain himself, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Noticing that she did not push him away, he leaned in, effortlessly capturing her lips. Wen Ruan remained still, allowing him to kiss her. In the confines of the elevator, He Zheng refrained from lingering too long, fearing he might unleash his inner beast. Their lips met, tasting each other, before he released her, seemingly content with just a morning kiss. As he pulled away, he casually added, by the way, Shen Yifan won't be back tonight. Wen Ruan responded with a smile, elongating her words. Oh really? Then we can continue. She was quite candid, while He Zheng's cheeks flushed crimson. Next to the community was a park, and the two of them ran around it. After several laps, when Ruan was drenched in sweat, He Zheng appeared even more disheveled. His back and chest were soaked, his shirt clinging to his body, accentuating his tall and muscular frame. He wiped his face and hair with a towel that he had wrapped around his arm and, noticing Wen Ruan's gaze, he mischievously lifted his shirt. As the towel glided over his firm abdominal muscles, he fixed his gaze on her intently, clearly attempting to provoke her. Wen Ruan did not shy away. She admired his robust physique and even playfully poked at his muscles, her voice laced with appreciation. Your abs are the most impressive I've ever seen. He Zheng was taken aback. The most impressive? So, you've seen others? Jiang Qingyan, realizing that he and Jiang Qingyan had similar heights and builds, he wondered if Wen Ruan viewed him merely as a substitute for Jiang Qingyan. Nonsense. Jiang Qingyan was a thing of the past, and there were plenty of men with similar appearances. Why didn't she seek someone else? Her willingness to be with him surely indicated that she held some affection for him. After finishing their run, they returned home, where Jiang Qingyan had already prepared breakfast. Wen Ruan dashed to her room for a quick shower and emerged with her hair dried. As she sipped her milk, Guogua, upon hearing the commotion, turned her head and, upon spotting Wen Ruan, her eyes sparkled as she waved her little hand. Auntie, come eat. Wen Ruan affectionately ruffled her hair and took a seat opposite her. Smiling warmly, Guogua, why are you up so early? Daddy will come to pick up Mommy and Guogua soon. Just then Jiang Qingyan appeared with a plate of shrimp dumplings. Wen Ruan looked up, surprised. So early? There's no rush. Coming at noon is fine. Jiang Qingyan sat beside Guogua, taking a tissue to wipe away the milk dribbling from her lips. I woke up when you did. I turned on my phone and saw that Pan Rua sent me numerous messages, explaining about buying a house and apologizing. Upon reflection, I realize I may have overreacted. Standing in his shoes, she understood the predicament. After all, that was his mother and nephew. His family had struggled financially in the past, making it difficult for him to pursue his education, while his sister had dropped out of school early to work, financing his college tuition. He was caught in a dilemma between her and his family. Jiang Qingyan was not unreasonable. She recognized Pan Rui's feelings of guilt towards his sister. Initially, she had planned to bring his sister's son to Haicheng, intending to raise him as her own, providing Guogui with companionship. However, Pan Rui's mother had insisted on taking care of him herself, and now that he was grown, she felt increasingly overwhelmed, facing mounting expenses and wanting them to manage the child. If the child had a good character, it would be entirely manageable. She could endure hardships. The crux of the matter was that the elderly lady had spoiled the child, who had become unruly and selfish, displaying poor character. Could she truly live with such a child? All her forbearance towards Pan Rui stemmed solely from her compassion for him. Pan Rui mentioned that even if they came to Haicheng, they would not allow us to live together. I shall take his word for now. Wasn't his nephew struck by a car? Although he was unharmed, he was certainly frightened. The old lady cried all the way last night. I feel compelled to return home for a visit, otherwise she may harbor even more resentment towards me. She has already made her decision, and Wen Ruan no longer persuades her, merely offering a word of advice. While it is understandable to feel sympathy for Pan Rui, one must first prioritize oneself, lest one becomes exhausted in the future. On my way back, He Zheng informed Wen Ruan that he would drive her this morning. She did not decline, asking him to take a good shower and wait at home while she brought him breakfast. There were still plenty of shrimp dumplings left, and Wen Ruan planned to bring all of them over. As Zhang Tongtong helped her serve the porridge, she teased her with a smile, saying, "You care for Pan Rui, but now you also care for He Zheng. Do you truly not have any feelings for him?" Wen Ruan, with her bag slung over her arm, one hand holding the shrimp dumplings and the other receiving the porridge she handed her, replied, "This is not sympathy, it is guilt." Guilt over what? Wen Ruan smiled and remained silent, stating, "I will leave directly from his place. When you go, remember to close the door." After He Zheng had showered and changed, he sat on the living room sofa waiting for Wen Ruan while responding to a few emails and reviewing the day's tasks sent by Yu Yang. His password was also his birthday, and Wen Ruan entered it herself. When breakfast was laid out on the table, He Zheng, having learned that it was not prepared by Wen Ruan, picked at a few shrimp dumplings while finishing the porridge. This afternoon, they were to visit AIU Technology, and during the meal, He Zheng mentioned Lin Hao, the founder of AIU. Lin Hao, page 36, established AIU Technology 8 years ago, and the team comprises around 60 individuals. Though small in number, each member is highly skilled, focusing on creating premium VR games, particularly multi-station games, and has produced several hits. Lin Hao is exceptionally capable, yet somewhat eccentric, often avoiding social interactions, and his thoughts can be difficult to decipher. For instance, a new type of VR glasses has emerged in the market, presenting an opportunity for them. With some capital maneuvering, AIU is poised to become a leading player in the industry. However, at this critical juncture, he chose to attend a rather insignificant meeting abroad that did not require his personal presence. This afternoon, Lin Hao was set to meet with two clients, us and Rong Li. With Rong Li's appointment preceding ours at 2 o'clock, while ours is scheduled for 3:30, they speculated about who might be attending from Rong Li, with Wen Ruan suggesting that it was most likely Jiang Qingyan accompanied by Yao Man. Due to the aftermath of the wine party, Yao Man planned to rest at home for a few days before returning to the office, although her father assured her that everything had been resolved and her past would not be discussed. She still felt embarrassed and wished to delay her outing. However, just before going to bed last night, she received news that Minghe was also interested in AIU, with Wen Ruan as the responsible party. An intern from the second department informed her, and since taking over the department, she had replaced many members, with this intern being recruited in March of this year. Quick-witted and flattering, she had grown fond of the intern, who had quickly infiltrated various small groups, providing her with information through screenshots from those chats. The discussions in those groups were lively when Ruan had been absent for so long, and AIU was her first project upon her return. She was determined to succeed. If she failed, it was likely that Minghe would not retain her. Conversely, if she succeeded, it would reflect poorly on them, particularly the young lady, as it would highlight her inability to secure a significant project. While Wen Ruan, after being absent for half a year, managed to surpass her. In fact, I want to witness a competition between the young lady and Wen Ruan. As part of the first department, I too wish to see this. Wen Ruan had always overshadowed our director during her tenure, and I found her infuriating. Now, with her involvement with He Zheng, who is the son of Director Yao, it seems unlikely that our director could prevail, making it imperative for the young lady to step in. The presence or absence of the second department's members should be communicated to your director, as we too wish to see the young lady secure AIU and cut off Wen Ruan's path to a comeback. Yao Man is aware of the AIU project, having heard Jiang Qingyan mention it several times during last week's investment department meeting, urging Lin Yu to secure it. What Yao Man is truly interested in is another project that Lin Yu is handling. It isn't that she is particularly keen, but rather she has selected a relatively promising one. She has been preoccupied with her engagement and personnel changes over the past 6 months, now that the preliminary work is complete. She needs a solid project to prove her worth. She had previously overlooked AIU due to rumors surrounding its difficult founder, but now she is determined to take charge of AIU. Early this morning, Yao Man dashed into Jiang Qingyan's office. "Qingyan, have Lin Yu hand AIU over to me. I want this project." Lin Yu happened to be reporting on work in Jiang Qingyan's office. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head, momentarily distracted, thinking that her efforts to stir things up in the group late into the night had not been in vain. Jiang Qingyan, while reviewing documents, momentarily interrupted by Yao Man, glanced at her and then at Lin Yu. Lin Yu blinked, presenting herself as a compliant subordinate, indicating her readiness to follow orders. Jiang Qingyan tapped his pen against the desk, looking back at Yao Man, and said gently, "Even if I agree, Xiao Yao, you still won't get Lin Yu's approval." The two were already engaged, and Yao Man, disregarding Lin Yu's presence, walked over and embraced Jiang Qingyan's shoulders from behind. "This is an internal matter for the investment department. There is no need to involve him, just make the decision, and if he questions it later, let him come to me." Yao Tianyu was out of town on a business trip yesterday afternoon. Otherwise, he would have accompanied He Zheng to the old residence. Jiang Qingyan adjusted his glasses, his calm gaze flickering momentarily, and after a brief silence, he smiled and patted her hand. Very well, as long as you're happy. Yao Man, elated, tilted her head and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek. I knew you would be the best. She released him and hurried over to Lingyu, pulling her towards the door. Hurry up, give me the documents and then tell me the specifics. Lingyu nearly stumbled as Yao Man yanked her, mentally cursing. As they reached the door, she glanced back to ask Director Jiang, will Yao Director be going to AIU this afternoon? Or should I accompany her? Jiang Qingyan replied, I will accompany her. Chen Yi, who had been holding documents nearby, waited for them to leave before closing the door and returning to place the documents on the desk. These were all papers requiring signatures from various departments. Chen Yi sorted through the urgent documents and set them in front of Jiang Qingyan. However, Jiang Qingyan did not rush to sign. Instead, he opened the adjacent drawer, retrieved a wet wipe, folded it twice, and slowly cleaned the area Yao Man had touched. The skin there turned red from the wiping before he discarded the wet wipe into the trash can. Chen Yi, accustomed to this behavior, observed quietly, and once Jiang Qingyan had disposed of the wipe, he hastily bent down to hand him a pen from the desk. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, Director Jiang, are you truly going to let Yao Man take charge of AIU? Wouldn't that mean she would be competing with Wen Ruan? Jiang Qingyan, his attention still on the documents, had dark and profound eyes behind his glasses. His tone cool and dismissive. If they collide, so be it. She is willingly subjecting herself to humiliation. I have advised her. He paused, a barely audible sigh escaping him. Wen Ruan has been harboring resentment. Perhaps it would be good for her to vent it. Chapter 61, She will indulge. He Zheng. Wen Ruan's office was previously occupied by Qianwei, the former director of Investment Department 5. IT had been renovated at the beginning of the year and was comparable in quality to that of other directors in the company. Though the design was more clever and exquisite, the primary colors were black and white, with a few metallic ornaments adorning the large desk. The geometric file cabinet contained half of the documents from Department 5. While the other half remained empty, there was a 6-tier black bookshelf, 3 levels filled with books and 3 levels left vacant. Abstract art pieces adorned the walls, and the office was equipped with a genuine leather sofa, a coat rack, a safe, and a refrigerator, all carefully arranged to create a stable and elegant atmosphere. He Zheng remarked that he personally reviewed the blueprints, which pleased Wen Ruan as it matched her preferred style. Although Minghe Tower did not boast as prime a location as Rongli, it was still situated in the bustling financial district, occupying the 36th floor. From the windows, one could catch a glimpse of the city's most vibrant areas and see the twin towers of Rongli Group. Standing before the window, Wen Ruan shifted her gaze from the East Star Building of Rongli to the West Star Building, finally settling on the floors occupied by Rongli Capital. She could acutely feel the blood coursing through her veins. At this very moment, standing in Minghe and gazing at Rongli, she finally acknowledged, daring to admit, that her resentment towards Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man had never truly dissipated. Over the past 6 months, she had forged an unyielding mask for herself, allowing her to manage her anger and conceal it from outsiders. Had it not been for the humiliation of the Rongli celebration banquet, she would have taken her money and disappeared far away. Yet, they insisted on shattering her bones and trampling on her dignity. Her principle was, if you wish to bring me down, so be it. But do it thoroughly in one go, leaving no room for me to breathe. Otherwise, I shall seize the opportunity to bring you down instead. He Zheng represented that opportunity. This morning, Zhang Tongtong asked her what she felt guilty about regarding He Zheng. Indeed, she felt guilt. She was acutely aware that He Zheng held disdain for the Yao family and had no interest in competing for Rongli Group, yet she had exploited his affections, pushing him to compete and seize opportunities. She had known for quite some time that He Zheng had feelings for her. Reflecting on it, it wasn't too early to realize. It was during the Rongli celebration banquet last year when she and He Zheng dined at No. 10 Jingwan Road. After drinking too much, when He Zheng held her in his arms, he uttered those words. He said, why does no one love you? I love you, Wen Ruan. He Zheng will forever love Wen Ruan. She indeed heard it, but at that moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. Her head throbbed as if it had been run over by a vehicle, and the words of love and affection made her stomach churn. Jiang Qingyan had uttered similar sentiments. Even during their 3 years together, he would proclaim every birthday, Jiang Qingyan will always love Wen Ruan. But what was the outcome? Love, indeed, was a mere illusion. A man's words could be as deceptive as a ghost. She was oblivious to when He Zheng had fallen for her, nor did she know how long this affection would endure, yet, she wished to seize the opportunity while he still cherished her, to utilize him as a means of vengeance against those in the Gemini Tower. Wen Ruan was acutely aware that her actions were despicable and reprehensible, which is why she refrained from mentioning it even to Zhang Tongtong. As she felt too ashamed to voice it, she did not wish to harm He Zheng, but he represented her sole chance and her only option. She had contemplated the consequences of her actions. Should they emerge victorious, with He Zheng seizing the Rongli Group, she would crush the hopes that Yao Menian clung to and trample Jiang Qingyan's dignity, freeing He Zheng from Yao Tianyu's oppression, a scenario that would indeed bring joy to all parties involved. Conversely, if they were to fail, the worst that could happen would be a return to square one. She would leave Haichang, Yao Tianyu would inherit the Ronli group, and He Zheng would continue to endure hardship under Yao Tianyu's tyranny. In truth, she believed she was acting in He Zheng's best interest, given the animosity between him and Yao Tianyu. If one day Yao Tianyu were to ascend as the head of the Ronli group, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing to ruthlessly suppress He Zheng. Thus, she was merely allowing He Zheng the opportunity to strike back preemptively. Of course, while her decision might theoretically benefit He Zheng, in reality, if he had truly wished to fight back, he would have done so long ago. Now, she was leveraging his affection to push him into this conflict. Consequently, she felt a pang of guilt towards him. Therefore, whatever He Zheng desired, she would provide. She knew that what he yearned for most at present was her heart. Since she could not offer that, she would give him her body instead. After all, she genuinely found him physically appealing, and she did not recoil at his touch. Engaging in such intimacy would bring her comfort and delight him, creating a mutual satisfaction. Driven by guilt, she wished to bring He Zheng even greater joy. From this day forth, she would indulge him in every whim, granting him whatever he desired. For the past 6 months, Zhu Jieshou had been acting as the head of the 5th department, but he resigned yesterday. After Yu Yang facilitated Wen Ruan's onboarding, he instructed that all of Zhu's documents be transferred to Wen Ruan's office. As Wen Ruan perused the documents, she noticed it was already 10:30. Prompting her to summon the members of the 5th department to the adjacent small conference room for a meeting. Yesterday, the 5th department had 5 members. Now, with Zhu Jieshou's departure, only 4 remained. Wen Ruan entered the conference room first, and after taking her seat, she was joined by the investment manager, Luo Ziwen. When Luo Ziwen greeted respectfully, her demeanor somewhat reserved, Wen Ruan nodded slightly, and Luo Ziwen took a seat to her left. The two had previously met, as Luo Ziwen had attended the regular morning meeting the day before. With her short hair framing her face, she was dressed in a simple blue professional outfit. Although not particularly tall, her features were attractive, and she carried herself with an air of competence and efficiency. When Ruan had reviewed her profile in advance, Luo Ziwen, 30 years old, a graduate from a prestigious university, had joined Mingyi right after graduation, demonstrating commendable ability. Among her batch of interns, she had been the quickest to secure a permanent position and rise to the rank of manager. Unfortunately, shortly after her promotion, she had encountered a mishap. During the Spring Festival holiday, she had been involved in a car accident on the highway while returning to her hometown. She had taken a leave of over a year and only returned at the beginning of this year. Mingyi was relatively conscientious within the industry, granting her paid leave and preserving her position, though her family was not well off, and the company covered half of her medical expenses. He Zheng's assessment of her was positive. Her character is solid, and she is diligent, previously the most hard-working and dedicated employee in the company. It's just a pity, given the fierce competition in this industry, her year-long absence has undoubtedly had its repercussions, likely due to the accident. Her mindset had shifted, leading her to adopt a more pessimistic attitude. Shen Yifan had suggested reassigning her to a lighter position, but she had declined, preferring to remain in the 5th department, which did not carry as much pressure. The third to enter was Jiang Qingyan, an analyst who had been with the firm for 2 years. He Zheng did not hold him in particularly high regard. Jiang Qingyan had talent and was intelligent, yet he had not applied himself effectively. He was too preoccupied with ingratiating himself to superiors. After taking a glance at Wen Ruan, he chose a seat in the farthest corner from her. Just as he settled in, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was forcefully pushed open. Manager Wen, a clear, vibrant voice rang out, brimming with excitement. The newcomer, a tall young man in a striking green suit, entered the room. Wen Ruan recognized him immediately by the tousled curls atop his head. Ni, a newly hired analyst from last year. He Zheng had described him thus: just graduated last year. He was quite the rebel in school and remains the most spirited here. I quite like him, but he tends to be impulsive and speaks his mind, which can lead to him ruffling feathers. Although he's only been here a short while, he has a knack for offending people. When it came time for him to be confirmed, no department wanted him, and Shen Wei took him in. He had potential, but his temperament needed to be tempered. If he could be refined, he would prove to be a valuable asset, but if not, he might ultimately be undone by his own nature. Though the 5th department was small, each member had their peculiarities. He Zheng's original intention was for her to oversee the entire investment department, yet Wen Ruan had chosen the most troubled 5th department. It wasn't that she sought to demonstrate her prowess by transforming the underperforming team, rather, she was primarily considering He Zheng. Regardless of her previous capabilities, she had entered Mingyi with a tarnished reputation. Had she arrived in a high position, most would have harbored resentment, making it difficult for He Zheng to navigate the situation. By taking on the role of director for the struggling 5th department, she aimed to ease the discomfort of others, minimizing dissent. After Ni took his seat beside Jiang Qi, he positioned himself closer to Wen Ruan, his eyes sparkling as he regarded her, visibly welcoming her presence in the 5th department. Today marked Wen Ruan's inaugural meeting in the 5th department, yet she refrained from discussing work matters. The previous day, Yu Yang had added her to the company group chat, where a public reprimand had taken place that afternoon, specifically targeting Ni Fei and Zhang Qi for their altercation in the employee cafeteria, which had escalated to the point of overturning tables, an incident deemed severe. The exact reasons for the fight remained unclear, only that it had stemmed from a verbal exchange concerning the internal conflict within the department. Wen Ruan had not inquired with He Zheng. Last night, while reviewing materials in her study, she had added Luo Ziwen on WeChat to ask about the brawl. At the time of the incident, Luo Ziwen had been seated at a nearby table and overheard some of the exchange. She had never been particularly fond of Zhang Qi, thus she spoke candidly. Zhang Qi's opinions regarding her joining Mingyi aligned with Zhu Jieshou's comments during the meeting. Ni Fei had defended her and He Zheng in the conference room. When Ruan turned her attention to Luo Ziwen. Neither Ni Fei nor Zhang Qi had attended the previous day's meeting. Manager Luo, please explain why Zhu Jieshou resigned and the circumstances surrounding my joining Mingyi. Upon hearing the latter part, Luo Ziwen looked at her in surprise. When Ruan smiled and instructed, just recount exactly what I said in the meeting. Luo Ziwen opened her mouth. Understood. The remainder of the meeting was dominated by Luo Ziwen's discourse. When Ni Fei and Zhang Qi learned that Zhu Jieshou had dared to publicly question He Zheng and insinuate that Wen Ruan had an improper relationship with him, their expressions shifted to Zhang Qi inwardly cursed Zhu Jieshou's foolishness. There were countless individuals who harbored suspicions about Wen Ruan's motives for joining Mingyi, but who would be so reckless as to voice such accusations publicly, especially in front of He Zheng? What a fool! Luo Ziwen ultimately recounted Wen Ruan's declaration during the meeting. Manager Wen stated that she joined Mingyi because of her affection for President He. She came to pursue him. At this revelation, Ni Fei and Zhang Qi's eyes widened in unison, staring incredulously at Wen Ruan. However, she was too preoccupied to acknowledge their reaction. Her mind raced with Luo Ziwen's words, consistent with Zhu Jieshou's assertions regarding her reasons for joining Mingyi. Aside from those present during the meeting, many others within the company likely shared Zhu Jieshou's perspective. Wen Ruan took out her phone to message Yu Yang, inquiring if he could provide her with the video of yesterday's meeting. Yu Yang replied that he would need to access the conference room's surveillance, requiring authorization from He Zheng. Thus, Wen Ruan messaged He Zheng, requesting his authorization. He Zheng responded swiftly, "What do you need the video for?" Wen Ruan fabricated a response, "I told Zhang Tongtong that I publicly confessed my feelings for you, but she doesn't believe me and wants to see the video." He Zheng replied, "Wait a moment." Before Wen Ruan could send a simple okay, he had already forwarded her a segment of the video, the very moment she had declared her feelings for him. She was astonished. So quick? He Zheng replied, "I copied the video right after the meeting yesterday, leaving only this segment. Although it's fabricated, I enjoy listening to it." Wen Ruan teased, "You're happy that I proclaimed my affection for you publicly?" "Of course," he replied. "Would you like to be even happier? How would you like me to come over and kiss you?" Check the group chat. Chapter 62. I told you Wen Ruan was restless when He Zheng received Wen Ruan's message. He was engaged in a video conference with the head of the Singapore branch. As she urged him to look at the group chat, he wondered which group she was referencing, caught up in their personal conversation. Exiting their chat window, he opened the group chat, and upon glancing at it, he was rendered speechless. The video he had sent her, her public confession in the conference room, had been shared in the group chat, where the entire company could see He Zheng's long fingers tapped frantically on the screen. Exiting the group and re-entering, only to find the video still present, confirming he wasn't dreaming, he immediately called Wen Ruan. However, the meeting on her end was still ongoing, and she did not answer, sending him a message instead. "I'm in a meeting and can't take calls. Are you referring to the video?" "It was not sent by mistake." He Zheng replied, "What sudden inspiration struck you? Is there some popularity for you in the 5th department?" Wen Ruan, "I haven't been provoked, nor has anyone turned against me. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Over 20 people in the company are aware, and soon enough the entire organization will know." Wen Ruan, moreover, Jiang Qingyan mentioned it yesterday. Zhu Jieshou must have informed Yao Tianyu. That fool who thrives on chaos might reveal it at any moment. Instead of waiting for him to make it public, I might as well announce it myself. He Zheng, aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? Wen Ruan, not at all. The TSK, don't act coy after benefiting from it. I've made it public myself, and to maintain my persona, I will have to pursue you openly from now on. Just imagine me chasing after you. Doesn't the thrill you? He Zheng stared at his phone screen for several minutes. The video on his computer continued to play, with the speaker on the other side rambling on. But He Zheng absorbed not a single word. Just imagine me pursuing you. Doesn't that thrill you? Thrilling indeed. Though she hadn't sought his consent for such a public display, he was utterly elated. To pursue him publicly, goodness, he wouldn't dare wish for such things even at the temple where he makes his annual wishes. Just as he was about to respond to Wen Ruan, Shen Yifan called. He Zheng answered casually, "Wow, He Zheng, you're really something now. What kind of spell did you cast on Wen Ruan? She actually shared the video in the group. It seems she intends to pursue you openly." Shen Yifan had known Wen Ruan for over a decade. In his mind, she was quiet and reserved. The idea of her wanting to be with He Zheng seemed surreal now, with this turn of events. She appeared to be a completely different person. Shen Yifan was perplexed. The only explanation he could muster was that Wen Ruan had undergone a significant change due to Jiang Qingyan's actions. However, in their interactions, she remained the same with him, except for her behavior toward He Zheng. It was as if she was indulging He Zheng while catering to his preferences, from an observer's standpoint. Shen Yifan cautioned He Zheng, "Wen Ruan is treating you exceptionally well, almost as if she has ulterior motives. She might be leveraging your identity as Yao Wei's son to help you secure a position at Resolute Group." Seeking revenge against Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man on the video, the person in charge from Singapore halted their speech upon noticing He Zheng was on a call. He Zheng muted the video microphone. He tapped his toes on the ground, turning towards the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, and after a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "She wants me to vie for Resolute Group. In truth, if she uttered just one word, I would exert every effort to assist her. She need not go out of her way to please me, yet now she is willing to flatter me and offer me a sweet treat. I couldn't be more delighted." Shen Yifan discerned the underlying meaning in his words. "So you are aware that she is merely using you, He Zheng? Of course, if she wants to use me, so be it. I used to despise the fact that I bore the blood of the Yao family, but now, I am immensely grateful to be Yao Wei's son." Shen Yifan was at a loss for words. This person was hopelessly infatuated. Alright, so what now? The group is eerily silent. No one dares to respond. Wen Ruan must be feeling awkward. Should I break the ice? The video Wen Ruan shared sent the entire Mingyi capital into an uproar. Every department was buzzing with excitement, and while the smaller groups were filled with chatter, no one dared to speak up. In the larger group of those who attended the meeting yesterday were caught off guard by He Zheng's silence during the meeting. And upon seeing the video, they momentarily froze. Given He Zheng's ambiguous stance during the meeting, no one dared to voice their thoughts right away. Those who missed the meeting were left astounded, simultaneously marveling at Wen Ruan's courage while being too intimidated to speak first. Lurking in the shadows to observe the unfolding situation, finally Shen Yifan mentioned He Zheng in the group. "Shen Yifan, He Zheng, Mr. He, Director Wen is openly confessing her feelings for you. Don't play dead." Half a minute later, He Zheng tagged Wen Ruan in the group. He Zheng, "Wen Ruan, you weren't told not to pursue, just keep it low-key and don't make a scene." As soon as this message was sent, discussions erupted. Some speculated that He Zheng tagging Wen Ruan indicated he was upset, while others noted the affectionate undertone in his words, "Don't make a scene." Additionally, others analyzed, "You weren't told not to pursue," suggesting that he was encouraging Wen Ruan to chase after him. Did this mean He Zheng was easy to pursue? Could all the single women in the company now pursue him? Director Wen was certainly setting a precedent. Amidst this fervent debate, Wen Ruan replied, "He Zheng, sorry Mr. He, I sent this to the wrong group. I will delete it shortly. 2 minutes had already passed, and the video couldn't be deleted." Following He Zheng's instructions, Shen Yifan shared the achievements Mingyi had made in the industry over the past 6 months, with He Zheng being the first to like the post, once the boss liked it. An avalanche of likes from the entire company flooded in, surpassing 99 in mere seconds, completely overshadowing Wen Ruan's message. After the meeting, Wen Ruan found that it was already lunchtime. He Zheng had messaged her in advance, stating he wouldn't be going downstairs for lunch as he was still engaged in a video conference that had yet to conclude. Yu Yang would bring his lunch to the office. "He Zheng, would you like to join me for lunch?" Wen Ruan, "No, stick to the script. You should act indifferent toward me now. In the future, I won't seek you out at the office. Nor should you approach me. He Zheng, Wen Ruan had lunch with Luo Ziwen in the employee cafeteria. The restaurant was bustling with people. Given her position, everyone in the workplace was aware of her presence. And although some may have looked down on her, mocked her, or waited to see her misfortunes, they still greeted her politely when they crossed paths. Ignoring the veiled glances of disdain, Wen Ruan maintained a professional demeanor. And the atmosphere during lunch was cordial. Having gone to bed late the previous night, she returned to her office for a quick nap after finishing her meal. He Zheng had no time for a nap. He was scheduled to accompany her to IUE Technology later, so he moved their afternoon meeting to lunchtime. After Yu Yang packed his lunch, He Zheng quickly ate before diving into the next meeting, which lasted until 2:30. The journey from Mingyi to IUE would take at least half an hour, so they needed to leave promptly. As he descended, he found Wen Ruan already waiting in the car. Finished with the meeting? She shifted slightly to the side. "If you're busy, I can go alone." She could easily go by herself, but he insisted on accompanying her. He Zheng sat down beside her. "It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust Jiang Qingyan. What if he shows up too? What if he bothers you?" Yu Yang was driving, and without hesitation, He Zheng grasped her hand resting on her lap. Her skin felt delicate and soft beneath his palm, making it difficult for him to let go. "Besides, didn't you say Yao Man would be there? If she is present, I must accompany you as your bodyguard." As Yu Yang drove out of the parking lot, he stole a glance in the rearview mirror and was taken aback to see his boss holding Wen Ruan's hand, which she did not pull away from. His heart raced. Had they become an item? When did this happen? How could he have been oblivious to their budding relationship? Yu Yang, being He Zheng's confidant, noted that since He Zheng was bold enough to hold her hand in front of him, Wen Ruan had little to worry about and allowed him to hold her hand freely. The sofa in her office had been personally chosen by He Zheng, making it exceptionally comfortable. Wen Ruan had napped soundly and had just awakened. Feeling a bit languid as she reclined against her seat, "You mentioned that Lin Hao wasn't particularly interested in this opportunity, right? That means he should be quite indifferent toward those of us bringing investments." Rowley was scheduled for 2 o'clock and we were set for 3:30, leaving an hour and a half in between. By the time we arrive, they should have left. He Zheng, what if they haven't? Men are just as sensitive to rivals as women did. He could sense that Jiang Qingyan still harbored feelings for Wen Ruan. Knowing that Rowley was also attending today, he figured Jiang Qingyan was aware of Wen Ruan's presence as well. What if that scoundrel deliberately delayed their departure? He Zheng's expression was calm, but fatigue was evident in his eyes. Wen Ruan considered that he likely hadn't slept well the previous night, had risen early and skipped his midday nap. Thus, she leaned against the car door and patted her lap. It's a 30-minute drive. You should lie down and rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. He Zheng was indeed quite tired. His tall frame made it difficult to find a comfortable position, so he ultimately lay flat, bending his knees to accommodate his length, resting the back of his head on Wen Ruan's lap while still holding her hand. With one hand intertwined with his, Wen Ruan used the other to support his head. Fortunately, Yu Yang's driving skills were impeccable, and he navigated smoothly, allowing He Zheng to remain undisturbed as he drifted off. They arrived at Iyue Technology at 3:10. Yu Yang parked the car and opened the back door. He Zheng had not yet awakened, so Wen Ruan leaned down, gently tapping his face with her palm. Her tone soft. He Zheng, we've arrived. Wake up. He Zheng opened his bleary eyes, his voice still thick with sleep. What time is it? Yu Yang replied 3:10. He Zheng released Wen Ruan's hand, wrapping his arm around her neck and pressing down, planting a soft kiss on her lips. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Just as Wen Ruan was about to respond, a sharp, mocking voice cut through the air. Qingyan, I told you Wen Ruan wouldn't behave. Look at her, she is out here kissing a man. Wen Ruan turned to see Jiang Qingyan's eyes smoldering with turbulent emotions. Yu Yang, who was standing by the open door, was startled by the sudden voice. He turned around equally shocked to find Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man. As a result, the founder Lin Hao exhibited a complete lack of collaborative spirit, showing indifference towards them, engaging in several topics she found incomprehensible. And after perusing the proposal without offering any feedback, he abruptly lifted his teacup, indicating the necessity of attending another important meeting, essentially signaling their departure. Later, Jiang Qingyan remarked, "This is tea from Rongqing." This single statement piqued Lin Hao's interest. He mentioned that his wife's hometown is Rongqing, and that the tea is locally sourced, picked by her from the mountains. Yao Man, who typically does not relish tea tasting, occasionally indulges in it, but only the most exquisite varieties. Dismissing the nameless inferior tea leaves with a reluctant sip, unable to discern any flavor, Jiang Qingyan, however, spoke highly of it. Upon learning that Lin Hao is a graduate of Rongqing University, his interest was further piqued, and he ceased the pretense of sending them off, instead engaging in a conversation about Rongqing with Jiang Qingyan. They arrived at 2 o'clock and had just emerged after more than an hour, having discussed nothing of substance, with most of the time devoted to talking about Rongqing. Yao Man discerned that Lin Hao harbored no intentions of collaboration. Just moments ago in the elevator, she had nearly lost her temper. But Jiang Qingyan had consoled her, suggesting that Lin Hao must have his own considerations, and if this opportunity did not pan out, they could arrange another visit. Yao Man was acutely aware that not all collaborations can be successfully negotiated in a single meeting. What irked her further was that as the daughter of the Rongli group, Lin Hao had continuously overlooked her, and they had spent the majority of their time discussing Rongqing, a place she despised. This disdain stemmed from the fact that Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan had met in Rongqing, where they shared memories. She was particularly sensitive to Wen Ruan's presence. Had it not been for her, Jiang Qingyan's 12-year wait for her would have been perfect. Wen Ruan felt like a blemish, tarnishing their love. As Yao Man struggled to contain her anger, she spotted He Zheng's car. She had yet to settle the bill from the wine gathering with He Zheng. As she pulled Jiang Qingyan over, Yu Yang happened to open the rear door. From their vantage point, it appeared that Wen Ruan had voluntarily leaned down to kiss the man resting his head on her lap. His face obscured, leaving only the crown of his head visible. However, since He Zheng's car was involved, and Yu Yang had opened the door, it was evident that the man Wen Ruan kissed was indeed He Zheng. She remarked, Wen Ruan and He Zheng must not be innocent, right? Surely it was Wen Ruan who seduced He Zheng. Upon witnessing Wen Ruan kiss He Zheng, Yao Man turned to look at Jiang Qingyan. He was dressed in a hand-tailored light gray shirt and black trousers, his tall and statuesque figure exuding an elegant demeanor. He was handsome, yet she found his present demeanor unappealing. Observing Wen Ruan kissing He Zheng, his expression darkened, his demeanor grave, as if he had become frozen in place. Yao Man took a step closer, directly linking her arm with his. Qingyan. The displeasure in her voice was palpable. Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes withdrew from Wen Ruan. As he adjusted his glasses and patted the back of Yao Man's hand, about to speak when the sound of the car door interrupted them, He Zheng had exited the vehicle. "Who is that?" Making such a ruckus, He Zheng emerged from the other side, sauntering around the rear of the car with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders relaxed, the harsh sunlight casting a languid shadow over his tall figure. His fully awakened eyes were deep and penetrating, sweeping over Jiang Qingyan before settling on Yao Man, the corners of his lips curling into a casual smile. "Oh, isn't this Miss Yao? You mentioned earlier that you were restless? You're the one who's restless, aren't you? In high school, you were in hotel rooms with someone, in college you dated one after another, and now, freshly divorced, you're back as a mistress. You're the one who's restless." He Zheng, he brought up past events, igniting Yao Man's fury, yet paradoxically, she calmed down, directing her ire towards Wen Ruan. "Wen Ruan, you are quite something, aren't you? You truly know how to choose," finding He Zheng to be your support. Standing beside He Zheng, Wen Ruan bore a serene expression, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "I am not seeking support. I am like General Manager Jiang, pursuing my first love after a breakup." Chasing true love like General Manager Jiang, pursuing true love. Jiang Qingyan gazed at her, their eyes locking, his cold, distant gaze concealing a flicker of fire within. He Zheng glanced at Jiang Qingyan's impassive face, rebelling inwardly. His posture straightening, his aura elevating. Among those present, only Yao Man failed to grasp the implications. First love, true love, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, and her eyes widened in shock as she oscillated her gaze between Wen Ruan and He Zheng. You mean He Zheng? He Zheng is your first love?" Wen Ruan's lips curved upwards, feigning surprise. "You didn't know? Little Yao knows. I thought he had informed you. As if recalling something, she pointed at Jiang Qingyan. "General Manager Jiang knows too. He invited me to lunch yesterday and even mentioned this matter. I thought General Manager Jiang had filled you in." Yao Man was still reeling from the revelation that He Zheng was Wen Ruan's first love when Wen Ruan's statement about General Manager Jiang inviting me to lunch yesterday sank in. Jiang Qingyan had invited Wen Ruan to lunch. Before she could react, Wen Ruan continued, "Miss Yao, I hope you keep an eye on your fiancé. He has caused me quite a bit of trouble. On the night of the wine gathering, he cornered me in the rose garden, and again yesterday at lunch, he urged me to stay away from He Zheng." Yao Man's complexion darkened further, now even Jiang Qingyan's expression began to falter. He stared at Wen Ruan in disbelief, not expecting her to undermine him so openly, his dark eyes fracturing with emotion, ultimately resigning to helplessness. He nearly forgot that this girl held a grudge. Ignoring his shifting countenance, Wen Ruan continued addressing Yao Man. "I am unsure of General Manager Zhang's intentions, but we have already broken up. If he persists in this manner, it will cause me distress and may lead He Zheng to misunderstand. So I hope Miss Yao can keep an eye on her fiancé." Observing Yao Man trembling with anger, Wen Ruan turned her gaze to He Zheng. "Shall we head in? It's about time." He Zheng in that moment appeared invigorated, his tone laced with pleasant mirth. "Sure." After they departed, Yu Yang, who had witnessed the entire scene, fearing Yao Man might unleash her wrath upon him, swiftly darted into the car and sped towards the parking lot. Left behind were Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, the rose garden at the wine gathering, lunch yesterday. Yao Man could scarcely believe the wine gathering. She had not left his side. The only time they separated was when He Zheng humiliated her. And she quarreled with Yao Tianyu in the lounge. He had seemingly stepped out then. So he had gone to find Wen Ruan during her moment of distress, and yesterday at lunch, when she was too upset to eat. He had chosen to accompany Wen Ruan. With a loud smack, Yao Man raised her hand and struck him, nearly roaring, "Jiang Qingyan, are you still thinking of her?" Jiang Qingyan received the slap squarely, his glasses askew. He adjusted them, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of cold fury danced in his lowered gaze. When he raised his head again, his expression was gentle, his voice soft as he explained, "The rose garden was a chance encounter. I went out for a smoke and she happened to be there. Yesterday at lunch, I was delivering a project to He Zheng. When He Zheng didn't meet me, I intended to pass the materials to Wen Ruan. Chenny accompanied me, while Yu Yang was with Wen Ruan. We did not meet alone." Yao Man had not intended to strike him, her anger had overwhelmed her, and now, hearing his gentle explanation, her fury subsided somewhat. Though she still refrained from apologizing. "Is it wrong for me to like He Zheng? Why do you want her to stay away from him?" Jiang Qingyan remained silent for a moment before asking. "Do you want Wen Ruan to be with He Zheng? Isn't it good if she is with He Zheng? She won't cling to you." Yao Man felt quite pleased with this idea, as long as Wen Ruan did not cling to Jiang Qingyan. It was acceptable. Moreover, He Zheng was a scoundrel, a vulgar rogue. Wen Ruan suited He Zheng, a grassroots girl paired with a rogue. Wasn't he that a match made in heaven? Jiang Qingyan's eyes deepened as he slowly smiled. "If your father were to acknowledge He Zheng, should Wen Ruan truly end up with him, one day when they marry, we would be family, sharing the same table during festive gatherings." Yao Man's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, how had she not considered this? Her father intended to formally recognize He Zheng. If He Zheng were to enter the Yao family, then if Wen Ruan married He Zheng, she would become her sister-in-law. She was certain she would marry Jiang Qingyan, imagining a scenario where she and Jiang Qingyan were together, while Wen Ruan and He Zheng formed another couple, all four of them sharing a household. Dining under the same roof, it was simply intolerable. The thought alone infuriated her. No, either her father must not acknowledge He Zheng, or Wen Ruan must not be allowed to be with He Zheng. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across her face, Jiang Qingyan's lips curled slightly, his dark eyes alight with a hidden spark, pursuing true love. He situated within a technology park in the southwestern corner of Haicheng. When Ruan and He Zheng arrived at the designated floor precisely at 3:30, Lin Hao's secretary welcomed them, guiding them through the bustling office area until they entered a spacious, brightly lit office adorned with a predominantly Chinese-style decor. Lin Hao awaited them inside. Upon their arrival, he rose to greet them, politely shaking hands with He Zheng and nodding at Wen Ruan. Once the customary pleasantries were exchanged, the three took their seats, Lin Hao on a single sofa, while Wen Ruan and He Zheng settled on the adjacent long sofa. The tea was brewing on the table, its fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Hao and He Zheng engaged in jovial conversation. Wen Ruan discreetly observed him, clad in all-black casual attire. He had a square jaw, faint wrinkles on his forehead, and a few strands of white hair that belied his age, though not impeccably groomed. He exuded a stable aura, imbued with the gravitas of experience. He Zheng expressed his disinterest in this opportunity, showing no enthusiasm for the olive branch extended by the investors. This was indeed the case. After settling in, Lin Hao meandered through various unrelated topics: China's economic consumer market, the misdeeds of capital, the investment philosophy of the Yale Endowment Fund. He Zheng responded fluently, engaging in the conversation with ease. Receiving Lin Hao's appreciative glances, yet never broaching the subject of collaboration, eventually, He Zheng skillfully redirected the conversation towards the potential partnership. After glancing through the proposal, he set it down and took a sip of tea. Well then, you two may head back. I have another meeting shortly. We shall conclude for today, and I will discuss the proposal with the other responsible parties, as IUA is not solely my decision. This was a clear indication of their dismissal. Holding her teacup, Wen Ruan suddenly interjected, "This tea is from Rongqing, isn't it?" Before, Lin Hao mostly engaged in conversation with He Zheng, but at this moment, he finally cast a proper glance at her. "Director Wen, have you had a drink?" Wen Ruan smiled and replied, "Yes, I studied at Rongqing University. 2 years ago, when I returned to my alma mater for the centennial celebration, I spent a few days in the area and stayed at a homestay called Shangyue. The tea brewed by the owner there tasted exactly like this." He grows the tea himself. Upon hearing her mention Shangyue homestay, Lin Hao's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of surprise, he remarked, "The general manager Jiang from Rongli just left." And the words you exchanged with him were nearly identical. Upon hearing Rongqing, He Zheng, who had initially felt a twinge of displeasure, now felt even more discontented. After this wave of dissatisfaction, a hint of bitterness crept into his heart. He remained silent and turned to look at Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan's expression was unpredictable, yet she wore a broad smile. Is that so? I wonder if Director Lin watched the celebration banquet from last year at Rongli. Both Jiang Qingyan and I graduated from Rongqing University, and I attended the centennial celebration with him 2 years ago. We shared that tea, so it's quite normal for us to say the same thing. The video of the Rongli celebration banquet had circulated wildly in Haicheng last year. Lin Hao had seen it in a group for founders. However, it was of no concern to him. He had merely glanced at it as a piece of news. Only now, upon her mention, did he recall the incident. For Wen Ruan, that was a tumultuous disaster, while Lin Hao remained an outsider, refraining from passing judgment on the intricacies between the two. Nevertheless, his earlier comment had indeed placed her in a rather awkward position, prompting him to apologize. "I apologize," Wen Ruan smiled, assuring him that it was nothing significant. "However, since we have broached the subject, I shall speak candidly." She set down her cup, turning to Lin Hao. "Director Lin, you are indeed eager to seize this opportunity. But your wife seems to weigh heavily on your mind, causing you considerable apprehension." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's countenance changed entirely. 3 hours later, Lin Hao personally escorted Wen Ruan and He Zheng downstairs. Director Wen, I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. Are you truly not staying for dinner? It was already 6:30, well into dinner time, and Lin Hao had been urging them to stay. Wen Ruan glanced at He Zheng, who caught her subtle cue and smiled at Lin Hao. "When the contract is signed, a meal with Director Lin is a must, but tonight, we genuinely have other matters to attend to." With that, Lin Hao ceased his insistence, looking at Wen Ruan with a calm expression tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Director Wen, I await your good news. As long as you can assist me with this favor. Not only will I not hesitate over a contract, but should you ever require my help in the future, I will gladly oblige without question." The setting sun painted the horizon crimson, the cicadas' cries grew faint, and the heat began to dissipate as the car turned off the main road in front of the tech park and onto the elevated road. In the back seat, He Zheng lounged against the car door, facing Wen Ruan, his long neck arched haughtily, his brows lowered as he clicked his tongue. "Director Wen, impressive. I've gone through the materials on IUS several times, yet I failed to realize that the crux of this matter lies with Lin Hao's wife." Wen Ruan clarified, "It wasn't my intention to conceal this from you. I simply lacked certainty and wanted to confirm before informing you. The materials on IUA had been provided by He Zheng and were exceedingly detailed. Lin Hao's entrepreneurial history and marital status were laid bare upon discovering that his wife was named Chen Shangyue and hailed from Rongqing. Wen Ruan felt a sense of familiarity after thoroughly reviewing the materials. She finally understood the source of that inexplicable familiarity. The documents indicated that Lin Hao founded Iyue Technology 8 years ago, and during those early years, he was ambitious, relishing challenges and competition. At his peak, he successfully developed multiple VR games within half a year, amassing the highest copyright income in the industry during that period, leading in both innovation and market presence. At that time, Iyue welcomed any olive branches extended by investors, commercializing their games promptly with a clear objective, profit above all else, until 3 years ago, when Iyue, having climbed from the domestic third tier to the second, Lin Hao halted collaborations with venture capital firms and subtly declined all offers of investment. The materials stated that Lin Hao's wife, Chen Shangyue, had become pregnant that year but suffered a miscarriage, marking the beginning of his transformation. In the thick stack of documents, Chen Shangyue occupied only a small portion of the text, with a summary of her introduction comprising merely one sentence: a dance instructor who transitioned from university to marriage with Lin Hao. They shared a harmonious relationship, regarded as a model couple, and after the miscarriage, she returned to her hometown in Rongqing to recuperate. After finishing the materials, Wen Ruan recalled an event from 2 years prior. 2 years ago, during the centennial celebration of Rongqing University, both she and Jiang Qingyan were invited to attend. After the celebration, Jiang Qingyan suggested spending a few days in Rongqing. They flew there, and that day, Jiang Qingyan rented a car, driving for over 2 hours until they reached the foot of Rongshan Mountain. Rongshan, a scenic spot in Rongqing, was one she had visited during her university days with Zheng Tongtong, known for 2 distinctive features: the Inyuan tree at the mountain's base and the cloud sea at its summit. Jiang Qingyan first led her to the Inyuan tree before taking her to see the cloud sea. They stayed at a newly opened homestay named Shangyue, and by coincidence, they were the first guests to make a reservation and check in. The female owner, in her 30s, was fond of wearing kipayos, exuding grace and elegance, with an air of affluence. A remarkably generous host, she claimed that since they were the inaugural guests, she would waive their accommodation fee and gifted them homegrown tea. Unfortunately, their luck was somewhat lacking. While the day they arrived was sunny, the following days were marred by rain, preventing them from witnessing the cloud sea. With the cloud sea out of reach, Jiang Qingyan spent most of his time in the room handling work, while Wen Ruan, not particularly busy at the time, found the room stifling and often sought out the owner for conversation. They discussed various topics. The owner mentioned her fondness for tea and that she had a tea garden on the mountain. She also shared that she and her husband transitioned from university to marriage, that she was a dance instructor, and her husband worked in VR gaming. The owner didn't divulge much more and did not mention her husband's name, but the timeline and narrative aligned with the information in the materials. Her name was also Chen Shangyue, and she hailed from Rongqing. Thus, after thoroughly reviewing the materials provided by He Zheng, Wen Ruan, upon forming this hypothesis, promptly searched for photos of Lin Hao's wife online. There were none. She could not find a single photograph. Although she felt she already had the answer, she still sought verification. In truth, she had Chen Xingyue's WeChat. A simple message or phone call could uncover the truth. However, since this was work, she deemed it prudent to first confirm with Lin Hao. Therefore, upon arriving at Lin Hao's office today, she first observed her surroundings and noticed a photograph of him and Chen Shangyue on his desk. Chen Shangyue was indeed the very person she recognized. You are indeed eager to seize this opportunity, but your wife seems to weigh heavily on your mind, causing you considerable apprehension. She had spoken this to Lin Hao, emboldened by a remark made during her stay at the homestay. My separation from my husband is ultimately beneficial for both of us. He harbors grand ambitions and wishes to take the company public. However, our relationship has deteriorated, partly due to his company. Furthermore, in recent years, their pursuits in life have diverged greatly. I have grown weary and simply wish to part ways. Yet he does not want to separate, leading him to make many choices against his own will and forfeit numerous opportunities. According to Chen Shangyue, Lin Hao was inherently ambitious, desiring to expand his company while fearing that the distance between him and Chen Shangyue would only grow. He found himself trapped in a struggle between his wife and his career. Later, when Ruan revisited the materials on Iyue, indeed, since 3 years ago, the company's growth had slowed considerably, with nearly no new games being developed. It appeared as though they had encountered some obstacles. However, in reality, Iyue had been persistently optimizing its existing VR games. They had released hits and maintained a strong foothold in the market. Moreover, their ongoing enhancements ensured robust user retention. From another perspective, while Iyue may not have been as aggressive as before, it was becoming increasingly stable and grounded. Jiang Qingyan favored investing in such endeavors, despite Iyue's relatively quiet 3 years with no groundbreaking new games. It had solidified its position. Furthermore, Iyue's core team remained intact. Therefore, when Wen Ruan saw news about new VR glasses in the market and reviewed domestic VR gaming companies, she was certain that Jiang Qingyan would take a keen interest in Iyue. As the car traveled from the tech park to Qingyue Mansion, He Zheng, after hearing Wen Ruan's explanations, sat up straight and pulled her into his embrace. Must we go tonight? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Earlier, while at Yue, seizing the opportunity when Lin Hao stepped out to take a call, Wen Ruan had informed him that she wouldn't be staying for dinner as she planned to head to Rongqing that very night. He Zheng had a meeting the next morning concerning the land in the southern city, a discussion with government officials that could not be postponed. He also believed there was no need to rush to Rongqing. Lin Hao had not expressed any intent to discuss collaboration today. He merely consented to meet them and only out of basic courtesy, not wanting to offend them by outright refusal, so it was merely a formality. It was only after Wen Ruan mentioned his wife that Lin Hao's emotions began to shift. When Wen Ruan recounted her experience at his wife's homestay, conversing with her and hearing about Lin Hao's affairs. It was then that Lin Hao relaxed his guard, becoming more talkative. At that moment, holding a purple clay teapot, his gaze was fixed on a tea leaf floating atop the surface, the white hairs at his temples starkly visible. As if in an instant, he aged a decade, his low voice resonating with weariness and sorrow. Shangyue wants a divorce, and I do not consent. She wishes to file a lawsuit but fears that causing too much commotion would harm my career. So we've been dragging this out. It has been a year since she last agreed to see me. I visit the homestay for 2 days each month. She knows I come, yet she keeps her distance. Engaging in a cold war with me, refusing to see me or respond to my messages. She criticizes me for being too busy, saying that once enough money is made, that should suffice, but the company's development has reached a point where I cannot afford to stop. I must think of those brothers who have fought alongside me for many years. I truly do not wish to miss this opportunity. After all, we cannot rely on past achievements indefinitely. The emergence of this new type of VR glasses represents a crucial juncture in distinguishing ourselves from our competitors. If we fail to seize this moment, Love You will struggle to sustain itself solely through optimization for many years to come. Grasping this opportunity will elevate Love You to the next level. Yet I will become increasingly occupied, drifting further away from Shengyu, potentially leading to a complete loss of her. Should I let this chance slip away, I would be remiss towards the team at the company. After venting his frustrations, Lin Hao turned to Wen Ruan and said, Director Lin, I am an outsider and cannot interfere in the specifics of the discord between you and your spouse. However, if I could persuade Sister Shengyu to meet with you, would you consider giving Mingyi a chance? At that moment, Lin Hao found it hard to believe our mutual friends, even her parents, have persistently urged her to meet me, yet she remains resolute in her refusal. She even seems intent on cutting all ties with me. What can you possibly do? Wen Ruan replied, consider this a wager. Whether you win or lose, you stand to lose nothing. Lin Hao agreed. Without setting a deadline, which made He Zheng feel there was no need to rush, delaying by a day. When tea mattered, I in the car, he toyed with Wen Ruan's delicate, smooth hand, his gaze lingering on her profile as he proposed. How about we go tomorrow afternoon? I'll accompany you to know. Wen Ruan replied, her slender back resting against him as she sighed, delivering some unfortunate news. Jiang Qingyan was also aware of Chen Xingyue's story. He had intentionally mentioned that tea today, undoubtedly recognizing that the key lay with Chen Xingyue. He should like me, come to verify. What if they decide to go tonight? Sister Shengyu holds a favorable impression of Jiang Qingyan, who is adept at swaying people's hearts. If they went tonight, I would feel more at ease. He Zheng felt a pang of jealousy at the thought of them visiting the marriage tree and gazing at the sea of clouds together. Unable to suppress his envy as he jested, it's just a cup of tea, and yet you remember the taste so clearly after 2 years. Does it have something to do with Jiang Qingyan that makes you recollect it so vividly? Detecting the jealousy in his tone, Wen Ruan turned to him, playfully poking his unhappy face as she smiled. I remember clearly because I drink it often back when they stayed at the guest house. Chen Xingyue insisted on waiving their accommodation fees and offered delightful tea and treats. Wen Ruan always felt guilty about it. Her tea leaves are managed by a dedicated team, available online, and she frequently purchases them. Indeed, they are quite delightful, fragrant and uniquely flavored. Wen Ruan always bought a substantial amount to share with her mother and Aunt Lan, and also sent some to Zhang Tongtong. The tea she and Jiang Qingyan had at home was also from Chen Xingyue. He Zheng's jealousy intensified after her explanation as he took her hand and brought it to his lips, planting a kiss on it. Why don't you give me some? I have no tea to drink. You must buy me some in the future. Wen Ruan felt a tingling sensation at his kiss, retracting slightly. Not a big CEO like you can't have no tea. Your office is clearly stocked with expensive tea. Understanding his jealousy, though finding it somewhat irrational, Wen Ruan chuckled softly. Alright, I'll buy some for you. Chapter 65. It seems they have started living together at 7 in the evening. The car came to a stop at Qingyue Mansion. Zhang Tongtong and her mother left early in the morning. Upon entering, Wen Ruan headed straight for the bedroom. She had booked the latest flight of the day, departing at 10:30 from Haicheng Airport. Time was tight. She pulled out her suitcase, packing essential items. After 20 minutes she emerged from the bedroom and walked into the living room, just as He Zheng was bringing a steaming bowl of noodles from the kitchen. When Wen Ruan entered, He Zheng had indeed followed her in, but hadn't he entered the bedroom, she paid him no mind. So he had come to cook for her. What are you standing there for? Come here. He Zheng pulled out a chair, waited for her to sit down, and handed her the chopsticks. Back in college, I took that flight you booked a few times. There was food, but it was quite unappetizing. Since time is short, just make do with this. Wen Ruan paused, surprised. College? You flew from Haicheng to Rongqing in the middle of the night? What for? He Zheng had spoken casually, but now found himself at a loss when she inquired further. Indeed, why had he flown at such an hour? Of course, it was to see that heartless woman who toyed with his feelings. Sometimes, He Zheng felt like a masochist. After their breakup, he had been furious. To the point that merely mentioning Wen Ruan's name would ignite his anger. Yet, when they were miles apart, he found himself yearning for her. Whenever he saw couples in college, he fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Wen Ruan and T stood him up. They could have been one of those couples. Later on, He Zheng pondered why Wen Ruan did not like him. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be his own shortcomings. He was not good enough, and he needed to strive harder to be worthy of her. In college, he was busy with studies, working, and later, starting a business. His days were meticulously scheduled, leaving little to no free time. Yet, whenever he missed her, he would still carve out time to visit. It was probably on the day they broke up when Wen Ruan's cold gaze and composed demeanor wounded his pride that he dared not disturb her. Often squeezing in time to fly to Rongqing at night, seeking a hotel, and the next morning going to Rongqing University to find her. Like a wretched voyeur, he would catch a glimpse of the person who held his heart from afar. Too timid to greet her, only daring to take a photo, and then rushing to the airport without even having time for lunch. Shen Yifan had called him cowardly, suggesting he should just confess and take a gamble. Gamble? She didn't like him at all, and every time he tried, he ended up losing. He wasn't cowardly, he merely wanted to wait until he had achieved success before pursuing her without pride. Shen Yifan had warned him that Wen Ruan was the belle of Rongqing University, with many wolves and tigers eyeing her. Did he not fear she might be taken away? Of course not. When he sought out Wen Ruan, he had once witnessed a handsome fellow confessing to her. While that lad might not have been as handsome as He Zheng, he was certainly presentable. He thought to himself that if Wen Ruan agreed, he would confront that handsome guy. But Wen Ruan replied, "Sorry, I don't date in college." She had always been a woman of her word, since she declared she wouldn't date in college. He Zheng was reassured. However, he became too relaxed, too preoccupied, and before long, he found himself blindsided by Jiang Qingyan. Due to his lingering pride from years ago, He Zheng didn't dare confess. He returned to the kitchen, bringing out another bowl of noodles, pulling out the chair beside Wen Ruan to sit down. He had a college roommate whose family was from Rongqing, and he liked to take evening flights during holidays. Wen Ruan responded with an "oh," and upon concluding that topic, she began to eat her noodles. The tomato and egg noodles were visually appealing and aromatic. In her haste, she took a bite only to scald her tongue. With a cry of pain, she opened her mouth only to have her chin grasped firmly. He Zheng turned her face towards him. Their chairs were close together. Leaning in, Wen Ruan felt his tongue brush against hers, momentarily freezing in surprise, yet she did not resist, resting her hands on his shoulders and allowing his breath to mingle with hers. He Zheng merely soothed her scorched tongue, enveloping it momentarily before releasing it. Meeting her gaze of autumn-like eyes, he restrained the urge to kiss her again, pinching her cheek softly, his voice taking on a gentler tone. "Does it still hurt?" Wen Ruan shook her head. He Zheng went to the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of yogurt, inserting a straw, and placing it in front of her. "The noodles are fresh out of the pot. Eat slowly. We're leaving at 8. There is still time." He stressed the 8 o'clock departure. Wen Ruan finished her noodles by 7:40, even leaving early would be impossible. The suitcase was pushed aside as He Zheng pressed her against the wall of the entrance, their positions creating a delightful sandwich. Thankfully, He Zheng's kissing skills had improved, and with her willing participation, they shared a lingering, intimate kiss that was intoxicating. He Zheng nearly lost control. His last movement was rather forceful, his voice tinged with grievance. "You heartless person, you stood me up again. Last night you said tonight, and now you're running away again. Every time you tease, you never fan the flames." The grievance was palpable, manifesting visibly in his body. Wen Ruan couldn't ignore it even if she tried. She glanced at the time, 7:50, only 10 minutes until 8:00. That moment, He Zheng had already released her, helping her adjust her clothing while murmuring about the importance of integrity. "You go ahead, I'll find you once I'm done here." Wen Ruan wrapped her arms around his neck, tiptoeing to plant a heavy kiss on his lips, her breath now a whisper by his ear as she murmured something. He Zheng's body stiffened, his ears turning crimson as he looked at her with wide, glistening eyes, stumbling over his words. This might not be appropriate, right? Would it be too troublesome for you?" Wen Ruan smiled at his conflicted expression, reminding him, "There are still 10 minutes left. If you don't want to, that is fine. I'll be leaving." She prepared to grab her suitcase when He Zheng suddenly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Striding towards the bedroom of the man, accustomed to exercising, was panting heavily after just a few steps, yet he continued speaking with mock severity. "Wen Ruan, you truly are a deadly enchantress. I will inevitably perish at your hands." After Yu Yang dropped them off, he remained in the car, not getting out. His instructions were clear. Wen Ruan was to head to the airport, and he would wait there. As planned, at 8 o'clock. The couple emerged at 8-0-5. Yu Yang got out to assist in opening the door, noticing his boss's grim expression, mistakenly assuming they had quarreled. However, upon glancing at Wen Ruan, he saw her lips curved in a smile. Her expression one of wanting to laugh yet holding back, which didn't seem indicative of a dispute. He dared not inquire further, striving to minimize his presence, driving steadily and swiftly towards the airport. During the ride, He Zheng held Wen Ruan's hand the entire time but spoke not a word, his gaze fixated on the window, his heart heavy as if it had ceased to beat. All these years, his once proud self-control had crumbled entirely. It was astonishing, even to himself, that he could be so affected by just a single hand. In less than a minute, he raised the white flag in surrender. The swiftness of it was utterly absurd. He felt both embarrassed and dejected, while that heartless woman smiled and consoled him. "It's alright, don't feel inferior. I believe this isn't your usual standard." Of course, it wasn't his norm. He was simply too overwhelmed. After years of dreams, reality had finally dawned upon him, and there had been such an extensive build-up beforehand. Once she held his hand, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. Tingling from head to toe. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, he had made a fool of himself tonight. That damned Jiang Qingyan. If it weren't for him, Wen Ruan wouldn't have had to leave in such a rush. He would have had the entire night to prove himself. It was all that wretched man's fault. In the early hours, at Ronli Capital, Jiang Qingyan's desk was piled high with documents that had been brought in by various departments for his signature earlier in the afternoon. Yao Man insisted on staying at his place tonight. He didn't wish to return home too early, so he decided to work late. He had signed only half the documents when Chen Yi knocked and entered. "President Jiang, as you suspected, Wen Ruan has gone to the airport. She should be nearing Rongqing by now." Jiang Qingyan flipped through the papers without raising his head, letting out a low chuckle. She must have realized that Chen Shengyue was the key. She likely thought I would rush over to seize what she wanted, hence her hasty departure. He had no intention of going at all. Of the story of the homestay owner, Chen Shengyue, was one that Wen Ruan had told him long ago. And he remembered every word she had shared. The tea leaves, Wen Ruan often bought them, and they had enjoyed them together, the flavor etched in his memory, while perusing the information on AIU. He discovered that Lin Hao's wife was indeed the homestay owner. Today, while drinking tea at Lin Hao's, he had recognized the flavor of the tea from the very first sip, and from what Lin Hao had implied. He still loved his wife, thus, the key to securing AIU lay with Chen Shengyue. He was aware of this but had no intention of revealing it to Yao Man if she wished to outmaneuver Wen Ruan. So be it, he would feign ignorance. Surely Wen Ruan wouldn't expose him regarding this matter. Chen Yi lingered, hesitating to speak. Jiang Qingyan glanced up at him. "But if you have something to say, just say it." Chen Yi took a deep breath. Carefully choosing his words, Wen Ruan and He Zheng. It seems they might be living together. He had followed AIU's vehicle with Wen Ruan to Qingyue Mansion and then to the airport. On his return, he witnessed He Zheng's car heading in the same direction as Qingyue Mansion, prompting him to follow. Indeed, after dropping Wen Ruan off, He Zheng returned to Qingyue Mansion and did not come out again. While Yu Yang also drove away. Therefore, it appeared that both Wen Ruan and He Zheng resided at Qingyue Mansion. With a sharp crack, Jiang Qingyan's pen snapped as he pressed down harder on the paper. And he suddenly lifted his gaze, his piercing stare fixed on Chen Yi, who dared not meet his eyes. The office fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Qingyan discarded the broken pen, ceasing to sign any further documents. Amidst the peculiar atmosphere, his phone rang. It was a call from Yao Man, which he initially ignored. Only after the second ring did he answer, her voice brimming with excitement. "Qingyan, I just received news from Lin Hao's secretary. The key to this collaboration with Lin Hao lies with his wife, who has opened a homestay in Rongqing. Wen Ruan has already gone there. It's too late now. I'm booking the earliest flight for tomorrow morning. I am going home to pack. Just a heads up, don't go to Rongqing. I'll handle it myself, and I will definitely outdo Wen Ruan." Chapter 66. He felt jealous after returning from AIU Technology in the afternoon. Yao Man was restless. They failed to secure a deal with Lin Hao. What if Wen Ruan had a solution? After all, He Zheng was still in the picture, and despite Yao Tianyu's persistent efforts over the years, He Zheng was still quite capable. This was her first confrontation with Wen Ruan, and she absolutely could not afford to lose. That evening, she wished to stay with Jiang Qingyan to cultivate their relationship and inquire about the next steps. But he was preoccupied with work and did not return. At 10 o'clock that evening, a friend in their group chat mentioned seeing Wen Ruan at the airport. Why was she there in the dead of night? Did it have anything to do with AIU? Anxious, she engaged with a few close friends in the chat, seeking their ideas. One friend replied, "My husband mentioned that he has a friend who knows Lin Hao's secretary. Should we arrange to meet and ask?" After some back and forth, they set up a meeting with the secretary at a bar registered under Yao Tianyu's name. Yao Man arrived at 11. But the secretary was tight-lipped, claiming ignorance about the negotiations between the boss and Wen Ruan. Eventually, her friend's husband brought in a few people to get the secretary drunk, finally extracting a couple of useful remarks. When Lin met with them, "I delivered an urgent document and overheard him say, 'Director Wen, if you can persuade my wife to return to Haicheng, I'll sign the contract with Mingyi.'" Lin's wife was in Rongqing running a homestay called Shengyue on Rongshan. After ensuring the secretary was sent back, Yao Man immediately checked for flights. Wen Ruan's late-night appearance at the airport could only mean she was heading to Rongqing, and she needed to hurry there as well. Unfortunately, it was too late. She had missed the last flight and could only depart early the next morning. Initially, she wanted Jiang Qingyan to accompany her, but upon remembering that Wen Ruan would be there, she decided against it. Jiang Qingyan was not in good spirits, and Chen Yi drove him home. After moving out of Huadang Bay, Jiang Qingyan resided in the apartment the company had awarded him. Located next to a quiet bar. He instructed Chen Yi to park at the bar's entrance and invited him for a drink with ice-cold whiskey. He consumed 2 glasses before turning to Chen Yi. "Do you think I made the wrong choice?" "Wrong choice? What do you mean?" Chen Yi was the only one at Ronli who could grasp the implication behind his question. As Jiang Qingyan's assistant, he was also akin to family. An orphan, Chen Yi had received support from Jiang Qingyan's mother throughout his education, and in gratitude, he attended university in Haicheng and joined Ronli Capital to assist Jiang Qingyan. To him, Jiang Qingyan was like an elder brother. Chen Yi admired him, respected him, yet also feared him, for in his memory Jiang Qingyan was always serious, meticulous, and guarded, especially when angered. He seemed to maintain this guarded demeanor with everyone, save for Wen Ruan. At least that was true before their breakup. Chen Yi had witnessed Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan's love. He observed how deeply Jiang Qingyan cared for her throughout their 3 years together. Jiang Qingyan never treated Wen Ruan as a mere substitute nor as a tool for healing. He cherished, loved, and pampered her, bestowing all his tenderness upon her. The lack of public acknowledgement was not due to a desire to keep it hidden, but rather a necessity, as Jiang Qingyan's mother had her own agenda, forbidding him from making their relationship public, even threatening him. As for Yaman, a man like Jiang Qingyan could never harbor feelings for someone as arrogant and domineering as her, or rather, who could fall for the daughter of their father's murderer. All those notions of white moonlight and love letters were merely veils for revenge. Jiang Qingyan had never loved Yao Man. His true aim had always been Yao Wei and the entire Ronli capital, perhaps even the entire Ronli group. To Jiang Qingyan, Wen Ruan represented love, while Yao Man was merely a tool, an instrument for his vengeance against the Yao family. Yet, before Yao Man returned to the country, he had chosen love. When Yao Man divorced and came back, relentlessly pursuing him, he weighed the pros and cons and ultimately chose Yao Man, opting for the shortcut and sacrificing Wen Ruan. Chen Yi, do you think I made the wrong choice? This question didn't require an answer from Chen Yi. Jiang Qingyan already knew the truth. A person like Wen Ruan, whom he had hurt so deeply, would never turn back. Even if he revealed everything to her, she would not return, and whether he had made a wrong choice or not, he was destined to lose Wen Ruan, and with gritted teeth, he would have to traverse the path he had chosen, for indecisiveness would lead to the loss of both. Jiang Qingyan had never been a man of indecision. His question stemmed from jealousy. This was the inherent flaw of a man. Had Wen Ruan remained single, he would have never regretted his decision today and would never have posed such a question, but now that Wen Ruan was with another man, jealousy consumed him, leading to discomfort and doubts. It was merely a fleeting sense of regret and uncertainty. Ultimately, he would still marry Yao Man. Wen Ruan did not settle into her hotel near Rongqing Airport until 1 o'clock in the morning. She rose at 8, had breakfast, and took a taxi to Rongshan. She did not reach out to Chen Shangyue in advance and checked into the homestay upon arrival. After dropping off her suitcase, she returned to the front desk, only to find that the girl from back then had been replaced by a handsome young man, likely fresh out of college. The young man, initially blushing and casting furtive glances at her, straightened his expression upon hearing her inquire about the owner. "I asked, there's something I can assist you with. Was there any oversight in our hospitality?" Just as Wen Ruan was about to respond, a voice exclaimed, "Wen Ruan." It was a cloudy day in Rongshan, with a refreshing breeze dispersing the heat. After finishing breakfast, Chen Shangyue had taken a stroll to the back mountain and was just returning, when she spotted a familiar woman conversing with the young front desk attendant. Approaching closely, she realized it truly was Wen Ruan, almost failing to recognize her due to the significant change in her appearance over the past 2 years. The homestay's back garden featured a beautifully decorated tea room, where Chen Shangyue invited Wen Ruan to enjoy some tea. "Why didn't you contact me beforehand? You've gone through the trouble of coming all this way. I could have made arrangements for you." Wen Ruan accepted the tea she offered and smiled. "I came here with a purpose today. I didn't want to trouble you." Shangyue. "A purpose?" Chen Shangyue raised her eyebrows in surprise, playfully asking, "What purpose could you possibly have to share?" Since opening the homestay, Chen Shangyue had met many people, but the one who left the deepest impression was Wen Ruan. A significant reason was that she and her boyfriend were the inaugural guests. The two of them, both in looks and demeanor, made a strikingly memorable pair. More so, Wen Ruan's eloquence and ability to engage in conversation on any topic made her a delightful companion to chat with. Wen Ruan is aware that the sales of tea leaves are not particularly promising. However, over the past 2 years, there have been 2 consistent orders during the holidays from Haicheng. The largest purchaser is Lin Hao, who invariably buys in substantial quantities, with more than half of her tea gardens sold to him. The other buyer is Miss Wen from Haicheng, whom she knows to be the only Wen Ruan in that area. Both individuals place their orders without uttering a word. Since they choose to remain silent, she too refrains from mentioning it, pretending to be oblivious, as her tea leaves are of impeccable quality. Chen Shangyue contemplates that since Wen Ruan has been so considerate of her business, She must assist her with whatever matter she brings up today. Ultimately, Sister Shangyue, I have come today because I made a bet with Lin from AIU Technology, and I am here to request your return to Haicheng. Rongli has an office in Rongqing. Early in the morning, Yao Man called Yao Tianyu while on her way to the airport. Please inform the person in charge at Rongqing to dispatch a special car to pick me up from the airport and prepare gifts. Particularly exquisite ones. Recently, Yao Tianyu has been out assessing projects, having entrusted the AIU project entirely to Jiang Qingyan. It was only upon receiving this call from Yao Man that he realized she was responsible for the project. He was currently having morning tea with the head of a local enterprise, nearly spewing tea onto the face of the person across from him in frustration. As he took out his phone to answer, his anger surged, and Yao Man urged him, "Don't forget, the gift for Lin Hao's wife must be particularly lavish, preferably one that would make Wen Ruan appear as a country bumpkin." After making her demands, she hung up immediately. Yao Tianyu nearly hurled his phone across the room, then called Jiang Qingyan to unleash a tirade, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. "Jiang Qingyan, are you out of your mind? You handed AIU over to Yao Man. Wen Ruan is in charge on the Mingyi side. Are you suggesting that Yao Man competes with Wen Ruan? What were you thinking? She is utterly incapable." Jiang Qingyan was currently in a meeting, seated among several department heads from the investment division. He did not step outside but answered the call directly in the conference room, his voice calm and steady. "Young manager Yao, I attempted to stop her, but she insisted on overseeing AIU. I couldn't dissuade her. If you can, while it's still early, you might call her back and I can go in person." The directors exchanged glances, realizing that Jiang Qingyan had suddenly assigned AIU to the young lady, when in fact she had taken it upon herself. Originally, AIU was Lin Yu's project. And they all cast sympathetic looks at Lin Yu. Lin Yu wore an expression of "I am unfortunate but dare not speak," yet secretly relished the situation, seizing the opportunity to secretly message Wen Ruan while Jiang Qingyan was on the call. "Lin Yu, are you in Rongqing? Yao Man is there too, and Yao Tianyu has learned that she is in charge of AIU. He is currently having a meltdown with Jiang Qingyan." Yao Tianyu was well aware that Yao Man had insisted on taking AIU for herself, almost as if she had lost her mind, determined to undermine Wen Ruan. He was exasperated, if she truly despised Wen Ruan so much. There were countless ways to make her disappear from Haicheng without constantly meddling in his company's affairs. If necessary, he could take action to ensure Wen Ruan vanished from Haicheng altogether. Upon reflection, this seemed like an excellent idea. This way, Yao Man would settle down and cease her disruptions to his company, and He Zheng could no longer use Wen Ruan to provoke him. After all, if Wen Ruan were to secure AIU, Rongli would become a laughingstock. The person he had dismissed would in turn assist He Zheng in snatching away his project. Where would that leave his pride? He would be at the mercy of He Zheng. Thus, how could he ensure Wen Ruan left Haicheng? It appeared her mother was affiliated with Sengli Hospital. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Jiang Qingyan say, "Young manager Yao, apart from the AIU matter, there is another issue I must report to you." Jiang Qingyan had now left the conference room and returned to his office. Closing the door behind him, he mentioned two projects that He Zheng had expressed interest in. Director Yao wishes for Mingyi and Rongli to collaborate. I was asked to select a few promising projects. This is quite urgent, and since it was instructed by Director Yao, I didn't have the opportunity to inform you earlier. He Zheng had his eyes on two projects, one he would monopolize, and the other he would collaborate on, yet he insisted on leading the investment. Director Yao agreed, and signatures had already been obtained. There was still a document requiring your signature. When do you anticipate returning? Yao Tianyu was already in a fit of rage. I'm not returning, not a chance. His favoritism, was it not enough that he favored Yao Man, now he was also showing bias towards He Zheng. To quietly seize both of his projects, and to lead the investment, how could he possibly allow that? What would that make of his reputation? What kind of potion had He Zheng concocted to bewitch his father? Yao Tianyu bellowed for his secretary, immediately book a flight back to Haicheng. He had only been away for a few days, yet chaos had erupted in Haicheng. Did they truly believe he was dead? Jiang Qingyan gazed at the disconnected call, his narrow eyes narrowing further. Could he expel Yao Tianyu from Rongli capital? He Zheng was the key now. The flames of their conflict were finally poised to ignite. Yet the fire needed to be stoked further. But what was He Zheng's Achilles heel? Who could push He Zheng to the brink of losing control? Wen Ruan, Chapter 67. I cannot assist you in Rongqing. At Xingyue's guest house, in the tea room of the backyard, Wen Ruan had recorded her conversation with Lin Hao yesterday, and at this moment, Chen Shengyue listened intently, word for word, remaining silent for quite some time before finally speaking. So, you wish to persuade me to return to Haicheng to secure the AIU contract? Wen Ruan detected a hint of displeasure in her tone and reached into her bag to retrieve a stack of documents. Handing them to her sister Shengyue, please take a look at this first. The documents were what she had requested He Zheng to investigate regarding Lin Hao's private life after realizing that Lin Hao's wife was the owner of the guest house. He Zheng was quite adept, managing to obtain comprehensive information in the shortest time possible. The materials she provided Chen Shengyue were printed during her journey, as she had the driver make a detour to a printing shop. Sister Shangyue, I have no intention of pressuring you. In our previous conversation, I sense that you still harbor feelings for Lin Hao. When I met with him yesterday, I gleaned that he has always loved you. The information I have gathered indicates that you both share feelings for one another, and Lin Hao has remained virtuous since your departure. Therefore, I dared to come here. I believe there might be some misunderstandings between you. If so, it would be prudent to clarify them. I can secure the contract, and you two can reunite, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. The fragrance of tea enveloped the room, and the air conditioning was sufficiently cool to soothe one's restless spirit. Chen Shangyue placed the documents back onto the tea table, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes in silence for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Do you know why Lin Hao said that as long as I return to Haicheng? It means you have won, because we made a pact. My return signifies my forgiveness of him. I do not wish to forgive him. Chen Shangyue and Lin Hao transitioned from university life into marriage. Lin Hao came from a modest background, working to fund his tuition, while Chen Shangyue's family owned a tea garden, providing them with some financial security. Being an only child, she did not have to struggle for a living. Lin Hao, despite being somewhat dull and lacking in romance, was someone she found herself drawn to. Her parents initially disapproved of Lin Hao, accusing him of harboring ulterior motives, interested only in their tea garden. But she disregarded their concerns. She had a falling out with her family, and since Lin Hao's family could not afford the bride price, they did not even hold a wedding ceremony after obtaining their marriage certificate. Her career faced setbacks, and Lin Hao was also suppressed by his superior. They rented their home and had no savings, living in financial strain. When life was challenging, misfortune seemed to abound during that time. Lin Hao was frequently required to work overtime until the early hours. One night, upon returning home, she was forcibly dragged into her apartment by a drunken middle-aged man from next door. At that time, she was already 5 months pregnant. The man's advances were thwarted, but in her struggle, she was violently pushed, and her abdomen struck the corner of a cabinet. Lin Hao rushed back home in a hurry. But they lost the child, and she nearly lost her uterus as well. At that time, they could not even gather 50,000 yuan, which Lin Hao managed to cobble together through various means. Upon learning of this incident, her mother hurriedly traveled from Rongqing to Haicheng, cradling her and weeping, scolding her for her disobedience, and cursing Lin Hao, slipping her a substantial amount of money as she left. After she narrowly escaped death, Lin Hao began to develop ambitions for financial success, wishing to start his own business. Although her father was still angry, he could not bear to see her suffer and provided Lin Hao with startup capital. Friends scolded her for being foolish, claiming she was gambling with high stakes, with a significant likelihood of loss. It was indeed a gamble, yet she emerged victorious. The initial years of entrepreneurship were arduous. But Lin Hao was entirely devoted to her. Life, though frugal, was content, and as the company prospered, he treated her with increasing affection, loving her even more than before. However, there was one matter that troubled her. After her miscarriage, she was left with lasting damage, and the doctor informed her that her chances of conceiving again were exceedingly slim. Her mother provided her with numerous herbal remedies, which she consumed for years, to the point where the mere scent would induce nausea, yet she persevered, consulting various doctors and enduring all manner of suffering. She even sought the divine, visiting fortune-tellers. Finally, 3 years ago, she became pregnant. Bringing joy to everyone. However, when she eagerly anticipated the arrival of the child, a woman appeared, cradling a 2-year-old child, claiming that the child was Lin Hao's. With a clatter, the cup that Wen Ruan had just lifted was set back down. Astonished as she gazed at Chen Shangyue. A child, the information she had received dated back to the year Lin Hao started his business, thus she was unaware of Chen Shangyue's past experiences. Nor did she know about the child, as it was not included in the documents, and Lin Hao had never mentioned it. So, Lin Hao had indeed cheated. Chen Shangyue exhaled softly. The child is indeed his. But it was not of his own volition. It was during that year that she did not accompany Lin Hao back to his hometown for the new year. He returned alone. Lin Hao's parents had always disapproved of her, and upon learning that she might be unable to conceive, their disdain only intensified, spreading rumors that she was a hen that could not lay eggs. Having overheard such remarks, she chose not to go back that year. Lin Hao's parents had set their sights on a woman from their hometown, praising her appearance and physique, deeming her a prime candidate for childbirth. They relentlessly urged Lin Hao to divorce and remarry. Lin Hao, however, was unwilling, and while she was away that year, they seemingly procured some potent aphrodisiac for him. Lin Hao had a falling out with his parents and never returned home again. He concealed this matter from me, and at that time, I was still curious. Lin Hao was a devoted son, returning home every year for the new year. How could he suddenly stop? When I inquired, he mentioned that his parents were constantly pressuring him to get a divorce, which vexed him to the point that he simply chose not to return. I thought little of it until that day when the woman came to find him, cradling a child. She professed her affection for Lin Hao, revealing that his parents had promised her that if she were to conceive, they would arrange for him to divorce and marry her. She did conceive, and now the child was 2 years old. Yet Lin Hao had neither divorced nor returned to see them even once. Upon locating the Lin family and hearing that I was pregnant, she directly sought Lin Hao for an explanation. At this point, Chen Shangyue paused for a long while, her hand gently resting on her flat abdomen, her eyes closed as her voice trembled. She came with the child, and it was a shock to me. After all the effort. After so much hardship to finally have a child, and now it's gone and the doctor said I would never have my own children again. I have lost the chance to be a mother. Wen Ruan, do you know, I have always adored children. I have endured traditional medicine for so many years, not solely for Lin Hao, but for myself. I truly long for a child, yet now that opportunity has slipped away. She understood that Lin Hao could not be entirely blamed. In her half-conscious state, she heard him weeping at her bedside, confessing his regrets. He recounted how, upon awakening that day, he felt a mixture of fury and fear. Terrified that she might choose to divorce him, he confessed that he had never anticipated that one encounter would result in a pregnancy. After learning of the child's birth, he had no intention of acknowledging it. He had given her a substantial sum of money to ensure she would not disturb their lives. Although she had initially agreed, she unexpectedly returned. He cried bitterly, lamenting his decision to return to his hometown that year. Yet in this world, there is no remedy for regret. They could not return to the way things were, and ultimately, she held him responsible. Lin Hao was ambitious, aiming to take the company public, and she felt incapable of providing him with an heir. She no longer wished to live under such oppressive circumstances. Divorce would be beneficial for them both, yet he remained unwilling. Thus she resolved to distance herself from him. Friends and family urged her to reconsider, suggesting that Lin Hao had not intended to heir and that they could adopt a child. They argued that with Lin Hao's successful career, her decision to divorce was foolish, allowing another woman to benefit from her sacrifice. However, she was disinclined to return. This place, with its mountains and breezes, its sunrises and sunsets, had become her cherished life. So Wen Ruan, I apologize, but I cannot assist you. Her voice carried an air of regret. Wen Ruan gathered the materials from the coffee table and returned them to her bag, offering a gentle smile. It's all right, I initially thought there might be a possibility for reconciliation, which is why I came. Chen Xingyue's remorse deepened. The issue of children was the most painful point in her life. One she never discussed. When it came to Lin Hao, she only attributed it to his busy work schedule, never revealing the truth to Wen Ruan. If I do not return to Haicheng, what will happen to your contract? Wen Ruan leaned forward to pour her more tea. Lin Hao's dilemma was twofold. On one side was you, and on the other were the brothers who had fought alongside him to build the company. If you could not be salvaged, then I would seek a solution through his brothers. Chen Shangyue lifted the tea she had poured, asking with a smile, you truly do not blame me? Wen Ruan replied with a smile. Indeed, I do not. However, if you must return to Haicheng, I must intervene. Men are often foolish. When they err, they must bear the consequences and cannot be easily forgiven. If she were in Chen Xingyue's position, she too would never return. It was true that Lin Hao still loved Chen Shangyue, but how long could a man's love endure? Perhaps he would continue to treat her well, burdened by guilt. Yet, what of the child? If he claimed he would not acknowledge it now, what would happen in the future? After all, Chen Shangyue was fated never to be a mother. If Lin Hao were to bring the child home, Chen Shangyue would feel discomfort, and over time, they would inevitably become estranged. Wen Ruan was resolute in securing the contract with Ayue, initially hoping for a shortcut. Upon hearing this story, she acknowledged defeat in her gamble with Lin Hao and resolved to focus on securing partnerships with Ayue's other associates. Chen Shangyue, surprised by her remark about men, hesitated before asking, what is the status of you and your boyfriend? Wen Ruan understood she was inquiring about Jiang Qingyan. We have separated. Since leaving Haicheng, Chen Shangyue had ceased to follow events there. Effectively living in a semi-reclusive state, unaware of the celebration of achievements, Wen Ruan did not conceal the truth, recounting everything that had transpired since her breakup with Jiang Qingyan. After hearing the details, Chen Shangyue was momentarily stunned into silence. Regarding Wen Ruan with a hint of sympathy, Wen Ruan remained calm, but when she thought of Jiang Qingyan, a realization struck her. Given Jiang Qingyan's temperament, having been here for quite some time, he should have brought Yaoman with him by now. Why was there still no news? Just then, Chen Shangyue received a call from the front desk. Boss, a lady named Yao is looking for you. She says she is here to discuss a collaboration. Yao, a collaboration? Chen Shangyue looked up at Wen Ruan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Upon arriving at the inn, Yaoman immediately messaged Jiang Qingyan to inform him of her safe arrival. Jiang Qingyan saw the message but chose not to respond. At that moment, he was perusing the materials sent by Chen Yi regarding He Zheng's romantic history, which he had requested after the banquet. There was little information due to the short time frame, but one detail caught his attention. Shen Yifan's cousin has feelings for He Zheng. Chen Yi confirmed, yes, in Shen Yifan's generation, there are only boys, with Shen Yining being the sole girl. She is the darling of the family, and Shen Yifan dotes on his younger cousin. Shen Yining was an actress of modest fame, frequently visiting Haicheng to ingratiate herself with He Zheng, but Shen Yifan eventually forbade her from going, and she had become busier since then. Among He Zheng's former girlfriends and rumored romantic interests, there was no one like her, likely because he did not have feelings for her. However, out of respect for Shen Yifan, He had always treated her well, and they even watched movies together. Jiang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his pen against the materials. Chen Yinyan's affection for He Zheng was intriguing. He raised his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto Chen Yi. I presume Chen Yinyan is unaware of He Zheng's feelings for Wen Ruan. Find a way to inform her. Chen Yi complied. Understood. Jiang Qingyan flipped through the documents again, and after a moment, he chuckled. Chen Yinyan was in Haicheng filming. It was not unusual for actors to encounter minor accidents during shooting. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Mingyi and was inclined to intervene. While igniting the conflict between He Zheng and Yao Tianyu, he was still reluctant to make Wen Ruan a target. Thus, he would have to put Chen Yinyan in a difficult position. Chen Yi understood his intention. It was to create some trouble for Chen Yinyan, placing the blame on Yao Tianyu. Got it. As Chen Yi prepared to leave, Jiang Qingyan suddenly called him back. Doesn't He Zheng have a white moonlight? Be sure to unearth his white moonlight. It was common knowledge in the circle that He Zheng had worn a red string bracelet for over a decade, claiming it belonged to his white moonlight. He had never denied it, yet no one had ever uncovered her identity. Jiang Qingyan recalled that during a dinner, He Zheng mentioned she was a classmate from university, since Wen Ruan was not a university classmate of He Zheng. It was clear she could not harbor feelings for him. Given his understanding of her and his own past experiences, she would never entangle herself with a man who had a white moonlight. Jiang Qingyan felt considerably uplifted. After Chen Yi exited, he picked up his phone again. Yao Man's message had arrived half an hour earlier, and he finally replied, I was in a meeting, I just saw your message. Chapter 68. A gift from your friend. Yao Man arose early and during nearly 6 hours of travel to reach the inn. She had neither eaten nor drunk water, clutching an extravagant perfume worth enough to buy a house outright in a small city. With such sincerity, she was met with the response, I apologize, Ms. Yao, but the boss is currently entertaining friends and has stated that there is no collaboration to discuss. Please return. This was her first time working so diligently, only to be met with a cold shoulder, prompting Yao Man to nearly explode in frustration. Ultimately she held back, retrieving her ID to book a room. As the car could not navigate the winding road up the mountain, she made her way on foot, arriving drenched in sweat, desperate for a shower. After acquiring her room key, Yao Man dashed to her room, showered, and emerged just before 2 o'clock, resolved to eat heartily before devising her next steps. The inn featured a dining area, but by then it was nearly empty, with only a few couples and a family of 3 scattered about. Upon entering, Yao Man spotted Wen Ruan engaged in animated conversation with a middle-aged woman clad in a white traditional qipao. The inn's lobby was adorned with photographs of the owner, and there stood Chen Shengyue. Alarm bells rang in Yao Man's mind as she approached. Mrs. Lin, greetings. I am from Rongli Group. Excuse me, Chen Shengyue interrupted, her demeanor unperturbed as she scrutinized Yao Man. I am not Mrs. Lin, my surname is Chen. No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone rang. Upon answering, she hung up and turned to Wen Ruan. There are matters at home that require my attention. I must return. You're leaving tomorrow afternoon, correct? Wen Ruan affirmed. Indeed. Initially planning to depart that afternoon, she checked the weather and discovered that a torrential downpour was expected, prompting her to reconsider. While dining, she updated He Zheng on her situation, and he too suggested postponing until tomorrow when the weather would be fair, coinciding with his visit to see the Sea of Clouds. Chen Shengyue ended the call, grasped Wen Ruan's hand, and said, I will come by tomorrow at noon. I will be heading to the airport as well and can drive you. She was scheduled to attend her cousin's 100-day celebration for her second child in Beijing and also planned to leave in the afternoon. After speaking, Chen Shengyue left, and Yao Man stomped her foot in frustration, thinking to herself that she and her husband Lin Hao were equally oblivious to social cues. She glared at Wen Ruan, demanding, what were you discussing? Did she agree to return to Haicheng with you? Yesterday, Lin Hao had mentioned that Jiang Qingyan had only spoken to him about tea leaves and Rongqing, not once mentioning the inn's owner. Chen Shengyue. Yao Man's remark indicated she was aware of the situation, likely informed by Jiang Qingyan. However, Yao Man was surprised that Jiang Qingyan had sent her alone to inquire. Blocking the path, Yao Man prevented Wen Ruan from passing. Wen Ruan sidestepped her, beaming with a radiant smile. Curious, are you? Just take a guess. Yao Man gazed at the receding figure, her anger swelling like a pufferfish. What could she possibly be thinking? Surely, a successful negotiation had transpired. The receptionist had mentioned that the boss was entertaining guests, and now, Wen Ruan had just emerged from the restaurant with Chen Shengyue. Clearly having dined together earlier, Chen Shengyue had stated he would accompany Wen Ruan to the airport the following day. It was evident that they had struck a deal. Chen Shengyue was set to return to Haicheng with Wen Ruan. Clenching her fists, Yao Man contemplated the humiliation she would endure if Mingyi signed a contract with AIU. Her competition with Wen Ruan had only just begun. This was merely the first day, and had she already lost, to falter at the outset would be utterly disgraceful. She could not afford to lose. Therefore, it was imperative that Wen Ruan did not take Chen Shengyue back to Haicheng. Skipping dinner, Yao Man headed straight to her room and called Yao Tianyu, inquiring about his whereabouts, although Yao Tianyu found her bothersome. He replied earnestly, I'm at Beijing Airport, preparing to head back to Haicheng. Beicheng, wasn't that quite close to Rongqing? Yao Man urged him to change direction, insisting he should not return but instead come to Rongqing. Aware that she was in Rongqing, Yao Tianyu took the opportunity to advise, I'm busy, He Zheng is competing for my project, I need to go back and check things out, are you afraid you can't surpass Wen Ruan? If not, why not return, I can have Lin Yu or Jiang Qingyan assist you, he understands Wen Ruan and could potentially win against her. Ignoring his suggestion, Yao Man pressed on, Haven't you always wanted to be with Wen Ruan? Here's your chance, will you take it? Yao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I saw Wen Ruan kiss He Zheng with my own eyes, they are together now, Wen Ruan is He Zheng's woman. At that moment, Yao Man's mind was exceptionally clear. He Zheng's competition for your project is sanctioned by Dad, no matter how furious you are, you cannot obstruct it. He Zheng is poised to surpass you at any moment. Don T, you want revenge? When Ruan returned to her room, took a shower, and lay down on her bed, preparing for a nap. Before drifting off, she opened WeChat to find a plethora of unread messages. The first was from her mother. Can't you just listen to me once, change your profession, or open a CAF yourself? All funded, ever since her mother had met He Zheng in the hospital. Similar messages had flooded in daily, urging her to resign and distance herself from him. Initially, Wen Ruan would respond with reassurances, but eventually she ceased to reply. Both mother and daughter had the stubbornness to only change their minds upon hitting a wall. Exiting the chat with her mother, she entered the conversation with Zhang Tongtong. With Zhang Tongtong, I just had a massive argument with the old lady, she infuriated me. I was doing laundry when I saw her feeding Guagua oranges. Guagua found them sour and was about to vomit, and she covered Guagua's mouth, insisting she swallow. The worst part, the old lady had a health check during her last hospitalization and was diagnosed with Helicobacter pylori. She bit into an orange, found it sour, and then shoved it into Guagua's mouth. She claimed that a little sourness is good for children. Nonsense, if it were truly beneficial, she would have fed it to her eldest grandson ages ago. I warned her that Helicobacter pylori is contagious, and she called me overly fastidious. Pan Rui was summoned to the company by Dong Chao at noon and was busy. The old lady called him back, wailing that I was rejecting her, demanding that Pan Rui take them back to their hometown. Guagua has been crying incessantly. I lost my temper earlier in front of Pan Rui and scolded her, and she pretended to be ill, clutching her chest and collapsing to the floor. Now Pan Rui has taken her to the hospital. Oh, how did I end up with such a wretched old lady? When Ruan attempted to call, but after 2 attempts with no answer, likely due to her being occupied, she sent a message, call me back when you're done. Lin Yu also messaged her, primarily seeking gossip, asking if she had seen Yao Man and if they had clashed. When Ruan responded with a playful guest sticker, just as she exited the chat, He Zheng's call came through. Have you eaten? His voice was low, tinged with fatigue. When Ruan rolled over, yes, I returned to my room to catch a nap. Have you finished your meeting? He had still been in a meeting when he sent his earlier message. It is over now, I'm stepping out to grab a bite. When Ruan informed him about her earlier encounter with Yao Man, I inquired with the receptionist. She came alone. I was surprised that Jiang Qingyan didn't show up. He Zheng chuckled softly, a hint of jealousy evident. Perhaps he felt embarrassed, considering you two were once a couple. It must be awkward meeting the boss. After exchanging a few pleasantries, when Ruan heard the familiar welcome greeting from his end, surmising that he had entered a restaurant, you should eat. I'll hang up. He Zheng agreed but added, I'll arrive at around midnight. Should I book another room? I wouldn't want to disturb your sleep. Given that he had another meeting and dinner engagements that evening, it was no small feat to find time to fly over. When Ruan discerned a hint of probing in his tone and replied, it won't affect me. I'm napping now. I could sleep all afternoon, so I'll be fine even if I don't sleep tonight. Are you satisfied? Not sleeping tonight is fine. He Zheng perceived her words as an invitation, a suggestion that he could do as he pleased that night. The more he thought about it, the lighter his mood became until someone called out, He Zheng. They were at a Chinese restaurant in the center of Haicheng, where Lin Hao had arranged a lunch meeting that had just concluded when he spotted He Zheng approaching with a group. Upon seeing Lin Hao, He Zheng recalled Wen Ruan's remark, Lin Hao has a love child. He regarded Lin Hao with disdain. Had this fool clarified the situation yesterday, when Ruan wouldn't have made the trip to Rongqing, wasting her efforts, maintaining a facade of composure. He Zheng greeted him with a smile, his tone cool and indifferent. President Lin accompanying He Zheng were the legal and financial directors of Mingyi, while Lin Hao was flanked by 2 founders of gaming companies. After brief introductions and pleasantries, Lin Hao pulled He Zheng aside. President He, do you have any news regarding Director Wen? Lin Hao had messaged Wen Ruan in the morning, inquiring when she would arrive in Rongqing, to which she had replied that she was already there. En route to Gushin. At noon, he messaged her again, asking if she had seen Shengyue, but her response had been, we'll discuss it later. After that, she ceased replying, leaving him anxious and uneasy. Seeing He Zheng now, he could no longer contain himself. President He, did Director Wen meet my wife? She must have, right? What did she say? Lin Hao offered He Zheng a cigarette, which He Zheng accepted but did not smoke. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice laced with sarcasm as he addressed Lin Hao's increasingly anxious demeanor. President Lin, you're being quite unfair. You have a love child and didn't mention it sooner. Do you realize how awkward this made our director Wen? When she met Chen, she sang your praises to the heavens, only for Chen to respond with, "You have a love child," which cost her the chance to be a mother. Observing the pallor of Lin Hao's face, He Zheng couldn't help but smirk, giving his shoulder a light pat. Our director Wen stated that she concedes the wager. You've harmed her so severely, and if she were to persuade her back, wouldn't that be morally questionable? Lin Hao's face blanched, his shoulders slumping as he managed a bitter smile. I knew this wouldn't end well. I know I've wronged her. I can't expect her forgiveness. Her health has deteriorated, and after 2 miscarriages, the doctor advised her to take good care of herself. He hung his head, resembling a wilted eggplant, tears brimming in his eyes. I just want to take good care of her. He Zheng sighed. President Lin, I'm not criticizing you, but you should let her be. One day, when you regret it and decide to bring your love child home to inherit the family business, Chen will be devastated all over again. Lin Hao immediately shook his head. No, I have no plans to acknowledge it. If Shangyue wants a child, we will adopt. When he had hurried home after receiving a call from the nanny, he had found Shangyue lying bloodied on the floor, while that mother and child sat on the sofa, munching on apples as if nothing had happened. The sight of them always brought back the traumatic memory of Shangyue collapsing. For the past 2 years, he had been plagued by nightmares, unable to look at them without feeling nauseated. Children were a taboo subject for Shangyue. If she wished to reject Wen Ruan, she could have done so directly. Yet, she had divulged such a veiled matter to Wen Ruan, indicating a good rapport between them. Lin Hao still harbored a flicker of hope. President I was wrong to conceal the child's existence yesterday. Here's the deal. I will take a step back. Shangyue hasn't seen me in a year. You tell Director Wen that as long as she agrees to meet me, it counts as her victory. He Zheng raised an eyebrow at him, his handsome visage tinged with fatigue yet laced with mockery, his tone light. All right, President Lin, rest assured, I will convey your message. Take a step back. He had received news that after Lin Hao had met with them and Jiang Qingyan yesterday, several partners had pressured him during this morning's meeting, compelling him to accept the olive branch of capital. Lin Hao genuinely wished to reconcile with Chen Shangyue, but he also sought to seize this opportunity. Using the pretext of taking a step back to create an escape route for himself, after a quick meal, He Zheng rushed back to the company for a meeting. Upon finishing, he suddenly recalled something. Wen Ruan seemed to imply that Yao Man might have misunderstood her relationship with Chen Shangyue. When Yao Man was surrounded by others who advised her, she could temper her temper and remain composed. But alone, she was entirely unrestrained. When her emotions flared, she could act recklessly. Disturbed, He Zheng left the conference room and summoned Yu Yang, instructing him to change his flight reservations. Wen Ruan slept soundly until 7 in the evening, only to be awakened by persistent knocking at the door. Reluctant to respond, she tried to ignore it, but the knocking continued. Donning a knitted long-sleeved jacket, she peered through the peephole to see a staff member from the inn holding a large bouquet of roses. She opened the door. The staff member presented the flowers, saying, "These are from your friend." A friend? Wen Ruan hesitated to accept, first reaching for the card attached to the flowers, just as she grasped it, another figure emerged beside her, snatching the bouquet and grinning at Wen Ruan. "They're from me." Wen Ruan was taken aback. It was Yao Tianyu. Seizing the moment of her surprise, Yao Tianyu stepped forward, pushing Wen Ruan inside and swiftly kicking the door shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 69. It's not too late to leave. Wen Ruan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yao Tianyu. Momentarily stunned, she was shoved back, stumbling several steps before regaining her balance. 99 roses in hand, Yao Tianyu took a few steps forward and presented her with the flowers, asking, "Do you like them?" His face bore injuries from that night at the gala, where Yao Man had scratched him, and he was using a band-aid to cover them. Coupled with the wicked grin on his face, it gave off a rather unsavory aura. The distance between them was nearly half a meter, and the sweet fragrance of the roses mingled with the heavy scent of his cologne, causing Wen Ruan to wrinkle her nose in distaste. She did not accept the flowers and took 2 steps back, managing a forced smile. "What does this mean, little Yao? Are you here to play the rogue?" Noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any panic or fear, Yao Tianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He stepped aside, placing the flowers on a nearby table. "What do you mean?" After setting the flowers down, he turned back to scrutinize her with unabashed intensity. She wore a gray cotton casual slip dress paired with a black knitted long coat, looking as if she had just awakened, her hair disheveled and devoid of makeup, presenting a somewhat vulnerable beauty. "It was truly tantalizing. You know, I've always had an interest in you," he stated boldly. "Of course, I came here with the intent to sleep with you. Are you scared?" Wen Ruan maintained her indifferent expression. "Scared? It's just a body. If little Yao desires it, he may take it, provided he is not afraid of the consequences." Her fierce temperament was something Yao Tianyu had long been acquainted with. To be honest, Yao Man sent me here according to her wishes. When you opened the door just now, I was supposed to drug you, incapacitate you, and take advantage of the situation. I would record a video or take a photo. If you comply, simply hand over AI. If you resist, I would post your nude photos online. Wen Ruan was genuinely taken aback by his candor. "So little Yao has found his conscience and intends to let me off the hook." Yao Tianyu chuckled. "It's not about letting you off the hook. Yao Tianyu only sleep with women who willingly submit." Yao Man, that foolish girl, had been spoiled and was oblivious to the law. He understood the fine lines he had tread over the years, having skirted legal boundaries in his pursuit of victory over He Zheng. Yet those issues could be resolved with money, but women posed a far greater challenge, especially a fiery woman like Wen Ruan. If he were to force her, the aftermath would be troublesome. I came today merely to converse with you. Wen Ruan, regarding the matter with Jiaosu, I admit my actions were not commendable, but who could blame you for entangling with Jiang Qingyan? Yao Man is my sister, I must assist her, mustn't I? Dismissing you pains me, yet I have been generous. You asked for a lion's share, and I signed off on it, considering it compensation for your emotional distress. You say you've left, yet why return, the moment you arrive? Yao Man causes me distress, complicating my life, and you of all people have chosen to associate with He Zheng. You truly are asking for trouble. Zhu Jieshu is indeed one of my associates, and I am unafraid to share this with you. Initially, when I stumbled upon Xianwei soliciting, it was no coincidence. That woman was actually sought out by Zhu Jieshu, and I merely timed my arrival to coincidentally encounter Qianwei. Why did Zhu Jieshu dare to humiliate you and confront He Zheng at the meeting? Yes, that was my directive. I intended for you to be unable to remain at Mingyi, yet I never anticipated you would publicly confess your feelings to He Zheng. I truly did not expect it. You two had been involved since high school. Remarkable. I was completely oblivious to it all. Had I known you two were entangled, I would have pursued you back then. In high school, when Wan was the belle. And Yao Tianyu indeed coveted her beauty, but alas, she was a reserved and obedient girl. He refrained from pursuing obedient girls. In middle school, he had dabbled and ended up in a troublesome situation that nearly cost him his life at the hands of his father, requiring a significant sum to resolve. If she had been from another city, it might have been different, but when Ruan was a local, and local girls brought more complications, not to mention, she was an academic star. The pride of her teachers, and provoking her could lead to disaster. Thus, he never paid her much mind, believing there were plenty of beautiful women to choose from. Recalling high school, Yao Tianyu remembered an incident. Speaking of which, you and He Zheng were reported for early romance back then. That was orchestrated by me. He had deliberately instigated the report. When Ruan was the top student, the teacher's darling, and if He Zheng were found to be in a romantic relationship with her, the school would surely take action against him. With the impending college entrance exams, he had arranged for the report to influence He Zheng's performance. Unexpectedly, He Zheng proved to be quite capable, achieving excellent results. This caused Yao Tianyu to endure disdainful glares from his father, which infuriated him. Every room at Shangyuan was exquisitely designed, with comfortable and romantic decor, and the amenities exuded a serene warmth. Each corner filled with the essence of home. Yet, at that moment, when Ruan felt no tranquility, she was seething with rage. The case had finally unraveled today, and she had long suspected that some morally bankrupt individual was behind the reports, only to discover it was him. She was genuinely grateful to him, grateful to his entire family. Little Yao, taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and said, "So what exactly do you wish to convey? You surely did not come here for a casual chat." Yao Tianyu gazed at her. "I hope you will leave Mingyi and depart from Haicheng." He was offering her a piece of advice. Wen Ruan, I sincerely suggest you take that 100 million and go as far as you can. Find a good man and marry him, but if you insist on meddling in my feud with He Zheng, you may not live to tell the tale. Do you truly believe He Zheng harbors feelings for you? You hold some value to him, but he will only toy with you. Have you not endured enough suffering with Jiang Qingyan? Why would you dare provoke a man like He Zheng, with your looks? You should have no shortage of admirers. If you must seek a partner within the circle, why not consider me? With Yao Man around, your return to Rongli seems impossible, but I could invest in starting a company for you. Keeping it a secret from Yao Man, Wen Ruan summarized his intentions. So little Yao has come today to present me with two options: either I leave Haicheng or become your mistress. Upon seeing Yao Tianyu nod, she smiled. What if I choose neither? Is there a third option? Yao Tianyu shrugged. Of course there is. I am granting you the privilege of choice. Should you remain obstinate, I will have to enlist your friends and family to persuade you. When Ruan comprehended the implication, should she refuse to comply, he would take action against her loved ones. The air conditioning in the room was set to a low temperature, yet a wave of inexplicable heat surged through her body. Recognizing something was amiss, she feigned a smile. All right, but regarding such significant matters in life, surely little Yao will grant me a few days to contemplate. Yao Tianyu continued to scrutinize her, easily noting her slight frown and the blush blooming on her cheeks. His gaze darkened, and he chuckled. Of course, a few days of consideration is perfectly acceptable. This conversation should have reached its conclusion, yet he showed no inclination to depart, even going so far as to tug at his collar, exposing a considerable expanse of skin. When Wen Ruan met his suggestive gaze, she understood what little Yao was up to. Yao Tianyu innocently shook his head. What do you mean? I have done nothing. He had merely spritzed on a bit more cologne. Yao Tianyu, in his capacity as Rongli's little Yao, was not lacking for women willing to approach him. However, among the multitude, there were few like Wen Ruan who were so unappreciative of his advances. Unable to break the law, he sought alternative methods. He had invested in perfume, pouring substantial funds into research, and the fragrance he wore was a new release from earlier this year, designed to have aphrodisiac properties. Capable of stimulating female hormones and enhancing sexual desire. He had tested it himself, with remarkable results. Typically, he would bring a few bottles on business trips, and he had applied it before entering the room. He would not force Wen Ruan's hand, but if she took the initiative, he could hardly be blamed. If I recall correctly, you once threatened to jump off a building for that 100 million in compensation. Was it truly worth jeopardizing your life over such an amount? If you were to be with me, I could offer you a standalone villa in the new district, worth far more than a mere 100 million. Wen Ruan met his gaze and suddenly laughed. Little Yao, you still have time to leave. Yao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, grinning wickedly. I fear for your well-being. Wen Ruan stepped closer. I am not the one in distress. You are. With one hand gripping his shoulder and the other seizing his wrist, she exerted a sudden force, twisting his arm outward. The next moment a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. It hurts, it hurts. Shit, it hurts, it hurts. For the first time, Yao Tianyu found his arm nearly dislocated, the pain overwhelming him to the brink of unconsciousness. It was his left arm that had been twisted, and he froze. Drenched in sweat. Wen Ruan, you bastard. The agony made it difficult for him even to curse. Wen Ruan dusted off her hands and shook her wrist. Little Yao, while you offered me several suggestions, allow me to impart some wisdom. Fixating on me is truly foolish. You ought to be wary of whom. Primarily, your greatest concern should be He Zheng, as your father intends to reclaim him, and you believe he poses a threat to your position. However, he is not your only adversary. Do not forget that Rongli Group has a long history, with 2 previous female leaders. You know well how much your father dotes on Yao Man. It is entirely plausible that he might hand over the Rongli Group to her in the future. Indeed, she may be foolish and lacking in intellect, but she has Jiang Qingyan to support her. You are well aware of Jiang Qingyan's capabilities. To say something you may not want to hear. He accounts for 2/3 of Rongli Capital's current success. At this point, Yao Tianyu was still sweating from the pain, but upon hearing her words, his expression darkened further. He was indeed wary of Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan. What exactly are you trying to convey? Wen Ruan, I possess a clear self-awareness. I never contemplated opposing you, nor do I fear revealing that I joined Mingyi solely to exact revenge on Jiang Qingyan. My intention is to dismantle his relationship with Yao Man. To disrupt them, you should find this rather effortless, I presume. Thus, we are not adversaries, we can be allies. With that, Wen Ruan suggested he take some time to reflect. Then pointed to his arm. You may exit now and stand outside the door. I shall assist you shortly. 2 minutes later, Yao Tianyu stood outside, moving his arm, casting a look of profound perplexity at Wen Ruan. Before finally managing to utter, you still possess such skills, truly impressive. Wen Ruan merely smiled, remaining silent. She took a step back and tossed the bouquet of roses at him, slamming the door with a decisive bang. During her school years, when her mother was preoccupied, there was little time to care for her. On holidays, her mother, uneasy about leaving her alone at home, would place her in Aunt Lana's traditional Chinese orthopedic clinic. Throughout her childhood, her mother never purchased toys for her, so she treated the skeletal models in the clinic as playthings, disassembling and reassembling them until, after much practice, she could do so with her eyes closed. As the elderly lady assisted dislocated patients by fitting their joints, Wen Ruan observed closely, the woman had even considered taking her on as an apprentice, imparting her knowledge to her. In college she had employed these skills during a part-time job when faced with unruly individuals. Were it not for her current physical discomfort, she could have easily disarmed Yao Tianyu. After closing the door, Wen Ruan first went to the bathroom to wash her face. Once finished, a small ember of desire still burned within her. Checking the time on her phone, she noted that it was still early in the morning, and with He Zheng absent, distant waters could not quench her immediate fire. Just as she prepared to take a shower, a knock at the door interrupted her. If it were Yao Tianyu again, she would call the police without hesitation. Approaching the peephole, she took a glance, and the next moment, Wen Ruan swung the door open, grabbing the man outside and pulling him forcefully inside before slamming the door shut once more. He Zheng, momentarily bewildered, found himself pinned against the door, kissing her. His mind was still reeling, yet his hands instinctively released the suitcase and encircled Wen Ruan's slender waist. The intensity was overwhelming, far exceeding anything He Zheng had dared to imagine. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body against him, her lips forcing open his, the kiss deep and urgent. As He Zheng felt his body ignite with passion, he keenly detected the lingering scent of perfume in the room, one that Wen Ruan would never wear, and it seemed to be more akin to a man's fragrance. Tilting his head slightly to evade her kiss, He Zheng, relying on a modicum of self-control, inquired, "Who was here just now?" Wen Ruan, displeased by his retreat, turned his face back to her and kissed him again. Her lips brushing against his ear as she spoke in a soft, enticing voice, "I will tell you all once we are done." Chapter 70. A feast on the tip of the tongue. Yao Man was taken aback by Yao Tianyu's swift return. She closed the door and followed him into the room. "Weren't you supposed to stay there tonight? You were to wait until she awoke and threaten her properly. Why have you returned?" Yao Tianyu tossed the roses he held onto the table. Unperturbed, Yao Man raised her voice, her gaze sweeping over the sweat beading on his forehead and the shirt that hung open to his abdomen. You were in there for half an hour, sweating profusely and looking disheveled, and you claim nothing happened? Her vexation was palpable, but then a thought struck her. She raised her hand and smacked his shoulder. I told you to exercise restraint. You can't be in bed with women every day. Look at you, nearing 30 and already in such a state. Among her circle of friends, there were those who had long frequented bars and ronching and were adept at night fishing. Obtaining some form of drug was child's play. With claims of its excellent efficacy, just a spray to the face would render someone unconscious. With Yao Tianyu's persistent desire for Wen Ruan, how could he let such a golden opportunity slip by? The sheer audacity of him not having acted was infuriating, yet, observing his current state, it did not appear as though he had done nothing. Otherwise, how could he be drenched in sweat with the air conditioning running? Yao Man's first thought was that he had become impotent. Considering he had changed women faster than she bought handbags, his present appearance was disheveled, pale, and utterly defeated, akin to someone suffering from poor kidney health. Although Yao Tianyu's arm had been reattached, the pain lingered. The impact of Yao Man's slap had landed squarely on his left arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Listening to her words only exacerbated his discomfort and anger. Twisting his face in distress, gritting his teeth to suppress his rage, she managed to evade being drugged, yet she dislocated my arm. The pain is unbearable. He should not have come. The past 2 days of business trips and late-night engagements had left him weary. The scratches from her still fresh on his face, and now, after being tormented by He Zheng, he was further battered by Wen Ruan's actions. All he desired was to return to Haicheng, to escape the clutches of that malicious woman Yao Man, and to distance himself from the frightening Wen Ruan. A delicate beauty capable of dislocating arms was truly terrifying. Nevertheless, Wen Ruan's proposition was indeed worthy of contemplation. Allies, if she could indeed sever the bond between Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, it would align perfectly with his desires. If she could also serve as his informant to conspire against He Zheng, that would be even better. Yao Man, astonished by the revelation of his dislocated arm, watched as he grasped the suitcase with his right hand, intending to leave, which caused her to panic. What are you doing? You're leaving just like that? What about Ayue? Yao Tianyu found her voice grating. Wen Ruan had not persuaded Chen Shangyue, and Chen Shangyue was unwilling to return to Haicheng. Just moments ago, when Wen Ruan had seen him off, she had suddenly mentioned, you can inform Yao Man that Chen Shangyue is attending a relative's child's 100-day celebration tomorrow. Their conflict with Lin Hao is irreconcilable, and I have also failed. I will return to Haicheng tomorrow, and she need not disturb Chen Shangyue any longer. Yao Man was skeptical. She must be deceiving you. I witnessed her speaking with Chen Shangyue earlier. They appeared quite intimate, and their relationship seems particularly close, not at all like someone who has failed. Wen Ruan had indeed said that 2 years prior. Before her breakup with Jiang Qingyan, she had met Chen Shangyue while visiting. Yao Tianyu turned to glance at Yao Man, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jiang Qingyan has known Chen Shangyue for quite some time. With such significant matters at hand, he hasn't mentioned it to you. He has acquaintances and doesn't even come to assist you. Does he truly care for you? Yao Man's expression shifted. It was I who prevented Jiang Qingyan from coming? But I did inform him of Lin Hao's secretary's words. I even sent him a message to ensure he was safe, complete with location details and a photo of the guesthouse entrance. Yet he never mentioned knowing Chen Shangyue. What then was his intention? Did he fear she would outshine Wen Ruan, wanting to confront him directly? Yao Man felt it necessary to assess his demeanor in person. Coincidentally, she was also uncomfortable in the guesthouse. While the room was clean and spacious, it was still far too small, lacking the size of her own bathroom. She decided to pack her belongings and leave with Yao Tianyu. Outside, a torrential downpour raged, and with no tickets purchased, they would be unable to depart tonight. Staying at a hotel near the airport would be preferable to remaining in this place. Both siblings departed, their hearts heavy with frustration. Meanwhile, Wen Ruan found herself enveloped in a different sort of enchantment. He Zheng, initially pinned against the door, soon found himself with Wen Ruan astride him, who kissed him passionately as he embraced her. Walking as they kissed, what had started with him tossing her onto the bed had transformed. Now, it was Wen Ruan who dominated. She was even more fervent than he, her kisses trailing from his lips to his earlobes, then down his neck to his Adam's apple. His body stiffened, overwhelmed, and unable to resist, he clutched her tightly as she leaned in to nip at his lips and tongue. He Zheng's breath quickened, and just as he grasped the edge of her skirt, when Ruan's phone, hidden beneath the pillow, chimed. Continuing to kiss him, she reached for the phone, glancing at the screen to see it was Zhang Tongtong. He Zheng noticed as well and snatched the phone away. His face flushed and his eyes reddened, a hint of grievance and intensity in his expression. Do not answer. I told you to turn it off last time. Frustrated, he lamented how Zhang Tongtong always seemed to call at the most inopportune moments. He intended to switch off the device, but Wen Ruan reclaimed it, insisting, I told her earlier today to return my call when she had a moment. She planted a firm kiss on his lips, playfully pinching his displeased face, and coaxed gently, I will try to hang up quickly. You should undress first and lie there waiting for me. We must finish tonight. Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Tongtong had sent numerous messages, her mood evidently poor. After a long day without returning calls, she finally did. and it was clear she expected to speak with her. What if there was an urgent matter? Wen Ruan rolled off He Zheng, propping herself up on her arm as she settled into a sitting position against the headboard, taking a moment to steady her breath before answering the call. Jiang Qingyan, aware of her visit to Rongqing, inquired about her return. Wen Ruan cast a glance at He Zheng, who was dutifully removing his clothing beside her, as she replied, "I will be back tomorrow afternoon. But I won't reach Haicheng until the evening. What has happened? Why did it take you so long to return my call?" Jiang Qingyan, sounding drained, recounted her day. "I had to feed the old lady's daughter sour tangerines earlier," she complained, expressing her exasperation before moving on to the afternoon's events. "Pan Rui took his mother to the hospital, so I stayed home with the kids. That eldest child is truly something. He was just hit by a car yesterday and cried about it. Yet today he acts as if nothing happened, insisting on going to the aquarium. He claims Pan Rui promised to take him there, and he hasn't forgotten. Not so you took him." Wen Ruan multitasked, conversing with Jiang Qingyan while keeping her gaze fixed on He Zheng. The curtains in the room were drawn, with only the bedside lamp casting a dim, warm glow. He Zheng leaned closer, his hand resting on her knee, his dark eyes fixed intently on her, receiving the unspoken signal. She bent her leg in response. The weather forecast had accurately predicted a heavy downpour in Rongqing that afternoon. Wen Ruan returned from dinner and soon fell asleep, unaware of when the rain began. By the time Yao Tianyu knocked on her door, it had been raining steadily, and it continued to pour. The entire Yushan region was shrouded in darkness, akin to ink that could not disperse on paper. The rain fell heavily and relentlessly. The wind howled, and the sound of the downpour audaciously battered against the windows. In contrast, He Zheng exhibited an audacity that mirrored the tempest outside, as reckless as the storm itself. The exquisitely beautiful head occasionally bowed and then lifted, casting a glance towards her, with deep, dark eyes glowing red, silently observing the changes in her expression. Wen Ruan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she affectionately stroked his head in reward. All while trying to focus on Jiang Qingyan's words. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qingyan remained oblivious to her torment, lost in her own indignation. "Indeed, I took him there. I had no choice. At home, he created a ruckus, throwing tantrums that were unmanageable. I told him his grandmother was ill and urged him to accompany her to the hospital, yet he ignored me completely. And still, his grandmother treasures him like a jewel. And he has turned out to be an ingrate. I called Pan Rui, but he too was unyielding. Pan Rui suggested that he simply wanted to see the mermaid, and if I took him to see it, he would return. I took him and Guogua along. It was summer vacation, and the crowd was overwhelming, making it impossible for me to spare a moment of attention, especially with Daba running about, after seeing the mermaid. It was still not enough. He insisted on watching the dolphin show, and ultimately, he wanted to witness every performance. Guogua was less enthusiastic, having been brought along several times by Pan Rui and me. She found it tedious, the throngs of people made her restless, and she clamored to return home. The two children nearly wore me thin, but in the end, it was Guogua who, witnessing my exhaustion, behaved herself and followed me through the rest of the aquarium. A loud clap of thunder echoed outside. For a brief moment, the room darkened as if the power had surged, only to brighten again shortly after. In that fleeting instant of darkness, when Ruan's nails dug into He Zheng's back, her mind momentarily blanked. Jiang Qingyan, hearing the thunder from afar, wondered if it was raining in Rongqing, asking what he was doing. Was he simply watching television alone in his room? After a prolonged silence, Wen Ruan managed to utter a single word. Jiang Qingyan sighed, lamenting how she had been overwhelmed by the elderly lady and the two children, confessing her lack of time for television. "What are you watching?" Wen Ruan recalled a phrase, "a feast on the tip of the tongue." Jiang Qingyan exclaimed, "Are you watching a cooking show? That reminds me, a new Sichuan restaurant has opened on Central Street. Run by the brother of Guogua's homeroom teacher. They even provided coupons, and many parents have been there, sharing photos in the group chat. Why don't you accompany Guogua and me this weekend? Don't let Pan Rui come. Otherwise, the old lady will go mad." Wen Ruan hesitated to respond. She had not been watching television. The feast on the tip of her tongue was a gift from He Zheng. At that moment, He Zheng emerged from the bathroom. Another thunderclap rumbled in the sky, prompting Wen Ruan to finally respond to her phone, just as Jiang Qingyan was about to hang up. "Oh dear, it's thundering again over there. Let us not prolong this, quickly hang up. We can talk when you return. Be careful on the mountain." He Zheng approached her as soon as she ended the call, taking the phone from her hand and promptly switching it off. Wen Ruan tilted her head to look at him, patting the space beside her, waiting for him to sit down. She leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck, her voice soft, laced with laughter and breathlessness. "He Zheng, you certainly know how to handle things." Chapter 71. She is your responsibility. What does that mean? Is he afraid she might abruptly end the call like last time, so he takes advantage of the moment to leave her yearning for more? He Zheng would never divulge that it was not merely a matter of skill. Although he had never engaged in such experiences, he had heard plenty over the years. His work in the finance sector, rife with a mix of individuals, had exposed him to various unsavory characters, and while he typically attended respectable gatherings, he occasionally encountered crude men who made inappropriate remarks at the dining table.